Chapter 245, Soul. Chapter 245, Soul. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Danger. Instinctively, Chen Feng's nerves tensed. Shwa. His luck aura fully activated. He was dripping wet with sweat. However, very soon, he regained his calm. If this person truly intended to kill them, it would simply be impossible for them to survive anyway. Moreover, this was at the depths of the frozen sea. Even if they wanted to flee, there was no way out for them. You? Chen Feng inhaled before continuing, how are you all here? A smile appeared on Go Li's face. You are actually not afraid of us? Chen Feng shrugged as he fully calmed down. What's the point of being scared? Very good. Since that's the case, we can now continue our discussion, Go Li stated calmly. If we couldn't even communicate properly, I would have no choice but to kill you. Chen Feng. Go Li gave a rough introduction of the situation of their village. In fact, it was nearly the same as Chen Feng's guess. Back then, they were being hunted before they falling into the frozen sea. After using a certain unique method, they had managed to survive by fluke and had stayed here ever since. Chen Feng looked at the magical power separating the frozen sea's water from the village. Those defensive barriers. That's something made by a brother of ours, Go Li said in a low voice. His name is Bites Yuji. Back then, he was a defensive barrier producer at a seafood market. All those prawns, crabs, and frogs were things that would be wrapped within his defensive barrier. With his genetic ability, he is able to produce a layer of defensive barrier to preserve everything. Subsequently, we discovered his existence and invited him into our team. His ability is extremely powerful. I can see that. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. What a joke. Would a person capable of isolating the frozen sea be weak? No wonder this place is called Barrier Village. So that's the reason. With such an ability, if back then you all had chosen to work together with the genetic union. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. It was truly quite a pity. If such an ability was used to work with those experts of the genetic union, they could definitely achieve a lot of things. It was definitely sufficient for Go Li's group to atone for their crimes by their contributions. That would be impossible. Go Li's eyes were ice cold. Even if we have no intention of being an enemy of the genetic unions, we will never forgive him. We lost too many people during the battle back then. Chi. Xiaoyin. Ah Fu. Goel's eyes appeared empty as he said this. All their close relatives had been killed during that battle. This was a blood grudge. If we had not found out that it had happened due to the genetic union being deceived. Go Li's eyes seethed with killing intent. As they were A-class experts, if they really had wanted to stir things up, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them. Deceived. Genetic union. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Could it be? That's right. We were all accused wrongly. Go Li said hatefully. The expressions of Chen Feng and Su Fei changed greatly. That was truly a gargantuan miscarriage of justice. They had been fugitives for 10 whole years. What had actually happened back then? Go Li sighed. Back then, when we were in the middle of a mission, we suddenly lost consciousness. By the time we woke up, our bodies had already been seriously injured and we'd become criminals for no apparent reason. The genetic union was pursuing us, and some unknown enemies were hunting us down as well. The only thing we could do was flee without stop. Finally, we were thrown into the sea by that mysterious person. Mysterious person. Chen Feng contemplated. That's right. That person. Hatred appeared in Go Li's eyes, was the one instigating the whole thing. Chen Feng was curious. You guys didn't go after him for revenge? Even if they were seriously injured and unable to defeat the enemy back then, after they recovered. At that, Go Li's expression became odd before he finally sighed. The hatred seething out of him at this moment transformed into a sense of helplessness. We can't defeat him. What? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Can't defeat him? Are you kidding me? There are so many A-class and B-class genetic warriors here. That mysterious person. Go Li shook his head. Back then, when we were on a mission, we encountered a mysterious person. This person's codename was Soul, a person that possessed an extremely powerful mind control ability. He might have been related to our mission. As such, when our investigation led us to him, we might have been temporarily mind controlled by him, which ultimately led to everything that happened after. Soul. Mysterious person. A-class mind controller. Shocking words rolled off of Go Li's tongue without stop. There were actually so many hidden secrets from that major incident 10 years ago. As for that mysterious person, he was truly astonishingly powerful. For him to be able to control so many A-class experts, what kind of power had he used? We investigated for 10 whole years. We have also trained for 10 whole years. However, we are still not his match. Goalie sighed. Hence, we can only hide here. One day, when we finally have the means of killing him, we can prove our innocence. Only then can we avenge our brothers. Around them, beneath the calm expressions of the villagers, an obvious fluctuation in their emotions could be seen at this moment. There were certain memories that even 10 years' worth of time would not be able to erase. How about this village's condition? Chen Feng looked at the ruins outside the barrier that might dissipate into nothingness at any moment. If it was as Goalie had said, how could such a thing have happened for no reason? Bai Tsuji is dead. Goalie inhaled deeply as killing intent seethed out of his eyes. Not long ago, when he was defending the defensive barrier, he was killed by that old tortoise that had appeared out of nowhere. After that, the area of Barrier Village started shrinking. This is even more so with the unceasing attacks on the barrier by that damnable old tortoise. Goalie was furious. If it wasn't for the frozen sea, or if Little Ju was still alive, a mere B-class tortoise like that, I could tear it apart with one hand. Instantly, Chen Feng understood the issue. The one they all relied on in this frozen sea, Bai Tsuji, was dead. Hence, regardless of how strong they were, they would not be able to make use of that strength. Even if this tortoise was far weaker than them, the moment the barrier cracked and the seawater started pouring in, they would die. I hope your energy is useful to us. Goalie looked at Chen Feng. He did not have too great an urge to kill Chen Feng, since they would all die here anyway if his energy proved ineffective. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. Clang. Clang. Clanking sounds resounded without stop. That tortoise was once again knocking against the defensive barrier without stop, kicking up a huge ruckus. Along with the knocking, the barrier started dimming. Chen Feng had a serious expression in his eyes. If this continued, the barrier would not last more than 7 days. Not much time was left for them. Within 7 days, he had to look for a way to solve this. Energy submarine? It would be useless in this situation. True, it would be useful against the frozen sea's life forms, but that old tortoise did not even need to spend much effort to break his purple energy. Next, they would all be dissolved by the seawater. That was the scariest prospect. Regardless of whether Goalie was saying the truth or not, he had to protect this village, even if he were to do that for himself. What if I were to use myriad illusions to imitate the power of that defensive barrier, or to inject the energy into the existing barrier? Chen Feng contemplated. Doing all these would not pose much problem for him. However, this would only succeed if they first stopped that old tortoise from attacking the barrier without stop. Furthermore, if Chen Feng and Su Fei wanted to leave here, there was no way for them to avoid facing that old tortoise either. If so, things became much simpler to solve. Kill it. Chen Feng's gaze was filled with viciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, Kill. Chapter 246, Kill. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Since the target had now been determined, the rest would be easy to deal with. First, Chen Feng tried using the energy of Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade to replenish the barrier's energy exhaustion. Under the amazed gazes of Goalie and the rest, he succeeded. It was feasible. As long as this layer of barrier remained, Chen Feng only needed to constantly pour energy into it to protect this place. Next, it was time to deal with that damnable tortoise. After killing it, the village would no longer have any worries. Chen Feng and Su Fei would also be able to leave here smoothly without any worries that this tortoise would ambush them. Soon, they reached a unanimous decision. One person walked out and said, "We have some information about that tortoise." Even if they were incapable of killing that tortoise within this frozen sea, they had still nevertheless managed to come out with some rough information pertaining to that tortoise's strength after all this while. Giant Tortoise. Class, B. Ability 1, Incredibly Powerful Concealment Ability. If it wanted to hide itself, even in a class would be hard-pressed to find it. Ability 2, Incredibly Powerful Self-Healing Ability. If one wanted to kill it, one had to kill it speedily, or else its injuries would heal within a short period of time. It was an astonishing ability. Ability 3, Incredibly Long Lifespan. With its unique bloodline, it possessed a long lifespan. Ability 4, Incredibly Powerful Defense. With the existence of its shell, its defensive power was excessively powerful, reaching the point where it could even defend against an A-class attack.
Its immunity to the frozen sea's power might be related to this defensive ability as well.
Ability 5, Unknown. Hiss. Su Fei inhaled a mouthful of cold air.
This was truly quite a scary set of information, even more so now that they were facing this tortoise in the frozen sea. What all this meant was that they would only have a single attacking chance. Moreover, they needed to guarantee a high-speed kill, otherwise they would simply be exhausted to death by that tortoise despite the fact that Chen Feng would be able to replenish the energy of the barrier. Even if the barrier remained intact, it would still crumble from mere energy exhaustion. This was a tortoise with extreme durability they were facing.
Gou Li frowned. That unknown ability will be the most troublesome issue.
Chen Feng thought about it before saying, I have a little information pertaining to that. Life and death domain. By using its lifespan or time as the price, it can create an extremely powerful life and death domain to drag everyone into an illusion. Everyone else widened their eyes.
Life and death domain? A skill activated by paying lifespan or time as the price? If that was true, this illusion would definitely be a terrifying one.
Gou Li was astonished.
You've encountered it before? Mei Shem, I've encountered it before.
Previously, this tortoise had escaped after being injured by an A-class. Prior to fleeing, it had used this very ability.
Back then, I was dragged into the illusion as well.
If I am correct, this ability will strengthen against stronger opponents and weaken against weaker opponents. The moment one fails to overcome the illusion with their strength. Chen Feng said with a low voice.
Schwa. Everyone sunk into a solemn mood.
Chen Feng proceeded to describe to them what he'd encountered back then. It was very probable that the difficulty of this illusion was directly related to one's level. In other words, if one were an E-class, one would be met with an illusion at the difficulty of peak E-class. If one were a C-class, a peak C-class difficulty would be their waiting. If one was a newly advanced B-class and encountered a peak B-class illusion. Sorry, it was very probable for one to die inside. Naturally, for such a bizarre illusion, even if it failed to kill, it would be able to interrupt the opponents, giving the tortoise plenty of time to escape.
Everyone's mouths were left hanging.
If that was the case, how were they supposed to fight it? Even if the extremely powerful defense and healing abilities were ignored, even if the fact that the only way to deal with it was by killing it speedily was ignored, it still had such a powerful ability as its trump card? They simply stood no chance. This was the frozen sea. The instant the tortoise escaped after being injured, it would be able to easily conceal itself. They would no longer be able to locate it.
And the next time it appeared, it would be wary against them.
At that time, everyone here would be in extreme danger.
Chen Feng looked at the distant giant tortoise.
It's not on guard yet, since it still believes that we can only passively defend here.
Therefore, there's only one way to do it. Insta-kill. Schwa. Everyone's heart trembled. Insta-kill.
Insta-killing a tortoise capable of defending against an A-class attack within this frozen sea.
Was that possible? Gou Li smiled bitterly. There's no way for us to make our move. If they were able to move freely here, would they be in so much trouble?
This was the frozen sea. With that tortoise refusing to enter their village, all types of energy sent its way would simply be dissolved by the frozen sea. Hence, they simply had no means of attacking. This was also the main reason this giant tortoise could act so rampantly. What if a portion of the frozen sea here were to lose its effectiveness? Chen Feng said suddenly.
Oh. Everyone's eyes shone. A vicious expression appeared on Gou Li's face.
If that's the case, our next meal will be a roasted tortoise.
Time passed quietly.
Currently, 7 days had passed since they first arrived here. Chen Feng had been focusing on researching the ways to protect the barrier while the barrier itself was shrinking without stop under the giant tortoise's relentless attacks. A subdued mumble echoed amidst the sea.
It's nearly here. Bang!
With a loud sound, that barrier shattered abruptly. The village was now laid bare.
Light shined out of the giant tortoise's eyes.
It had been waiting way too long for this. However, it seemed to be aware that the villagers there were quite terrifying existences, so even after the barrier shattered, it only moved forward together with the gushing seawater.
Bang! Bang!
It charged forth together with the gushing seawater.
Bang!
The seawater flooded the whole village.
Schwa! Schwa! Countless items dissolved.
However, at a certain spot within the village, a smaller defensive barrier akin to a small house formed by the purple energy could be seen. All the villagers were protected within.
It was somewhat cramped, though.
Howl, the giant tortoise howled proudly.
This is the defensive barrier of that little guy? What's the point? Clang.
It smashed into the barrier. Instantly, the whole purple barrier crumbled apart.
Hua! Seawater swept into it.
Surprisingly, although the humans there were all submerged within the seawater, they suffered no damage.
Suddenly, the giant tortoise had a bad feeling. Shwa!
As it turned its gigantic body around, its soul almost left its body from the shock. There, a larger barrier had appeared noiselessly. The barrier that had been protecting the whole village all this while had once again reappeared, blocking the seawater.
This was a two-barrier setup. One inner barrier and one outer barrier.
Unfortunately for that giant tortoise, it was trapped between both barriers. The village was still submerged within the seawater. However, as it was now separated from the main body of water, it had lost its dissolving power. Now, this was merely ordinary seawater.
Howl! The giant tortoise bellowed and charged outward frantically.
Goli's eyes were filled with viciousness.
Die! Escaping? Since they had taken so long to make preparations, how was it possible for them to allow it to escape? Powerful defense? Before them, that powerful defense was nothing. The giant tortoise merely required a single second to leave this village. However, at this instant, the three strongest experts of the village, 3 A-class warriors, made their moves at the same time. Destroy! Goli shouted coldly. As his attack landed, the defensive shell the tortoise was so proud of immediately shattered. Horrified, the tortoise released its strongest ability without hesitation. Extinguish! The other A-class expert Gui Jiao waved his hand indifferently. Bang! Light swirled around. The powerful illusion released by the giant tortoise was destroyed instantly. This was the power of an A-class expert. Regardless of how powerful one's B-class trump card was, it was merely a joke before a well-prepared A-class expert who was attacking with full power. The final A-class expert, CE, pointed coldly. Die! At that, a huge pitch-black hand appeared and started crushing the internal organs of the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's body started twitching as its soul collapsed. It did not even last a single second before dying in the hands of these A-class experts. You? The giant tortoise started spitting human language out of its mouth. It had never expected itself to die here. We shall die together then, the giant tortoise howled. Bang! Suddenly, a bizarre light explosion appeared. Careful! Everyone's heart leaped. Without the slightest hesitation, Goli released his strongest defense to block the light explosion. However, that bizarre radiance was able to easily take a detour around the erected defense and charge toward them. Schwa. Everyone's expression changed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, Great Transformation. Chapter 247, Great Transformation. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Danger. Everyone was sweating profusely. They had finally gotten a clear look at what that bizarre radiance was. Astonishingly, that was actually the blood of that tortoise. Bang! The tortoise blood started dispersing. Instantly, all the seawater in there changed color. Even the defense erected by Goli was incapable of defending against it. Gui Jia was anxious. Quick! Move the water out. However, it was too late. Pooh! 2 people there died on the spot. It was at this moment that a terrifying gust of power erupted. Bang! Along with the eruption, a flame was ignited. It was Su Fei. He started punching out. At this instant, his terrifying raging flame fist unleashed an extremely formidable power, evaporating all the water there. Bang! Bang! Bathing in flame like an unequaled war god, Su Fei roared, "Leave!" Schwa! Schwa! Everyone else left hastily, reaching the zone that was cleared of seawater. The seawater here was already an odd existence before. Now that it had been polluted by the tortoise's blood, it had become even more bizarre. None of them dared to touch it. As such, allowing Su Fei to evaporate the water was the most optimal choice. Hum. The flame raged. Gradually, the seawater within the barrier dried up. However, outside of everyone's expectations, the evaporated blood merely had its form changed. It still existed in a different form as some sort of gaseous substance. In this new form, the blood hid within the final puddle of seawater, and at the final moment before the last drop of seawater was evaporated, they charged out. Be careful. Everyone's heart leaped. Ah! Su Fei turned around blankly. Xiao. A green radiance representing the tortoise blood that had transformed into a gaseous substance bloomed and gushed into Su Fei's body. Ah! At that, Su Fei's body stiffened and he slumped down onto the ground. Su Fei! Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Goli and the rest rushed over as well. All the tortoise blood and seawater within the barrier had been cleared. This was Su Fei's contribution. To be frank, he was the one who had saved everyone here. A genetic warrior that specialized in healing walked out. Let me. Su Fei's body was turning green at an extremely fast speed. However, due to the burning flame within his body, this speed was much slower than it was supposed to be. That person's expression was unsightly. He won't be able to last too long. Green light flickered on Su Fei's body. Almost all the tortoise's blood went into his body. Currently, he's using his flame to refine the blood, however. That person shook his head. The disparity in their strength was simply too great. What was Su Fei's level? D class. On the other hand, that tortoise was B class. Now that all the blood it had released before death was within Su Fei's body, how could Su Fei resist against it? Chen Feng's eyes started flickering. Not necessarily so. Schwa. Luck aura, full activation. This time, he was going to use his luck aura to help Su Fei out of his current plight. Regardless of how minuscule the probability of that succeeding, he was still going to try. Flame started raging and his luck value started dropping rapidly. 10 points. 20 points. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Since the luck value was dropping, it meant his luck aura was truly working on Su Fei. At the same moment, he received the feedback from luck aura as well, 10 points of luck value per second to ensure Su Fei's temporary survival. Half the blood would be used to withstand Su Fei's flame, while the other half would proceed to destroy Su Fei's body. This was the maximum luck aura could achieve with this, by reducing the extent of the erosion done to Su Fei's body by the blood. However, even with this, it had only slowed the eventual death of Su Fei. Chen Feng looked at them. I can only help him last longer. Do you guys have any other means of saving him? They were A-class genetic warriors. Let me. Wu Jiao walked out. If he had been instantly killed, I truly wouldn't be able to do much. However, since you can help him last longer, things become easier to deal with. Schwa. He pressed one hand on Su Fei's body. Bang. Abruptly, a terrifying power gushed into Su Fei's body. The flame within Su Fei's body that was only capable of resisting the tortoise's blood with great difficulty started raging. Next, it started taking the initiative to look for the tortoise blood in counterattack. Here it comes. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. The tortoise's blood was too powerful. If all the blood concentrated on either Su Fei's flame or Su Fei's body, they could easily destroy whatever their choice of target. However, under the luck aura's effect, the blood maintained the balance and dealt with both Su Fei's flame and body at the same time. The speed at which Su Fei's body turned green was reducing while the refining done on the tortoise's blood increased in intensity. Soon, Su Fei's body stopped changing. Moreover, his body was gradually recovering its original color as he flushed red with the color of blood. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It succeeded. The refined tortoise blood started blending with Su Fei's body and started healing the damage done to him earlier. Next, his body recovered its warmth. Bang! Bang! Flame started igniting around Su Fei's body. Now he no longer required their assistance. The power around and within Su Fei had formed a complete circulation route to operate independently. Su Fei was saved from his imminent death. Thump! Thump! His heart started beating once again. However, this was nevertheless still the blood of a tortoise. Nowadays, due to the existences of genetic abilities, the blood of life forms such as that tortoise contained extreme power within. The stronger the life form was, the stronger the blood would be. This was apparent from the fact that the blood continued to exist even after being evaporated. A tortoise's blood was extremely powerful. As for this particular giant tortoise that had been alive for God knows how many years, its blood was even more powerful. Moreover, this was also a tortoise at B class that was capable of battling against those of a higher class, and its blood was full of vitality. Within the blood that had turned into a gaseous substance before invading Su Fei, how much power was contained? No one knew the answer to that. Hopefully nothing bad will happen. Goli and the rest muttered. Unfortunately, something was indeed happening. Su Fei's body started reddening to the point where the color now looked abnormal. Their hearts throbbed. Something is going to happen.
Previously, he had almost died from the attack of the tortoise's blood. Now that they had successfully saved him from his death, Su Fei was dying once again. Dying from overnutrition due to the tortoise's blood being too powerful for Su Fei to absorb. Chen Feng was speechless. Luck aura? He tried activating it. However, the luck aura refused to work this time around. Gou Li and the rest were somewhat dumbstruck as well. If Su Fei lacked spiritual energy or something else, they could supply him some. But in a situation where the power contained within Su Fei's body was too great, what should they do? They started exchanging glances. Oh, Su Fei groaned painfully. Everyone else was unable to find a solution. Could it be that they had to watch on like this as this guy here died from an oversupply of power? Giant tortoise's power. Chen Feng thought slightly before saying, since the giant tortoise was able to be immune to the power contained within the frozen sea, perhaps the power raging within him can be slowed down by tossing him out to the sea? Everyone's eyes shone. Good idea. First, they tried inserting one of Su Fei's hands into the frozen sea. Noiselessly, his right hand was dissolved. However, due to that bizarre tortoise's power within his body, Su Fei's body was regrowing. After regrowing, the speed in which the hand dissolved in the sea had evidently slowed. Clearly, the power of the giant tortoise that was trapped within Su Fei's body was being exhausted. It's feasible. They were pleasantly surprised. Bang! Next, Su Fei was directly tossed into the sea. At that, the frozen sea's power was displayed. Su Fei's body started dissolving before regrowing without stop. Every time his body was regrown, the time in which his body survived before dissolving increased. Resistance. His body was actually developing a resistance against the frozen sea. The giant tortoise's power was being exhausted without stop as well. However, astonishing everyone there, even after Su Fei's body completed the regrowing process and became completely immune to the seawater, the tortoise's power was still not completely exhausted. Everyone lamented. Such a terrifying power. This tortoise's combat power was truly not particularly powerful. However, its age was most probably much older than they had guessed, since such a terrifying amount of power had been stored within its body. Bang! Bang! The terrifying power roared within Su Fei's body. He was completely submerged within the frozen sea, yet he was completely immune to the sea. Su Fei yelled as he charged into the depths of the frozen sea. Gou Li nodded. It might be a good idea to let him vent off a bit there. True, Wei Jia agreed. At the extreme end of the frozen sea, there's a certain species of eel. Its mouth is like a jade, smooth as. Wei Jia started his elaboration. Chen Feng had a dumbstruck expression. After a long time, Su Fei returned with a refreshed expression on his face. As for what he had done at the extreme end of the frozen sea, he did not say much about it. However, Chen Feng could clearly see that beneath that somewhat awkward expression of Su Fei's, a refreshed expression was hidden. Wei Jia and the rest gave him a knowing smile. Chen Feng. At this moment, he was truly wondering how these old men here had spent their time all these years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, The Crazy Demonic Figurine Collector. Chapter 248, The Crazy Demonic Figurine Collector. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Near the frozen sea surface, the people from Genetic Union were all sweating profusely. Schwa! Schwa! All the devices in front of them were operating crazily. Earlier, an unmanned submarine had been sent underwater. They were looking for the whereabouts of Chen Feng and Su Fei. So far, nothing had been found. Navigating based on the previous data sent to them by Chen Feng and Su Fei, they had been able to avoid encountering those dreadful monsters, and for the first time, they'd entered the deepest region of the frozen sea, the final 5% of their map. However, a split second after they'd entered that place, all the monitoring screens had darkened. Their submarine seemed to have been hit with some monumental force and instantly crumbled apart, without a dust remain of the submarine. Something dreadful seemed to exist down there. Someone sighed. They are probably dead. Their plan to open up the frozen sea tundra for humanity had still concluded with a failure. Since they couldn't figure out what dreadful thing existed down there, they did not dare to build a camp here. This was a matter of principle. Let's give up on this project. They felt regretful. This was already the 5th submarine they'd sent down there. The previous submarines had all been destroyed before even reaching the deepest region of the frozen sea. This time around, they were already pushing their limits. Even with the assistance of Chen Feng's data, this was as much as they could accomplish. The person in charge looked at the icy blue ocean as he sighed. I hereby declare that this frozen sea tundra development plan. Chen Feng, Su Fei, dead. Project failed. However, right at this moment. All their devices started operating crazily. Those darkened screens once again started flickering with images.
Another submarine is going down?
The expression of some of them changed. The technician was in ecstasy. No, we have suddenly re-established connection with a certain device of ours underwater.
What?
Everyone else was overjoyed and gathered together to take a look at the screen. Currently, within the depths of the frozen sea, a huge tortoise shell was drifting around.
That was the only remaining part of the huge tortoise.
On it, cracks that were left behind on it by Go Li's attack could be seen.
Go Li was certain. This thing has extremely powerful defense. Perhaps it might be extremely valuable. Take it back.
Wei Jia told Su Fei to retrieve the shell from the sea. However, at this instant, an indescribable power abruptly dispersed out of the tortoise shell. Astonishingly, that powerful yet mysterious tortoise shell, at this instant, turned to ash.
Everyone was shocked. With a faint flicker, the frozen sea regained its tranquility. Chen Feng's heart sunk into a solemn mood. There's a problem somewhere.
Suddenly, he recalled the nameplate the tortoise had previously had on it, the nameplate with Duma on it. No matter what, it was unlikely the giant tortoise had carved a nameplate for itself. Behind it might be an even more terrifying existence.
Chen Feng was on guard. We must leave here.
Now that the giant tortoise was already dead, there was no point in them staying here.
The people from the Genetic Union were most probably extremely anxious currently.
Perhaps they had already announced his death. If he was to return later, he might even be able to attend his own funeral this time. He started persuading Go Li's group.
Surprisingly, though, they refused to leave. Chen Feng had an odd feeling. Why? With our current appearance. Go Li shook his head.
In order to ensure our survival down here, in order to seek more power for revenge, we don't even look human anymore. There's no point in us returning.
We have all fused with the life forms within this frozen sea.
Perhaps we will even be able to adapt to the seawater here soon and have our strength increased. Only then will we leave here for our revenge.
Go Li had a solemn expression.
Their current strength was far from sufficient. Chen Feng felt fearful.
That person is really so powerful? Yes. Go Li deeply believed that.
Finishing, he took out a 20 centimeters long figurine of a young lady.
This is for you. Figurine? Su Fei was amazed.
It is unexpected that this senior is quite a nerd. Go Li stared at Su Fei with an ugly expression.
Don't you know that if you continue talking in such a manner, you will end up beaten to death?
There's nothing weird with having a figurine, Chen Feng said earnestly. In my hometown, there's a guy called Qin Shi Huang who is truly a crazy figurine collector. He enjoyed collecting them and, moreover, he had several huge holes dug just to keep this figurine collection of his.
1. Go Li. This is not a figurine.
Go Li rubbed his head before continuing sternly. 10 years ago, that mission we were investigating was related to this thing here.
This is also the only clue we obtained. You can deliver this to the Genetic Union. They might be able to get some clues from this. All right. Chen Feng nodded slightly. How about the matter regarding freezing over this whole piece of sea?
He had not forgotten his mission. Their goal was to freeze the whole piece of sea.
Just proceed. Go Li nodded. Sealing the sea could avoid other alien life forms such as this giant tortoise coming in the future. Sealing the sea would benefit them as well.
Finally, Chen Feng was relieved.
Good then. Remember.
If you see someone with an odd stone embedded in his forehead, regardless of the time or venue, you must flee.
Flee as far as you can. Go Li had a solemn expression. Odd stone in his forehead. It's the guy called Soul? Understood. Chen Feng engraved this into his brain. Hua. After bidding their farewells, they departed.
The purple submarine sliced apart the seawater as it traveled forth and vanished from their line of view. The frozen sea was now completely explored.
This place was an inland sea similar to the ice river previously.
Despite its huge size, with Chen Feng's efforts and the modern technology that was able to explore this place at an extremely high speed, this exploration had finally been completed. As of now, there were no longer any unknown factors residing here at this place.
Mission completed. Chen Feng and Su Fei returned smoothly.
At a certain location where clouds drifted around, a middle-aged man walked out from the void. Suddenly, he stopped his steps as his bizarre gaze was fixed toward a certain direction, focusing on a location that was extremely far away from his current location. That was the location of the frozen sea.
Master's pet is dead?
He was somewhat amazed. That fellow's strength was quite ordinary, and it had quite an ugly appearance. However, due to its long lifespan, it was still extremely loved by his master.
It had actually died? Let me take a look.
The middle-aged man's eyes enlarged.
A terrifying power erupted as a mental power that was unimaginably powerful bloomed. Shwa! Shwa! The mental power charged straight into the heavens.
Currently, within the purple submarine, Chen Feng was recovering his spiritual energy.
Suddenly, the young lady figurine in his hands felt scarily hot.
At that instant, a gust of bizarre power seemed to flash through them.
Chen Feng was curious. What's up? This thing.
He stared at the young lady figurine in his hands.
This was a typical anime-style pretty girl with its lengthy beautiful hair, a miniskirt, and a big pair of eyes.
Such a person would definitely not exist in real life. Once again, he rubbed the figurine. The temperature of the figurine seemed to have recovered.
Chen Feng frowned.
Weird. Currently, that middle-aged man high above the sky had just finished with his investigation. However, surprising him, he had failed to see anything.
How is this possible? He frowned. With the current strength of his mental power, even an A-class expert would not be able to avoid his detection.
There had to be some issue with the death of his master's pet. After I'm done with this, I'm afraid I will have to take a trip over to the frozen sea, he said calmly. Presently, he had his own affairs to handle. As such, he would not be able to leave.
Shwa!
With a flicker, his silhouette vanished. If someone else was there, they would have been astonished to find that, on this person's forehead, a green-colored diamond seemed to be glinting, akin to a star in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 249, Special Reward. Chapter 249, Special Reward. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within the submarine, Su Fei was staring blankly into a mirror with a longing expression. My hair. Su Fei's heart ached.
He had spent several months curing his scalp from the damage done by Chen Feng's lowly.
Once again, his hair had been growing. Unexpectedly, it had only lasted several days before once again being burnt clean. On top of that, he looked at his now bare brow. Currently, his whole head simply looked like a huge soy egg. Su Fei started raging. I'm F** King bald again.
Chen Feng comforted him, don't worry.
Indeed, you are bald again.
But your strength had increased as well.
Su Fei. Why did it felt like Chen Feng was currently taking joy in this calamity of his? At the Genetic Union, the news of the disappearance of Chen Feng and Su Fei had been spreading for several days now.
Along with the passing of time, their deaths were almost confirmed, together with the fact of their failure in the frozen sea tundra development plan.
A lot of people had also popped out due to his issue. Did I not say back then that we shouldn't have attempted to develop the frozen sea tundra? Yeah, the current size of human-developed territory in the mainland is already sufficient.
For those unknown regions, we will naturally be able to easily develop them when our strength reaches that point.
What's the point in taking a risk now? What can a producer do?
Some even sneered coldly. A huge amount of criticism emerged. These were those who had been against the development project since the beginning. They were the conservative faction in the Genetic Union. They believed that, without any dangers or situations that deemed it necessary for any change to arise, nothing should be changed at all. Unfortunately, just as they finished their preparations and were planning to suppress those so-called pioneers in the Union, a new update was received.
Chen Feng had returned. What?
Everyone widened their eyes.
Returned? That producer who had gone missing for several days within the frozen sea had returned? Shwa! At exactly 3 p.m, Chen Feng formally returned to the Union.
Along with Su Fei, his return also brought a perfect report to them. At the depths of the frozen sea, there was an extremely powerful giant tortoise. However, they had already killed the tortoise. From here on, there was no longer anything they needed to worry about at the frozen sea.
Shwa! This caused an uproar.
They did not doubt Chen Feng's words. That was because, if there were truly any other dangers at such a place, it was simply impossible for Chen Feng and Su Fei to have returned alive. Then, the sealing of the frozen sea shall officially begin. The emotions of countless people surged. Furthermore, there were live streams of this on the internet. At the final phase of the sealing project, a layer of wall that was made from the same material of their submarines was used to cover the whole sea surface. Underneath the wall were countless dense, flickering purple lights. These served as a warning, telling the life forms of the frozen sea that this would be as far as they'd go. This was put in place despite how rare it was for the frozen sea's life forms to actually venture out of the sea. Next, the experts of the Genetic Union made their move. After the whole frozen sea had been covered by that layer of wall, a huge deluge of water was rained down on it before an extremely cold temperature descended as well, turning the whole frozen sea into a huge glacier. Shortly after, the ice tundra and the frozen sea were successfully joined. Now this was a brand new land of adventures. Within were countless mysterious gigantic life forms. It was estimated that this place would soon become a paradise of adventurers. The tier assigned for this place was B class. As those in a class were too strong and would be able to easily crush the newly created glacier, their entry was restricted. This was to avoid what had happened during Wang Yao's battle with Lei Hao and the rest back then. This was how restriction of entry for those of different classes into different areas of exploration came about. As of now, the Frozen Sea Tundra development plan was formally completed. The size of the humans' territory on this planet had once again increased slightly. Currently, Chen, Feng and Su Fei were already back at the Genetic Union. As they had completed the mission flawlessly, they would be receiving generous rewards from the Union. Chen Feng had been anticipating this for way too long. At the center of the Genetic Union, countless people were witnessing the triumphant return of these two. They were also anticipating finding out what their rewards would be. Soon, the rewards were announced. Due to Su Fei's huge contribution, an exception was made for him and he was allowed to join the headquarters of the Genetic Union, becoming a true member of the Genetic Union. Not bad. Everyone nodded slightly. For someone who had originally been an ordinary employee, a temporary worker, even, this could be considered the best reward for Su Fei. The act of him becoming an official member of the Genetic Union was in itself an unimaginably generous reward. One had to know that the rewards awarded by the Genetic Union for the class certifications of their members and the rewards for the future missions he could undertake as their official member would be extremely generous. Su Fei was beaming so much he couldn't even close his mouth. Many thanks. As for Chen Feng, the person in charge of handing out the rewards paused before saying, based on our discussion with the people from the association, we have decided to let you select your own reward. Oh? Chen Feng's eyes shone. The person in charge indifferently said, first option, based on our current understanding, you are currently at D class, with your main attribute at 6,000 points. We at the Genetic Union can grant you perfect protection up until you reach C class. All the required resources and even the fusion gene reagent will be provided by us. Bang! The hearts of everyone else trembled. What a terrifying reward. To directly increase one whole class for him? This was something no amount of resources could compare with. A perfect promotion into C class was the biggest reward the Genetic Union could grant him. How about the second option? Chen Feng was shaken as well. From this alone, it was obvious that the Genetic Union would not be holding back in their rewards. The second option, the person in charge paused before continuing, we make an exception for you and allow you to join the Genetic Union. AI? Everyone else obviously blanked momentarily at that. Entering the Genetic Union? Wait, wasn't Chen Feng someone from the Gene Production Association? How was this a reward? This was obviously poaching. Wait, no, he was saying make an exception? Could it be? Chen Feng's eyes shone. That's right. A smile appeared on the person in charge's mouth. Due to the unique strength you possess, you can coexist in both organizations. Hiss. Everyone else inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. In other words, Chen Feng could enter both the Gene Production Association and the Genetic Union at the same time? Regardless of which of these two someone joined, the treatments accorded to their core members were extremely generous. Now, Chen Feng was able to become a core member of both organizations? 2 sets of benefits and access to all their missions. On top of that, all the unique rewards for special occasions, such as Genetic Warriors class certification rewards, would be available for him. Next though, everyone started frowning. This reward indeed appeared flawless. However, how many of the Genetic Union's rewards could Chen Feng actually get? One could not forget that Chen Feng was a producer in essence. As for the rewards of the Genetic Union, all of them would be something one could only obtain through combat-related activities.
Even for one of their lowest-ranked certifications, for example, a D-class certification, the genetic union's requirement would also be an absolute combat power.
This was something unreachable for Chen Feng. It might very well be possible that the act of Chen Feng joining their headquarters would gain him nothing apart from fame and access to the missions of the genetic union.
That was all he would gain.
This reward that seemed so flawless was in fact not too reliable.
Comparatively, the guaranteed entry into C-class by the genetic union would be a reward of substance.
They started whispering to each other.
What will Chen Feng choose? No idea.
Chen Feng was thinking about it without stop as well. Have you decided? The person in charge asked calmly.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Yes. I want to join the genetic union. Hua. Everyone else was in an uproar, while Chen Feng's expression was unprecedentedly resolute.
This decision was made after thorough consideration by him. As far as he was concerned, C-class was not a problem. It was something he could reach merely by working hard for a period of time. The help provided by the genetic union might not necessarily guarantee a faster advancement speed compared to his own advancement methods.
Rather, those certification rewards he could collect after joining. He seemed to remember that the Gene Production Association had generous rewards for their members. For example, the Peril Rebirth for their master producers. If so, as the strongest organization of genetic warriors in this world, would the genetic union be holding back when rewarding their members? Obviously not. If so, Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was truly anticipating it. He believed that, as long as he completed the certifications of the genetic union, the rewards he stood to gain would definitely not be lacking even when compared with the guaranteed advancement into C-class they had offered him. However, before doing all this, there was still one more thing Chen Feng needed to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Life. Chapter 250, Life. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Clear City. Presently, this city was illuminated by the radiance of the sun while the citizens there were already getting started with their busy daily life activities. At the intensive care unit in the hospital of the city, an old man was resting on a bed. Beside him, a beautiful lady was carefully taking care of him. She was slicing the fruits into small pieces before feeding them to the old man. Beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Take a rest, little Min, the old man smiled as he said. Don't worry about it, father. The young lady wiped the beads of sweat before continuing. The doctor says that you can be discharged from the hospital soon. After you rest for a period of time, your genes that are in necrosis will be restored. The old man listened. Good. At the same time, on a hospital bed near them, a young man was taking in this harmonious sight of a father and daughter. This sight moved him. The sight of that kind young lady moved him even more. This started 1 month before, when he had accidentally encountered this father and daughter pair. From that moment onward, he had been deeply attracted to this young lady. She was kind and gentle and was incredibly beautiful on top of that. Wasn't this the very young lady that he had been waiting for all this while? Little Min. Mu Yuan had fallen in love. At least, this little Min was much better than that bunny girl. As such, for this young lady, for an accidental light injury he'd suffered during gene production that was supposed to have taken only a short time to heal, he had insisted on staying in this hospital for 1 whole month. Mu Yuan planned. They will be leaving the hospital soon. At that time, I can leave together and take the opportunity to get to know her. If he were to hit on the girl beside her sick father, he would probably be beaten to death. Tomorrow, when they left the hospital, it would be more proper for him to hit on the young lady. After great difficulty, he had finally walked out of the shadow cast on him by that bunny girl. This time, he was truly seriously in love. He knew that he did not possess the crazy qualifications Chen Feng possessed. Despite that, it still wouldn't be a bad option to find a lovable lady to accompany him as he started an ordinary life. At the same time, an ironclad reached its station. Chen Feng had arrived at Clear City as well. Before he started focusing on the affairs pertaining to the genetic union, he had one thing to do. He had to give some care to family members of Go Li's dead wife. This was the only request Go Li had made of him. Due to Go Li's valiant strength back then, he had gotten himself an 18-year-old young lady as his wife. Unexpectedly, shortly after their marriage, that incident had happened. The young lady had come from a single-parent family. Apart from the single parent, she only had a younger brother that was around 7 or 8 years younger than her. Go Li hoped that Chen Feng could give them some help upon returning. Go Li had, after all, owed that family too much. Life. Chen Feng lamented. It has been 10 years, hopefully, that family is getting by well. He arrived at the address given by Goli. It was located at the shabby older district of the city. Here in this magnificent genetic era, the contrast was even more apparent, as this district looked even shabbier. It seemed like they were surviving on social assistance grants. After all, only an old father and a little kid were left in their family. It was true that Goli owed them a lot. However, just as Chen Feng arrived, he saw a familiar-looking silhouette there. That was Mu Yuan. That's right, he saw Mu Yuan there. Currently, Mu Yuan was carefully holding onto an old man together with a beautiful young lady as he walked over. Mu Yuan raised his head with surprise. Chen Feng? The young lady glanced at Chen Feng with her huge eyes. Your friend? Mu Yuan nodded. MHM. The young lady smiled as she said, we will enter the house first, then. My father needs rest anyway. You talk to your friend first. When you are done, you can come to my house to take a rest. The third unit over there is my home. Mu Yuan nodded. MHM. Next, the young lady and the old man slowly walked over to their house. Their house wasn't too far. After only several steps and a turn would they reach it. Chen Feng. Mu Yuan was excited. Why are you here? Doing my friend a favor. Chen Feng had a toying smile on his face. But you, kid, how capable. That young lady. He. Mu Yuan was feeling proud. A new friend. Today, by helping this young lady and her father home, it was a great opportunity for him to get to know them. He believed that, with his status, he would definitely be able to move the young lady's heart. What place was this? This was the slum housing area. As for him? He was an intermediate gene producer. That, coupled with him being a kind and honest person with a stable career, according to his opinion, there was no problem. No mishaps would happen this time. You need to be careful, Chen Feng said with a toying smile on his face. Your previous bunny girl incident was quite devastating. Don't worry. Mu Yuan was feeling confident. This time around, he had been observing them for 1 whole month. Moreover, that old man frequently had the young lady's baby picture placed on the table. MHM, truly beautiful. MHM, down there. MHM, she's definitely a genuine female. 1. Cough cough. That's good, then. Chen Feng talked to Mu Yuan for a while. However, Mu Yuan was obviously distracted, as his sight kept landing on the direction the young lady had left in. Chen Feng laughed. Go, we can catch up again when we have the time. He. The emotional Mu Yuan vanished at the corner of the street. Chen Feng shook his head as he laughed. This guy. Forget it. Since he is busy with his love life, I shall not impose on him. MHM. It was better for him to focus on looking for Goli's family and helping them out. Sooner or later, Goli would return. At that time, this task he did for Goli would be a huge favor Goli owed him. Regardless of how he looked at it, Chen Feng felt that this would be a task worth doing. After checking the address, Chen Feng walked toward the corner and walked along the street in the shabby-looking district. MHM. After taking 2 turns, he saw a shabby-looking house. Third unit, MHM, this is it. Ding dong. Chen Feng pressed the doorbell. Surprisingly, Mu Yuan was the one to open the door. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Wait. He rechecked the address he had and doubtfully asked, third unit? Ah. Mu Yuan was surprised as well. This is the third unit. The house of Miss Chi Chi? Chen Feng asked again. Ah. Mu Yuan was startled awake. Shit, you're looking for this family as well? What's up? The young lady stretched her head out behind the door. Mu Yuan gave a hollow laugh before continuing, let me talk to my friend first. Shua. He dragged Chen Feng out. Mu Yuan appeared horrified. Damn, brother, you are not here on an assassination mission, right? Chen Feng. The heck, do I look like an executioner? Chen Feng shrugged. This family is related to one of my friends. He told me that their living conditions had been quite bad and told me to give them some help. I will be done after giving them some money to help them out. That's good. Then. Mu Yuan exhaled in relief. He had finally met someone he loved after great difficulty. Once again, the two returned. Chen Feng knocked on the door and the young lady opened the door.
After telling her his identity, Chen Feng continued, Senior Go sent me here to understand the situation here.
Schwa. The young lady's expression changed greatly. Senior Go. He's still alive. She was shaken.
Yes, he wanted to let you all know that, in this whole life of his, he had loved only one person. He would not let her down, and he would not let her family down either.
As for the blood debt back then, the enemy is still alive. The moment they are confident enough to defeat the enemy, he will definitely return.
As she heard this, the young lady sobbed silently.
10 years. They had been waiting to hear this for 10 whole years. After a long time, she finally regained her calm. Come in. She invited Chen Feng in.
Next, she looked at Mu Yuan.
You wait outside first.
Mu Yuan was dumbstruck.
Ah. Oh.
Chen Feng walked in doubtfully. That was because the information Goli had given him had clearly indicated that his wife Chi-Chi only had a little brother and an old father. Apart from this, there were no other family members.
This young lady. Thump.
The heavy sound of footsteps resounded. The old man was coming out after hearing the sound of activity out here. Abruptly, something astonishing happened. The so-called young lady took off her long dress. Beneath the dress was a clean set of short-sleeve cloths and short pants. With some water, she wiped her face and her current appearance vanished, exposing a clean-looking appearance on her face. The long hair on her head was taken off and stuffed into the cabinet beside her.
Thump.
The old man walked over.
Oh, little Lee is back? Father. He walked forth. You are finished with your work?
The old man sighed. Your older sister just took me back from the hospital.
Io, look at these old bones of mine.
Chen Feng was dumbstruck as he saw this.
Wait. Sister?
The guy called Little Lee looked at Chen Feng apologetically. After a long time, when the old man had once again gone into the room to rest, he told Chen Feng the truth. His father had dementia. Coupled with that dried-up heart of his body was in quite a bad condition. Presently, he was merely preserving his life with great difficulty. Therefore, he did not dare to provoke his emotions in any way.
Moreover, those medicines that were too expensive were out of reach for them.
At first, he had lied to his father, telling him that Chi-Chi was too busy to return. However, as time had passed, this excuse had become harder to use. As such, in order to clear the doubts in his father's mind, the younger brother had decided to disguise himself as his sister. Finally, it had led to the scene Chen Feng saw today.
I quite resemble my sister.
Little Lee was somewhat shy as he said this. Many people can't tell us apart.
Chen Feng. What a benevolent father and filial son. What a harmonious family.
Chen Feng felt somewhat gratified. This lad had truly put his all into taking care of this father of his. After thinking for a bit, Chen Feng transmitted a certain amount of funds over to them. Chen Feng patted Little Lee's shoulder.
Move to a better area. This money will be sufficient for the both of you to have a good life. Senior Go will return one day. Little Lee was grateful. Many thanks. However, currently, there's still one problem. Mu Yuan.
Suddenly, Chen Feng started pitying him.
What a pitiful guy. Just tactfully reject him then. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. Just pretend that you don't like him and reject him. Don't tell him the truth.
Let this pitiful fellow keep at least some of his delusions. Soon, Chen Feng and Mu Yuan left.
This time, I will definitely move her heart.
Mu Yuan was feeling refreshed. I'm feeling even more confident now that she's a relative of your friend.
Chen Feng. Let me tell you, this young lady here is truly kind-hearted.
Mu Yuan continued talking about the young lady in detail. He also told Chen Feng how the shadow cast onto his heart by the bunny girl had caused him to only dare to confirm that the young lady was a genuine female after seeing her baby picture.
Chen Feng kept silent before asking, what's her name? Chi-Chi. What a nice-sounding name.
At this moment, Mu Yuan's IQ seemed to linger in the single digits, as he had not noticed anything wrong at all.
Finally, Chen Feng understood. Wasn't Chi-Chi the name of Go Li's dead wife? So the baby picture Mu Yuan saw was Go Li's wife,
Well, Mu Yuan could be considered to have profited, as he'd gotten the chance to see everything of Go Li's wife for free. As for whether he would end up chopped to death by Go Li in the future, that was another story. What a pitiful fellow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 251, Certification. Chapter 251, Certification. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Late that night, Chen Feng returned to the genetic union. As for the matter pertaining to Mu Yuan, he could only encourage Little Li to tactfully reject him, to let Mu Yuan wallow in the loss of his love for a short while. As for letting him know the truth, there were things that some people were better off not knowing. At 8 sharp, Chen Feng and Su Fei arrived at the certification area as agreed. Surprising them, this place was filled up with genetic warriors. These warriors who were emitting terrifying aura out of their bodies stepped back to make way for these two to enter. C class, B class, A class. As they walked the open path, their hearts trembled. When these genetic warriors looked at them, their eyes were filled with a toying expression. The certification of these two had indeed attracted a lot of attention. First, there was Su Fei. Initially an ordinary employee of the genetic union, due to his success in this mission, he had gained fame with a single leap and been accepted into the union, becoming a core member.
An instant transformation from a temporary worker into a permanent member of the union. This was something that had never happened before. From this, it was apparent that missions related to the opening of a new camp were indeed the best venue to gain contributions. Now they were all curious about the actual strength of this Su Fei. Next there was Chen Feng. The reason he'd piqued their interest was obvious. He was a gene producer with a unique ability who had been invited to join their mission at the last minute. Despite the fact that he was a celebrity producer with great fame, his combat power, on the other hand. Some were curious. Some were jealous. Some admired him. For various reasons, this place was now filled with people. They were all aware of the terrifying strength demonstrated by Chen Feng during the rookie competition. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have heard of it somewhere else. Chen Feng's actual combat power was definitely not low. However, that was merely a competition. In a competition, gene reagents could be used. Moreover, unlimited materials and time were given for production. In the real world, though, none of those were given. Here, at the certification grounds of the genetic union, the usage of gene reagents was prohibited. This was a place where only pure combat power would be tested. This is, after all, not a test provided by the Production Association. A lot of people were not optimistic about Chen Feng's results for this certification. A gene producer was normally weak in regard to combat power. If even the usage of gene reagents was restricted. Someone sneered. Well, it's about time these celebrity producers know the difference between their certification and our certification. As far as some of them were concerned, Chen Feng was simply here to insult them. A producer like him had the guts to come here for certification? This was simply him representing all producers to provoke the genetic warriors. Imagine if a D-class gene producer like Chen Feng passed their D-class certification. Where should the D-class warriors of the genetic union who'd failed this certification put their face? Chen Feng and Su Fei walked forth toward the certification center. The arrangements are completed, said the person in charge. All right. Chen Feng and Su Fei entered. Schwa. The door for the certification center opened. Behind the door, a huge hall appeared before their eyes. To avoid outside disturbance and keep any unexpected incidents from happening, all the genetic warriors undergoing certification were cleared out of this place. As of now, this whole center was only available for the both of them. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Isn't this somewhat excessive? This is what you both deserve, the person in charge said indifferently before a sneer appeared on his face. There are still some who believe that you and Su Fei were merely lucky enough to get the chance to tag along during this mission. For the safety of the both of you, we can't reveal more details of the mission to them. As such, the only thing we can do is demonstrate your strength to them. Here, he was the only one aware of how dangerous the mission had been. If clearing up new lands to build a camp was so easy a feat, they would have done it long ago. For the success of this mission, 90% of the contribution was thanks to Chen Feng and Su Fei. They were clear of this. This was the glory belonging to the both of them. Proceed, then. It's time to wake those people up, the person in charge said with a smile. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. You are not afraid that those people will be overly shocked? The person in charge smiled calmly. It's even better if that's possible. All right. Now Chen Feng was feeling confident. Obtaining the support of the person in charge here signified the huge importance they'd placed on him. Next, he only needed to let these people know the actual combat power of him, the celebrity producer. Schwa. Chen Feng and Su Fei entered. Within the hall, two androids that looked exactly the same as humans appeared. This was how the certifications of genetic union were conducted, through combat with androids. The first batch, F-Class.
These androids were built with the standard body and abilities of an F-Class.
As such, a flawless F-Class combat power would be displayed by these androids. After defeating one of them, one would be able to pass the F-Class certification. The certification here was unrelated to one's actual class. The only thing tested was one's actual combat power.
If one failed to pass this certification, even if one was actually in B class, one would still fail to get the rewards for the F-Class certification.
Soon. The eyes of both F-Class androids started flickering with light. Certification began. Bang! Bang! Dot. With a single punch, both androids collapsed immediately. For the present them, F-Class androids like these were simply not a problem. Schwa! F-Class certification, passed. Second batch, E-Class. 2 androids that had obviously been produced from better materials appeared. The observers around them were already filled with anticipation. Although both Chen, Feng and Su Fei were in D-Class, one of them was a normal submarine crew and the other was a producer. As such, as far as they were concerned, these two weren't particularly strong. Perhaps, they would fail at E-Class? Bang! Bang! After 2 flashes, Chen Feng and Su Fei retracted their hands calmly as the 2 androids in front of them were flung away. One punch. Once again, it was a single punch. 2 people, 1 punch per person to deal with their respective opponent. On top of that, no genetic abilities had been used. What joke was that? With their current combat power, when facing someone who was much weaker than them, there was simply no need for any genetic abilities. Someone was astonished. They actually insta-killed the androids. Well, they are D-classes after all. Their combat power shouldn't be too weak. Someone said in disdain, I suppose they will be quickly defeated once they reach D-class certification. However, the gaze of some of the crowd was already different when looking at Chen Feng and Su Fei. Granted, both of them had only defeated a mere E-class android. However, their acts of defeating the androids were not the crucial point here. The crux here was the method in which they battled. Insta-killing. Using their fists. In their memories, Chen Feng and Su Fei seem to have spirit as their main attribute, so they should be physically weak without using genetic abilities, right? If that was the case, their actual combat power. Hiss. At this thought, the expressions of some of the crowd changed. They now knew that these 2 who had completed that mission probably possessed much stronger combat power. Schwa! D-class certification began. Schwa! The third batch of androids appeared. Both androids charged toward Chen Feng and Su Fei. For D-class certifications, the androids used would have a main attribute of 10,000 points and 3 common genetic abilities fused. Apart from this, a certain amount of combat techniques were also installed within the androids, giving them a certain amount of combat power. I'm afraid this will be a bitter battle for them. Meichem, however, they still stand some chance. After all, this is only a D-class certification. The crowd guessed. However, outside of all their expectations, at this moment, Su Fei took the initiative to make the first move. Bang! With a single step forward, his silhouette seemed to drift past the androids. Next, with a ka-cha sound, a round android's head could be seen rolling on the ground. Schwa! Around them, everyone sunk into silence. Translator's thoughts. Limaston. Please read. Dear all, as you may have all noticed, this novel no longer has the watch add to unlock option. As there are a lot of questions and discussions on this, I will be addressing this issue here. Firstly, this change was due to this novel being chosen to join the premium project. For all novels in the premium, there will be no watch add to unlock option. To find out more about this premium project, please refer to Book of Answers and Book of Events. Secondly, I wish to clarify that the translator is the not one to decide which novel goes premium and the price for the chapters. The novels that go premium are decided by the management while the price of the chapters is determined by the word count. Thirdly, a number of false information has been spreading around. I would like to clarify that for this particular novel, all latest released chapters will be locked and require spirit stones to be unlocked. However, one chapter will be unlocked every single day, which means there will still be 7 free chapters every week. I hope this clarifies and thank you for reading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Conquer. Chapter 252, Conquer. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish. It's over. Su Fei had taken less than 2 seconds to end the battle in such a straightforward way.
Before everyone else had even gotten the chance to recover from their shock, the other android reached Chen Feng and the next battle began. Instantly, Chen Feng assembled his energy equipment.
Bang! His punch landed. Bang! A hole was created in the android's chest from the punch.
Thus, the battle ended with another insta-kill.
Everyone there was dumbstruck. It ended just like that?
They had initially believed that this would be a dragged-out battle and, by the time it ended, regardless of Su Fei or Chen Feng, they would have already erupted with an unimaginably powerful strength.
This was their assessment despite the androids being standard D-class. However, those were insta-kills they had achieved there. What was going on? They were all stupefied. If it was Su Fei, fine. No matter what, he was still a genetic warrior, after all, despite the fact that he had previously been a normal employee. But wasn't Chen Feng a gene producer? If he was allowed to use gene reagents, this would be easier to accept. They were truly convinced of Chen Feng's strength as a gene producer. However, this was a test where the use of gene reagents was prohibited. This Chen Feng.
At this point, many of them already had a solemn expression on their face. As for those D-class genetic warriors that had not passed their D-class certification so far, they were feeling somewhat awkward. Something they had not accomplished had been accomplished by Chen Feng. On top of that, Chen Feng was younger than all of them. Moreover, he was a freaking gene producer. The mouth of someone curled up, forming a smile. Well, this makes things interesting. Currently, along with their passing of the certification, the gazes of the others when looking at them changed into acknowledgement. At least, these two's actual combat power matched their present class. Here at the Genetic Union, strength was the only standard they adhered by. What were the types of people that were looked down on by the Genetic Union? Those whose class had advanced, yet their actual combat power still lagged behind. Such a person was what the Genetic Union looked down on. Only by passing the Genetic Union's certification could one be considered to have truly reached the newly advanced class. As for those capable of transcending classes to challenge those in a higher class, these people would be genuine geniuses. Even more so for those who transcended their class and passed the certification for a class above them. Every single month, a few such people would appear to stun everyone. As for Chen Feng and Su Fei, no one had ever considered the possibility of them accomplishing that. And now, the fourth batch, the certification for C-class, officially began. Shwa! 2 androids with lights swirling around their bodies appeared. It's starting. Everyone's eyes shone. They were now aware that both Chen Feng and Su Fei had quite the formidable combat power. However, how strong were they actually? This would depend on how long they survived under the attacks of the C-class androids. Normally, those who barely passed the D-class certification would not be able to last against even a single move from the android here. From their previous battle, they will probably be able to last over 10 moves, someone guessed. The power Su Fei and Chen Feng had erupted with earlier was quite powerful. As such, even when facing someone in C-class that was supposed to be much more powerful than them, lasting more than 10 moves was still probable for them. At least, this was what the crowd believed.
Put. Someone said in disdain, 10 moves? Do you think a C-class is something so ordinary? If you ask me, I think they won't last even 2 moves. True, in their previous battle, it might have appeared that they insta-killed the androids. However, they had already erupted with all their strength there. Chen Feng with his energy equipment and that sudden strength eruption of Su Fei's. It is simply impossible for them to be any much stronger than that. Some nodded slightly as they agreed with this assessment. C-class and D-class were simply akin to 2 different worlds. Even if the additional genetic ability was ignored, the attributes alone had a disparity of tenfold. This was simply a battle between those in different leagues. 10 moves? Impossible. Now, as both androids neared Chen Feng and Su Fei, a new battle was starting. This time, Su Fei was still the one to make the first move. Before the android even got near him, he charged forth at the start of the battle. His battling style was still as explosive as ever. Bang! 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 Su Fei started raging as his punches rained forth. At this instant, a formidable power erupted. Since his body reconstruction at the Frozen Sea, since the transformation at the Frozen Sea, even Chen Feng was unaware of the actual strength this guy possessed. Along with the loss of all the hair on his body, an unimaginable power had been obtained by him. Bang! Bang! Dot! An endless flame emerged. Facing the C-class android, Su Fei erupted with all his strength at first contact. All the flame he could muster was concentrated on his fist as he shot out his punches. Raging Flame Fist.
This was the first ability Chen Feng had seen from Su Fei when they first met. However, this time, when this ability was once again used, its might was astonishingly dreadful.
Bang! Flame bloomed. Hum.
Opposite him, the android started emitting a chilly radiance from its body. Facing Su Fei's flame, it had zero fear as its terrifying genetic ability charged forth toward Su Fei. If nothing unexpected were to happen, this would be the first direct collision between the both of them.
Su Fei versus android.
Both with their strongest method of attack.
Here it comes.
Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Such a confrontation was something they had seen many times before. If their guesses were correct, after this collision, the weaker side would sink into a disadvantageous position. What followed next would be the weaker side being pushed back consecutively, sinking into a deeper disadvantageous position before, finally, ending up defeated. This was how a typical battle would progress. However, just as their attacks were about to collide, everyone's pupils shrunk. In midair, the two attacks that were about to collide, at this moment, missed each other.
Su Fei.
He had actually taken the initiative to change his attack trajectory.
Schwa. Everyone stood up abruptly. What is he thinking of doing?
Their hearts thumped furiously. This was simply a battling method where both sides would be killed together. As Su Fei had changed his attack trajectory to aim straight at the android, this signified that their attacks would not collide, instead, they would be mutually attacking each other's bodies.
Careful.
The person in charge's expression changed slightly.
What joke was this? Competing in body durability with an android? Had he gone crazy?
This was simply a certification. The expressions of everyone there changed greatly.
No one had expected that this guy called Su Fei would be so crazy.
Including the person in charge, a group of experts were already prepared to make their move to rescue Su Fei.
However, at this moment, bang! The attacks landed.
At that, everyone's eyes widened abruptly.
Everyone was stunned.
There, Su Fei's attack had landed loudly and smashed the android apart. Similarly, the entirety of the android's attack had landed on Su Fei's body. That terrifying power caused countless people's hearts to palpitate as they prepared to rescue Su Fei. Although they had sneered at Su Fei, they would definitely not allow something to happen to him.
However, right at this moment, a faint blue radiance flickered on Su Fei's body. Hum.
Next, the attack that had landed on Su Fei's body started dissolving at an inconceivable speed. By the time it touched his flesh, only 1/10 of its original strength remained.
Pooh. Su Fei spurted out a mouthful of blood.
Even if this was only 1/10 of its original power, it was evidently still quite a hard attack to receive with his body.
However, at the same time, bang!
The android exploded on the spot.
He won. Everyone's heart leaped furiously.
All these felt like it had taken a long time to occur. However, in fact, from the start of Su Fei's attack until now, only 2 seconds had passed.
Chen Feng's battle had yet to even start. Su Fei had taken 1 second to approach the android and another second to exchange blows with the android. Next, the battle had ended.
Such a simple and straightforward battle.
Everyone else was stupefied. Transcending class. This was an act of him transcending his class to challenge someone of a higher class.
Apart from the original geniuses of the Union, this temporary worker that had just joined had accomplished this feat as well.
What an inconceivable comeback! They gulped. How ferocious.
Previously, there were still some who'd looked down on Su Fei.
Now, as Su Fei passed the C-class certification, the gazes of everyone when looking at him were filled with only admiration and acceptance.
This was how a member of the genetic union should be.
Su Fei had used such a method to win everyone's approval. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Not bad. These fellows from the genetic union were quite straightforward in nature. If they disliked you, it would be made known. If they admired you, it would be clear as well.
Such a characteristic was what Chen Feng admired. Then, next, let me conquer your hearts.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Schwa. Energy equipment assembled.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 253, Shall We Forget It? Chapter 253, Shall We Forget It? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the Genetic Union, everyone was focused on the upcoming battle with interested expressions.
Just a short while ago, Su Fei's explosive way of dealing with the C-class android had obtained their approval.
And now Chen Feng's android had finally reached him.
Bang!
A terrifying energy was condensed.
The C-Class android's eyes flickered with a red light as its battle intent surged. Chen Feng was now locked onto by the android. Here it comes. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood.
The C-Class android was too powerful, and it simply surpassed Chen Feng's current strength in every aspect. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be this android's opponent.
But now, a smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Shwa! His energy equipment assembly was completed. A dazzling radiance swirled around Chen Feng's body.
Everyone was aware that this was Chen Feng's energy equipment, which was capable of providing him great combat power.
However, it was still somewhat lacking if he wished to defeat the C-Class android with this.
The reason for that was quite simple. Even if Chen Feng possessed an energy equipment, the android had its own secret art as well. Chen Feng might be able to amplify his strength using the energy equipment, but the android was also able to amplify its strength by a great amount.
Bang! The android erupted. At this instant, a terrifying power bloomed, not unlike the previous encounter between Su Fei and the android. The energy swirling around Chen Feng was condensed as he charged toward the android. Surprising everyone there, right this moment, his energy equipment separated from his body.
This? They widened their eyes.
There's such a method of operating the energy equipment? Shio!
The shiny energy equipment smashed toward the android with a terrifying might.
The F***CK, this works? Someone exclaimed in admiration, energy equipment separating from the user's body? How does this work?
However, after being momentarily amazed by it, they were able to get a clear judgment on it. An attack at this level might be powerful, but it is only sufficient to deal serious damage to the android. That's right, dealing a serious injury yet failing to kill it. What Chen Feng needed to face next would be the android's desperate trump card launched before death, an attack more terrifying than its opening move. In the end, both of them would probably die together. Based on the rules, perishing together with the android would not be considered a pass. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his hand.
Shwa!
A gust of energy shot out from his hand.
With that, Chen Feng displayed a brand new ability. This was an ability Luck Aura had selected out of myriad illusions.
It was capable of shrinking the energy equipment to a certain extent yet only required 1 point of luck value to activate. What would the effect of this ability be?
Only God would know. Shwa!
That released energy shot forth and landed on the energy equipment. Next, the shiny and powerful-looking energy equipment started shrinking rapidly. The initially huge energy equipment was now as small as a goose's egg.
Shrink! Some recognized that ability.
It was an ability capable of reducing the size of a released ability or attack without reducing its power.
However, what was the point of using it now? Finally, the energy equipment collided with the android. Due to the abrupt reduction in the energy equipment's size, the android had to instantly readjust its posture to deal with it. Next, the goose egg-sized energy equipment was stuffed straight into its mouth. Everyone present was alarmed. Bang!
Subsequently, a terrifying energy explosion happened.
Bang! Bang! A terrifying sound of explosion could be heard.
What they heard was not only the sound from the energy equipment's explosion, it also included the explosion of the android's own attack, which it had lost control over due to the energy equipment's explosion in its mouth.
The flame from the explosion was extremely bright. No one was able to see clearly what was going on.
After a long time, an android's head with electrical currents coiled around it was flung out of the center of the explosion before landing and starting to roll on the ground.
The C-Class android was dead. Everyone sunk into silence.
Nobody had expected Chen Feng to obtain victory in such a manner. Even if the scene where his energy equipment separated from his body was ignored, the scene where the energy equipment shrunk at the point of collision before it was stuffed right into the android's mouth followed by an explosion was quite an intoxicating scene. The feeling when one witnessed that scene was simply indescribable. As of now, both Chen Feng and Su Fei had passed their C-Class certification.
Both these new members had used such methods to obtain everyone's approval. Now, the 5th batch of androids had appeared as well. B-Class certification officially began. They are attempting the B-Class certification?
Everyone widened their eyes.
Had these two gone crazy?
This might be the genetic union's arrangement, someone guessed.
Some couldn't understand. For what? Obviously to teach them the true strength of the genetic union. Someone started to analyze it in a professional manner. Think about it. Where should the union put their face when two mere new members start dominating the certification the moment they joined? Hence, they decided to show them the genetic union's strength by throwing some B-class androids at them. So that's the case. Everyone felt enlightened. Unfortunately, they were probably unaware that this was simply not what the union had intended. The only reason this certification session had proceeded into B-class was due to it being the request of Chen Feng and Su Fei. Schwa. 2 new androids walked into the hall. The energy swirling around these androids and the material they were made from were obviously different than the previous androids. Both these androids appeared to be radiating a sense of elegance. It's here. Su Fei's eyes shone. He was clear on his actual strength. Chen Feng was an all-round type of warrior specializing in no particular aspect. As such, he had no obvious weak points as well, and he would be able to use various tricks to get himself out of a predicament. This did not apply to Su Fei. His initial strength was quite weak. Even after his body had been reconstructed by the tortoise's blood, he still specialized in only a single aspect, attack. Only by attacking could he demonstrate his superiority. Come. Su Fei was filled with battle intent. Bang! Just as the android entered the hall, Su Fei erupted with his attack. Just like he had previously, he moved quickly and violently as he instantly unleashed all his power. This was his full power attack. Opposite him, red light flickered in the android's eyes as it brandished its hands to counterattack. Bang! With a violent shockwave, their attacks collided, followed by an explosion. Pooh! Su Fei started spurting blood as he was flung away. The aftershock of the previous collision was intercepted by the person in charge before it spread further. With this, the battle ended. This was simply a battle between those in different leagues. Su Fei smiled bitterly. The disparity is too big. You are only D-class, the person in charge stated petulantly. These two bastards were simply too crazy, even if they were indeed attempting to transcend their class. If he had been somewhat slower, what would they have done if an incurable injury had been suffered? Wouldn't they be crippled after that? The person in charge felt helpless. The two of you. Chen Feng. The person in charge stopped both Chen Feng and the B-class android that were about to start their battle and said, "You have seen for yourself what happened to Su Fei. How about we forget this?" The disparity was truly too big. The crowd around them agreed with this as well. Their feat of defeating the C-class android was sufficient for them to stand tall. It was possible for one to transcend a single class. However, as for transcending 2 classes? That was simply impossible. Even if genetic abilities were ignored, the disparity of their attributes alone was as wide as heaven and earth. For these two who were only in D class, their main attribute would only be 10,000 points at most. As for B class? Even if it was only an android, even if the weakest B class certification android was used, its attributes would be reaching at least 100,000 points. How was it possible for them to defeat such an opponent? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, End of Certification. Chapter 254, End of Certification. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. B Class. Chen Feng stared at the android in front of him. Even without the person in charge telling him about it, he could also feel the android's strength. However, if he were to give up just like this, it would be too much of a regret. Chen Feng sighed. This is something worth a tenfold of mission points. Mission points was the core mechanic the genetic union used in their reward system. As long as one completed a corresponding mission, one would be able to obtain a certain amount of mission points. Using the mission points, one would be able to exchange for whatever they wished. And the most generous amount of mission points could be obtained by passing the certifications. F-Class Certification, 10 points. E-Class Certification, 100 points. D-Class Certification, 1,000 points. C-Class Certification, 10,000 points. B-Class Certification, 100,000 points. The amount of mission points one class's certification would award was multiple times larger than the previous class's certification. This was also the reason every member of the genetic union tried their best to pass the certification. The moment one broke through into a new class, as long as one passed the certification for it, one would be able to obtain a huge amount of points, which could then be used to exchange for items to greatly increase their strength. All sorts of things could be obtained using these points. For example, the D-Class Spirit Training Room, a room capable of increasing one's spirit attribute by a huge amount. Moreover, it would also help one increase their spiritual control and stability. Every hour using this room would exhaust 100 points. Another example was all sorts of powerful secret arts.
At the Gene Production Association, one would be able to obtain the formulas for all sorts of gene armaments using the points there. Here at the Genetic Union, one would be able to obtain all sorts of powerful secret arts. Apart from these, there was also a multitude of other methods of using the points here.
Chen Feng was clear on what his current goal was.
He was now at 6,000 points of spiritual energy. If he were to train in the D-Class Spirit Training Room for a period of time, he would definitely be able to increase his spiritual energy greatly. Since using timber raccoons for gene strengthening was no longer helpful for him, this was a rational method for him to improve himself.
All these things would require mission points. Were the mission points for the C-Class certification huge in amount?
As far as Chen Feng was concerned, it was simply a small amount compared to his needs. If he wanted to maintain his high-speed advancement, he had to obtain the mission points awarded for passing the B-Class certification.
Chen Feng started stirring. It's not like I have no chance of passing this. He needed to give it a try no matter what. There was nothing to lose anyway.
I wish to continue the challenge, Chen Feng stated without any hesitation. The person in charge sighed.
Fine.
It is also a good to just let him try once, lest he keep thinking about it in the future.
Schwa. Once again, the android was activated. The challenge began. Red radiance started bubbling. The android was about to make its move. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Such an android was extremely powerful. With a combat strength up to the standards of its corresponding class, instability in its strength level definitely would not happen. However, despite the numerous advantages enjoyed by the android possessed a weakness that couldn't quite be considered as a weakness.
This was the same weakness Chen Feng had encountered previously.
Ah.
Chen Feng laughed lightly. Around him, a seemingly endless energy condensed suddenly. There was no charging or preparation time. Rather, the only thing he currently focused on was speed. After using energy equipment explosion, and all sorts of other powerful moves in his earlier matches, this time, Chen Feng had once again returned to one of his basic abilities, Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade. With the help of his luck value, he activated Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade. Within every single blade he unleashed, 50% of the blade's energy was made up of the original wind attribute of the blade. Every single one of these blades was focused on speed, possessing astonishing speed. And in every single one of these blades was also various odd abilities whose functions were something even Chen Feng himself was not aware of.
Xiao.
Instantly, several hundred wind blades were unleashed.
The amount unleashed was quite astonishing.
Back when Chen Feng had been a mere F class, he had only been able to release 10 wind blades per second. As he'd improved in strength, this amount had increased without stop. However, what sorts of revision were required in the ways he activated this ability and the amount of luck value required were changing along with the increase of his strength. As such, he had always been clueless regarding this aspect.
But now, the luck aura was capable of giving Chen Feng accurate feedback, 300 wind blades per second, 1 point of luck value exhaustion.
This was Chen Feng's current strength, much stronger than the previous him. After his luck aura had gone through several optimizations, this was the revised amount of luck value exhaustion for his wind blades.
Schwa. He erupted with a huge amount of wind blades, stunning everyone there.
Abruptly, the pupils of the crowd shrank.
300 wind blades per second, such a terrifying amount was sufficient to shock everyone. Moreover, the scariest part of these wind blades was not the amount. Rather, it was the huge amount of odd properties embedded into the blades. Every single one of the blades was a fusion of the original wind blade with a different ability, with the end result being a blade equivalent to a 2-star secret art. What Chen Feng's opponent needed to face was not a huge amount of wind blades. Rather, it was 300 types of different 2-star secret arts in a single second. Schwa. Just as the android started to make its first move, an additional 300 myriad illusionary wind blades appeared. All sorts of odd radiance and abilities bloomed in the air. Everyone else was witnessing this with a dumbstruck expression on their face. None of them were able to get a clear idea of what this ability was. Ice blades. Flame blades. Poisonous wind. Lighting blades. All sorts of crescent-shaped blades bloomed. In a short instant, the whole certification center was filled with these wind blades. All the wind blades only had a single target, the B-class android. What damnable thing is this? Everyone was horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying ability. The only exception was Su Fei, who had a knowing expression on his face. This was a scene way too familiar to him. The
The android detected the crisis.
Defense activated.
A terrifying circular defensive barrier appeared around him.
Chen Feng's wind blades started bombarding the defensive barrier, yet they failed to break through it. The android was safe and sound. Couldn't break the defense?
Only at this did everyone there regain their calm. This attack of Chen Feng seemed quite terrifying.
However, in fact, its power was only a D class.
Even if he could challenge those of a higher class with this, his disparity with someone in B class was still too huge, to the point where he couldn't even break through the defense.
He can't even penetrate a slightest bit of the defense? Everyone looked at the collision point.
Those shiny blades of Chen Feng's did not even leave so much as a ripple on the barrier.
It was too weak. Seems like he's going to suffer defeat soon, everyone said.
Under such a circumstance, the android only needed a single casual counterattack, and Chen Feng would be defeated. However, before the android could even get the chance to counterattack, a huge amount of wind blades were once again unleashed. This time, all 360 degrees around the android was filled with the torrent of blades.
Wind blades! Wind blades!
A huge amount of wind blades everywhere, bombarding the barrier without stop.
What is he thinking of doing? Everyone was looking at this with a dumbstruck expression. Chen Feng had actually used such an arduous yet pointless method just to not give the android a chance to attack? Indeed, his attacks appeared violent, however, how long could he last? 1 or 2 seconds?
They started doubting him.
However, 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time passed quietly. When 1 minute passed, everyone's expression changed slightly. When 2 minutes passed, an alarmed expression appeared on everyone's face.
Even the person in charge appeared shocked. When 3 minutes passed, the person in charge had an extremely unsightly expression on his face.
Ka! Ka!
A crisp sound appeared.
It did not attract much attention, though. Ka! Ka!
The sound continued.
Suddenly, on the seemingly unbreakable defensive barrier, faint cracks started appearing.
Next, violet ripples started appearing on the barrier, and 2 seconds later, the whole barrier collapsed loudly.
What happened? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Something had happened. Bang! The huge amount of wind blades streaked forth. The android was immediately flung away. After it landed on the ground, it never stood up.
Its body still appeared perfect with no damage suffered.
However, what's going on? Everyone looked over with shock.
The person in charge was ashen-faced.
As he walked forward to check on the android, he sighed. Energy exhausted. Schwa!
The whole crowd sunk into silence.
Energy exhaustion?
They could not dare to even believe this.
A B-class android with the energy circulation module and a natural energy recovery capability to form a complete self-energy circulation system would actually get beaten to the point where its energy was exhausted? This works? Everyone there was dumbstruck. Chen Feng's battling methods had truly opened their eyes. A person meekly asked, passing the certification in such a manner doesn't count, right?
The person in charge looked at him.
Do you want to try reenacting the same thing? Oh. Immediately, that person felt awkward.
As the others recalled the terrifying ability of Chen Feng's, they were speechless as well. If they were to face such a huge wind blade bombardment, they would be helpless against it as well.
Dodging?
The wind blades had simply been everywhere. There was no place one could dodge to. The most terrifying aspect of it was the fact that all sorts of odd abilities had been contained within those blades. If one were hit by even one of those blades, things could get dangerous. I will be able to deal with this easily. A B-class genetic warrior called Lan Xing walked out and sneered. This method might work against the android. However, against us true B-class experts, it simply won't work. With my strength, a single punch is sufficient to kill him, Lan Xing said confidently.
He was certain that, with Chen Feng's standard, the most Chen Feng could accomplish was bully some androids. So?
The person in charge looked at him like he was looking at an idiot.
Please enlighten me, which newbie that has just passed their B-class certification can defeat a true long-time B-class warrior right off the bat? Have you forgotten that this was a certification where the android was at the weakest standard among all B-class? Schwa!
The others all came to themselves.
True, this was merely a certification using the android of the weakest B-class standard. Was this veteran B-class warrior here feeling very superior, boasting about how he could defeat Chen Feng with a single punch? That was simply too embarrassing of him. Moreover, Chen Feng was merely a D-class presently.
and he was only 18 years old. At this thought, everyone looked at Lan Xing like they were looking at an idiot. Immediately, Lan Xing felt like he had been slapped. The person in charge indifferently said, "Remember, moving forward, Chen Feng and Su Fei are members of the genetic union. You all can use all sorts of methods to challenge them or form squads with them. However, I do not wish to see you all scheme against each other due to something like status." "Don't worry," everyone agreed. In truth, from the moment Chen Feng and Su Fei had passed their C-class certifications, they had gained the approval of these warriors. It was only Chen Feng's subsequent act being too ferocious that had shocked some of them. As of now, Chen Feng and Su Fei had successfully blended with those genetic warriors in the genetic union. The first thing they chose to do was increase their strength. After experiencing the Frozen Sea incident and knowing about Go Li's scandal back then, Chen Feng and Su Fei were thirsting for a strength increase. Su Fei had chosen to exhaust all his contribution points to go into seclusion. As for Chen Feng, the first thing he did was to go to a D-class spirit training room to improve himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Charge. Chapter 255, Charge. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Within the training room, Chen Feng was summarizing his recent improvements. Based on current available data, 100 mission points could be used to get an hour of the D-class training room's usage. During this hour, 50 points of spiritual energy could be increased. Evidently, this was quite a powerful room. Moreover, there was zero danger when using this room. More importantly, it could also help stabilize and improve the control of one's newly gained power. As such, training here would help one control their spiritual energy better as well. Under normal circumstances, a genetic warrior that had just passed the D-class certification would receive 1,000 mission points. If all of them were used to increase one's spiritual energy, one would be able to increase 500 points of spiritual energy in a single day. 50 points per hour. Chen Feng calculated silently. With 50 points per hour and 24 hours per day, he would be able to obtain 1,200 points per day. This terrifying method of improvement was simply much faster than gene strengthening through hunting timber raccoons. Naturally, the price one paid for this was extremely high as well. Due to the high amount of contribution points required, every time one wished to improve oneself, a huge amount of mission points would be required. If Chen Feng hadn't passed the B-class certification, he would not dare to do this. As for now? Chen Feng walked into the training room. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the employee there, he casually spent 8,000 mission points to book the room for 80 hours. Let's begin, then. Thus Chen Feng entered a temporary seclusion. The spirit training room was a specially produced sealed space. When Chen Feng walked into the room, he had a feeling that this was an independent world constructed by a super expert. Different from the crescent moon spring produced by the Gene Production Association, the method of improvement here was more similar to the life and death domain he'd encountered back then, which was more violent in nature. Bang! Bang! Clumps of illusions formed of spiritual energy appeared. These illusions needed to be killed to render the spiritual energy that formed their bodies masterless and available for absorption. Shwa! Shwa! Chen Feng started his killing spree. Steadily, his spiritual energy started increasing. 5 days later, Chen Feng ended his seclusion without any hiccups. As of now, his spiritual energy had reached 10,000 points. He was now a peak D-class genetic warrior. The only regret he had was his failure to obtain the final point required to push him into C-class no matter how much he'd tried. Even C-class spirit training room wouldn't work. These rooms were only suitable for a stable increase in spiritual energy, rather than breaking through. Chen Feng felt regretful. Indeed, it doesn't work. He had spent 2,000 mission points to try the C-class spirit training room. Added up with the previous mission points he'd used, he had now used 10,000 mission points and had around 100,000 mission points remaining. Secret arts were something he did not require for now. A secret art in the traditional sense was simply something not suited for him. Therefore, his next target would be to break through his limit mode. If there were training rooms suited for stable increase of attributes here at the Genetic Union, naturally, there were also unique methods dedicated for breakthrough available here. You want to exchange your points for a breakthrough plan? Kindly wait a moment. Soon, the employee passed Chen Feng a series of breakthrough plans. 1. Name, Extreme Lands Breakthrough. At a faraway extreme land, a mystical plant exists. It is capable of helping one break through the D-class limit. Breakthrough probability, 0.01%. Difficulty, 1 star. Mission points required, 0 points.
Number of participants, unlimited. 2. Name. Breakthrough probability, 1%. Difficulty, 1 star. Mission points required, 100 points. 3. Name. Breakthrough probability, 1.1%. Difficulty, 1 star. Mission points required, 100 points. 208. Name. Breakthrough probability, 30%. Difficulty, 4 stars. Mission points required, 10,000 points. 216. Name. Breakthrough probability, 35%. Difficulty, 3 stars. Mission points required, 20,000 points. This was an extremely long list. Apart from the first mission, which had an extremely low probability of breakthrough and was something that would be on the list permanently and was free, the other missions required mission points for one to qualify for them. Feng started studying the list. Based on the change in the difficulty and probability, the amount of mission points required changed as well. As the Gene Production Association was focused on production, one could only exchange for formulas or methods of increasing production level using contribution points. As for the Genetic Union, everything one could exchange for was only related to an increase in combat power. There were so many D-class limit breakthrough missions alone that they were uncountable. On the list, it could be seen that a lot of missions was darkening without stop. At the same time, a lot of new missions appeared without stop as well. The amount of limit breakthrough missions here were indeed high, however, the amount of genetic warriors looking for breakthrough was even higher. On top of that, if they failed to break through after completing a mission, they would take on a new mission. As such, the amount of available missions would never be sufficient to satisfy their needs. Naturally, the breakthrough probability in this list was an additional probability of breakthrough for those who had chosen these missions. For some people, even without these missions, they were still able to break through by participating in extreme training or extreme battles. In fact, the amount of people who had broken through with such methods were quite high in amount. Which should I choose? Chen Feng's eyes swirled around before halting at a particular set of data. 233. Name. Father died accidentally, unique gene reagent, able to help one break through the limit of D-class. I need to take my father's remains back to our hometown. The gene reagent will be given to you. Breakthrough probability, 100%. Difficulty, 5 stars. Mission points required, 50,000 points. Schwa. Chen Feng's eyes shone. 100%. Gene reagent. These were what attracted him. He did not care about the 50,000 mission points he needed to pay for this. If he were able to obtain this gene reagent, perhaps he might even get the formula to produce this gene reagent. Even if he couldn't get the formula, after getting the gene reagent itself, he would be able to deduce the formula or look for replacement materials required to produce this gene reagent using his luck aura. If so, he might be able to produce D-class breakthrough gene reagent in the future? It has been quite a while since I restocked the shelves of the strongest gene. Chen Feng's emotions surged. After he studied the list, he found that this was the most suitable mission for him. The required contribution points were extremely huge and scam-like, though. Feng still had his doubts. For such missions, do I need to participate myself? No. The employee shook his head. The only thing you need to do is pay the mission points. As for the mission goal or progress, someone else will do it for you. The only reason some of these missions require the payer to go along on the mission is due to the harsh requirements for limit breakthrough. So as to avoid anything unexpected from happening. In other words, if there's no other unique condition specified, I can even wait here for the gene reagent to be sent to me? Feng asked. Naturally. The employee nodded. If it was a breakthrough gene reagent, it is naturally possible for you to pay 50,000 as a payment to buy this gene reagent. Let me check the details for this mission. Gene reagent. Soon, he shook his head. I'm afraid it's not possible for this particular gene reagent. Based on the descriptions, this set of gene reagents is something that can only be produced successfully at that place, due to the unique environment there. Moreover, it can't even be moved into a bottle. The gene reagent might be produced successfully, but it is immovable. One can only use the reagent on the spot. So that was the case. Now Feng understood. Had that producer gone to that place just to produce this gene reagent? Toward such a person who had researched his very own gene reagent and even sacrificed himself for it, Feng could not help but have a sense of respect. I will exchange my points for this mission, then, Feng stated. Are you sure? The employee paused before continuing. This mission has been issued for half a year. Due to the high amount of mission points required and the high difficulty of 5 stars, nobody has ever bothered to exchange their points for this. Chen Feng nodded. I'm sure.
For others, this might not have been worth their contribution points. Using the same amount of mission points, they could exchange it for several missions with 30% breakthrough probability.
That would be sufficient for their breakthrough.
As such, this mission was simply not worth it for them. However, for Chen Feng, this mission was worth the mission points. This was akin to a brand new formula for him. If he tried to create a new formula out of thin air, his luck value wouldn't even budge, as it was simply impossible to accomplish.
However, if he obtained the gene reagent as a source of reference, it would be much simpler. Schwa.
Chen Feng confirmed his acceptance of the mission.
Time set, half a month later. When the time comes, someone will be contacting you, the employee told Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded. Understood. So, this time, he will be going on this mission as a boss? MHM.
In other words, if everything were to proceed smoothly, he only needed to watch on as the others completed the mission for him. He only needed to tag along and wait for the gene reagent.
Chen Feng laughed. It's truly unexpected that I will one day receive such treatment as well.
Being the boss of a mission, this was a treatment he had never enjoyed before.
I'm truly looking forward to it.
Chen Feng was engrossed in his thoughts. Naturally, even if he was about to become a boss, he would still focus on improving himself. Based on his experience, during such an outdoor mission, some unexpected incidents would definitely happen. Granted, the mission points would be refunded if the mission failed, but what was the point of having all the points if he were to perish during the mission? If you need it, we have a huge amount of temporary strength increasing gene reagents here, the employee proposed.
Chen Feng's eyes shone.
Oh. However, as he studied the list, he was left disappointed. These were all items sent over here from the Gene Production Association. The price was indeed cheap, but the strength of these reagents were quite ordinary as well, as far as Chen Feng was concerned. I can take this chance to make a trip back there, then, but. Chen Feng thought about it as he recalled that Ho Liang had previously told him that the Gene Production Association had a separate reward for him for the mission completion.
He put his thoughts into action immediately.
The next day, he returned to the Gene Production Association. Surprising him, though, the moment he returned and reached the entrance, a huge amount of producers could be seen protesting against him.
What's going on? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 256, Producer Excellence Award. Chapter 256, Producer Excellence Award. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At Star City, Chen Feng stared blankly at the army of producers in front of him. All these producers that were normally arrogant and cold were now gathered together to protest something.
Shameless Chen Feng. Selfish Chen Feng. We shall never allow Chen Feng's rise. We don't need such a producer. Requesting to expel Chen Feng. Countless banners and screens with these words could be seen midair. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. What's happening?
As far as he remembered, when he'd previously returned, he had still been somewhat popular and welcomed by everyone here. How had things changed so much this time?
Finally, some of the crowd noticed him.
Suddenly, some of them shouted.
It's Chen Feng.
Where?
There. Shit.
Chen Feng started having a bad feeling. However, a pair of petite hands dragged him backward suddenly, hiding him from everyone's sight.
Who?
Chen Feng turned around, and what entered his sight was a pair of snow-white peaks.
Holly?
Chen Feng was astonished. The one who dragged him away was the very Lady Holly, the owner of that world-encompassing pair of peaks.
Shoo!
Holly dragged Chen Feng and continued running for quite a while before finally stopping at a place where there was no one else around. After stopping, she started gasping for breath with her face flushed red. For cooped-up nerd producers like her, it was incredibly rare to run this distance even once per year.
Senior Ho told me to bring you over, Holly said as she gasped for breath. All right.
Only at this did he understand why she was doing this.
Ho Liang? Good, I want to know what's going on as well.
Soon, he reached Ho Liang's room. Sit, Ho Liang said indifferently.
Chen Feng sat down and directly asked, what happened? What else? Ho Liang sighed before slowly elaborating.
Every year, the Gene Production Association would choose the most excellent producer based on contribution points. This chosen producer would enjoy special privileges where a certain amount of resources would be concentrated on this producer. This was a way of showing appreciation to this excellent producer. However, outside of everyone's expectations, when the contribution point ranking had been released for this year, Chen Feng had been the one occupying the top spot.
Me? Chen Feng widened his eyes. How many missions had he taken? Yes, it's you. Ho Liang was feeling helpless. Evidently, he had not expected this either. Although the number of missions you completed is quite low, look at the rank of every single mission you completed. Almost all of them were at the World Danger tier. There's also that new camp mission you completed previously. The contribution points for such missions. Ho Liang shook his head. In other words, this excellence award had now landed on Chen Feng. Even if that's the case, they don't have to protest against me, right? Chen Feng couldn't understand their motivation. Ho Liang shook his head and said, the Excellence Award is merely a trigger. The crucial point is the status of the previous Excellence Award recipients. Are you aware of who those people are? They are all senior producers that are known and respected by all. Their high contribution points were obtained from their research papers. Almost all producers benefited from their research. As for you, although you have helped the world greatly with your missions, you have not directly benefited those producers. Do you understand now? What were the tiers of mission Chen Feng had completed? World Danger Tier missions. These were all unique missions that were interlinked with the genetic union as well. Apart from this, there was also the contribution points he'd received for the warning of the catastrophic event he'd given them, the upcoming crisis 1 year from now. This event had been confirmed as real by the Master Seers of the Genetic Union. As a result, currently, the Gene Production Association and the Genetic Union had started their secret project to face what was to come. However, all these were classified and could not be made public. Even if these were made public, it would be extremely hard to obtain the recognition of those old, stubborn producers. The reason for that was because, in essence, the way in which Chen Feng had completed these missions was more in line with how those at the Genetic Union would act, which was totally not helpful for the producers of the Gene Production Association. For example, the progress of the gene production profession. The previous recipients of the Excellence Award were all gene producers that were meticulous researchers who had achieved great breakthroughs in research pertaining to topics such as gene armaments and the like. After their breakthrough in research, they would sell their research results in exchange for mission points that others could obtain through mission completions. As such, the other producers would be able to read these research results through their mission points. With every mission point they received from the sale of their research paper, the association would grant them an equivalent amount of contribution points. As such, based on the number of these contribution points, the association would be able to determine the biggest contributor to the organization. As the only purpose of contribution points was to display one's fame, as far as everyone was concerned, the one with the most contribution honor points would be the one worthy of the Excellence Award. Furthermore, the association had a whole reward system that revolved around the contribution points. All these were to encourage those old producers to engage in research. A lot of producers spent their whole life in research just for this Excellence Award. This would be equivalent to one's lifetime achievement. The same was applicable this year. Several senior producers that were well known and prestigious had been competing intensely for this award, selling their research results at a discount to obtain more contribution points. Just as everyone had been enjoying this race between them, surprisingly, someone else had appeared with points far surpassing the others. Under normal circumstances, when a producer completed a mission, the points awarded were not contribution points. Instead, these were mission points that could only be used to purchase gene production-related items. However, every single mission completed by Chen Feng was too astonishing and terrifying. Every single one of those missions had contributed to the whole world, giving him sufficient contribution points to push him to the top of the rankings. Finally, Chen Feng understood. So that's the case. Ho Liang's head ached. Those few fellows who were competing for this award have now grouped together against you, requesting justice. This is especially true for that Lan Jingling. Chen Feng was astonished. Lan Jingling? Yes. Ho Liang nodded. The Lan family is quite powerful. A lot of their family members are members of the headquarters of the Genetic Union and the Gene Production Association. The reason for this uproar is also due to her agitating the public. Oh yeah, her younger brother is in the Genetic Union as well. His name is Lan Xing, have you met him? Chen Feng. He recalled that particular idiot that had been insulted by everyone to the point he couldn't show his face anywhere. Chen Feng seemed to hear others mentioning that the guy was called Lan Xing. He was ugly and stupid yet arrogant, however, in essence, he was not an evil person. Originally, Chen Feng had thought that they would only cross paths once. Unexpectedly, he would encounter Lan Jingling this time around. I suppose the reason that Lan Xing went against me previously was for this as well, Chen Feng said knowingly.
Due to his sister losing the Excellence Award to Chen Feng, he had been thinking of venting his sister's anger.
It was quite probable that was the reason.
Although this Lan Jingling is quite an eccentric person with a bad temper, her contributions to gene production are truly genuine. All sorts of problems related to formulas and research have been successfully solved by her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become a candidate for the Excellence Award without completing a single mission, Holiang said.
Chen Feng seemed to understand now. Hence, you are looking for me to tell me to let them win the award? No.
Holiang shook his head. We need to get your answer to solve this issue as soon as possible.
If you don't want this Excellence Award, we will reform the system.
In the future, the Excellence Award will be awarded based on contributions in regard to research, while unique contributions will not be taken into consideration.
If you are interested in getting this Excellence Award, it will still be yours.
The Gene Production Association will not treat our own people unfairly. Holiang said righteously. They were aware of Chen Feng's contributions.
Even if these contributions couldn't be announced to the public, they could not erase the honor belonging to Chen Feng.
The reason he'd called Chen Feng over was to obtain an answer. Chen Feng shut his eyes.
Excellence Award. Lan Jingling. Protest. He. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. At that, Holiang laughed.
From that expression, he could guess Chen Feng's answer. Cancel it first, then, Chen Feng said. Alright, then we will first think of a way to suppress. Wait, what did you say?
Holiang widened his eyes. Cancel? Had he heard wrongly? Just cancel it for now. Chen Feng smiled. Since the association has given me so many resources, I should give back sometimes, right? Holiang.
Cancel it, Chen Feng confirmed. Holiang stared at Chen Feng. Are you sure?
Chen Feng's earlier expression did not seem like the expression of someone scared.
Moreover, Holiang had known Chen Feng for quite a while.
This fellow was not the type that would be afraid of anything.
I'm serious, Chen Feng said earnestly. If only the contributions from research are taken into consideration, the public will be pacified as well.
Don't act recklessly. Holiang was now feeling horrified.
He had a feeling that Chen Feng was about to stir up some trouble. This guy was truly making him nervous even when he shrunk from a challenge.
Don't make trouble. Holiang nagged him before leaving, not noticing the smile on Chen Feng's face.
Using research as the measure of contribution?
Ah.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 257, Excellence Rankings. Chapter 257, Excellence Rankings. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In Star City, an announcement shocked everyone there.
The determiner for the recipient of the Excellence Award was formally changed.
Moving forward, only contributions with regard to gene productions would be taken into consideration for this award.
The moment this announcement was made, the whole of Star City went into an uproar. The rankings of countless people started changing, while the Chen Feng that was high above everyone else on the list finally disappeared from the first position, with Lan Jingling being the new occupant of first place.
It's Senior Lan indeed.
Ha, Chen Feng was pushed out of the rankings.
Our protests are useful indeed. This is how things are supposed to be.
Senior Lan contributed so much to the association. Every single point I earned from the missions was used to purchase her research papers.
I know, right?
Everyone started talking about this without stop. Moreover, the missions Chen Feng had completed were more in line with the genetic union style, and he had even joined the genetic union as well. This was sufficient for the other producers to disapprove of him. Since Chen Feng had joined the Gene Production Association's headquarters, he hadn't even contributed anything in regard to gene production. All his efforts had been in increasing combat power.
How could such a person be the recipient of the Excellence Award?
It was totally reasonable for Chen Feng to be pushed out of first place.
Naturally, some people who were rather bright were able to see the crux. Wouldn't this be unfair to Chen Feng?
Yeah, since his contribution points ranked first, he definitely made some outstanding contributions. Even if it's unrelated to gene production, it would definitely be related to the association.
Wasn't that the case for the previous incident involving that mysterious organization? So saving the association is not considered a contribution anymore? Some were feeling unsatisfied.
There were three main methods in which contribution points could be obtained: activities that helped in regard to gene production, activities that helped the Gene Production Association, or activities that helped the world.
Regardless of which contribution one made, one should be entitled to the honor belonging to one after the contribution.
If the Excellence Award only took gene production-related contributions into consideration, it would be unfair. However, people with this opinion were the minority. The majority were in agreement that only contributions with regard to gene production should be taken into consideration. After all, one's contribution toward the association or the world was something the rest couldn't feel or see. Only contributions with regard to gene production were something everyone could see clearly. This was the reality of things. People would only care about things that benefited them. As of now, the evaluation period for the recipient of the Excellence Award officially began.
Lan Jingling's contribution points were currently reigning high above.
However, the people in the subsequent places were closely chasing after her as well.
Everyone was announcing their research results to attract countless buyers.
The competition was still intense, however, there were no longer protests.
The competition is so intense.
Yeah, but this should be how things are without Chen Feng messing around here.
True. Hey, that research paper I always wanted to read went on discount several days ago.
The original price was 100 contribution points, but now it's only 38 contribution points.
Same goes for the research paper I have been paying attention to. Everyone discussed in excitement.
Currently, a huge screen was installed at the center of Star City. In the left column was the ranking of the contribution points, listing the top 100 producers. Lan Jingling was still at first place. In the right column was the list of the most popular research papers, with a ranking of the top 100 in terms of popularity listed there. Among them, the most popular research paper had earned a terrifying figure of 100,000 contribution points from sales alone.
First place, How to Produce Your Own Gene Armament. Author, Lan Jingling. Price, 30 contribution points.
Volume sold, 1 million sets.
It is indeed this research paper. Senior Lan is indeed powerful. Everyone lamented. Someone sneered.
The original price of 60 contribution points had been cut in half as a promotion. How is it possible for this paper to not sell in such circumstances? Currently, regardless of which branch it was or which producer it was, as long as they saw the discounted price of this paper, it was very probable they would buy a set of it.
A discount of 50% was indeed incredibly enticing.
Apart from this, the research papers of a lot of seniors were discounted to different extents as well. This whole event was now akin to a celebration of all producers. Chen Feng's decision had benefited not only Lan Jingling but the whole population of producers.
Who do you think will be the recipient of the Excellence Award? I suppose it's going to be Senior Lan. I think Senior Li might get it. Don't you think it's quite probable for Senior Zhang to get it? Although his research papers haven't really sold well, the amount of different research papers he has alone are high enough to make up for the sales volumes of individual research papers.
True.
Everyone discussed without stop.
As of now, the Chen Feng that had been kicked out of the rankings was slowly forgotten. None of them noticed that Chen Feng had noiselessly arrived at the center of Star City and was staring at the ranking on the screen.
Contribution points?
Chen Feng smiled calmly.
Things were truly getting interesting. He was truly not interested in the Excellence Award.
However, for others to step on him for this was what he could not swallow.
Selfish? Expelling him from the association?
Chen Feng remembered clearly every single one of those banners that had welcomed him when he'd come back. He was clear that, to increase his combat power, the genetic union would be the more suitable place. However, resources were required in his path to becoming stronger. For the him that was without any background, his identity as a producer was his trump card for getting the required resources. The Gene Production Association was the organization with the richest collection of formulas and production-related items. As such, he would definitely not discard his identity as a member of the Gene Production Association's headquarters. He would not allow these people to provoke him. Hence, he would not step back from this incident. At times, a single step backward would result in benefits that had originally belonged to him slowly bidding him goodbye. Hence, from the start, Chen Feng had never intended to swallow this provocation. Therefore, this Excellence Award, he would definitely obtain it.
Contribution points? Amount? What a joke. You guys seems very excited? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Soon, you guys will know the horror of letting this ranking be determined by research papers alone. On that very afternoon, under countless gazes, Chen Feng walked into the research institute. Within the building, countless unresolved problems were stored. Countless problems would be solved here every day. However, countless new problems would be sent here every day as well. Some of these problems could be settled by spending some time on them, some of them needed unending tests and trials, and some of them would require pure luck.
This was one of the basic methods of obtaining contribution points, by solving problems. It might have sounded glorious to sell one's research papers to obtain contribution points, but it was also probable that the research results one obtained after painstaking effort would simply not sell, regardless of how cheap they were.
Hence, a lot of people would choose to solve problems to obtain contribution points.
A lot of problems here had been issued by other producers with a price clearly tagged on each problem. One only needed to solve the problem to obtain the offered contribution points.
For example, question: do reactive particles exist within the molecule flame? Price: 10 contribution points.
One only needed to solve this problem to obtain the corresponding contribution points. A lot of producers did not have any contribution points and did not want to do any missions. Hence, they would earn contribution points through such a method. However, this method was only suitable for lone individuals, as the points offered were stable yet low in amount. After all, this was simply incomparable to selling research papers.
Chen Feng actually came here.
I suppose he is triggered after getting himself kicked out of the rankings.
What's the point of coming here this late?
The people there shook their heads.
The evaluation for the Excellence Award recipient would be determined through yearly contribution points.
The points since the beginning of the year were recorded. Before Chen Feng had even joined, the people here had already been preparing for it. Over half the year had already passed. What was the point of him coming here now?
I guess he's only here to take a look, some guessed.
However, Chen Feng ignored all of them. His gaze was concentrated on the released problems. The ranking of problems whose solution was the most anticipated by the masses.
1. How to increase the success rate of Windrock gene reagent. 2. How to flawlessly fuse water, fire, and lightning attribute materials for gene fusion. 3. How to overcome the major weakness of the blood rain gene armament.
This was an annual ranking of the problems with the most anticipated solutions after a vote by the masses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 258, Research Papers Sale begins. Chapter 258, Research Papers Sale begins. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Soon after, the research institute was filled with people.
When these people heard that Chen Feng was about to solve problems here, a lot of people came over out of curiosity.
They were all wondering how Chen Feng would counterattack.
Unexpectedly, Chen Feng merely studied the problem silently for half an hour before turning around and leaving.
He laughed. Everyone was stupefied. What was going on? Wasn't he here to solve the problems? Wasn't he here to earn contribution points? He's scared? Someone shook their head. There's really nothing he can do, after all. It's too late for him to catch up with the points. In fact, they were clear that, in regard to pure research papers, Chen Feng was far too lacking compared to those seniors. Even if he were to solve all the problems here, he would not be able to catch up to their points. After all, he's only D class. Some sighed. After Chen Feng had been kicked out of the rankings for the Excellence Award, a lot of people had lost their grudge against Chen Feng. Rather, they were now sympathizing with him due to this. Next, Chen Feng had seemingly gone into a seclusion. After disappearing from public eye for 2 days, the people started forgetting about him. Haha, Senior Lan Jingling released another research paper. Shit, for real? Naturally. It costs only 50 contribution points. Although it's somewhat expensive, it's absolutely worth the price among all first editions. Seems like Senior Lan will be getting the Excellence Award this time for sure. I know, right? Everyone was getting excited.
The whole Star City was discussing this.
Currently, in a certain room, Chen Feng was silently progressing with his research. How to increase the success rate of the Windrock gene reagent. Experiments. Currently, Chen Feng was personally improving this particular formula.
Under Luck Aura's help, Chen Feng managed to easily create the perfect formula under his hyperdimensional mode.
Originally, this formula was an imperfect formula.
For normal formulas, one's initial success rate with it would be 0%.
Along with continuous practice, one's success rate would increase until finally it reached 100%. As for this imperfect formula, that was something unreachable. As the initial experiments done on this formula had been incomplete, this formula could be considered a formula still in trial. The completion rate of these formulas was only sufficient to pass the audit. For example, this Windrock gene reagent, its current maximum success rate was only 30%. This was also the problem whose solution was most anticipated by the public. The reason for that was because this formula would be able to increase one's spiritual energy.
As such, it would be beneficial for everyone if the problem was solved. Therefore, the association had even made the formula public. However, even after one whole year, they could only reach a success rate of 30%. Now, Chen Feng had pushed the success rate of the formula up to 100%. Windrock formula, perfected. This was merely the beginning. Among the top 100 problems whose solutions were most anticipated by the public, at least 70 of the problems were related to their respective formulas. With luck aura, Chen Feng managed to easily perfect all these formulas. Apart from this, the other problems were practical issues. For example, a problem concerning 3 different attributes with repressive effects on each other. To solve this, a huge amount of calculations and experiments were required to obtain the perfect composition to ensure a balanced coexistence of all 3 attributes. As far as luck aura was concerned, this was too easy to solve. Soon, after 2 days of seclusion, Chen Feng managed to solve the top 100 problems. However, he had not chosen to answer the problems at the research institute. Instead, he was preparing to release these as research papers to be sold. That's right, the research paper Chen Feng was planning to release would be the answers for these 100 problems. He believed that, since these problems were listed in the rankings, a huge amount of people would be waiting for their answers. Since Chen Feng had solved all these problems, his research paper would definitely be popular. This was Chen Feng's actual goal, to obtain contribution points using a somewhat different method. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let's prepare to start. Then, 3 days later, the news of Chen Feng releasing his own research paper shocked the whole Star City. Research paper? Chen Feng? I thought he was only D class. Don't forget that he had the Master Producer's certification. At the Genetic Union, he passed the B-class certification as well. His actual status is quite terrifying. Will anyone actually buy his research paper, though? I heard his research paper contains the answers for the problems listed at the Research Institute. What? Everyone was alarmed. If it only contained some normal problems, it wouldn't have been too terrifying. However, if his research paper actually contained the answers for the problems in the top ranking. I'm actually somewhat looking forward to it. If that's true, he has truly contributed to producers this time. Everyone's emotions surged. Can Chen Feng really solve the problems even those seniors can't solve? Some people started doubting. No idea. A lot of people could not believe this. This single news released by Chen Feng had caused an uproar. He did not even need to market himself, yet his upcoming research paper was already trending. Somewhere in Star City, Lan Jingling's expression changed greatly when she received this news. She was too clear on how attractive the answers for the top 100 problems would be. Every single one of these problems had several hundred thousands of people waiting for the answer. These were all extremely popular problems. If all these problems had been solved and compiled into a research paper. Lan Jingling's expression was unsightly. Have you truly reached this level? Suddenly, Lan Xing said, Sister, why not pirate Chen Feng's research paper once he releases it? Pa! Lan Jingling's slap landed on Lan Xing's face, leaving a red handprint on his face. Lan Jingling stared at him ferociously. Idiot! Sister! Lan Xing felt wronged. He was merely suggesting that. This is Star City. The holy land of producers. Are you courting death talking about such a thing here? Lan Jingling raged as she glared at her idiot brother. Research papers are the main contributor for the progress of the gene producer profession. Only by ensuring that the researchers receive what they deserve will they continue working hard. Do you think that Star City won't protect the rights of these people? Do you believe me if I tell you that the instant you create a pirated copy, the people from the association will discover you immediately? Moreover, if Chen Feng releases his research paper for sale, the buyers will all be the producers of the association. Only a single tap on their wristband screen is required to purchase this research paper. This is a special channel only available for members of the association. How are you supposed to sell your pirated copy? How do you avoid getting found out? How to surpass Chen Feng's sales? And if you are only selling a small volume of it, how would it have any substantial influence on Chen Feng? Lan Jingling was shooting questions without stop. Lan Xing had a bewildered expression on his face. So it's actually so difficult to accomplish? Forget it. As she looked at her brother's expression, Lan Jingling sighed. How unjust were the heavens to give her brother an astonishing cultivation talent yet take away his wisdom. I am very happy that you came to visit me. Lan Jingling patted her brother's shoulder. However, don't get involved in this. He. Lan Xing scratched his head awkwardly.
Then this Chen Feng. Don't worry. Lang Jingling shook her head.
Chen Feng has merely released the news that he's going to solve these 100 problems.
However, when will he get his results? When will he start selling them? All this is still unknown.
Moreover, even if he were to actually succeed in his research, Lan Jingling sneered before continuing, only 1 month is left until the Excellence Award.
How can our contributions accumulated throughout the year be surpassed by him in a single month?
She herself had released no less than 50 sets of research papers. Every single day, every one of her papers would earn contribution points for her.
Her current contribution points had already reached an extremely terrifying amount.
That was also the reason why the Excellence Award recipients were generally those prestigious senior producers.
These senior producers had a huge accumulated amount of released research papers.
The amount of contribution points they earned in a single year alone was already extremely astonishing. Even the producer at the 100th place of the ranking would have several research papers under his belt, earning contribution points for him daily.
As for Chen Feng,
even if he were to release his research paper, he would still have zero hope of surpassing them.
Shortly after, the other producers of Star City realized this point as well. Contribution points.
The contribution points taken into consideration are the accumulation of the whole year. Even if this research paper of Chen Feng's were sold at 100 contribution points per set, he wouldn't be able to shake Lan Jingling's position, right?
Yeah.
I suppose even entering the top 100 would an extremely good result for him.
Some sighed. A single research paper was simply insufficient to change anything.
The only thing it could do was improve Chen Feng's reputation. However, a lot of people were still filled with anticipation due to the popularity of the top 100 problems.
3 days later, Chen Feng's first research paper was officially put on sale. In Star City, countless people waited for it. Chen Feng's paper was released.
The annual Trickiest Problems Optimal Solution Guidebook, First Edition.
It was quite an ordinary name. It's real. It appeared.
Quick, check out the price. Filled with anticipation, everyone checked out the price.
Surprising them, Chen Feng's method of selling was quite different. His research paper was split into different parts, selling the solution for each problem separately. It seems quite cheap.
Yeah, I originally expected the solution for such a difficult problem to be worth at least 100 contribution points. Some of the points are quite repetitive, however, it's truly cheap.
The overall price of the whole thing will be expensive. However, if you only buy the answer for the problem you are interested in, it will be much cheaper. Everyone was amazed. Chen Feng is so kind. I know, right? Bye. Everyone became excited.
Everyone who saw the price worldwide would start buying in excitement.
Let me buy one of the answers to take a look. It's this problem. Meichum, if I follow this solution, wow. It works.
Some who had purchased the answers started verifying its effectiveness.
Success.
Chen Feng had truly solved these problems.
Bang.
Instantly, this caused an uproar.
Such a cheap price for such high-value solutions created a huge uproar. However, with this price, even if everyone here were to buy it, he would not be able to surpass Lan Jingling, right? Sai, do you need us to spell it out to you?
Chen Feng probably gave up on the Excellence Award and is now trying to build a favorable public image.
Do you understand now? Oh. Everyone was enlightened.
As far as they were concerned, this was an extremely good method for Chen Feng to recover his reputation.
Ho Liang was the only one filled with doubt over Chen Feng's selling method. Would this Chen Feng guy truly do something that did not benefit him?
He started studying Chen Feng's cheaply priced research paper. After several minutes, he abruptly inhaled a mouthful of cold air.
Chen Feng, you bastard! Ho Liang howled. Cheap? Cheap my ass.
Hidden behind this seemingly cheap price was a huge pit waiting for people to jump inside.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, The Historic Pit. Chapter 259, The Historic Pit. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Research paper, The Annual Trickiest Problems Optimal Solution Guidebook, First Edition. Original price, 588 contribution points. Method of sale, per problem. As a huge amount of calculation formulas and data were required for each of the problems, Chen Feng had ultimately decided that the solution for each problem would be sold separately. Each problem would be rated based on difficulty.
Among these, the lowest difficulty was rated R, with a total of 60 problems at this difficulty. The somewhat harder difficulty was rated SR, with a total of 30 problems at this difficulty. The hardest difficulty was rated SSR, with a total of 10 problems at this difficulty. Method of sale for the solutions was quite simple. 1 point of contribution point to purchase a single loot box. From this loot box, one could obtain the solution for a single random problem. It was possible for one to obtain the solution of an R tier, SR tier, or even SSR tier problem. Hence, was this price cheap? Of course it was cheap. See, the original price was 588 contribution points. Every single one of these problems was extremely difficult. Chen Feng had definitely exhausted a huge amount of resources to solve them. Even if it was sold for 588 contribution points, it would be worth it. Moreover, these 588 contribution points was merely the original price. Presently, only one contribution point was required, and one could obtain a single solution. Wasn't that totally worth it? A lot of people prepared up to 100 contribution points just to try their luck at this loot box. Someone tried buying one of the loot boxes. Let me try. Schwa. Congratulations, you have obtained the solution for a SR class problem. The description as follows, Haha, I got a high difficulty solution with a single try. That person was extremely excited. As a result, the curiosity of others was piqued, and they started purchasing as well. Everyone started discussing this without stop. From their first purchase onward, the buyers' emotions were already stirred. Only a single contribution point was required for them to obtain such a rare solution to a difficult problem. It simply gave one an unending feeling of happiness. One had to know that the lowest price for a single solution listed in the Research Institute would be around 10 contribution points. Even the most idiotic of problems would be sold at such a price. 1 loot box. 2 loot boxes. 3 loot boxes. Some purchased 10 loot boxes in a row, feeling extremely refreshed in the process. Moreover, some of them even started berating Lan Jingling. Sai, the previous solution of senior lands was sold at 30 contribution points. True, it solved the problem, but, when there was nothing for the masses to compare with, nothing seemed wrong. But now, after Chen Feng's 1 contribution point per solution appeared, Lan Jingling appeared extremely dishonest to the masses. Perhaps this is Chen Feng's strategy? Although he won't be able to get the Excellence Award, he will obtain the public support? Look at the cheap price he's selling at? How can he hope to compete with Lan Jingling? Forget it, I will buy a few more of his loot boxes as a show of support to Chen Feng. It's quite cheap anyway. I'm going to buy more as well. The problem I need a solution for seems to be SSR tier anyway. Schwa. Countless people started spending their contribution points. At Star City, at the Gene Production Association's branches worldwide, all the producers were buying loot boxes crazily. Evidently, they had yet to discover the problem with this method of sale. Currently, at Star City, an excited Holly was staring at Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Lady Holly. Chen Feng stared helplessly at that swaying pair of huge peaks on her chest. He wondered if this young lady ever felt any pressure when she ran. I bought your loot box. Holly was excited. A lot of people are praising you, saying you are a kind and adorable person. Although you failed to obtain the Excellence Award, you have obtained everyone's recognition. You are going somewhere? Holly asked as she noticed that Chen Feng was leaving. Chen Feng coughed. I'm afraid that I will be beaten up. Oh, no, I have some matters to attend to. Then I won't waste any of your time. Work hard. Holly encouraged Chen Feng. Chen Feng fled hastily. However, just as he reached the entrance, he saw another person, Lan Xing. It's this guy. Chen Feng's heart leaped. However, he recalled that this was Star City the next moment. At that, all the fear in his heart vanished. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" Surprising him, Lan Xing took the initiative to walk over and express goodwill to him. Lan Xing scratched his head in an honest manner. Previously, I wronged you. Chen Feng was surprised. Oh? Everyone is saying that you are a kind person. Lan Xing continued after thinking for a bit, I believe that I had truly misunderstood you previously. My sister told me that the Excellence Award is extremely important, as the recipient would also receive some substantial power along with the award. The recipient will be able to join the management of the Gene Production Association. As such, you would definitely not give up on this award.
However, I think that my sister was wrong about you.
Lan Xing righteously said, after your research paper was released, I overheard a lot of people praising you, saying how my sister was too selfish for selling her papers at such high prices.
I think my sister might have been enticed by the temptation of riches. Chen Feng.
I hope you can give my sister some advice, Lan Xing said solemnly. The Excellence Award is not truly important.
What's important is being a kind person. Chen Feng.
He stared at Lan Xing like he was looking at an idiot. After a long time, he patted Lan Xing's shoulder as he sighed, Brother, I truly misunderstood you previously.
Did such a kind person still exist in this world? No. How could he think that this Lan Xing guy was an idiot? This guy was simply a person with a justice-filled heart, an emissary of justice that could not bear the existence of anything immoral. Chen Feng looked at the 2 slap marks on his face. You quarreled with your sister? MHM. Lan Xing sighed. She said that I'm helping an outsider instead of her. Alright, I have something to do, so I have to leave for now.
I will definitely advise your sister when I return, Chen Feng promised solemnly.
Alright. Lan Xing nodded. I believe you. Work hard.
Chen Feng patted his shoulder.
Your sister is only fighting for the Excellence Award for your family's future anyway, despite her somewhat extreme methods.
The word extreme is not even sufficient to describe her methods.
Lan Xing was agitated.
I have always failed to understand what the big deal about the research papers of your Gene Production Association is. Only after today did I witness with my own eyes how you only sell yours for 1 contribution point while my sister is selling hers at 30 contribution points.
No wonder so many people are calling my sister a scammer. If father and mother were still alive, they would definitely reprimand her for this.
That's why she needs you at her side. Chen Feng gave a gratified expression and continued, Your sister might be powerful, but she still needs you to guide her morality.
I know, Lan Xing said solemnly.
Soon, they bid each other farewell. Chen Feng left the city while Lan Xing returned home with his newfound mission.
1 hour later. Clang.
The door of Chen Feng's house was kicked open. The furious Ho Liang stared at the empty room.
That Chen Feng kid had actually fled. That bastard. Ho Liang was raging. The people that praised Chen Feng today might be high in amount.
However, this was merely the first day where repeated drops from the loot boxes were still quite low in amount. Ho Liang had seen himself the data for this method of sale Chen Feng had devised.
The probability rate for one to obtain the solution for an SSR class problem was only 1%. Moreover, there were a total of 10 SSR tier problems. If one wanted the solution for a specific SSR tier problem, with that probability, one might need at least 1,000 contribution points to obtain it. Based on the buyer's luck, the amount of contribution points required could very well be much higher or lower as well. If one wanted to collect the solutions for all the SSR class problems, the mere thought of that caused Ho Liang to shiver. He was sure that if Chen Feng had not escaped, he would most probably end up beaten to death by the angry masses right here. As of now, along with the sales of the loot boxes, the producers that had been praising Chen Feng all this while were finally feeling that something was wrong. Why were their contribution points dropping so fast? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, The Horror of the RNG Mechanism. Chapter 260, The Horror of the RNG Mechanism. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. On the second day, the sales of Chen Feng's loot boxes entered a new height. By word of mouth, they became even more popular as more and more people find out about the existence of this cheap yet unique research paper. Buy. After being used to all sorts of expensive prices all this time, they were sure that these loot boxes of Chen Feng sold at 1 point per box were in fact extremely cheap. A lot of them did not need the solution for too many of the problems, so by purchasing these loot boxes, they would be able to purchase the solution they wanted for an extremely cheap price. If they were lucky, only a slight amount of points would be required. Besides that, a single point was sufficient for them to obtain the solution for one of the top 100 problems. The solution for these problems would normally be worth at least 30 points per solution. Now, if one was lucky enough, one would be able to get the solutions for the problems with the highest difficulty in one go. How profitable! Based on their experience, the solutions for these highest difficulty problems would normally be worth 100 points per solution. Here, Chen Feng was selling them like some random cabbages. Buy. Everyone was going crazy. At all the branches, producers were going on shopping sprees. Further agitating everyone was the news released this morning: Chen Feng's loot box would stop selling in 1 month's time.
That was also the time in which the competition for this year's Excellence Award would end.
Schwa! This caused an uproar. Damn, there's a time limit? I knew Chen Feng was only selling it this cheap to get the Excellence Award. Quick, buy quick.
I don't care if the solution I get is something I needed or not, just buy it first before deciding what to do with it.
Everyone was going crazy.
Even those who would normally not buy any research papers started buying a bunch of Chen Feng's loot boxes when they heard this. This was simply the sale of the century. If they were to miss this, the same thing might never appear again. Buying the loot boxes became the only common topic of all producers. In the learning forum, at all branches, almost all producers were talking about this.
Someone posted a thread. Haha, I managed to get an SSR teardrop with a single contribution point. Wow, I envy your luck. Is this for real? 666666666. Countless people replied.
Similar threads appeared without stop. There was nothing one could do about this, as the amount of people who had bought the loot boxes was simply too high. Due to the huge amount, there would be a small amount of lucky ones that managed to get a high difficulty solution from the loot boxes, which would tempt the other producers to continue buying without stop. As for the unlucky ones, they were too busy buying new loot boxes instead of posting threads documenting their bad luck.
Chen Feng's public image and popularity were increasing without stop.
This caused an uproar so huge that even non-producers heard of it. Once again, Chen Feng became the trending topic. Currently, Chen Feng had secretly returned to his rented room at Gold City. He was silently reading all the posted threads as he lamented inwardly, what a bunch of naive kids. In his memories, back then, when free-to-pay games with microtransactions had first been released, this was how he'd behaved as well. It was a free game. The spring of the gaming era had arrived. Next, he finally got a clear understanding on what free meant, what cheap meant, and what RNG meant. In this world where strength reigned supreme, economic studies were not popular. As such, the economic structure here was quite lacking compared to Chen Feng's previous world, to the point where items such as loot boxes had never appeared here before.
Schwa! Schwa!
The figures running in the background changed without stop. Only the seller, Chen Feng, knew how terrifying this figure had reached. Based on the records, currently, the highest amount a single buyer had spent on the loot boxes was no less than 20,000 contribution points. The amount of contribution points this guy had spent was still increasing. In other words, this sad brother here had failed to get the solution he'd wanted from the loot boxes? Chen Feng tried checking his records. This guy had a full collection of all R tier and SR teardrops. As for SSR teardrops, he still lacked one to complete his collection. He had gotten 200 sets of SSR teardrops from the loot boxes. However, among them, he kept getting repeat drops from the loot boxes, with the highest repeat solution at 50 times while the lowest at 10 times. As for the particular drop he required, he had yet to obtain it from the loot boxes.
How pitiful.
Chen Feng mourned for him. This brother here was truly extremely unlucky, but apart from this brother here, there was also a huge amount of unlucky gamblers who had also spent several thousand or several tens of thousands contribution points. Nearly all of those who had spent this much were all trying to get some particular SSR teardrop.
Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I left Star City in time.
Who? From the amount of contribution points those people could afford to spend, it was obvious that these were all super powerful seniors.
If his location was discovered by them, he might not be able to avoid getting beaten up.
However, as Chen Feng studied the records, in 2 short days, the contribution points he had earned had surpassed 80% of the producers based at the research institute. Moreover, his contribution points were increasing without stop at an extremely fast speed, with the speed increasing as well.
This method of sale was truly quite scam-like. However, it was also undeniably an undefeated method.
Naturally, the premise of this succeeding was to first ensure that his popularity and prestige were sufficient. Otherwise, he would most probably end up getting himself chopped into pieces by some angry gamblers. He recalled that in his previous life, there had been one particular author called -90 Degrees. Although this guy was tall, handsome, and wrote some good stories, due to pirates, his income had been too low. There had been several times where he'd almost stopped writing because of that. Next, this author had requested Chen Feng's advice. Chen Feng had given this guy a good method of making money, RNG-style novels.
That's right, RNG-style novels.
Only a single subscription point was required to read each chapter.
However, for each chapter, 50% probability of it being a filler chapter.
40% probability of it being a chapter where the main plot progressed. 10% probability of it being a chapter where the story reached a climax. 1% of probability of it being the conclusion of that particular arc.
What a perfect system.
It was rumored that, subsequently, in the first month after he'd implemented that system, his remuneration had reached 6 figures, creating a miracle.
However, he had subsequently disappeared.
According to the rumors, he was still being hunted by his readers or something. As Chen Feng thought of that, he sighed endlessly. To forge iron, one's own body had to be strong as well.
This was a sales method not everyone would dare to implement. 2 more days at most. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Soon, these people would all experience for themselves the horror of RNG.
As of now, they were all still happily gambling on the loot boxes. For the casual gamblers who only spent 10 to 20 contribution points on the loot boxes, they would obtain a huge amount of R tier and SR tier drops with a low amount of repeat drops. As such, these people would start talking about their success online, attracting the envy of countless people.
If one was lucky enough to obtain an SSR tier drop, one would be able to create an uproar online. Was that worth the contribution points? For these people, of course it was. However, when the producers that truly needed these solutions to solve their problems saw this, their hearts would start aching as they noticed how low the probability was for them to get the solution they wanted out of the 100 solutions a loot box might contain. This was especially true when there was simply no limit placed on repeat solutions one might obtain. This was too scam-like, right?
If the solution they wanted was some R tier drop, it was somewhat easier, since the amount of R tier drops were higher. Hence, the probability for it to appear would be higher. If the solution they wanted was some SR tier drop, it would be somewhat harder.
If it was some SSR tier drop, they might as well kneel down and start praying for good luck. Something seems wrong with this, right? Some started realizing the issue.
Fortunately, these people were still blaming their luck for this instead of questioning Chen Feng's method of sale. Suddenly, a thread called Bastard Chen Feng.
Refund me my contribution points, appeared at the learning forum.
This caused a huge uproar. The content of the thread.
Bastard Chen Feng, refund me my contribution points.
All those SSR tier threads posted on the forum must be fake, right?
Do SSR tier solutions even exist in the loot boxes? I doubt it.
For a single SSR tier solution, I wasted 10,000 contribution points, yet I have not even gotten a single SSR tier solution.
Not a single one.
The F*CK are you F*Kers showing off at the forum for?
My 10,000 contribution points. F*CK this loot box. Chen Feng, refund my contribution points. Bang. This caused a huge uproar on the whole forum.
The only reason for this was because the thread had been posted by a master producer. If this thread was considered as the fuse, then the first reply to this thread would be the trigger for the fuse, for the upcoming storm.
Username, Unchanging Fate. Status, Master Producer. Reply. Ha 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 ha. Fake. It's all fake. There are simply no SSR tier drops in this loot box. No, don't touch this king here. This king here does not want to eat medicine. This king here is not crazy. Let this king go.
All you traders are trying to hurt this king.
Protect the king. Protect the king.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 261, The Streamer with Superb Luck. Chapter 261, The Streamer with Superb Luck. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This is, a master producer? Dang, a master producer was forced to such an extent? Everyone was stunned.
Even if the content of the post appeared like some sort of joke, one could see the severity of this incident when even master producers started flaming online.
SSR tier, was it so hard for it to appear? Schwa. Schwa.
The appearance of this thread was like the ignition of the flames of war.
I initially believed that this was only happening to me. I am an advanced producer that wasted over 500 contribution points without getting any SSR tier drops. I'm a master producer. After wasting 1,000 contribution points, I managed to obtain 12 SSR tier drops. However, all of them were repeat drops. F*CK this shit. I'm a master producer, not a single SSR tier drop obtained after spending 8,000 contribution points. Schwa. Schwa. Threads started mushrooming.
In a short 10 minutes, there were already thousands of replies for each of these newly created threads.
Instantly, this whole incident became the top trending topic online.
The F*CK, is this for real?
This is actually happening? Everyone was stunned.
They had never expected this method of selling with a seemingly cheap price tag would contain such a huge pit. With such a huge amount of repeat drops from the loot boxes, this was simply a scam-like design.
Bang! Everyone was stirred. We need an explanation. Yeah. Chen Feng, come out. Refund my contribution points. I got over 80 drops that I do not require. What's the point of having all those? The only thing I need is one of the SSR teardrops. Countless producers started protesting.
There were some who were requesting the Gene Production Association release the records for this loot box sale. However, since Chen Feng had a unique identity as a certified master producer of the Gene Production Association and a certified B-class genetic warrior of the Genetic Union, an ordinary person could simply do nothing to him.
Even Ho Liang couldn't touch him. This was the benefit brought to him by fame. Chen Feng. Lan Jingling sneered. She had initially believed that Chen Feng was a formidable opponent and had devised such a method to obtain public praise to pressure her into resignation after realizing that he couldn't obtain the Excellence Award with normal methods. Unexpectedly, he had actually used this method to scam the contribution points of others. He was simply courting his own death. She had already deduced the drop rate for each of the different tier solutions in Chen Feng's loot boxes. For an SSR tier drop, the drop rate was only 1%. Chen Feng was simply courting death. Lan Jingling was pleased. Since you are looking for death. Schwa. She opened her communication tool and contacted her friend. Are you still live streaming? Good, prepare the contents. This time, I will destroy both Chen Feng's fame and reputation. All right, her friend replied. A smile appeared on Lan Jingling's face. Chen Feng, ah. How long has it been since I last saw someone courting his own death in such a manner? That friend of hers was an extremely popular virtual live streamer at a popular streaming platform known as Dolu. His popularity was not weaker than those celebrity warriors. This time, with him live streaming about Chen Feng, the scam-like methods employed by Chen Feng would definitely be exposed. What followed next would be the end of Chen Feng. Lan Xing couldn't believe this. Sister, how can you do this? What do you know? Lan Jingling was too lazy to even explain this to her idiot brother. She believed that, when the time came, when Chen Feng was exposed, this stupid brother of hers would be able to see the truth. Unknown to her, though, just 1 minute after she left, her brother, with a solemn and sorrowful expression, contacted a certain someone. Chen Feng, Lan Xing sorrowfully said as he stared at the person on his screen, what you said was correct. My sister has indeed started looking for people to frame you. Everything is the same as your prediction. He had never expected that his sister was such a person. In her pursuit for greatness, it is inevitable for her to stray from the path of the righteous, Chen Feng lamented. However, I trust that you will definitely guide her back to the proper path. I will, Lan Xing said righteously. Earlier, the contents of her conversation were. After a long time, the satisfied Chen Feng ended the call. Meichum, Lan Xing is indeed the emissary of justice. Live stream. Chen Feng contemplated. The last time he'd encounter a streamer was that corpse he had seen at the desolate rocky grounds. Schwa. He turned his virtual equipment on and entered the Dolu streaming platform. The world around him changed. In the newly simulated room, a person was standing at the middle of the room. A huge topic was floating in midair, the truth of Chen Feng's so-called loot boxes. Exposing the true drop rates. Summary. 10,000 contribution points will be used to purchase the loot boxes for this stream. Public, fair, and transparent. To show everyone the drop rate of these SSR tier, SR tier, and R tier drops. Schwa. With the appearance of the topic and summary, the amount of viewers increased without stop. 1 million viewers. 2 million viewers. 3 million viewers. Soon, the amount of viewers exceeded 10 million. It was still increasing without stop as well. This was the scary influence of virtual live streams. Due to how lifelike the streams were, they were extremely popular among the masses. Ultimately, the number of viewers stabilized at around 20 million. Now, the experiment began. I'm a beginner producer, reporting in. I'm an advanced producer, reporting in. I'm a master producer, reporting in. The chat was spammed without stop. The streamer, Wu Gung, was feeling extremely pleased as he saw the number of viewers in his room. He had only agreed to stream this due to Lan Jingling's request. However, it couldn't be denied that by streaming this, it would benefit both him and Lan Jingling. At the very least, millions of producers had been attracted to his stream today. Hello everyone.
I am master producer Wu Gung.
As some of you may know, I am an educational streamer.
The normal contents of my streams are guides on how to produce basic gene reagents.
However, I'm exploring a different topic today.
I will be touching on the hottest topic of the past 2 days, the Chen Feng incident. I believe everyone here is clear on what happened.
Hence, I will not waste time talking about it.
Today I will be using 10,000 contribution points to show the truth to all of you. With 10,000 contribution points, even in the event that this is insufficient to get a proper drop rate for the loot boxes, it will still be sufficient for a somewhat accurate estimate.
Now let us start unveiling the truth. Schwa.
He started purchasing Chen Feng's loot boxes.
With 10,000 contribution points, 10,000 loot boxes were purchased. Hua.
This stirred all the viewers.
No one had expected that this brother here would truly purchase all those loot boxes.
That was 10,000 contribution points he had just spent, an amount a lot of people would not make in their whole life.
This guy was crazy. How brave.
Seems like he is truly serious about getting the drop rates.
666, 6666. How generous. I'm a passerby, stopping in this room now.
Once again, the number of viewers in Wu Gung's live stream room increased greatly.
A smile appeared on Wu Gung's face.
The profits he would make from the current amount of viewers he had were definitely worth the 10,000 contribution points he'd just used.
I'm sorry, Chen Feng. Then let us begin. Wu Gung was brimming with confidence.
In truth, he had already done his research secretly and already had a general guess on the drop rates of Chen Feng's loot boxes.
This time, he would be exposing it to everyone else. Schwa.
He started opening the loot boxes. At that, the whole room sunk into silence as everyone watched on silently.
It's starting? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Kid, do you think that you won't be getting that particular drop from the loot boxes just because you don't want it? A thing like luck is not as simple as you believe. The first loot box was opened by Wu Gung. Hua. Next, the whole room gasped in alarm. That was because the first drop Wu Gung got from his loot box was an SSR teardrop. Everyone was dumbstruck.
Even Wu Gung was somewhat stunned.
SSR?
Wait, for this rarity, shouldn't the drop rate be a mere 1%?
How can this? Ha ha. Wu Gung laughed awkwardly. Seems like my luck is not bad. A succession of 66666666666666666666666 appeared in the chat.
Evidently, they all agreed that Wu Gung's luck was quite good.
Unknown to them, Wu Gung wasn't feeling particularly good at the moment. This seems to be somewhat different than my predictions. Again.
Once again, Wu Gung opened a different loot box.
Schwa. SR tier. Phew. Wu Gung exhaled in relief.
Next, he obtained a succession of R tier and SR tier drops. The probability of SR tier appearing was somewhat higher, but this kind of drop was at least understandable for him.
However, right as he was feeling somewhat relieved, Schwa. Another SSR tier drop appeared. Bang.
Once again, the whole room was stirred.
Wu Gung was stupefied. The F***CK, why did it appear again?
They started talking without stop.
Whoa. 66666666666666666. This streamer's luck is seriously good. Different from them, the current Wu Gung was feeling like crying. What the heck is going on? I have only opened 12 loot boxes and I already obtained 2 SSR tiers, 6 SR tiers, and 4 R tiers. Regardless of how I look at it, from this set of data, Chen Feng's loot box doesn't seem too scam-like? No. It must be because I haven't opened enough of the loot boxes. Wu Gung inhaled deeply. I have 10,000 of them to be opened. What am I afraid of? Let us continue. Heroically, Wu Gung waved his hand before continuing. 1,000 loot boxes were opened in a row. This time, his face greened from the shock. Moreover, the color became darker, and toward the end, a dark purple tint could be seen on his face. Out of 1,000 loot boxes, 100 of them were SSR teardrops, 500 were SR teardrops, and 400 were R teardrops. Regardless of how one looked at it, this drop rate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Fighting for First Place. Chapter 262, Fighting for First Place. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. 666666666. The luck of this streamer is this good? I don't think this is a matter of luck. Did he not say before that with enough attempts, the true drop rate would be revealed? Perhaps this is the true drop rate for those crates? That's very probable.
Everyone started discussing spiritedly.
No. This can't be. Wu Gong couldn't believe this. Begin. Schwa. Schwa. Schwa.
He continued and opened all the remaining loot boxes he had. However, what caused him to collapse emotionally was the fact that even after opening all the loot boxes, the drop rate remained the same.
The final drop rate was confirmed. SSR, 10% drop rate. SR, 50% drop rate.
R, 40% drop rate. A rate that showcased Chen Feng's sincerity in helping the public, regardless of how one looked at it.
How could things be this way? Wu Gong collapsed emotionally. Currently, the expression of Lan Jingling, who was viewing the livestream, turned unsightly.
If it wasn't for the fact that her relationship with Wu Gong was quite good, she would even have suspected that Wu Gong was playing tricks on her. She herself had tested the drop rates before.
No matter what, the current revealed drop rate by Wu Gong was not the true drop rate. 10% drop rate for SSR? Who are you kidding? All the data couldn't match her previous tests. However, how could one question him now?
Wu Gong had bought and opened all the loot boxes in front of so many people here. A whole 10,000 contribution points had been used, so there was no probability of fraud.
Moreover, the seller was the Gene Production Association.
This signified that the drop rate was something fixed, something that even Chen Feng, the seller, would not be able to alter.
If so, how could this have happened? No one knew the answer. Lan Jingling's expression was scarily unsightly.
Beside her, Lan Xing appeared immensely proud as he witnessed the release drop rate. Sister, look at this 10%.
How high the drop rate is. Moreover, this streamer is someone's sister herself found. Chen Feng is indeed correct.
Lan Xing muttered. Chen Feng had previously told him that Lan Jingling would be looking for some online army to frame him. Originally, he had refused to believe Chen Feng, but now he had no choice but to believe in Chen Feng's words. This world was indeed not as simple as it seemed.
Currently, a huge uproar was unfolding in Wu Gong's room as well. 10% drop rate of SSR. No matter what, this was a rate one couldn't berate, right? If others couldn't get their wanted drops, it simply meant that they were extremely unlucky. Some started protesting. Fraud. There must be fraud. This set of data is not right. Did Chen Feng secretly alter the rates?
Due to the huge public outage, the Gene Production Association replied promptly to these protests. The back-end data and algorithm were all controlled by the Gene Production Association. After Chen Feng had started his sale, he no longer had any control over it.
If he wanted to change it, he had to submit an application and be audited before it could be approved.
In other words, the rate had never changed.
Wu Gong was stupefied. How could things be this way? Why was this set of data somewhat different from what Lan Jingling had said?
He was even starting to doubt the authenticity of the data Lan Jingling had given him.
Schwa.
He ended his stream and once again bought 10,000 contribution points worth of loot boxes. This time, after opening all the loot boxes, he obtained less than 100 SSR drops.
Moreover, one of the SSR drops never appeared, while the others were repeat drops.
In other words, with his 10,000 contribution points, he had actually failed to even get complete solutions for all 100 problems this time.
What a scam!
So it's indeed a matter of luck, Wu Gong realized.
So he had been too lucky the previous time? Let's try again. Schwa. He reopened his stream and once again bought new loot boxes and started opening them. However, he collapsed emotionally once again, as this time, the rate was almost the same as the previous rate during his previous stream. The drop rate for SSR was still 10%. Wu Gong was stupefied, wondering how this had happened.
Once again, he shut his livestream. And once again, he bought 10,000 contribution points worth of loot boxes.
This time, he only obtained 103 SSR drops. Wu Gong was bewildered. What the heck was happening?
Since he could not understand what was happening, he could only end his stream early.
He planned to look for Lan Jingling to understand what was going on.
However, due to the demonstration by a huge streamer like him, a lot of people once again started buying the loot boxes. Once again, Chen Feng's contribution points increased rapidly.
Done. Noiselessly, Chen Feng deactivated his luck aura. Talking about probability with him? What a joke. He would play that person to death, whoever that was. As a man luck aura shines upon, even if you don't want the rare drops, you will still get them.
It's here. Chen Feng laughed as he saw the ranking on the screen. In 5 days, he had entered the top 100 rankings. This selling method devised by Chen Feng had proved extremely efficient. Wukong was simply the most popular streamer that had tried opening the loot boxes live. There were a huge amount of other streamers trying this as well. However, for those people, Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to mess with their drop rates.
Regardless of how bad their rates were, the masses would still use Wukong as the comparison.
As of now, there were 25 more days until the evaluation of the final Excellence Award recipient.
This is only the beginning. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
He was simply too clear on the horror of RNG, especially when used on such phenomenal research papers.
Finally, a lot of people started realizing that something wasn't right as well. Look at Chen Feng's contribution points. Damn, he is now in the top 100? How is this possible? Weren't his contribution points still 0 a few days ago? Only 5 days have passed, yet he has surpassed so many old senior researchers? Among the people he surpassed is also this year's rookie bestseller. Everyone was alarmed. They had never expected that Chen Feng would be able to use only 5 days to easily enter the top 100. At this moment, the horror of RNG was clearly demonstrated. Could Chen Feng be aiming for first place? That's impossible. Lan Jingling's contribution points are in fact an accumulation over the years, which she had erupted with during this year. So many new research papers were released this year. Her current year's contribution points are way higher than Chen Feng's. If Chen Feng is thinking of surpassing her, he will require at least 1 full year to have the least of hopes, someone said in disdain. True that. The rest looked at the rankings, their gap was indeed too huge. However, by the end of the first week, Chen Feng had magnificently grabbed the bestseller position. As a reward for being the bestseller, Chen Feng's loot box was placed on the homepage of the Research Institute for 1 whole day. As a result, due to the exposure, countless people started buying his loot boxes again. With that, countless people fell into this pit laid by Chen Feng. Chen Feng's contribution points started rising like a torrent. Rush! Rush! At any given moment, there would be someone buying his loot boxes. Despite being scolded and rejected by countless people, his contribution points were still increasing without stop. After all, this was not a game. Imagine this situation: a person had encountered a serious problem in the course of his gene production and been stuck there for many years as a result. Suddenly, the answer for the problem that had stumped him for years appeared and was being sold at only 1 contribution point. Would one buy it? Would one try buying the loot box? In fact, these people were the actual major customers of Chen Feng. For the research groups that were stuck due to some SSR tier problems, they would not be able to even pirate the solution. This was because, when their research paper was submitted, they would have to list the sources. These research groups made up the majority of those who had spent tens of thousands of contribution points on the loot boxes. Although Chen Feng's current ranking wasn't particularly high, his growth was definitely the most terrifying one. He was surpassing everyone with an inconceivable speed. 80th place. 70th place. 60th place. Rush! 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 Chen Feng's violent momentum shocked countless people. Despite the fact that a lot of people had already started rejecting Chen Feng, despite the fact that a lot of people were starting to realize that this was a huge pit laid by Chen Feng, there were still countless newcomers leaping into the pit at all times. By the end of the second week, Chen Feng was still maintaining the bestseller position for the week. With the non-stop discussion by the public and the guarantee by the Gene Production Association that there had been no altering of rates, regardless of whether these discussions were scolding or praising him, this loot box of Chen Feng's had become a truly phenomenal item. And now, Chen Feng had entered the top 10 in the rankings. Incredibly violent momentum. Even Lan Jingling couldn't maintain her calm anymore. As Chen Feng's contribution points started nearing her points, she was starting to be nervous. Even if Chen Feng's current contribution points were still extremely far from hers, he had only spent 14 days for this. There were 16 more days for him. Who would know what could happen in the remaining 16 days? This can't go on. Lan Jingling clenched her teeth while craziness flickered in her eyes. She had been waiting for this excellence award for way too long. She would not permit this newcomer Chen Feng to snatch it away from her, but the excellence award will be mine. After hesitating for a bit, she opened her communication tool. I need to discuss something with you. The next day, when everyone was still asleep, an unexpected piece news was released, causing an uproar among everyone. Lan Jingling had released a new research paper. Theorem of Gene Producers' Self-Defense Methods. Summary: this paper will talk about all sorts of self-defense methods for producers.
Also included is the guidebook for 36 sets of gene armaments and methods of obtaining them. Please remember, only by staying alive can one remain a producer.
Price, 100 contribution points.
This was an extremely expensive combat paper.
However, how had Lan Jingling produced this paper?
One had to know that Lan Jingling herself was a nerd producer. The same applied to her fans. Hence, she had a fixed customer base.
The amount of new customers she gained wasn't too high.
However, if she were to release such a document, she would be able to attract a different type of producer. Lan Jingling was actually trying to gain new fans by doing this.
Some doubted her. Is she capable in this aspect?
However, after some of them bought her research paper, they found that the gene armaments and combat methods contained within were nearly perfect.
This was a research paper that was definitely worth buying.
Lan Jingling was, after all, still a famous person. As such, it did not take her new research paper long to cause an uproar.
Her popularity had even started overshadowing Chen Feng's popularity.
The masses started talking about how Lan Jingling had finally transformed, how this nerd producer had finally left her house, etc. Only a small amount of people realized the truth. It was very probable that this paper had not been produced by Lan Jingling herself. From the style of combat, this seemed more like something the producer at the second place would release.
Did they form an alliance? Chen Feng contemplated. Or perhaps, a trade? Lan Jingling had used an imperfect research of hers to trade for this piece of research paper?
If so, things would get very interesting.
Report this? Chen Feng shook his head. That would be pointless. The masses would not care about this anyway.
However, due to this, she had once again widened the gap between her contribution points and Chen Feng's.
This won't do. Chen Feng shook his head.
He truly had no time to waste half a month here with that Lan Jingling fellow. After 2 days, he still had to go participate on a mission. Since that was the case, he might as well release his trump card.
Well, you forced me to do this. An odd smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. The next day, on Chen Feng's loot box, several bright red words appeared, limited sale, ...
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 263, Mission Personnel Squad. Chapter 263, Mission Personnel Squad. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Limited sale.
Besides the initial loot box that cost 1 contribution point per box, a brand new loot box appeared, 10 drop pack, sold at only 6 contribution points.
10 drop pack at only 6 contribution points? Bang! Everyone was stirred.
The most terrifying part was the fact that this was not the end of it.
The new event Chen Feng had applied for was also unveiled, brand new drop rate increase mechanism for SSR drops. Every single repeat SSR drop a person obtained would double the drop rate for an SSR drop on that person's next attempt. For example, the original drop rate for SSR was 1%. If one were to obtain a repeat drop, one's drop rate for SSR would be 2% for one's next attempt.
If it was still a repeat drop, the subsequent attempt would be 4%, followed by 8%, 16%, 32%, etc.
Only when one managed to obtain a non-repeat SSR drop would the drop rate be reset to the original rate. Bang!
This drove the whole world crazy. The release of this news caused a sensation akin to an earthquake. On this day, where the popularity of Chen Feng's loot box was dropping slightly, this promotion and drop rate increase event by Chen Feng awoke countless people from their temporary slumber. This was especially true for the unlucky victims of Chen Feng who had yet to obtain the SSR drop they wanted. With this drop rate increase mechanism,
countless people were enticed. It's a promotion. A promotion that will only last 24 hours. 40% discount. Buy. Open. Everyone was driven crazy.
By dangling out a beautiful carrot, Chen Feng drew everyone into the trap he'd set, luring them to start going crazy to get the SSR drop they wanted.
However, they seem to have forgotten one crucial aspect of this. Was an SSR drop so easy to obtain? The premise for one to have their drop rate increased was for them to first obtain an SSR drop. From the initial 1% drop rate to 2% and then to 4%, this was in itself a huge pit waiting for those intending to increase their drop rate to jump into. One would end up wasting several hundreds or thousands of contribution points for this. This single point put Chen Feng's strategy miles ahead of Lan Jingling's strategy.
Thereupon, with a stupefied expression on her face, Lan Jingling watched on as her brand new research paper's sales volume plummeted to the point where her second day's sales volume was not even 1% of her first day's sales volume.
How is this possible? Lan Jingling was bewildered. Now, Chen Feng's contribution points were increasing crazily. Promotion. SSR. Bye. These three were the keywords that flooded the whole internet. And on the rankings, everyone watched on in shock as Chen Feng's ranking started surpassing one person after another, increasing to the point where he was now running neck and neck with Lan Jingling. Even when he reached this point, his contribution points were still increasing rapidly. Late that night, Chen Feng finally surpassed Lan Jingling, obtaining first place on the excellence rankings. Schwa! The whole of Star City was shocked. The F***CK? Chen Feng really obtained first place? How is this possible? Lan Jingling prepared for one whole year for this. Oh my god. There are so many people buying the solutions for these problems? All the producers in Star City were stunned. They had never expected Chen Feng's research paper would be so terrifying, surpassing everyone in only half a month, including the Lan Jingling that had released 2 brand new research papers in a row. That was Lan Jingling he had just surpassed. A super popular producer. If even she was defeated by Chen Feng, who else could stop Chen Feng's advance? No one would be able to. The next day, when the news of Chen Feng's first place spread, the public realized the horror of this phenomenal loot box Chen Feng was selling. Surprisingly, this had kicked off another tide of frenzy shopping as Chen Feng's sales volume increased once again. Lan Jingling was collapsing emotionally. She had initially believed that, once Chen Feng's one-day promotion was over, her research paper would easily gain ground on Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's contribution points were still increasing at a crazy pace, surpassing her like a flash, leaving her far behind. I'm defeated. Finally, she admitted this fact. Continue fighting? It was now pointless. Her years of accumulation and one whole year of preparation had been surpassed by Chen Feng in half a month. In the remaining half-month, she was no longer qualified to compete with Chen Feng. After another day, the Lan Jingling that had previously been close behind Chen Feng was now completely shaken off. As for Chen Feng, his contribution points soared up to the heavens. It was at this point that the masses realized how terrifying Chen Feng's sales method was. Swindler! Scammer! Where's your face? Countless people hurled abuses at him on the internet. Alarming countless people was the fact that there were now people who started to imitate Chen Feng, selling their research papers through loot boxes. However, they all ended miserably. After one whole day, they failed to even sell 10 of their loot boxes. Not every single loot box would contain the solution that the public required. Not everyone was the founder of this sales method like Chen Feng. The popularity of the top solutions for the annual Top 100 problems was not to be underestimated. Finally, the frenzy surrounding the loot boxes calmed down. The contribution points of Chen Feng, Lan Jingling, and others were increasing at a steady rate. However, the highest increase was still Chen Feng's. Winner takes all. This was the simple rule of the world. After obtaining first place, due to the extra exposure this position brought him, coupled with a huge amount of streamers opening his loot boxes, all this only increased Chen Feng's popularity, instead of reducing it. Even if there was still half a month before the Excellence Award, first place was now firmly in Chen Feng's hands. First place, Chen Feng. Despite the fact that he had initially been attacked by the masses, causing him to lose his qualification to compete for the Excellence Award, he had used this method to make a comeback, grabbing first place once again. How ferocious! Unexpectedly, he is the final winner. Everyone lamented. It was over. The moment Chen Feng had grabbed the first place, it could be said that the result was already determined then and there. Even if Lan Jingling had formed an alliance with the initial second place, even after she had obtained his research paper to be released under her name, she had still lost to Chen Feng. This was the most terrifying aspect of Chen Feng's victory. That bastard. Ho Liang was shaken as well. He had never expected Chen Feng to achieve this in a mere half-month. Regardless of his method of obtaining contribution points or the fact that he'd been able to solve all those problems, all these were unexpected. One had to know that every single one of those annual top problems was a problem with an extremely high difficulty. Furthermore, these were problems whose solutions could only be obtained through thousands of experiments. This kid. Ho Liang sighed. Every single time he increased his acknowledgement on Chen Feng, that guy would give him a brand new surprise. Perhaps Chen Feng was truly the one capable of bringing them miracles for situations such as the upcoming Star City battle. They had confirmed that what Chen Feng had told them was true. In less than a year, Star City would face a disaster. This was a disaster that they'd failed to discover through normal methods. Only after Ho Liang's persistent applications had several experts who did not normally get along decide to work together to use some unique methods to ascertain that this disaster was indeed coming. As for the reason this event was going to happen, it was still unknown.
They had already dispatched some manpower to investigate this secretly. Those selected were those who they could absolutely trust. However, as of now, the only thing they could do was increase their strength.
Chen Feng. Ho Liang blanked as he thought of this.
Currently, as the producers of the Star City were still busy testing some of Chen Feng's released theories, Chen Feng himself was already somewhere far away. Chen Feng smiled as he looked at the mission personnel squad in front of him.
How are you? I am Chen Feng. Hello, a timid sound replied. I am the assigner of this mission.
A pale person with a small frame squeezed out of the crowd, wiping the beads of sweat on his face as he walked toward Chen Feng. Instantly, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 264, Alarming Discovery. Chapter 264, Alarming Discovery. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. It was a little kid.
To be more accurate, it was a boy around 13 or 14 years of age. He had a tender-looking cheek, yet at the same time, he gave off an odd sense of maturity as well. My name is Wu Hui, the boy said in a nervous yet serious fashion.
Wu Hui. No regrets. 1. Chen Feng contemplated and said, good name. Thanks, Wu Hui replied with a flushed face.
Behind him was a powerful old man with several tens of formidable genetic warriors. Based on Chen Feng's rough guesses, this old man should be at least B class, while the other genetic warriors should be around C or D class. Chen Feng connected his screen with the boy's screen.
Mission alignment. Ding. Data transfer. With that, 50,000 mission points were transmitted to the Genetic Union.
When this mission was completed and Chen Feng obtained his item, the mission points would be transferred to the boy.
Thanks, the boy replied earnestly. Chen Feng.
From the boy's eyes, not a trace of the vivaciousness a boy his age should possess could be seen. Even when they were in the genetic era, the life of this boy had obviously been too harsh.
Then let's begin the mission? Wu Hui said. Chen Feng nodded slightly. All right. Schwa. The group of people set off. On the road, the boy gave Chen Feng a rough introduction to the old man and the group of genetic warriors with him. After finding out the truth, Chen Feng had an odd feeling. The reason was the fact that the old man and all the genetic warriors were members of the Wu family. This was actually a group of people from the same family. Things are getting interesting. Chen Feng contemplated. From their attitude toward that boy, it couldn't be seen at all that they were actually members of the same family. Qin Hai, investigate someone for me. Chen Feng sent Wu Hui's details over to Qin Hai.
Soon, Qin Hai replied with the information Chen Feng had requested. The Wu family had originally been quite a powerful family. However, this was a family centered on the family head, Wu Yaotian. When Wu Yaotian accidentally died, leaving behind Wu Hui, a son with almost zero combat power and who was publicly known as rubbish, the family had split apart. From then on, the Wu family had ceased to exist. An interesting fact was that, based on the information he'd received, the reason Wu Yaotian would risk coming to such a place was for his son, for Wu Hui. Wu Hui, a 14-year-old boy with exceptional talent, ability, and bloodline. Back then, Wu Yaotian and a lady had fallen in love with each other. They had gotten married and given birth to a son. After that, the lady had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where she had gone to, the only thing they knew was that her actual identity might have been extremely terrifying. Being her son, Wu Hui was destined to be different from the masses at birth. However, this was also the thing that had destroyed him. Due to him being too different, he could not fuse with 99% of the known genetic abilities out there. All the fusion gene reagents would be destroyed immediately the moment they entered his body. Wu Hui's unique physique had caused quite an uproar back then. He was even the research target of a lot of gene producers. However, even until now, no one had managed to get a clear understanding of his physique. Due to this, Wu Hui's path of cultivation had stopped. Theoretically, he would forever remain at F class. Fortunately for him, his father was a gene producer. In order to help his son, Wu Yaotian had used all sorts of methods. Ultimately, he had successfully helped his son break through E class and D class. He'd gone through 2 forceful breakthroughs without using any fusion gene reagents. This time, he'd come here to research a unique gene reagent to help push his son into C class forcefully. However, an accident had ultimately happened. Chen Feng looked at Wu Hui. In his eyes, self-blame and pain were apparent at all times. This kid, his life has probably been difficult. Investigate Wu Nong for me. Noiselessly, Feng communicated with Qin Hai on his screen. Wu Nong was the old man beside Wu Hui. Even if his identity was stated as being the butler of Wu Hui, from his actions and expressions, he did not possess the attitude a butler should have. Furthermore, he did not appear the least bit concerned about Wu Hui.
Schwa.
Soon, Qin Hai finished his investigation.
Wu Nong, an ex-butler of the Wu family.
After the incident of the Wu family, he had been the first one to abandon the family.
He believed that Wu Yaotian's action of destroying the whole Wu family just for his son was an extremely idiotic action.
Perhaps he had been a butler for too long, to the point he had forgotten that this was how the Wu family had always operated.
How has such a person appeared beside Wu Hui now? Chen Feng's heart stirred.
The reason he had come here this time was to obtain a chance at breaking through after using 50,000 mission points. In fact, the affairs of the Wu family would not affect him much.
However, if there were truly some unknown schemes going on here, he would most probably not get to enjoy the treatment of a boss.
Seems like I have to be more cautious now, Chen Feng said inwardly.
Schwa.
His footsteps became somewhat lighter. He pretended to be a completely ordinary producer, the type that possessed zero combat power. He followed Wu Hui into the middle of the group and started chatting Wu Hui up in the safe zone formed by the genetic warriors around them. It did not take him long to become familiar with Wu Hui. As for Wu Nang and the rest, they maintained their silence as the group approached the target of this mission, Qinghe Grassland.
Based on the data released by the Genetic Union, this place was rated B class. A high amount of powerful mutated beasts could be found here. However, the strongest of them were merely peak B class. Back then, Wu Yaotian had come here with several B-class genetic warriors. No accident should have happened to him in that situation.
Wu Nang and the rest slowed down.
Be careful. They were now extremely far away from the Genetic Union's camp.
If they were to encounter some unexpected danger here, it was very probable something bad would happen.
Schwa. Schwa. Suddenly, multiple silhouettes flashed out of the bushes. Enemy attack. Wu Nong shouted.
Some of their genetic warriors made their move and impaled all the silhouettes on the spot.
Astonishingly, those were all mutated wolves of the grassland.
All of them were at peak C class.
These wolves could be considered as one of the more violent and commonly seen mutated beasts here. What a fast reaction.
Chen Feng was fascinated. This mission might proceed smoother than he had expected.
This was the first time Chen Feng took on the role of boss.
Getting such treatment, it was simply too good a feeling. He only needed to hide in the middle with everyone protecting him and him doing nothing.
Bang! Bang! The genetic warriors continued battling the mutated beasts there.
On their way, a countless amount of mutated beasts appeared. However, all these were easily dealt with by Wu Nang and the rest. A lot of them suffered some injuries due to the appearance of the pack of wolves. An unknown mutated beast has appeared at 3 o'clock.
Dealt with.
An unknown mutated beast had appeared at 5 o'clock.
Dealt with.
The team communicated without stop.
How professional, Chen Feng lamented.
They were the squad led by my father previously, Wu Hui said timidly and nervously.
Is that so? Chen Feng replied with a smile. So this time, they are helping you for the sake of their old friendship? To do you one last favor before they leave the Wu family for good? No.
Wu Hui shook his head as his expression dimmed.
They were only here following Uncle Wu Nang.
I previously begged them a lot of times, yet they all refused to help.
This time, they only agreed to move for your 50,000 mission points.
I promised him that, after this mission is complete, all the points will go to him.
Only after that did he agree to help.
Actually, it has already been half a year since the mission was issued.
If the mission points required were somewhat lower, I guess a lot of people would be willing to pay for it.
However, Uncle Wu Nang insisted on 50,000 mission points as the minimum price.
Hence, I could only let the mission be stuck there all this while with no takers. Chen Feng glanced at him. In other words, you are not getting anything out of this? Wu Hui whispered, at least. I can retrieve my father's corpse. Chen Feng sunk into silence. After suffering untold hardships and a half-year wait and even giving up his chance to enter C-class, he had chosen to come here only to bring the remains of his father back home? How about your assets?
Chen Feng was somewhat astonished.
Even if the Wu family ceased to exist, their assets should still exist, right?
He could have hired some professional squads, and he would be able to both obtain the gene reagent and retrieve his father's remains.
Wu Hui lowered his head.
Our relatives gobbled up all the leftover assets. The him with zero combat power was simply someone everyone could ravage. If not for the fact that they were afraid of his mysterious mother that might still be alive, he probably would have lost his life long ago.
Chen Feng.
This kid was truly too pitiful. However, Chen Feng would not be able to help him much. Everyone had their own path. He was not kind enough to the point where he would help any random person. However, from the description, Wu Neng did not appear too responsible a person. Perhaps.
Chen Feng started contemplating. As of now, the group had successfully entered the depths of the Qinghe grasslands. Howl. An overcast howl echoed in the air. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds echoed, accompanied by deep footsteps. Not good. Everyone's expression changed.
A terrifying 5-meter-tall mutated beast walked out of the depths of the grassland. Its whole body was emitting a terrifying light, and its pair of eyes were akin to huge lanterns shining amidst the dark.
Peak B class. The king-like existence here. Be careful. The expressions of Wu Neng and the rest became solemn.
However, this time, Chen Feng's heart thumped.
This was because, on this terrifying mutated beast's chest, a familiar nameplate could be seen. Duma.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 265, Blocking the Reinforcements? Chapter 265, Blocking the Reinforcements? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Duma. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. The last time he'd seen this name was on the nameplate worn by that giant tortoise. Why did a mutated beast from the Qinghe grassland have this nameplate as well? What did the word Duma signify? Was it the name of an organization? Code name for an experiment? Or the name of a person? No one knew the answer. This was an extremely powerful mutated grassland wolf.
It was at B class with unknown combat power. However, based on its build, it should be an existence akin to a tyrant of this area.
Howl. With a howl, a terrifying pressure started emitting from the wolf as it started making its move. Go! Wu Neng shouted.
They had long ago familiarized themselves with the mutated beasts here.
Mutated grassland wolf, a B-class beast.
If it is a leader, it might have received some sort of bloodline inheritance to reach the peak of B class. We must deal with it in the shortest time possible before entering the depths of this grassland.
Understood.
The squad moved and the battle erupted. As for Chen Feng, noiselessly, he dragged Wu Hui backward to make a distance from the battle. Everything seemed to be unfolding smoothly, however, that familiar nameplate.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Sounds of explosion resounded without stop.
Next, the grassland wolf retreated with injuries all over its body. Kill it! Wu Neng ordered coldly.
However, at this very moment, a somewhat high-pitched, unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared.
Damn, you bastards are too much of a bully. Everyone was confused.
As they paid more attention to the source of the voice, their expressions changed abruptly as they discovered that the voice originated from that grassland wolf.
It was actually capable of speech. Wu Neng was horrified. You can talk? What nonsense!
I'm not a mute, why can't I talk? The grassland wolf bellowed.
If you bastards dare to enter, do you believe that I won't summon my fellow brothers at any time to kill all of you? Do you know how many grassland wolves there are here? Do you know my identity? F***CK off out of this place. Everyone. It was truly unheard of that a mutated grassland wolf could actually talk. A grassland wolf capable of speech. Wu Neng's eyes shone. If we capture you as a research subject. Schwa. The grassland wolf's expression changed greatly. Ayo. It howled.
That howl of it seemed to pierce through the heavens. However, even with this, not a single grassland wolf appeared.
The grassland wolf was stupefied. What's going on? He. Do you really think that we have not made any preparations?
Wu Neng had an overcast expression. Since we decided to come here, we of course made sufficient preparations to prevent you from summoning your companions. Beside him was a genetic warrior surrounded by a faint glimmer.
Ayo. The grassland wolf's howl was perfectly neutralized by that glimmer, unable to travel further. Based on their calculations, a grassland wolf would howl at a certain frequency to request reinforcements from other wolves.
Hence, one could determine the frequency when a wolf howled to request for reinforcements. Subsequently, they only needed to block all howls at this frequency. At that, they would be able to isolate the wolves and defeat them separately. They had already made sufficient preparations to deal with the wolf pack here.
capture it alive, Wu Neng ordered proudly.
Just as he was momentarily distracted, he saw that the grassland wolf in front of him was raising its head and facing the sky.
What is it doing? Howling? The frequency of its howl is already locked down, it is simply pointless. What is this wolf planning?
Surprising him, the wolf merely looked at him with a bizarre expression in its eyes.
That seemed to be the expression one used when one looked sympathetically at some retarded person. Is it a misconception?
Next, his eyes widened abruptly. This was because, after the wolf adjusted its pose, it started shouting, "Brothers, I am being attacked by some bastards.
Fast, save me. Come, wolves. They are bullying a wolf. Save my life. You bastards, I am protected wildlife."
The odd howl and human speech seemed to interweave together. Wu Neng's group was struck dumb by this scene.
Hum.
A light wave flickered around the genetic warrior beside Wu Neng as he blocked off a majority of the voice.
Boss, don't worry. None of the howls will be able to spread out of here.
It was true that the wolf's howls would not be able to spread out of here. However, a large portion of the noise the wolf was making was in human speech.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The earth started trembling.
One grassland wolf after another appeared, each with a vicious expression on its face.
The wolves were here. Perhaps they had truly not heard the howls. However, that shout in human speech was sufficient to give them a sense of crisis that caused their hair to stand. This alone was sufficient to draw them here.
1, 2, 3. Soon, a huge amount of grassland wolves appeared. B-class. All of them were B-class wolves.
The squad sunk into despair as they witnessed this scene. It wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with several B-class wolves. However, when the amount reached several dozens of or over 100 B-class wolves, they would be completely helpless.
Only death awaited them. How did this happen?
Wu Neng and his group were at a loss of words. They had never expected that their seemingly flawless plan would be defeated by this bizarre grassland wolf they had encountered here.
What damnable beast is this? A mutated grassland wolf capable of speech and possessing intelligence rivaling a human's?
Wu Neng clenched his teeth.
How hateful. What should we do? The expressions of the rest of them became unsightly. The wolves started approaching and surrounding them. Feng.
Suddenly, Wu Neng recalled this person. True, Chen Feng was merely a producer. However, if he recalled correctly, the internet seemed to know him as a miracle creator, or something like that, since he was capable of creating miracles every single time. At this thought, he instinctively looked in the direction Chen Feng was at. Next, he saw Chen Feng with Wu Hui in his embrace. They had both hidden themselves in the middle of the squad and were trembling in fear.
Wu Neng. Who? He inhaled deeply. Seemed like he could only do that. Plan C. Understood. One of the genetic warriors stepped forth. Bang!
Instantly, a terrifying mist enveloped the area. This was a B-class genetic ability unique to him, Emperor's Haze. This ability was able to restrict all perception-related abilities. All combat-related abilities would be limited as well. Within this mist, one could only rely on their naked eyes as their sense. However, the visibility here had a range of only 2 meters. This was applicable to everyone, regardless of them being enemies or his own allies. This was the strongest crisis-solving method they had. Regardless of how powerful the enemy was, at this instant, they were as good as blind. This would give them sufficient time to flee. This would be applicable when used against these wolves as well.
Granted, that wolf leader was too bizarre. However, the rest of the wolves were merely normal B-class mutated beasts.
Follow me, that genetic warrior said in a low voice. With Wu Neng at the front, everyone followed behind that genetic warrior as they started leaving noiselessly.
They could vaguely feel that there were countless wolves wandering around them.
However, the wolves were simply incapable of detecting them. Just like this, they managed to leave this place quietly.
That damnable grassland wolf. Wu Neng sneered.
A wolf capable of speech would have definitely gone through an unknown degree of mutation.
If it was captured and its body dismembered for research, the research result might be invaluable. After dealing with Wu Hui's affair, he would most certainly return to deal with this wolf.
However, what he did not notice was the fact that, amidst the darkness, as the countless wolves wandered around in confusion, that grassland wolf leader's eyes were still as intense as before, without the slightest trace of confusion within.
Its eyes flickered as its gaze skipped through Wu Neng before landing directly on Chen Feng's body.
There, a familiar aura could be felt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 266, Struggle Against the Heavens. Chapter 266, Struggle Against the Heavens. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the depths of the grassland were huge ruins with flickering light swirling around them.
Numerous huge boulders stood tall, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling.
This was one of the core regions of the Qinghe grassland. After escaping from the wolves, they had managed to arrive here after great difficulty.
Light was swirling around.
At the center of that area, a drop of azure-colored liquid could be seen.
It was flickering unceasingly, emitting a bizarre-looking radiance.
In front of that liquid stood a middle-aged man with his back to everyone there. His right hand was slightly raised.
That person was Father. Wu Hui's heart trembled. This is Wu Yaotian? Chen Feng's pupils abruptly shrank.
As he concentrated, he found that, although that silhouette appeared lifelike, it was in fact a stiff body. This was a corpse. However, from the side, the corpse appeared intact. It had been half a year since his death.
Chen Feng was shocked.
Based on the data he'd received, Wu Yaotian had already been dead for half a year. He had initially believed that only some skeleton remains would be found here.
Unexpectedly,
for no apparent reason, the boulders here started giving Chen Feng a bizarre feeling.
Chen Feng pulled Wu Hui back.
There's no need to rush.
MHM. Wu Hui whispered, that is the gene reagent Father produced.
Chen Feng followed his gaze and saw the drop of liquid hovering in front of Wu Yaotian. That was also the main target of this mission, the very gene reagent capable of helping Chen Feng's breakthrough. The gene reagent rumored to be capable of helping one break through the D-class limit.
Will it truly work? Chen Feng asked. MHM. In a low voice, Wu Hui said, my father is the one who sent me the details, telling me to come over. Unfortunately. Wu Hui's expression dimmed.
If it wasn't for him, his father wouldn't have ended up dead.
Schwa. Wu Hui transmitted the details to Chen Feng.
The details indicated that under normal circumstances it was simply impossible for this gene reagent to be capable of forcing a D-class breakthrough to exist. The production of this gene reagent could not possibly succeed either. However, if it was produced in a unique environment, it was probable for the production to succeed. For example, this place, the place known as Frog Valley. Previously, this had been a swamp created after the Qinghe River had flown through here.
Next it became a land filled with frogs.
Due to the existence of a mysterious species of frogs here, this place was enveloped by a mysterious power.
Time.
The time here moves slower than in the outside world.
Black Frog. Class, B.
Ability, slows the time around it, increasing the lifespan of this beast.
Combat power, non-existent. This was the reason Wu Yaotian had come here.
Using a unique formation, he had trapped these black frogs here. Next, he had utilized their unique ability to slow down the area that he would be using for the gene production.
Finally, he'd completed a production that would normally not complete.
Ultimately, the D-class limit breakthrough gene reagent, that blue drop of liquid, had been produced successfully. After the production, he had happily sent a message to his son.
However, for unknown reason, before Wu Hui could even get here, Wu Yaotian was eternally frozen here. The same expression still remained on his face. Even his whole body had not changed at all. However, he was no longer alive. What had happened here?
Wu Nine commanded one of them to go forth.
Let's go take a look.
In front of them were numerous boulders that gave off an oppressive feeling. Even when that blue liquid was right in front of them, none of them dared to act recklessly.
Yes. A genetic warrior walked forth.
10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Carefully, he reached Wu Yaotian. As of now, nothing seemed to be happening.
Retrieve the drop of liquid, Wu Nam ordered. Schwa. That person walked forth.
However, just as he was about to get in contact with that liquid, a light blue radiance flickered suddenly.
Next, he instantly became immobile. What?
Everyone's heart thumped violently.
Dead? What's going on?
This scene they witnessed was too horrifying.
Third brother.
A genetic warrior charged out and patted the shoulder of that immobile person.
However, nothing happened.
That person seemed to have turned into some sort of sculpture that would not wake up no matter what they tried. He seemed to have been paused in time.
Everyone was horrified.
This place was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Try using some items on it, Chen Feng proposed.
Shortly after, Wu Nang ordered someone to test it out. It was ineffective. Any non-living object would simply phase through that drop of liquid. How about using mutated beasts? Chen Feng asked. Shua. They captured a mutated beast and tossed it inside. However, an astonishing thing happened. That mutated beast paused right there as well. Paused in time. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Help me with perform some tests. As a producer, Chen Feng was well versed with performing various tests. Wu Nang ordered some of the squad members to help. Soon, they were able to conclude that this boulder formation here contained a mysterious power within. Any life form entering the center of this formation would be paused in time. This is the power of the black frog. Chen Feng realized. Basically, the black frog possessed the power to slow down time. However, time was constant, not something one could slow down or speed up as one wished. Hence, the so-called slowing down of time was essentially a feat achieved through absorbing the time out of other life forms, bringing about the effect of the slowdown of time. The black frogs were capable of absorbing the time of other life forms, even though the amount of time they could absorb was rather tiny. Wu Yaotian had done the complete opposite of this. He had trapped all the frogs in the formation. Using some unique methods, he had forced the frogs to emit instead of absorb time. After figuring this out, everyone here was incomparably alarmed. Time control? This was something akin to the power of the gods. Wasn't Wu Yaotian courting death by messing with such a power? Even the formidable B-class mutated beast Black Frog lost all their other combat powers after obtaining the ability to slow down time. As for Wu Yaotian, he had directly used these frogs in his attempt to control time itself. It was also thanks to this feat of his that he had found methods of breaking through limits for his son time and time again by creating gene reagents that could simply not exist under normal circumstances. However, he had ultimately still ended up devoured by the very power of time he had used. Chen Feng guessed that it was very probable this had happened to Wu Nang due to the power of time he harnessed, this time being too powerful. Hence, after successfully producing the gene reagent, he had been hit by the backlash of the power of time. Wu Hui was agitated. In other words, my father might be alive. Since his father was merely paused in time, it was very probable he was still alive. If this boulder formation was broken, they might be able to rescue him. Come, tear this formation apart. Wu Nan ordered. They did not dare to enter the center of the formation. However, they were more than willing to tear down the boulders from outside the formation. Thereupon, they started demolishing the formation crazily. Bang! 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 One boulder after another collapsed onto the ground. At the center of the formation, the power of time seemed to have relaxed. Gradually, time seemed to start flowing again as the eyelashes of Wu Yaotian could be seen trembling. He was about to wake up. Everyone was in ecstasy at this. The original mission was to recover Wu Yaotian's corpse. However, if he could be rescued alive, it would be beneficial for everyone here, especially for Wu Hui. The person frozen there was a genuine master producer. Bang! 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 Boulders collapsed without stop. Accompanying the collapse of the boulders were the cries of frogs. An azure radiance started shining, akin to a faint light wave that was dispersing noiselessly. Shwa! The flow of time was reinstated. Hum! Light swirled around. Everyone could clearly see the two immobile silhouettes at the center of the formation waking up. Wu Yaotian was staring at his own son after opening his eyes. Wu Yaotian looked at his son in surprise. Little Hui. Wu Hui's emotions surged. Father! However, at this instant, with a slight breeze, Wu Yaotian's body transformed into countless particles that dispersed everywhere, drifting around in the air. Wu Hui alarmingly shouted, "No! Father!" He charged out and grabbed at his father. However, his hands merely landed among the particles swirling in the air. Wu Yaotian had disappeared. What happened? Everyone else was bewildered. Right at this moment, on the body of the other genetic warrior that had previously been frozen in time, a countless amount of bloody holes appeared. He resembled someone that had been beaten up viciously by countless people, as his whole body, his internal organs, his whole person had suddenly received a huge damage. Pooh! Dead. Everyone was stunned. Third brother. The other genetic warrior started raging as he shouted, "Who is it? Do you dare you reveal yourself?" Everyone else had a solemn expression on their faces as well. It was outside of everyone's expectations that, just as the boulder formation was destroyed, Wu Yaotian and the other genetic warrior would die directly.
On the other hand, the other mutated beast they had used to test the formation had fled just like that after being freed. Out of the 2 humans and 1 beast that had been paused in time, only the beast had survived.
What on earth was going on here?
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes.
Time. Suddenly, Wu Neng asked, "Have you figured out who is the killer?"
He had been paying close attention to Chen Feng's expression.
"I have a rough guess." Chen Feng replied calmly. "Who?"
The rest instinctively looked at him. "Tell me, I will definitely kill him," the friend of the dead genetic warrior said with surging killing intent.
Chen Feng shook his head. "The one that killed him is you yourself." "What?" Everyone's heart jolted. "What nonsense are you spouting?" That person was furious. "How is it possible that I am third brother's killer?" Chen Feng sighed. "Because of time. Time. An extremely unique type of power."
When time had been frozen earlier, he had grabbed onto his third brother and shook his body. On top of that, he had been slapping his third brother's face and body without stop. The moment time had unpaused, all the force he exerted on his third brother during all the shaking and slapping had erupted instantly. And just like that, that person had been killed on the spot by the erupted pressure.
As for Wu Yaotian, the reason of his death was similar.
He had been frozen out here under the sun and the wind for half a year. It might appear like there had been no damage to his body, but, through this time, all the force exerted by the wind on his body, the energy of the sunshine accumulated on his body, all of this had been frozen in time on his body. Nothing had happened all this while as the time there had been frozen. However, after time was reinstated, all these energies and forces erupted at the same instant. Shwa! Next, with the addition of a single breeze, Wu Yaotian's body had reduced into nothingness. Dead. As for the mutated beast that had been thrown in there by them, due to everyone ignoring it after it had been frozen, and the short duration it was frozen, it had become the sole survivor after time was reinstated. This was the most lamentable of all this. That friend of the dead third brother collapsed emotionally. No. He had never expected that he would be the cause of his third brother's death. If he hadn't been overly worried of his third brother to the point where he charged out and started shaking his third brother's body, his third brother wouldn't have received such damage the first instant after time was unpaused. How hateful. Wu Hui was filled with sorrow as well. Father. Why had the heavens given him this small hope before raining despair upon him? Not a single trace of his father's body remained. The original intention of this mission could no longer be accomplished. Sigh. Wu Neng sighed as well. I had initially believed that the old master would be able to survive. How unfortunate. However, since we failed to rescue the old master, let's complete the final transaction for this mission. Naturally, an unfamiliar voice replied. From the crowd, a smiling genetic warrior walked out of Wu Nang's squad. Old Wu, our transaction is now concluded. Shwa! Shwa! What followed were several ice-cold flashes. You all. Just as the guards around Wu Hui wanted to resist, they were all killed by their companion beside them. All of them were instantly killed. In a short moment, the only one left beside Wu Hui was Chen Feng. You? Wu Hui stared at him with an unbelieving expression. Kid. I'm truly sorry. A cruel smile appeared on Wu Nang's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, Alarming Change, Wu Hui's Ability. Chapter 267, Alarming Change, Wu Hui's Ability. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Winner takes all. The death of Wu Yaotian sealed the Wu family's fate of decline. Hence, Wu Nang had long ago prepared a backup plan for himself, which consisted of the 50,000 mission points from this mission and the extra benefit he would obtain from the extra deal he'd made. With an amazed expression, that person stared at that drop of blue liquid that was hovering in midair. This is the gene reagent you proclaim to possess a 100% success rate when breaking through? Yes. The boulder formation had already been destroyed. The effect of this thing here will definitely be satisfactory to you, Wu Nang replied with a smile. You? Finally, Wu Hui understood what was going on. This bastard Wu Nang had actually sold this gene reagent 2 times. Once to Chen Feng for 50,000 mission points and once to another person in the dark. Wu Hui glared at him. Doing this, you will be arrested by the Genetic Union. I'm aware of that. Wu Nang appeared calm. However, the only update they will receive is everyone in this mission perishing, me included. Next, I will change my identity to start a new life. Wu Hui was furious. You are shameless.
How did this happen?
He had previously believed that Wu Nan was already quite excessive for refusing to help collect his father's remains before receiving the payment of 50,000 mission points.
Unexpectedly, he was brave enough to do this. Wu Nan laughed.
Child, this is how the real world works. Your father put great efforts toward you, giving you your current achievement of being at D class, soon to be C class, at this young age, surpassing countless people.
However, what was the point of all his effort? Despite your class, you possess 0 genetic abilities and 0 combat power. To be honest, if you were a person of astonishing talent, not only would I not act against you, I would assist you in becoming the strongest expert of the Wu family after your father perished. However, it is truly unfortunate that you are not even qualified to receive my service. You are simply too weak. Hence, sorry, child. I have to teach you how society works before you have even grown up. Wu Nan continued his cruel words. Honestly, the moment he decided to nurture you, I already knew that there would be a day where the Wu family was finished. Hence, I prepared a backup plan for myself long ago. Nurturing trash is simply the fastest way for a family to decline. Every single word of Wu Nang's pierced straight to Wu Hui's heart. His heart was bleeding. His hands were bleeding as well from his clenched fists. Wu Nang's cold voice resounded, remember, the killer of your father is none other than you. Now you can enter the land of the death to apologize to your father. Bang! A terrifying radiance bloomed. However, at this instant, a loud noise could be heard. Bang! A huge clump of energy armor appeared and blocked Wu Nang's attack. Feng. With a single glance, Wu Ning realized who it was. You are courting death. Shua! Light swirled. A terrifying B-class secret art attack was sent forth to Chen Feng. Poof. As a response, Chen Feng merely snorted and ignored the incoming attack. His energy armor that was soaring upward instantly disassembled before reassembling into something resembling a high-speed missile warhead before smashing toward Wu Nang. Bang! Bang! The area of impact exploded with a bright radiance. At that instant, a terrifying amount of energy erupted, knocking everyone out of the immediate vicinity of the area of impact, B-class warriors included. Chen Feng's sudden eruption was truly too astonishing. None of them had imagined that a mere D-class, a producer that was here as a boss, would be so terrifyingly powerful. Soon, everyone crawled up with soot all over their faces. The initial intact formation of the squad members was now completely messed up. As for the weaker members of the squad, those at peak C-class and below had all been killed in the explosion. Chen Feng's energy equipment possessed a strength surpassing their imaginations when it separated from his body. Wu Nang's eyes gleamed coldly. Chen Feng. As he turned around, he noticed that the drop of blue liquid had now disappeared. He is that rookie tournament champion? That genetic warrior sneered. Initially, I had 0 interest in him. However, since he dared to take this thing from me, he is truly seeking death. Shua! Shua! Rows of silhouettes appeared. From the darkness, a higher amount of B-class warriors appeared. These were all his subordinates. Prepare, Wu Nang ordered as his gaze swirled around before landing on spot beneath the destroyed boulder formation. Underneath the ruins, a tunnel seemed to exist. It was probably something Wu Yaotian had dug back then. They are hiding in there. Go! Block all the exits. No one is allowed to leave. Anyone you find in there, kill without question. Understood. Shua! Shua! Multiple silhouettes flashed forth and entered the tunnel. All of them were B-class genetic warriors. These newly appeared enemies were much more terrifying than Chen Feng had imagined. This underground area doesn't seem to be too big, Wu Nang said coldly. They won't be able to flee too far away from us. Hopefully so. That genetic warrior sneered, if he escapes successfully, it will be considered your mistake. After all, you have yet to deliver the item to me. At that time, you will. Wu Nang's lips twitched. He was too clear on the type of people he was working with. This was a mission he had to complete. Don't worry. He inhaled deeply before joining the group of people chasing after Chen Feng and Wu Wei. He wanted to see with his own eyes how great a mere D-class gene producer would be. Shua! Shua! Silhouettes streaked forth without stop. Currently, within the underground tunnel, Chen Feng was escaping with a skinny kid by his side. His back chilled, signifying how terrifying those people chasing after him were. All of them were B-class. It might be possible for him to deal with one of them, but several dozen of them? That was impossible. Hence, he could only escape. The moment that genetic warrior appeared, Chen Feng had been having an ominous feeling.
If Wu Nang was truly going to betray them, he would definitely eliminate any potential witness.
Hence, the only thing he could do was escape.
As for Wu Hui, he had merely made a random decision to just bring the kid along while he escaped. This kid was already quite pitiful. If possible, he would not mind taking him along together while he escaped. Naturally, this was on the premise that his own safety would not be compromised while bringing this kid along. Whoosh! 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 Chen Feng streaked forth with Wu Hui through the tunnel. He was looking for an opportunity to charge out of here. However, almost all possible exits were blockaded. As of now, he could only hide himself with Wu Hui in these tunnels. However, it wouldn't be long before they no longer had anywhere to go. This can't continue. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Seems like I need to counterattack. He looked at Wu Hui. He was, after all, still someone at the peak of D class. Theoretically, Wu Hui was at the same level as Chen Feng. Regardless of how weak his combat power was, he should still possess some sort of combat power, right? Wu Hui. What genetic abilities do you have? Wu Hui lowered his head in shame. I don't have any. None. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Not a single one? Wu Hui lowered his head timidly. That thin body of his appeared even more frail now. How is this possible? Chen Feng's head ached. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Hui might possess some clues regarding the formula for that gene reagent, he would probably be considering leaving him behind and escaping by himself. I have zero combat power, Wu Hui said sadly. They all say that I am trash. I do possess a genetic ability, but I do not know what ability I have. No amount of research could find out my genetic ability. Even after the tests performed by the Research Institute on my body, they still failed to determine my ability. Wu Hui's expression dimmed. His father was a master producer and had explored all possibilities. However, it had not worked. He seemed to have been suppressed by his mother's bloodline coursing in his veins, causing him to not possess any genetic abilities. To be accurate, the bloodline inherited by his mother was too powerful. As such, all other genes were suppressed, causing all sorts of gene fusions to fail. This was the reason why he had not fused with any fusion gene reagents until now. All the fusions would simply fail. Chen Feng frowned. He refused to believe that an ability that could not be determined existed. Try demonstrating it to me. Wu Hui replied. A faint glimmer appeared in his hands as a translucent undulation appeared. Next, it disappeared. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. That's it? Wu Hui's head was even lower now. That's it. Chen Feng. What damnable ability is this? He was certain that the people from the Research Institute had definitely tried having Wu Hui using his ability on various objects. Only after countless attempts with no results would it be determined that he was trash. Chen Feng couldn't help but to ask, it has zero usage? With a low voice, Wu Hui replied, The Research Institute tried it on over 3,000 objects and mutated beasts. No effects. Chen Feng. Fine, since Wu Hui had zero combat power, Chen Feng decided that he could only depend on himself. He checked his luck value. At that, his heart ached. For the formula, he would have to give it his all. Currently, in Wu Hui's hands, a faint undulation that seemingly existed yet did not exist seemed to flicker without stop. He was aware of his zero combat power. As such, he was using his spiritual energy to keep trying in the hope of discovering some usage for his ability. Even if he had never succeeded so far, he had never given up. Do you think a club will jump out from those attempts? Chen Feng petulantly said before continuing, Come, let's go. He held on to Wu Hui and prepared to leave. However, right at this instant, the faint undulation in Wu Hui's hands actually condensed before taking the form of a club. Wu Hui's mouth was left hanging. This. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. CL club? How is this possible? How did Wu Hui create a club? Wait, could it be? Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something as his emotions stirred. He stared at Wu Hui with an inconceivable expression. If his guess was correct, it was very probable that this kid possessed an extremely powerful ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, The Strongest and Weakest Ability. Chapter 268, The Strongest and Weakest Ability. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Wu Hui was dumbstruck. I finally created something? He had tried countless times, yet every single time, nothing would appear.
In fact, nothing had ever happened when he tried his ability. But this time, he looked at the club in his hand. Clang!
He groaned as he rubbed his head.
It hurts. Chen Feng. Which idiot will knock his own head with a club? I wanted to test if this is for real.
Wu Hui rubbed his head, yet his eyes were filled with joy.
It's real, I think it's real. Ha ha ha.
My ability is useful after all, I truly have an ability after all.
Wu Hui was extremely excited. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Good, let's perform further tests then.
All right, Wu Hui replied solemnly. Next, with an extremely sincere demeanor, he shouted, Appear, club, dot.
Hum. A dim flicker appeared. The dark tunnel brightened momentarily before it sunk back into darkness. The expression on Wu Hui's face froze. It was ineffective. Once again, it was ineffective. Why has this happened? He was at a loss. There was still nothing this time? Schwa! Schwa! Schwa!
He started furiously activating his ability, yet nothing happened.
Stop. Chen Feng waved his hand. I'm not telling you to test it this way. Think carefully. That very instant where you summoned the club, how did you do that? How? Wu Hui blanked. I was thinking of proving to you that. Proving to me? Chen Feng confirmed. Yes. Wu Hui lowered his head. You rescued me. I only wanted to be of help instead of causing you more trouble. Very good. Chen Feng nodded his head. If so, continue putting your attention on me. When you release your ability, lock your target and spiritual energy onto me. Do you understand? Chen Feng reminded him. Wu Hui nodded. Ah. MHM. Let's begin, then, Chen Feng said. Wu Hui inhaled deeply. Who?
A dim radiance started condensing as his ability activated. This time, he did not focus on summoning a club. Instead, he was doing what Chen Feng told him, focusing all his attention on Chen Feng before activating his ability.
Hum. Light started swirling.
In Wu Hui's hand, once again, a club appeared.
Wu Hui was shaken. It's here. How is this possible? He had obviously failed to summon this club after numerous attempts the previous time. Indeed. Chen Feng was inwardly shaken.
He had guessed correctly, Wu Hui's ability was indeed what he had guessed.
Again. Once again, Wu Hui activated his ability. This time, though, a lance appeared in his hand. He was dumbstruck. What was going on?
After locking onto Chen Feng with his ability, as long as he activated it against Chen Feng, all sorts of weird items would appear.
Was this how his ability worked? Once again, Wu Hui activated his ability. Bang! A surging radiance appeared. Around Wu Hui's body, a huge energy equipment appeared. The terrifying might and aura it was emitting were actually exactly the same as Chen Feng's energy equipment. Wu Hui widened his eyes. He could feel that, at this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Schwa! Shortly after, the energy equipment disappeared. Despite that, Wu Hui was still immersed in the previous prowess he had possessed. He stared at Chen Feng with thirst in his eyes. He knew that Chen Feng might have solved the mystery surrounding his ability. Wu Hui's eyes were filled with anticipation. Big brother Chen. He had been labeled as a trash for far too long. Even his father was dead because of this. He was filled with the urge to prove himself. He stared at Chen Feng with thirst in his eyes. Help me. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile on his face. You don't need my help. Your ability is the only one of its kind in this world, an unequaled existence. It is the weakest ability, yet at the same time, it is also the strongest ability. Ah? Wu Hui was puzzled. What does that mean? Chen Feng sighed. In fact, your ability is something that will change its form based on your target. If your target believes that your ability is powerful, your ability will manifest something powerful. If he believes that your ability is weak, your ability will manifest something weak. If he believes that you are trash, then, you will truly become trash. Wu Hui widened his eyes. What? I had never heard of such an ability. However, when you lock onto your target, you must let your target believe that you are extremely powerful. With that, you will be extremely powerful, perhaps you will even be unequaled.
However, if your target believes that you are trash, believes that your ability is useless, regardless of how many times you try to activate your ability, it will not be effective, Chen Feng said. So that's the case. Wu Hui shut his eyes as his heart ached. No wonder there had been no effect regardless of how many times he had tried his ability in the past. The moment he had been publicly acknowledged as trash, the moment his father had started taking him everywhere to test his ability, it had already been predetermined that there would be no results. Since everyone believed that he was trash, who would believe that he had any sort of ability? Moreover, he had to aim his ability at someone for his ability to work. Perhaps there was truly someone out there that believed in him. However, his ability would normally be aimed at the puppets or some other targets. Regretfully, his ability would not work when aimed at these objects with no thought process. Only when his ability was aimed toward a person who believed that he was a powerful person would his ability be powerful. This was how his ability worked. A mystical ability that had never appeared before. That was not all. Even after the target started to believe that he indeed possessed an ability, the prowess of what appeared would still depend on how much the target believed in his power. For example, the club created thanks to Chen Feng. Although an item had indeed been materialized by the ability, its combat power was 0. Another example would be the energy equipment. The moment it appeared, it disassembled immediately. This was because Chen Feng knew Wu Hui's ability too well. Hence, even if he wanted to match his line of thought, the effect of it was still limited. In order to materialize the strongest ability, the target had to sincerely believe in his power. Wu Hui smiled bitterly. If so, isn't this ability still somewhat trashy? Trashy? Chen Feng smiled. Kid, this is the strongest ability. Come, let me demonstrate how terrifying your ability is. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the underground tunnel started trembling as countless rocks started collapsing. A horrified expression appeared on Wu Hui's face. They are here. Steady yourself. Chen Feng glanced at him. Give me a moment. Ah? Wu Hui blanked. Those people would arrive soon, were they not escaping? Since Chen Feng was not escaping, he would not be able to escape either. Fine, let's die together. Wu Hui braced himself for death. Done. Rows of words appeared on Chen Feng's screen, and Chen Feng coughed. Michem, this is what I just wrote down. Memorize it. Based on the speed of his hand, typing out those words on his screen was even faster than him saying it out loud. Since they were pressed for time, this was the only thing he could do. As Wu Hui looked at his screen, he was stupefied. On it was actually a script. That's right. On it was a script for a play. This. Wu Hui was somewhat dumbfounded. He had a vague guess at what Chen Feng was planning. However, he still couldn't believe it. So Chen Feng was telling him to battle the enemies with this script he had written? Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Trust me. This is your only hope. Think of your father's death, think of your family's decline, think of how everyone labeled you trash all these years. Think of your anger. Are you really resigned to disappoint your father like this? Kid, this is the only chance I can give you. If this works, from now onward, no one will be your opponent." Bang! Wu Hui's blood boiled. From now onward, no one will be his opponent? So his ability was so powerful? My ability. A flame ignited in his heart, and he clenched his fist. What is the name of my ability? Chen Feng's faint voice was filled with grandeur. I gave it a very interesting name. Cosmic Manifestation. Cosmic Manifestation. Wu Hui's blood boiled. So, this was his ability? How tyrannical. Chen Feng was his savior and the only person willing to believe in him even during such an impasse. The only person willing to help him, why would he not believe in such a person? Finally, Wu Hui made up his mind. Just do it. Shwa. When his eyes once again reopened, this initially timid child was now filled with confidence and arrogance. This was in accordance to the script Chen Feng had written for him. Don't worry. I will help you. Chen Feng's faint voice traveled into his ears. Not only is this a battle for you, this is also the only hope for us to survive this. Hence, win this battle. You will definitely win. Wu Hui's eyes were now filled with more confidence. Yes. Right at this instant. Bang! Bang! A bright explosion appeared, and the whole tunnel was blasted open. Next, Wu Ning appeared. His cold gaze focused at this place. Found you. He started leading the others over. However, surprising him, that Wu Hui did not choose to escape. Instead, he raised his head and stared at Wu Nang while a sinister yet bizarre smile formed on his face.
My dearest old butler. I have been waiting for you.
That voice sounded so familiar yet alien at the same time.
Thump.
Wu Nang's heart thumped.
This tone of voice.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 269, Wu Hui's Battle, Cosmic Manifestation. Chapter 269, Wu Hui's Battle, Cosmic Manifestation. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the underground tunnel, Wu Nang arrived with several other B-class genetic warriors.
Chen, Feng and Wu Hui were both trapped there.
This was supposed to be Wu Nang's moment of victory.
However, the atmosphere here seems somewhat wrong.
Wu Nang narrowed his eyes.
Kid. Do you think that I am truly trash? No.
Wu Hui shook his head before continuing. From the moment of my birth, I have done too many wrongs. Due to my mother's bloodline, due to my strength being too powerful, there has simply been too much blood on my hands.
Abruptly, Wu Hui asked, do you still remember that servant girl when I was 3? Which servant girl?
Wu Nang recalled. Back then, there had indeed been such a servant girl by Wu Hui's side.
Subsequently, she caught the gene necrosis disease and died as a result. This was something everyone in the Wu family knew about. Gene necrosis disease?
Wu Hui shook his head.
You all truly believed that it was a gene necrosis disease? Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that. Back then, I was merely trying to show off some of my ability to her. In the process, I accidentally got her killed.
Wu Nang and the rest were stupefied.
Damn. So that was what happened? How melodramatic. Is this for real?
Next, Wu Hui displayed a sad emotion as he shut his eyes. To seal my ability, to not expose my mother's ability, father did everything he could.
In order to seal my ability. Ha ha ha.
Father did not permit me to fuse with any sort of genetic ability, and he proclaimed failure to outsiders for any gene I fused with. The only reason he allowed me to break through my limit without stop was in order to help me obtain better control over this ability of mine. Wu Hui stared at his right hand, pain on his face.
Unfortunately, a day still came where my father died for me, yet I couldn't do anything to help.
He started laughing wildly.
Ha 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 ha.
Wu Nang's group was deeply startled.
Is this for real? If everything he said is true.
Wu Nang inhaled deeply. Be careful. This was already the final moment of his mission. He could not allow anything to go wrong. He signaled his group members and ordered them to quietly surround Wu Hui. Regardless of whether the things he said were true or not, he could not be allowed to escape. During the time when Wu Hui was talking nonsense, they had been summoning more reinforcements over. On top of that, Wu Nang was also trying to gain further understanding of this kid he had watched since from infancy.
Did he truly possess such a powerful ability? This trash-like fellow? I am truly unresigned, Wu Hui muttered. A familiar radiance started flickering.
Wu Nang widened his eyes. He was way too familiar with this radiance.
This was Wu Hui's ability.
In his memories, every time Wu Hui displayed this ability, nothing would happen. However, if what he said earlier was the truth.
Bang! A resplendent radiance started surging out.
Around Wu Hui's body, a terrifying and imposing energy equipment materialized. The power it was emitting had reached B class.
Hiss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath.
They were not shocked because of the strength. To be frank, a single B class wasn't too big a deal for them. What shocked them was Wu Hui's age. How old was he? On top of that, there was also that scheming mind of his.
This kid seemed to have concealed his strength all this while?
Wu Nang was shocked. For you to actually possess such power.
Damn!
If he'd known earlier that Wu Hui had such power.
Wu Nang frowned. Since you have such power, why did you ask us to come here with you? Couldn't you deal with this mission easily by yourself? He. What do you think? A cruel smile appeared on Wu Hui's face.
It has been 10 whole years. From the moment I was capable of thought, I suffered all sorts of insults from you guys.
Normally, Father would tell me to respect you all. However, after Father's death, I was able to see clearly exactly what type of people all of you are. He. It's about time for me to deal with certain things. With great difficulty, I finally managed to lure all of you here, MHM.
Wu Hui slanted his head as he finished his words.
This is perfect. Dot.
The hearts of Wu Nang's group thumped furiously.
Lunatic. This is simply a lunatic. So all these years, Wu Yaotian wasn't helping his frail son break through the limit.
Rather, he was holding this lunatic son of his back.
Damn it.
Wu Nang's eyes gleamed coldly.
A mere B class. Since that's the case, I can only kill you.
Prepare. They prepared to attack. They refused to believe that a single Wu Hui would be too overpowered.
He.
As a response, Wu Hui merely laughed coldly.
Do you truly believe that I, as the possessor of my mother's cosmic bloodline, would have a B class that is equivalent in strength to an ordinary B class? How naive.
Perhaps it's about time for you guys to witness my true strength.
Light started swirling in Wu Hui's hands.
The B-class energy equipment earlier had already disappeared. However, this time, an even more horrifying radiance appeared around Wu Hui's body before it soared and pierced straight up to the heavens.
Bang, dot.
The radiance appeared so terrifying, akin to the pressure of a dragon's roar from the ninth heaven, that it blasted away Chen Feng, who was beside him.
You?
Chen Feng retreated with a horrified expression on his face. At the same time, his right hand was noiselessly hidden away. In truth, when Wu Hui had been talking earlier, although his ability appeared to have been aimed at Wu Nang, it had actually been aimed at Chen Feng all the while. This was the only way in which they could join hands to create this special effect. Even if this radiance here they had created was with zero combat power, despite how tyrannical it appeared.
Wu Nang.
To show appreciation for your contributions to the Wu family all these years, I will only launch a single attack toward you. If you are able to block it, I will consider our grudge settled, Wu Hui said indifferently. Next, he raised his hand. The radiance around him started swirling as light particles started condensing in his hands. An extremely terrifying pitch-black sword appeared in his hand.
My ability is called Cosmic Manifestation. This is the first form of Cosmic Manifestation, Divine Infernal Sword.
This is the ability left to me by my mother's blood, a power inherited through bloodline.
Wu Hui started stepping forward.
The radiance condensed without stop.
This is a sword with only one attribute. Wu Hui added, the single attribute being the ability to cut everything in existence. Back then, there was an occasion where an A-class genetic warrior offended the Wu family. Our Wu family was almost destroyed back then.
Subsequently, I was the one who killed him off secretly.
Wu Hui muttered, Mei-chem, you guys have probably forgotten about it. Schwa.
At this point, Wu Nang and his group were already perspiring all over as their scalps felt numb.
A class. Killing a class, Wu Hui was so powerful? A sinister smile appeared on Wu Hui's face. Goodbye. Schwa, dot.
At this instant, all the radiance swirling around him concentrated together and locked onto Wu Nang.
Bang.
The radiance in Wu Hui's hands surged forth.
Cut. Wu Hui barked coldly. Careful.
Wu Nang was now extremely agitated, as he had finally recalled what Wu Hui had said. Back then, there had indeed been one time where the Wu family had faced an extremely terrifying crisis. Subsequently, the crisis had vanished with no apparent reason. He had initially believed that it had been resolved after Wu Yaotian had requested help with his identity as a master producer.
Now, though, it was actually Wu Hui. Damn. What freak is this? If this is the truth, I can't face him head-on. Subconsciously, Wu Nang started becoming terrified of Wu Hui. He ordered one of the genetic warriors there to block in front of him. Block it for me. At the same instant, Wu Hui's ability bloomed. Everyone watched on nervously, Wu Nang, Chen Feng, and even Wu Hui himself included. This time, would it truly appear? The air trembled. On the distant horizon, pitch-black aura gushed out unceasingly before a terrifying black sword appeared, the sword that had seemingly pierced through the horizon, breaking through space itself to reach this place. Wu Nang's expression changed greatly. Not good. This thing here actually looked exactly the same as he had imagined. Something capable of killing an A-class. Retreat, he shouted. However, it was too late. Schwa. The divine infernal sword streaked forth, and the genetic warrior in front of Wu Nang, the ex-member of the Wu household, was slashed into two. Pooh. Blood splattered around. The back of everyone that witnessed this chilled. It was true. It was actually true. That Wu family trash was actually a freak. Run. Run. Everyone started fleeing frantically. Wu Hui stood there loftily as he glanced at those escaping silhouettes.
That skinny body of his appeared so very awe-inspiring beneath the black radiance that had enveloped the whole skyline. The huge amount of black radiance covering the sky was the power unleashed by the divine infernal sword. The moment this sword had been summoned into existence, the result of this battle had already been set in stone. Time to end this, Wu Hui said calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 270, No Mercy. Chapter 270, No Mercy. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Cosmic Manifestation, Second Form, Demonic Azura Hatchet. Wu Hui's cold voice echoed. In my possession is also a hatchet originating from the Azura domain. Accompanying this hatchet is the power to corrode the universe and the might to crush mountains. Every single hack of this hatchet will disintegrate space itself. The instant the demonic Azura hatchet is unleashed, it will not return without first tasting blood. Shwa! At that instant, everyone started picturing the scene depicted by Wu Hui in their brain. A blood-red battlefield of the Azura, a single hatchet destroying the heaven and earth, capable of everything. Even A-class warriors would be killed, undefeated under the heavens. Wu Hui's hands started shining as the ability was once again activated. Bang! The darkness that was enveloping the sky vanished. Next, a blood-red radiance flickered before a huge hatchet appeared midair. It was much more terrifying and stronger than even Wu Hui's own imaginings. Shwa! The demonic Azura hatchet hacked forth. With a single attack, countless people were killed or injured. Those terrifying and formidable B-class genetic warriors were all chopped down like paper. This scene reminded Chen Feng of a game from his previous life, Dynasty Warriors. Those were all B-class warriors, formidable genetic warriors that Wu Hui was chopping down like paper. Shwa! Shwa! Howls of grief reverberated in the air. Even Chen Feng, as a spectator, felt horrified by this scene he was witnessing. As such, one could imagine how those targets of this hell unleashed by Wu Hui were feeling. Wu Hui, I was wrong. We shouldn't have left the Wu family. Please, let us off. We are wrong. I will do anything you ask. Please let me go. Some of them had even given up on escaping. Instead, they knelt down and started begging. Instinctively, Wu Hui glanced at Chen Feng, pity in his eyes. He was, after all, still a child. As such, after some begging, he started hesitating. Chen Feng merely indifferently reminded him, take note of the character you are playing. The character he had designed for Wu Hui was a character that would not allow any hesitation. Wu Hui's ability was somewhat unique. Only by assuming a unique character and setting would others be convinced, allowing him to unleash the most terrifying power. Hence, any hesitation was not allowed. Wu Hui shut his eyes. I understand. Despite his youth, he was not stupid. The moment he'd chosen to thread this path, there had no been turning back. He snorted. Poof. Cosmic Manifestation, Third Form, Abyss Lance. Abyss Lance is a lance summoned from the deepest abyss. Every single one possesses the power capable of destroying the heaven and earth, capable of piercing through all defenses, piercing straight into the enemy's heart. Imagine this, what if a huge amount of them appeared and start raining down like a meteor shower? Ah, are you not excited at the prospect of that? A devilish smile bloomed on Wu Hui's face. That's right, a devilish smile. This was what Chen Feng had requested of him. After racking his brain, Wu Hui still could not understand what a devilish smile meant. However, at the very least, he had now met the standard set by Chen Feng. Shwa! After the devilish smile appeared on his face, everyone else was horrified. At the same time, they started picturing what Wu Hui had just depicted to them. Wu Hui unleashed his ability. Bang! Once again, heaven and earth were enveloped by darkness. In the sky, countless cracks appeared in midair. Next, numerous abyss lances pierced through space and started raining down from the sky, akin to a meteor shower, as the whole area started being bombarded. Shio! 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 Lances rained without stop. Pooh! 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 Countless people were penetrated by the lances. Dead! Dead! Nearly all the ex-Wu family members were killed in this attack. On each of their faces was remorse. They deeply regretted their actions. If they had known earlier that Wu Hui was this powerful, would there have been a need for them to betray the family? If only. On their faces was nothing but remorse. The few remaining survivors were all trembling with cold sweat all over their body. Among them, Wu Nan was included.
He was the strongest person among them and had others as his cannon fodder. As such, he had survived till now.
Wu Hui, I was wrong.
Wu Nang's cheeks were streaming with tears.
Can you spare this old life of mine in consideration of the years I spent in the Wu family's service as a butler?
I will use my remaining life to make up for my mistake.
Wu Hui merely laughed coldly. He. Schwa.
Once again, his hand stretched out, aimed at Wu Nang. At this, everyone's heart thumped. Since they'd met him here, he had only waved his hand 3 times. Every single instance of the 3 waves, a different ability had been unleashed. His first form was the Divine Infernal Sword. The second form was the Demonic Azura Hatchet, while the third form was the Abyss Lance. Every single form of the cosmic manifestation was incredibly terrifying. All these were powers that were supposed to only belong to A-class warriors.
Wu Hui was simply akin to an A-class warrior. Please, spare me. Wu Nang started kowtowing. He did not even have the courage to flee.
From the moment the Divine Infernal Sword had appeared, when he'd seen clearly that Wu Hui's strength was actually at a class, he knew that trying to escape was simply pointless.
He wouldn't be able to make it.
However, Wu Hui merely continued staring at him coldly. In fact, he was not a person who enjoyed killing. However, as Chen Feng had told him, with this ability of his, this was the only way he could carry himself, to let others know the horror of Wu Hui. Only by acting this way would he be able to display true strength.
To no longer be so powerless.
He raised his hand.
Goodbye. However, at this moment, a faint voice resounded. Little brother, how about giving me face? Schwa.
Light swirled around as numerous silhouettes appeared around them.
This was the third party brought here by Wu Nang. They had finally arrived.
Wu Nang hid behind them in a sorry manner.
Save me.
Wu Hui ignored him as his gaze landed on the middle-aged man that was the leader of the newly appeared group. The current Wu Hui, who had materialized countless power from his ability, was finally strong enough to see clearly the strength of this person.
A class. No wonder he could lead so many B-class genetic warriors.
No wonder they still dared to come here even after witnessing Wu Hui's power. The leader of this group was actually an A-class genetic warrior.
You are going to save him? Wu Hui asked calmly.
His tone of voice was extremely serene. However, that calm expression of his amidst the corpses littered all around him and the blood splattered everywhere gave off an incomparable chilling feeling to onlookers.
This guy.
Please do consider giving me face, the middle-aged man said calmly. Since they were both at a class, he was not afraid of Wu Hui.
Wu Hui sneered. Your face is of little value. I haven't really met many A-class warriors before. However, I have indeed killed a few of them.
If you insist on rescuing him, I don't mind killing you as well, Wu Hui said with a cruel smile on his face.
Naturally, even if I fail to kill you.
Wu Hui's sinister gaze landed on the group of people behind him. At the very least, all those people behind you will die.
Including that person you brought here for limit breakthrough.
Wu Hui's gaze started scanning through the crowd behind the A-class warrior. I presume he is quite the important person, since he is capable of making an A-class warrior like you work for him, right?
The middle-aged man was furious. Don't push it.
He had never imagined that, even after his identity was an A-class genetic warrior was made known, this opponent would still be so absolutely unrestrained.
Trash Wu Hui, eh?
He recalled the introduction Wu Nang had given him before.
Timid, gutless, and terrified of everything. That seemed like a joke now. This guy was simply unimaginably cold-blooded.
A person behind him pulled at his sleeve.
Second uncle, let's just leave.
It was simply not worth it to exchange all their lives for a single Wu Nang. If their opponent was a normal A-class, naturally, the opponent would be somewhat afraid of the consequences of offending them. But presently, what they faced was this Wu Hui, a lunatic.
The middle-aged man gave Wu Hui a deep stare.
If it wasn't for the fact that his nephew was here with him today.
He gave the order to withdraw. Leave.
This. Wu Nang watched all this with an unbelieving expression. He had never imagined that Wu Hui, this kid, would be able to force a powerful A-class genetic warrior and one whole group of genetic warriors away all by himself. Wu Nang was terrified.
No, don't abandon me. However, right at this moment. Cosmic manifestation, first form, Divine Infernal Sword. Bang!
A huge pitch-black sword streaked downward from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth.
Pooh!
Wu Nang was nailed on the spot he stood on. Due to Wu Nang's fear toward Wu Hui and the cosmic manifestation, the current divine infernal sword was even more powerful than when it had appeared previously. The middle-aged man that had just left stopped his steps. He turned around and gave the pitch-black sword a look with alarm in his heart.
The previous attacks were actually not Wu Hui's maximum power? Such power.
The middle-aged man smiled bitterly.
The kids nowadays are so terrifying?
At the grassland, heaven and earth seemed to join, forming a picture. Within the picture, corpses were sprawled everywhere, with rivers of blood, a huge sword emitting a terrifying power, and the tiny Wu Hui centering everything, akin to a demonic god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 271, Mysterious Radiance. Chapter 271, Mysterious Radiance. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Victory!
Chen Feng exhaled in relief as he looked at the departing figure of that middle-aged man.
Are they gone? Wu Hui's feet weakened, and he almost slumped down onto the ground.
Chen Feng rushed forth to hold him up. He had only unleashed several attacks earlier, but the cost he'd paid to battle those of higher classes than him was quite huge. All the energy Wu Hui had on him was already overdraft. If he truly had to battle that A-class warrior, he could only put his life on the line.
Let's go, Chen Feng said. Mei Chum, Wu Hui answered meekly.
Without their enemies around, he seemed to have reverted to his previous attitude.
Remember, your ability is something you can't tell anyone about. The fewer people that are aware of how your ability works, the stronger you will be. If everyone knows about your ability, you will most probably become true trash. Do you understand?
Chen Feng had a solemn expression as he said this.
Wu Hui nodded resolutely. MHM.
He was too clear on how precious what Chen Feng had given him was.
Schwa. They left speedily.
This was not a place they should stay long.
Since those genetic warriors had already left, they should leave as soon as possible as well.
However, just as they stood up, distantly, a bizarre radiance bloomed suddenly from the direction facing the entrance of the Qinghe grassland.
Instantly, the whole world started turning gray. Wu Hui was alarmed. What's that?
Distantly, the areas enveloped by the radiance were all turning a gray color. Furthermore, it was spreading at an extremely high speed, rushing toward this direction.
Schwa.
The green grassland was turning gray speedily. Not only the grassland, the air, other vegetations, and everything one could see were turning a gray color.
Chen Feng's heart thumped. Something is happening.
In front of them, several silhouettes appeared. They were the genetic squad that had just left not long ago. Evidently, they were all shocked by what happened and were escaping toward this direction as well.
Go!
Chen Feng did not hesitate. He dragged Wu Hui and started escaping.
What joke was that? Even that A-class genetic warrior was running from the gray radiance. What could they achieve by staying here? Schwa.
The radiance kept spreading.
Everyone was escaping frantically. However, could they outrun it? Hum.
Accompanied by a flash of light, countless people vanished instantly.
Damn it! Chen Feng's heart chilled. The speed was too fast.
If this continued, they stood no chance of escaping.
Luck value? Chen Feng tried activating his luck aura. However, it didn't work. Regardless of how Chen Feng urged it to work, luck aura did not give him any feedback. As of now, the radiance was nearing him. That A-class warrior was running hastily with his nephew. However, could they escape it? Chen Feng clenched his teeth. This can't continue. In the midst of running, he saw a pit not far away. Perhaps. Whoosh! He leaped into the pit with Wu Hui. Seal! A succession of wind blade was unleashed, sealing the entrance to the pit. Purple submarine.
To be safe, Chen Feng even summoned the purple submarine he'd used at the Frozen Sea, as this submarine possessed an extremely powerful energy-blocking ability.
Clang! Done! Chen Feng and Wu Hui even stopped breathing just to be safe.
Facing this crisis, he had done all he could. As for the rest, he could only submit to the will of the heavens. That bizarre radiance reached them noiselessly. A bizarre radiance emerged.
Here it comes. Chen Feng's heart thumped.
He could clearly see how that radiance seemed to ignore the terrain there, ignored the purple submarine, ignored everything and gushed toward him and Wu Hui directly.
It's over. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Hands, arms, everything was turning gray at an inconceivable speed.
However, right at this instant, on that figurine he'd obtained from the frozen sea, on the body of that mysterious young lady, a gust of radiance abruptly bloomed.
Noiselessly, it started spreading.
Next, the invading bizarre radiance paused before stopping completely. After a short while, the radiance took a detour around Chen Feng and Wu Hui before continuing to spread elsewhere.
Saved? Chen Feng's heart jolted wildly. This thing. Chen Feng took out the figurine. For unknown reason, this figurine of a young lady with a miniskirt appeared even more lifelike at this moment. It was giving Chen Feng an extremely lifelike feeling, but... is this really an ordinary figurine? 10 years ago. Goli's squad that was hunted, those people that were killed because of this figurine. Chen Feng was inwardly amazed. What are you, exactly? Unfortunately, no one could answer his questions. The radiance continued spreading while he and Wu Hui continued hiding underground. After an unknown period of time, when the figurine finally reverted to its usual appearance and the radiance around them disappeared, Chen Feng and Wu Hui exhaled in relief. They had survived this by fluke. Let's go. Carefully, Chen Feng left the pit. If that radiance truly possessed the power to destroy everything, everything outside should have been destroyed by now. However, when Chen Feng left the pit, he was stunned. Out there, everything was now gray in color. The whole Qinghe grassland had turned gray. Apart from gray, there was also white, black, and weird mixtures of gray, black, and white. It was like a scene out of some old black and white film. At this instant, Chen Feng felt like he had gone back in time and entered one of those black and white film. Chen Feng was stunned. What exactly is going on? Black and white. Everything was black and white. The grass on the ground, the fruit on the tree, the soil. What had happened here? Is this the effect of that radiance? Radiation? Or some unknown powerful ability? Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. This was truly a world where everything was possible. Even if one were to hide in one's home, a meteor might fall on your house from the sky. Hence. Go! He left speedily with Wu Hui. Regardless of what had happened here, since this had happened to the whole Qinghe grassland, they had to leave as soon as possible. Soon, they reached the entrance of the Qinghe grassland. It could be seen that outside the grassland was still a multicolored world like before. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Seems like this only happened to the grassland. Go! Shua! Taking Wu Hui with him, he walked out. Hum! A bizarre undulation appeared. Bang! Chen Feng and Wu Hui were bounced back into the grassland. What's going on? Chen Feng was shocked. They couldn't leave. Currently, someone from the outside world was stepping into the Qinghe grassland. Chen Feng stared blankly as the newcomer was right in front of him yet ignored him and stepped over the entrance into the grassland directly. Next, just as the newcomer stepped through the entrance, the newcomer disappeared. There were also several groups that had entered the entrance before disappearing. Chen Feng had initially believed that those who'd entered were all dead. However, some of the newcomers had decided to return to the camp to buy something after entering. Hence, those people stepped out of the grassland and once again appeared in front of Chen Feng once they passed through the entrance and arrived outside. They were all talking and laughing to each other casually, seemingly not affected by what had happened here at all. In other words, these people had not realized what had happened here. How is that possible? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Apart from that, it was evident that the newcomers could not see him or anything here either. This almost felt like they were both located in two different dimensions. Wait. Chen Feng abruptly realized something. Could it be that the radiance earlier transformed space and time itself? What place is this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Different Style and Can't Get Along. Chapter 272, Different Style and Can't Get Along. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng and Wu Hui were carefully traveling within the Qinghe grassland. Currently, they were behaving the same way they had when they'd first entered the grassland, advancing cautiously. This was because they had noticed that the whole Qinghe grassland seemed to have changed. It was still the same place, but everything else was different. That mysterious pit that had appeared in the ground. The weeds that were 1 meter tall. At first, they had believed that these were merely aftereffects of the radiance earlier. However, now that they paid more attention and observed them, they found that these things were completely different than before. Not only the length or size of the things, even the species had changed.
For example, a certain random bush of weeds somewhere turned into a bush of mysterious icy scarlet flowers, a plant that was supposed to only appear after 100 years of utmost care.
There was definitely a problem somewhere. The scariest part was Wu Yaotian's boulder formation.
There, the formation was already nowhere to be seen.
Instead, what appeared there was an imposing palace that appeared shiny and glorious. How did this happen? Chen Feng's heart leaped furiously. He could feel how imposing this palace was.
Perhaps everything that had happened here was related to that palace.
Could it be that the boulder formation of Wu Yaotian's had triggered some sort of mysterious yet formidable power? If that was the case.
Suddenly, some silhouettes appeared in the distance.
Chen Feng pressed Wu Hui down as they lied low in the bush.
Careful. Distantly, a group of soldiers were patrolling in an orderly fashion, solemn expressions on their faces.
They are patrolling, Wu Hui whispered. Chen Feng was alarmed. Patrolling. Where had these people come from? Had they truly entered a different spacetime continuum earlier? What damnable place was this? An illusion? Unlikely. A different dimension? That did not seem too likely.
He had obviously seen some newcomers when at the entrance earlier.
This feeling, it was like two groups of people inside and outside a TV. Wait.
Suddenly, Chen Feng understood.
Their current situation resembled someone who had been trapped inside some black and white TV.
However, the difference was that they were actually trapped in an independent space. This was the power of space, a power similar to that unique power of space he had encountered previously. However, for this particular space, the rules of this space dictated that the world would be a gray-colored world. This was Chen Feng's guess.
Chen Feng frowned. If so, these soldiers, these people, are all fake?
After observing the palace for a short while, Chen Feng decided to leave with Wu Hui.
Let's check out the other places.
At the very least, we need to get a clear understanding of this place first.
Wu Hui nodded. They left speedily and started exploring the whole Qinghe grassland.
However, when they reached the depths of the grassland, they stopped their steps. There, they saw an acquaintance.
That's right, an acquaintance.
It was the strongest person from the squad they'd met earlier, the A-class genetic warrior.
He noticed them as well. It's you. What happened here?
Instantly, Wu Hui recovered his cool disposition and Chen Feng retreated backward cautiously.
I don't know.
The middle-aged man shook his head lightly. Shortly after, his expression became cold and detached.
This is a question that I should be asking you guys. Wu Hui raised his eyebrow. What do you mean?
This place.
When everyone else turned black and white, how did the both of you?
The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Wu Hui and Chen Feng's skin. Although your clothes are black and white, your skin is still the same.
Chen Feng and Wu Hui's hearts leaped. They studied the middle-aged man and noticed that what he'd said was true.
This middle-aged man was now black and white.
As for the both of them, it was the figurine. Instantly, Chen Feng guessed the truth.
They'd initially believed that the radiance would kill those it touched.
Unexpectedly, it merely changed everyone's color. A mysterious yet bizarre ability.
As for Chen Feng and Wu Hui, the protection the figurine had allotted them instead brought them trouble now. At least, in this black and white world, being the only person of color was an extremely scary proposition. An ominous glint flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes.
You? Wu Hui's eyes gleamed coldly as well. Don't court death.
The middle-aged man merely sneered.
He. Do you think that I am afraid of you? We are both a class. I have been dominating wherever I go for so many years, why would I be afraid of a new A-class like you? Since my nephew is not around and I am alone, let me teach you what a true A-class looks like. Bang! He moved. A boundless energy started gushing out.
It did not appear too obvious in this black and white world, however.
Bang!
The middle-aged man's body vanished and reappeared before turning into countless afterimages that charged toward Wu Hui. Wu Hui, who was in fact only D-class, didn't even have the chance to react to all this.
Pooh! Instantly, Wu Hui was flung away.
Blood splattered around. The blood was actually red in color.
In this black and white world, it appeared incredibly dazzling.
The most terrifying part of it was the fact that, when the blood landed on the ground, the black and white weeds on the ground recovered their original color.
Green. They recovered their color. Your strength.
The middle-aged man frowned for a bit before he understood what was going on.
So that's the case. Although you seem to have reached a class previously, you probably used some methods to reach a class forcefully, right? Hee, after unleashing those attacks earlier, how much of your strength do you have left? Wu Hui's expression changed.
This guy had indeed guessed correctly.
Cosmic manifestation was not an omnipotent ability.
Its feat of pushing the D-class him into A-class to kill countless people was already miraculous. Now, his strength was almost exhausted.
Coupled with the formidable strength of this enemy, what could he do? He couldn't even react to the enemy on time. A single A-class genetic warrior was almost unequaled here.
The middle-aged man eyed Chen Feng and Wu Hui greedily.
After killing you, I might be able to recover. On the ground, the color reinstated by Wu Hui's blood was clear for him to see. The color of Wu Hui and Chen Feng's skin was merely the color of regular skin. As such, they weren't particularly conspicuous in this black and white world. However, those weeds appeared incredibly bright in contrast to the black and white world. Bang!
Once again, that middle-aged man raged. Kill! Light swirled around before condensing into an energy sword that he held in his hand.
With a flash of black and white radiance, that formidable and imposing sword slashed toward Wu Hui. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Careful! Shwa! Light started swirling.
Instinctively, he unleashed his myriad illusionary wind blades.
Bang! Countless wind blades surged forth.
At the instant these wind blades erupted, Chen Feng's widened his eyes abruptly. In front of him, the middle-aged man was stunned as well. He was staring blankly at Chen Feng's wind blades, staring at the blades as they collided with his attack.
Bang! Bang!
An intense sound of explosion resounded at the collision. A terrifying shockwave engulfed the vicinity, and both Chen Feng and the middle-aged man took a step backward. That's right, they both took a step backward.
Chen Feng had actually blocked the middle-aged man's attack.
The middle-aged man stared at Chen Feng in shock.
You? Chen Feng was lost as well. I blocked it? This? Next, Chen Feng gulped before an overjoyed expression appeared on his face.
He found that, when his wind blades had erupted earlier, something astonishing that everyone had neglected had happened. For both him and Wu Hui, not only their body was with color. Their blood retained its color, and even their energy and attacks retained their color. Earlier, at the moment his multicolored wind blades had erupted, the colorful wind blades had erupted with an extremely terrifying power.
Chen Feng's initial strongest power would only enable him to challenge those at C-class. Surprisingly, he had now successfully blocked the attack of an A-class expert.
Chen Feng was akin to a multicolored LCD screen, up against the middle-aged man that was akin to an old black and white TV. Regardless of how powerful that middle-aged man was, Chen Feng did not have the slightest trace of fear, because here at this place, color itself contained power. But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 273, Do you want to leave? Chapter 273, Do you want to leave? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This is... Wu Hui was dumbfounded.
The reason for that was the fact that what he was currently witnessing was completely a confrontation of two different styles.
Have you ever seen a battle between Madoka of Madoka Magica and Kurosaki Ichigo? Have you ever seen a battle between Ultraman and the Pirate King? What Wu Hui was witnessing was something similar.
In this bizarre world, Chen Feng seemed to possess an astonishing amount of power.
A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Then, countless dazzling, surging energy appeared, and once again, Chen Feng assembled his energy equipment.
However, different from his past energy equipments, his current energy equipment was extremely colorful and much more powerful.
Hence, Shwa!
A shiny energy equipment came into existence in this black and white world. The colors of the lighting on the energy equipment were constantly changing, as this energy equipment seemed to contain a countless amount of colors. Every single one of these colors represented a mysterious yet formidable power. This was the power of color.
Hoof! The middle-aged man snorted. He refused to believe that an A-class like him would not be able to defeat a D-class like Chen Feng. Bang!
He punched out, unleashing a powerful secret art of his.
Chen Feng had no fear. Come! Shwa! He streaked forth with his shiny energy equipment. Bang! Their fists collided. Pooh! One silhouette was flung backward.
Once Wu Hui got a clear look, he was immediately stunned. The person flung out was actually the A-class warrior. As for Chen Feng, he had suffered 0 injuries.
This? Wu Hui blanked.
That was an A class, a class that was traditionally the peak of existence.
Chen Feng sneered. Is a class really so powerful? Bang! Another punch was launched. This great A-class warrior here was used to scrape the floor by Chen Feng. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch rained down on him.
Instantly, the middle-aged man was covered in bruises. The energy equipment of myriad colors had erupted with an alarming power. In this black and white world, color itself was the strongest of powers. Chen Feng, don't push it, the middle-aged man bellowed.
Bang!
As a response, Chen Feng gave him another punch, blasting him to the ground.
Pooh!
Suddenly, a black mist flickered into existence. However, when Chen Feng studied it, he discovered that it was not a black mist. Instead, that was a mist of blood splattered out of the middle-aged man's body. Since there was no color in this world, the blood was black.
Schwa, dot. The middle-aged man disappeared amidst the black mist. He was, after all, an A-class warrior.
The amount of escaping methods he had at his disposal were higher than they could imagine.
You are lucky to be fast at escaping, Chen Feng said indifferently. Wu Hui cautiously asked, wasn't that somewhat too cruel to him? That was, after all, an A-class warrior. If one beat him up too much in here, things would probably be bad when they finally left this world. If so, we just have to ensure that he won't get any chances to leave this place, Chen Feng replied with a calm expression. What joke was that? If this unexpected thing hadn't happened, the both of them would have probably been killed by that middle-aged man. He was planning to use their blood to restore his color. In such a circumstance, it was either life or death. Wu Hui was quite good in all aspects, but his heart was too soft. Chen Feng looked at Wu Hui as he thought this. Mei Chen, seems like he needs further guidance. As of now, they had both understood their true strength in this world. Not only Chen Feng, even Wu Hui became incomparably powerful here after he recovered his strength. Granted, the amount of color he could summon wasn't comparable to Chen Feng, but he was still extremely powerful here. In this world, they both were truly powerful. Chen Feng was extremely spirited. Very good. Now, it's time for us to take a good look at what kind of place this is, exactly. Not long after, the entirety of the Qinghe grassland was explored by them. Their initial conclusion was that everyone that had been covered by that wave of radiance earlier had been sent into this world. The only difference between those people and them was the color on their body that had changed into black and white for some unknown reason. The vegetation here had also changed. This place appeared more like an independent space from the outside world. To be precise, this was a space reconstructed with Qinghe grassland as the foundation. I have heard of such methods before, Wu Hui said. The so-called space reconstruction was a situation that would arise when the space available was too huge or when the person himself did not possess space construction-related abilities. As such, an actual space in the real world would be used as an anchor to construct an independent space. For example, this Qinghe grassland they were currently in. Under normal circumstances, those who did this would be using some rooms or some tunnels as the blueprint for space reconstruction. This was the first time they had ever seen a huge place like the Qinghe grassland being used as the blueprint. This was too terrifying. What kind of person was it that was capable of constructing something so big? If it was a space reconstruction, it was a space constructed with a real world as the blueprint, but it was still an astonishing feat. Was it an A-class? Or stronger? What was the reason for the construction of this space? The answers for these questions were unknown. However, based on Chen Feng's deduction, it was very possible that they had both accidentally gotten themselves involved in the progress of some expert's project. In this project, people like them were normally categorized as cannon fodder. Presently, only the first step of the project had unfolded. For the next step, something major might happen. I must figure it out as soon as possible. Chen Feng was anxious. Regardless of how powerful color was in this world, he still had to figure out what was going to happen here, or they would most probably end up dying here. The project of a super expert like this would be extremely terrifying. Chen Feng had no plans of having a taste of that. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Is this the mysterious organization again? As far as he recalled, that was the only organization with all sorts of such bizarre projects. Each of those projects was capable of threatening the whole world, an extremely terrifying collection of projects. Wu Hui was at a loss. How should we proceed in our investigations? Chen Feng pointed at the center of the grassland. That palace. That would be the focus for them to solve this problem. In this huge Qinghe grassland, that was the only place where people indigenous of this world existed.
That was also the only place that contained those bizarre patrols and the mysterious power.
Wu Hui was somewhat anxious. We might not be able to defeat them. Chen Feng was originally at D class.
After being boosted by his colorful energy equipment, he had temporarily reached peak A class in this world.
Wu Hui was originally at D class.
After boosting himself with the power of color, he reached B class. However, the boost he received was unstable, so his true power was still unknown. As for their enemies, even those patrols were at peak B class.
What about the residents inside the palace? Neither of them knew the answer.
From the energy dispersed around the palace alone, it was apparent how terrifying a place that was.
If Wu Hui were to enter, he would most probably be cannon fodder there.
However, if Chen Feng were to enter alone, it would be extremely dangerous as well.
Who says there are only two of us?
Chen Feng said calmly.
Wu Hui raised his head with a blank look. Ah! A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. There are others that are even more anxious to leave this place than us.
Earlier, when that guy had fled them, Chen Feng had planted something on his body. This wasn't a particularly difficult feat for Chen Feng with his myriad illusions ability. Normally, this was something Chen Feng wouldn't have had the guts to do, but in this world.
He.
Tracing his marker planted on the guy, Chen Feng was able to find him shortly. There, a group of black people were crowded together, currently in discussion about something. Chen Feng greeted them with a bright smile on his face.
Hello, everyone. Chen Feng? The middle-aged man was furious. Don't push it. Shua. Shua. One cold gaze after another locked onto Chen Feng. Do you want to leave this place? Chen Feng asked calmly.
Instantly, the middle-aged man calmed down.
Do you have any ways to do that? A profound smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. If we don't try, we will never know.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 274, What does color signify? Chapter 274, What does color signify? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
A huge palace was currently at the place where the boulder formation had originally been. Chen Feng and a group of people were currently in the vicinity, discussing their tactics for entering the palace. Based on their guesses, the clue to how they could leave this place might very well lie in this palace. We can quietly get rid of the patrols out there, the middle-aged man proposed. He was an A-class genetic warrior. As for these patrols, they were mere B-class warriors. Regardless of their amount, they were not his opponent. As long as the others could exercise control and prevent the shockwave from the battle from leaking beyond their immediate vicinity, he would be able to do it. It will be too much of a waste of your energy if you move alone. Perhaps we can all do it together, someone said. I think we should simply ignore the patrols and sneak into the palace, someone suggested. They were all discussing the various possibilities.
Chen Feng's gaze landed on the patrols. What joke was that? If he only needed to sneak in or assassinate those patrols, what was the point of him seeking their help? Shua. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly.
Instantly, his energy equipment was assembled. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly.
What are you doing? Is this guy going crazy? Chen Feng sneered. What else can I do? Bang! With a single punch, a terrifying power erupted. Pooh! A group of B-class patrols were instantly killed.
This was Chen Feng's current strength. In this bizarre yet unique space, Chen Feng's combat power had reached peak A class.
You are going crazy. The middle-aged man howled, this way, you will alarm the others. I'm aware of that.
Chen Feng smiled calmly before continuing, this palace is only this big.
How many people do we have? What's the point of sneaking or assassinating? Would you believe me if I told you that, regardless of how many people you sneak past, as long as a battle erupts inside the palace, these people will still all reach us quickly? Next, we will be surrounded. What's the point then?
Hence, the easiest method of dealing with this is to simply break in through force, killing everyone we see.
Shua! Shua!
Suddenly, the door of the palace opened. Numerous patrols rushed out of the palace, all of them B-class. On top of that, two warriors who were wearing obviously better clothing walked out of the group of patrols, filled with killing intent. His cold voice traveled forth.
Kill all intruders.
Chen Feng smiled calmly.
See, they are here. F***CK.
The middle-aged man cursed. If he'd known that Chen Feng was so stupid, he wouldn't have chosen to work together.
As for now, Kill, he said with clenched teeth. Bang! Instantly, the battle erupted.
The intruders led by Chen Feng faced off against the patrols. Chen Feng and the middle-aged man were in charge of the A-class patrols while the rest of them were in charge of cleaning up the other B-class patrols.
Shortly after, the battle ended. The area in front of the palace was now a bloody mess.
The two strongest A-class patrols had been killed by Chen Feng and the middle-aged man. As for those B-class patrols, a huge amount of them had been killed. Even half the group brought over by the middle-aged man had perished.
Chen Feng led everyone as they entered the hall. Let's go. Ah, enemy attack. They are already in here. God, this is so scary. Countless horrified voices resounded.
The servants of the palace were all horrified and were fleeing around in disarray. This so-called palace might appear glorious. However, at a size of around several hundred square meters, its interior wasn't really huge. It was around the same size as the exhibition hall at Gold City. Alarming them was the fact that a girl was imprisoned in here. At the middle of the palace hall, countless shackles with black and white radiance swirling around them had a girl locked tightly to the point where she couldn't even budge. This was a young lady of around 16 or 17 years of age.
She had an extremely beautiful appearance.
Chen Feng had never seen his young lady before. However, this young lady was giving him an incomparably familiar feeling, seemingly someone he had seen somewhere.
Her eyes were deep blue, the blue of the deep ocean. Wait, blue? Chen Feng was alarmed. There was actually color in this girl's eyes?
Be careful, Chen Feng reminded.
Unfortunately. Clang. Clang.
The young lady started rocking the shackles in her hands and blue radiance starting to envelope her. Instantly, everything around her stopped moving while the blue radiance blossomed without stop. The genetic warriors that were walking toward that young lady all stopped moving as well.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang!
All the shackles crumbled apart.
Instantly, the blue radiance started spreading out. Pooh!
All the genetic warriors within 10 meters around her were dead. Out of the initially huge group of genetic warriors the middle-aged man had led here, only 5 were left now.
A smile appeared on the young lady's face. I have been waiting for you guys for a very long time. Chen Feng?
The young lady started humming playfully.
You people from the Genetic Union are still as tyrannical as ever. Genetic Union? What the heck is she talking about? Chen Feng?
However, as he turned around and exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, he instantly realized something.
This was a trap. Someone had used the entirety of the Qinghe grassland as a blueprint to construct an independent space for this trap.
As such, this was most definitely not a trap for them.
Rather, this had been used to trap this young lady? Based on this young lady's words, she was waiting for those from the Genetic Union? Hence, this was a confrontation between the Genetic Union and some mysterious faction.
Chen Feng's group had merely accidentally gotten themselves mixed up in this disaster. And now this young lady was under the impression that they were the people from the Genetic Union. Abruptly, Chen Feng had an ominous feeling.
Damn it! How powerful would those daring to contend against the Genetic Union be? Chen Feng was horrified. Retreat!
The middle-aged man had decided to retreat speedily with his remaining subordinates as well.
However, it was too late. Hum! A blue radiance started spreading.
Instantly, everything around them seemed to slow down.
This feeling, the binding of space?
Even the middle-aged man with A-class combat power failed to escape this.
The blue radiance spread and enveloped Chen Feng.
Right at this instant, a small flickering light appeared on his body before blocking off all the blue radiance on him. Chen Feng rubbed the figurine he had.
You again. This figurine had saved him too many times. Go! Chen Feng started escaping with Wu Hui.
This place was too dangerous. It was better for them to first retreat from here.
Unfortunately. Bang!
At that instant, the space up in the sky was ripped apart. Numerous genetic warriors with terrifying strength started descending from the sky.
On each of them was a uniform Chen Feng was extremely familiar with. Those were the uniform of the Genetic Union. The people from the Union had arrived.
Regardless of what place this was, regardless of what faction it was, as long as the experts of the Union were here, the conclusion for this was already set in stone.
For them to actually gather here. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He was saved. The newcomers were a countless amount of peak B-class warriors and A-class warriors. This was the power of the Union.
A group of powerful warriors appeared and locked onto the young lady with their cold gazes. Toward the end, their gaze landed on Chen Feng's group as well. Chen Feng hastily made his identity known.
We are on the same side. The leading genetic warrior scanned Chen Feng's body. D. Scan error.
Unknown identity, the ice-cold voice of the system prompted.
That person sneered. You dare pretend to be a member of the Union? Chen Feng's heart leaped. Pretend? How is that possible, this identity token?
Instinctively, Chen Feng aimed his wristband at them. His wristband was actually able to easily hack into their wristband and perform scanning on them. Next, with horror, Chen Feng discovered that the time indicated by the system in their wristband was 100 years in the past.
This was simply a different era. How could this? Chen Feng's heart leaped furiously. Boulder formation, time, palace, blue. At this instant, everything seemed to come together. Chen Feng finally realized that this was actually the Qinghe grassland from 100 years in the past. There simply was no independent space or any of that.
The location was still the same Qinghe grassland. The only thing that had changed was time.
These colors represented time.
Anything black and white was from the era 100 years ago, while the other colors represented time itself. Due to some unique reason, Chen Feng had not been transformed into a person of that era. As such, even when his body was dragged into that era, he still possessed the power of color, since here, color represented the power of time. As for the power released by the young lady's blue radiance that stopped everyone's movement, it was not the power of space. Rather, that was a power capable of slowing or stopping time.
She possessed the power of time.
That was her ability.
As for the genetic union, their target was this young lady.
Finally, Chen Feng understood what had happened.
So this was an incident where a young lady with the power of time was being hunted by the genetic union? If this was truly what had happened back then, who was the one who was replaying this scene from 100 years ago? Who had turned the present Qinghe grassland into this? What was the reason? Just as Chen Feng was in the midst of astonishment, suddenly, a familiar shout could be heard far away. You.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 275, Brother, we are on the same side. Chapter 275, Brother, we are on the same side. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. A.O.
A long howl could be heard. Distantly, countless gigantic beasts from the grassland charged forth. The earth trembled and the howls of the beasts thundered. Instantly, the palace was surrounded by countless gigantic beasts. Those were all beasts Chen Feng had never seen before. They were gigantic beasts that only existed 100 years ago.
Chen Feng was alarmed. Here it comes. The one leading the group of gigantic beasts was the talking grassland wolf they'd encountered earlier.
Different from the other mutated beasts, this particular grassland beast had color on its body as well, despite its color being only blue. On its body was a familiar nameplate. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with that nameplate, he would have most probably missed it. It was that beast indeed.
Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood.
It was actually the grassland wolf leader with terrifying strength.
The huge grassland wolf leader knelt down in front of the palace.
Young mistress. The young lady coldly asked, Who are you? I traveled through time to reach here. A smile seemed to appear on that wolf's face as it continued, Here to rescue your esteemed self. The young lady was slightly agitated.
Time. Someone from the future to save me? How long in the future are you from?
100 years.
100 years.
The young lady closed her eyes and continued, So 100 years has passed?
Yes, you went missing, the grassland wolf answered respectfully.
The young lady nodded slightly as her cold gaze swept through the people from the genetic union before sweeping through the grassland wolf's army and ultimately landing on Chen Feng's group.
Missing.
There were three factions at play here now. Although Chen Feng's group appeared weak, in fact, their fighting strength was extremely astonishing.
None would dare to underestimate them. Schwa.
At this instant, almost everyone's gazes landed on Chen Feng's group. This was an extremely dangerous place.
Everyone here had only come for their mission.
If so, why had this group appeared here?
State your identity, the people of the genetic union shouted. Chen Feng sighed. We are truly from the same side.
Seems like the identity token from 100 years in the future can't be used here. Oh, right, the technology of their wristbands seems somewhat outdated.
If I hack it for a bit. Can you guys try checking my identification token once again? He looked at the people from the Union.
Just as they were about to recheck, one of their checkers opened his mouth and said, "Captain, the data was altered a short while ago."
Chen Feng. What the F***ck? Your certification technology is outdated yet your firewall is so advanced? Schwa.
Immediately, the people from the Genetic Union glared at Chen Feng with unfriendly expressions.
Chen Feng shrugged. We are truly from the same side.
Unfortunately, nobody believed his words.
Finally, that middle-aged man started talking. We are merely passers-by. We are only here for some mission. Accidentally, we got caught up into this affair of yours. We are truly ordinary passers-by. From 100 years in the future, the grassland wolf interjected. The middle-aged man hesitated before answering, yes. Kill.
Suddenly, the killing intent of those from the Genetic Union surged.
100 years in the future. These people were all here from the future for some mysterious yet evil intentions. No one could guarantee that their appearance wouldn't affect this world in any way. The theories of time manipulation were a top secret even in the Genetic Union itself. These people all had to die. His cold gaze swept through the grassland wolf and the rest of the people there before ultimately deciding to kill. The young lady glanced at Chen Feng. These people. They must die. The grassland wolf lowered its voice. If they were truly accidentally dragged here by us, they must die. We have performed extremely delicate calculations on the timeline. Hence, not a single speck of variable must be allowed to exist. The path back to the future was only prepared for you alone. From the moment these people appeared here, they were fated to die. Moreover, it is simply too common for a third party to benefit from the disputes of others. The grassland wolf was evidently filled with vigilance. They could not guarantee that this wasn't some ploy of the Genetic Unions. If they decided to rescue Chen Feng's group yet Chen Feng's group decided to backstab them, it would be too dangerous. Regardless of them or the Genetic Union, they could not permit a third party to exist here. In this mission, even for them, only a single survivor was permitted. Kill. The ice-cold killing intent bloomed. The people of the Genetic Union took the initiative and charged toward Chen Feng's group. Hey, we are truly on the same side. Chen Feng revealed his certification details. This is truly how it will look like 100 years in the future. Humph. The people from the Genetic Union merely snorted as a response. Regardless of whether this was the truth or not, this guy had to die. So you really don't believe me? Chen Feng was feeling helpless. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Don't force me. At that, the expressions of those from the Genetic Union became even more serious. From the energy equipment on Chen Feng, it was apparent that Chen Feng's combat power was quite formidable. Schwa. Several experts of the Genetic Union surrounded Chen Feng. The battle was going to start at any moment. The young lady and the grassland wolf were surrounded by the people from the Genetic Union as well. At the same time, they were also wondering if this youngster here would be able to escape. If both this youngster's group and the Genetic Union ended up hurting each other, things would be perfect. Chen Feng sighed. I already told you we are from the same side. You guys are the ones who decided not to believe me, but... Suddenly, he dragged Wu Hui with him and retreated toward the young lady's direction. You are courting death. The grassland wolf leader's eyes gleamed ominously. Bro, we are on the same side. Chen Feng shouted before taking out a nameplate he had kept on him for a very long time. A faint word could be seen on it, Duma. Young lady? Genetic Union? Grassland wolf leader? The previous instant, this guy here had still been claiming to be from the Genetic Union side. The next instant, he took out a nameplate and claimed to be on the same side as the grassland wolf? Are you F***king kidding? This thing. Finally, the grassland wolf realized where that familiar feeling it had felt earlier came from. He stared at Chen Feng. Why do you have this thing? My master gave it to me. An old freak that had been alive for God knows how long. Humph, Chen Feng said casually. He told me to come here to the Qinghe grassland to try my luck and see if there were any fortuitous encounters, telling me that I would be able to get a deeper understanding of the power of time or something like that, because I am also a possessor of the power of time. Schwa. With a wave of his hand, a blue radiance appeared, shining around him. The whole spacetime of the black and white world seemed to be affected by this. Every single movement of Chen Feng's was putting great pressure on this world. This was exactly the power of time. The grassland wolf leader appeared gratified. Very good. So this guy is from our side? No wonder he is such a treacherous person. I initially planned to sneak myself into the genetic union. Chen Feng put on a regretful expression.
Unexpectedly, those bastards gave me certification details from the future, which had instead conflicted with the certification details of this time.
Veins surfaced on the people of the genetic union. They had almost fallen for that.
If this guy's certification details had been correct,
would they have been able to see through something prepared in advance by those from 100 years in the future?
Such an enemy was truly a danger at the highest level.
The people of the genetic union appeared unprecedentedly solemn. Prepare for battle. For the genetic union. For the world. Battle.
After a roar, all of them from the genetic union erupted with their full power.
The grassland wolf leader glanced at Chen Feng.
You guys will be in charge of protecting young mistress here.
Chen Feng nodded slightly. All right. A vicious expression appeared on the grassland wolf leader's face. Then. Howl. With a loud roar, charge.
All the mysterious and powerful gigantic beasts charged forth.
The battle erupted instantly.
Chen Feng, on the other hand, dragged Wu Hui and followed closely beside the young lady. Rather than protecting her, they were being protected instead. However, just as Chen Feng was busy gathering information from his surroundings and thinking of ways to solve his current predicament, a peculiar fragrance assailed his nostrils and a gust of warmth appeared by his ear as an intoxicating voice entered his earlobe. This young brother here, who are you exactly? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 276, The Lost Upon Return. Chapter 276, The Lost Upon Return. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Chen Feng coughed and continued, Don't stand so near me.
Tee-hee, are you getting shy?
The young lady had a faint smile, but a crafty expression appeared in her eyes.
On your body is an extremely familiar smell, causing me to be unable to resist getting intimate with you.
That's my body odor, Chen Feng said earnestly.
Young lady. Wu Hui.
Where's your face?
Bang. Bang, dot.
The battle in front of the palace was progressing. Some of their opponents tried to approach them.
However, they were directly beaten back by Chen Feng. What joke!
Since they refused to acknowledge Chen Feng's identity, he wouldn't be bothered with their identities as members of the genetic union.
You are very strong, the young lady exclaimed in admiration.
If only personal combat power was measured, Chen Feng would be the strongest here, possessing a combat power at PK class.
Chen Feng merely smiled as a reply. He. Another genetic union expert approached them. Come and die for me. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Scram. Hum.
Blood splattered around.
That genetic warrior was directly killed by Chen Feng. Instantly, the atmosphere of the area became somewhat stifling.
Those genetic warriors glared at Chen Feng ferociously and finally decided to not charge in his direction.
Instead, they focused on the grassland wolf's direction and those gigantic beasts. The young lady's eyes shone. Wow! So strong.
In her memories, such powerful genetic warriors would normally be those 50 or 60-year-old people old enough to be her grandfather. Even a genius would normally be around 40 years old when they reached this level of strength.
As for Chen Feng, he appeared to be only 18 years old.
Only around 3 years older than her. At that instant, some sort of romance seemed to sprout in the young lady's heart.
Which girl wouldn't wish that during their moment of crisis an unrivaled hero would descend like a deity from the heavens to rescue her? This unrivaled hero was currently Chen Feng. There were countless casualties on the battlefield, yet Chen Feng remained standing in front of her peacefully, none daring to approach them. By his lonesome self, he was equivalent to a whole army. After a long time, the battle ended. The original plan of the genetic unions had been to take this young lady away. Getting involved in a bitter battle had never been part of their plan. However, due to the existence of Chen Feng here, they'd had no choice but to first get rid of those gigantic beasts. After countless casualties, after suffering a disastrous loss, they'd finally gotten rid of those gigantic beasts. Nevertheless, their remaining combat power was already at their lowest point as well. The grassland wolf sneered. Are you planning to continue fighting? So what if we continue fighting? Suddenly, a person appeared midair. This person was a reinforcement from the genetic union. It was only a single person, who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. As for his combat power, it was PK class. A super expert had appeared. Do you think that only your side has reinforcements? The grassland wolf said in disdain.
Based on its understanding toward the events that had happened during this time period, it was precisely now that.
Let's battle then.
With a flash of green, another genius that was equally young appeared. A green speck of light was flickering on his forehead, giving him an extremely imposing appearance as he bathed in green radiance that was akin to some sort of extremely terrifying incorporeal barrier.
He's finally here. The grassland wolf's heart leaped. Senior Lu. Young mistress's future husband.
He descended from the sky and blocked in front of all of them. Quietly, he turned around and looked at the young lady before saying calmly, "With me here, no one can hurt you."
Young lady. Schwa.
He turned around, and the battle with the genius from the genetic union began. Rays of light started swirling around them without stop. However, the young lady merely stared at him like she was staring at an idiot.
Wait, things seems to be progressing somewhat. The grassland wolf's expression changed.
Based on the timeline's description he had received, this was how the plot should have developed. The young lady met with a crisis and fell into an impasse. Next, Senior Lu appeared and rescued the young lady, capturing the beauty's heart in the process. However, the young lady had also sustained heavy injuries due to the sneak attack on her.
Hence, she was subsequently ill for many years, resulting in her power of time slackening before she would ultimately disappear. The very reason this wolf had appeared here back in time was to prevent the sneak attack from ever happening to the young lady. That was the only reason it was here. Everything else was something it shouldn't get involved in.
Based on its master's command, apart from protecting the young lady, it should not interfere in the timeline. Hence, it had merely summoned the gigantic beasts to resist the genetic union instead of affecting any other events in this timeline. It hadn't even allowed Chen Feng, the one who possessed the special nameplate, to join the battle. The only thing it had Chen Feng do was protect the young lady, that was all.
However, something had unexpectedly happened. Chen Feng had altered history? No.
He had not even need to do anything. He had only needed to stand there, and behold, an 18-year-old with PK-class combat power, a person with a handsome appearance and a carefree personality, and who was also intelligent and quick-witted.
Wasn't all this sufficient for him to alter this course of history?
Compared to him, that Senior Lu at around 25 or 26 years old was simply a non-factor attractiveness-wise. This did not apply to Senior Lu alone. In fact, both the exceptional geniuses that were currently battling it out had been rendered as non-factors attractiveness-wise due to Chen Feng's appearance here. Moreover, after figuring out Chen Feng's real combat power, as long as Chen Feng remained standing by her side, the young lady would not feel any sense of crisis. Hence, a scene where a hero appeared and rescued the beauty would most probably not appear anymore.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The battle was still progressing. Those two exceptional geniuses were battling it out on the battlefield, yet the young lady was only staring at Chen Feng with an inquisitive and worshipping gaze. The only thing missing was her asking this young brother here if he wanted to get some from her.
Grassland wolf. What the F***ck, what should I do about this? The grassland wolf's head ached. Let me think about it.
Once again, it recalled the overall plan.
Imagem, after countless years of bitter cultivation, its master had finally grasped the power of time.
After the young mistress disappeared, he'd started putting even more effort into his research, which culminated in their current plan of going back in time. All this was in order to allow the young mistress to once again return to reality. And now, everything was indeed progressing as planned. However, the person playing the role of the hero who had rescued the beauty had somehow changed.
Oh, this shouldn't have too big an effect on the timeline, right? The grassland wolf contemplated seriously. Senior Lu was also a top-notch existence back in the future.
With his strength and talent, it would be too easy for him to regain the heart of this young lady.
Mesham, that's for sure. The grassland wolf checked the time.
Almost there.
Based on their plan, it should now prepare for the return into the future. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. The grassland wolf's heart leaped. Here it comes. Bang, dot. Space shattered into pieces as countless experts of the genetic union appeared out of the crack in the air.
Finally, the main squad of the genetic union had arrived.
A woo, the wolf howled. Instantly, countless blue radiances condensed together.
In the air, a terrifying beam of light appeared and pierced through heaven and earth.
Go! Senior Lu shouted. I will stop them here. All right. Light started swirling around the grassland wolf. Hum. A terrifying blue radiance bloomed. Time started moving. Do you need my help? Chen Feng asked calmly. No. The grassland wolf shook its head. Since you are from the future, try to avoid doing anything.
You only need to focus on protecting the young mistress.
Chen Feng calmly replied, all right.
No harm shall befall her before first getting rid of me. His thought process was quite simple.
Presently, he was only thinking of pretending to be one of them.
As such, he only needed to try his best to perfect his cover and avoid being seen through.
Unexpectedly, though, after the seemingly casual sentence of his, the eyes of the young lady started twinkling. Grassland Wolf. Bro, can you not play the part of an idle one at times like this?
If this continues, Senior Lu will truly be green too.
Xiao Fei. See you in 100 years. Senior Lu howled.
Currently, he was blocking the whole genetic union all by himself, with a majesty akin to someone who was blocking off an army of 10,000 men by his lonesome. Unfortunately for him, nobody seemed to be appreciating his current splendor.
Shwa.
Light swirled around and the scene around them started changing.
Time was reinstating itself. Could a life form from 100 years in the past be truly brought forward to the future? Chen Feng had no idea.
He had an indescribable sense of reverence toward the power of time. In fact, this was simply a power mankind had no hope of controlling.
That was time itself.
Behind him was the young lady. Her eyes were shut and her tiny hands were grabbing onto the corner of Chen Feng's shirt.
Shwa. Shwa.
Light swirled around.
Gradually, their surroundings recovered their color.
After a long time, a blue undulation started spreading around them, and everything returned to how it was.
The Qinghe grassland also recovered its green.
They had finally returned to the future. Their emotions surged.
We are back. Wow. This is the future?
The young lady was pleasantly surprised. However, right at this instant, a flicker appeared in the air. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the whole area as a voice resounded, I have been waiting a long time for you guys.
Bang!
Instantly, a terrifying power descended. The whole world was enveloped by darkness as the terrifying power reached them instantly.
Ka. Dot.
The team brought here by the middle-aged man, the group that had been following behind Chen Feng, was instantly killed by the terrifying power that descended.
Pooh.
The middle-aged man started spurting blood as well. Right after he'd returned to the future, before he could even react to anything, his chest was pierced through by a beam of light.
A magnificent A-class genetic warrior like him was actually killed instantly. Chen Feng was deeply alarmed. How is that possible? A class. That was an A-class. Even an A-class couldn't block this attack? Currently, that terrifying attack neared Chen Feng. Chen Feng's heart chilled. I'm finished. Defend. Pooh. Chen Feng's chest was pierced through by that terrifying beam of light in a split second.
His heart was disintegrated as a stifling feeling emerged within.
Chen Feng's sight blurred before he started collapsing.
Raising his head, he could vaguely see a green radiance that was gradually condensing in the air before a silhouette walked out of the green. On that person's forehead was a green gem that was gleaming resplendently.
It's him!
Chen Feng was horrified as he suddenly recalled what Goli had told him back then.
Remember.
If you see someone with an odd stone on his forehead, regardless of the time or venue, flee as far as you can.
Soul. So, he is Soul.
That youngster from 100 years ago was also him.
Lu Han? 3.
Unfortunately, he'd realized this too late.
Bang!
Blood splattered out of his chest as his body collapsed loudly on the ground.
Dead.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 277, Golden Silhouette. Chapter 277, Golden Silhouette. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish.
At Star City, Ho Liang was playing chess with old Zhu.
I heard that kid Chen Feng went over to Genetic Union for some mission again?
Old Zhu curled his lips.
Are you truly not worried? What should I be worried of? Ho Liang laughed.
As a producer with off-the-charts combat power, our methods are inherently unsuitable for him. Rather, it is my hope that all producers will have such combat power.
Genetic Union.
Old Zhu shook his head. The missions there are much harder than our missions.
Ho Liang grudgingly said, if he was going to die, he would have died a long time ago. If anyone is dying, I will probably die first. Pa. Eat.
Using a chess piece that looked like a lion, Ho Liang ate old Zhu's chess piece that looked like a tiger. Just as he was about to start bragging, abruptly, a familiar power could be felt.
That is.
Immediately, he turned around and stared in a certain direction.
Old Zhu was startled as well. That power, dot. At this instant, countless experts in Star City looked in the same direction. Countless consciousnesses started scanning over there. Every producer in Star City was extremely clear on what this power signified. Something had happened there. At Qinghe Grassland, when that terrifying green radiance had descended, even the grassland wolf and that young lady were alarmed. None of them had expected they would encounter such a crisis the moment they returned to the future. Senior Lu! Grassland wolf cried out in alarm. He is from our side. How ridiculous. Lu Hun's forehead gleamed with green, and his eyes were chilly. 100 years ago, I was unaware of who he was. But now, how would it be possible for me to not be aware of who he is? Champion of the Gene Rookie Competition, a genius belonging to both the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. With such an identity, he is thinking of lying to me? How ridiculous. I won't allow you to kill him. The young lady clenched her teeth as light started swirling in both her hands. Time, rewind. A faint power of time surged out of her hands. She wanted to rewind time several seconds into the past, believing that Chen Feng would be saved if she did that. However, how would Lu Hun permit that? Sigh. With a sigh, a gust of power erased the young lady's power with ease. You! The young lady glared at Lu Hun ferociously. I won't blame you, since the current you does not have any memory of that phase of our lives. Lu Hun's gaze landed on the young lady. His gaze was filled with gentleness, but it was quickly replaced with killing intent. However, anyone who dares to lay their hands on you will die. Especially him. He pointed at Chen Feng. You want to rescue him? If so, I will dismember his body into 10,000 pieces and extinguish his soul so that you can totally give up on this thought of yours, Lu Hun said coldly. Schwa, dot. Once again, a green radiance shot out of his hand toward Chen Feng. You! The young lady looked toward the grassland wolf. I command you to stop him. Senior Lu. The grassland wolf could only step forth with a bitter smile on its face. It had no way of disobeying the young mistress's command. Lu Hun's eyes gleamed coldly. Bang! The grassland wolf was directly blasted away. After returning to the future, how would Chen Feng, who only possessed the combat power of a peak B class, be Lu Hun's opponent? Lu Hun was someone who was at the very least at the peak of a class. It was also quite probable that he had even surpassed a class. The young lady clenched her teeth. I won't permit you to do that. She was clear that, if Chen Feng's body was destroyed by the power of the time, there would truly no longer be any methods to save him. Instinctively, she felt the urge to protect Chen Feng. However, Lu Hun merely uttered a single word, lock. A terrifying and formidable power appeared and locked down all her power. Her power of time and even her body were locked down on the spot, to the point where she couldn't even budge. Lu Hun's gaze landed on Chen Feng. Let's get this over with. Chen Feng was a variable that had appeared in this plan of his. Despite the appearance of this unexpected variable, however, as long as Chen Feng was eliminated and Xiao Fei recovered her memories, everything would return to how it was. Schwa! Light swirled around. The terrifying power gushing out of Lu Hun's hand slashed toward Chen Feng. Bang! A seemingly endless power bloomed. Damn it! Wu Hui was biting his lips to the point he'd started bleeding. In his heart, Chen Feng was an existence akin to his master. Chen Feng was the one who had opened up his path, the one who had assisted him in his rise, turning him into a true expert. However, he couldn't help Chen Feng at all. This was also the first time he'd realized how terrifying this guy with a diamond on his forehead was. The so-called C class, B class, A class, all these were merely some empty words as far as Lu Hun was concerned. He could easily crush all these people. Starting from the squad led by the A-class warrior earlier until Chen Feng, this guy was almost unrivaled when dealing with them. As for Wu Hui, he could only watch on as Chen Feng died. Earlier, when that power had penetrated Chen Feng, he'd witnessed with his own eyes as Chen Feng's aura diminished, feeling that grief deep in his heart. And now, this guy was even planning on destroying Chen Feng's corpse? Wu Hui felt an endless sense of humiliation. He started shouting, Bang! A terrifying power bubbled up around him. He charged forward and blocked in front of Chen Feng's corpse. Wu Hui's gaze was resolute. I do not fear you. I am Wu Hui. I possess the power of an A-class. I won't be afraid of you. Ah. Lu Hun nearly laughed at that. Pooh. Light swirled as Wu Hui was instantly blasted away. You? Wu Hui started spurting blood without stop. Attack? Nope, Lu Han hadn't even bothered with him.
The disparity between their strengths was simply too great, to the point that Wu Hui was simply non-existent as far as Lu Han was concerned. As such, Lu Han did not care about what level of strength Wu Hui possessed. Earlier, Wu Hui had merely been hit by the energy leaking out of Lu Han's attack that was heading toward Chen Feng.
That was already sufficient to blast him away. So, I'm still so weak. Shwa!
That resplendent green radiance reached Chen Feng's corpse, and once again, the terrifying green explosion appeared.
Next, dust and smoke covered everything there. It's over.
Wu Hui shut his eyes with grief. He had failed to even protect Chen Feng's corpse.
The same grief was plastered on the young lady's face.
After Chen Feng's corpse was bombarded by the power of time, regardless of how miraculous her power was, she would not be able to save him. This time, Chen Feng was truly dead.
Then, it's your turn. Just as he stepped forth and was about to kill Wu Hui, suddenly, an astonishing power erupted behind him. Bang!
He turned around hastily and stared in the direction that power was coming from. That was where Chen Feng's corpse was.
Bang!
The green radiance pervading the whole grassland instantly cleared.
The smoke and dust covering the air instantly disintegrated, clearing the visibility there. Chen Feng's corpse could be seen hovering in the air. Bang!
The air cracked as a golden silhouette descended from the sky and, slowly, it reached Chen Feng and started combining with his body before transforming into a heart.
Thump! Thump!
The golden heart was shining dazzlingly.
Everyone else couldn't resist sheltering their eyes from that dazzling radiance.
Vaguely, they could see that the endlessly surging golden radiance was condensing within Chen Feng's body. A trace of warmth started appearing within that seemingly dead body. Suddenly, that golden heart started burning.
Bang! It followed with a resplendent golden explosion. Abruptly, a pair of energy-formed golden wings spread out behind Chen Feng.
The terrifying power accompanying the spread of the wings ripped the space around him apart and blasted Lu Han and everyone else away.
How is that possible? Lu Han had an inconceivable feeling. What on earth is that? He was thoroughly alarmed due to the extremely peculiar power he was sensing currently. What? Lu Han glared at Chen Feng. What on earth are you?
Chen Feng had resurrected.
Without any rewinding of time, without any heaven-defying genetic ability, just like that, he had resurrected.
Using such an inconceivable method, he renewed Lu Han's worldview. That was especially true for that burning golden heart of his.
Thump! Thump!
With every pulse of the heart, Chen Feng's strength increased greatly.
Once. Twice. The golden radiance shone dazzlingly. The current Chen Feng was bathed in gold with a pair of dazzling golden wings behind him, akin to a deity that had descended upon the earth.
As his heart thumped, his consciousness started recovering, and that familiar conversation he'd once had seen to resurface in his brain. It is something only a person who has greatly contributed to the Gene Production Association is entitled to possess. It is a power condensed by a super expert. If you were to meet with any danger, the clone of that expert will descend upon you temporarily.
It will be equivalent to a second life for you. This absolute guard, it is capable of dealing with any sort of enemy for you.
Naturally, if it's possible, I hope that the day where you need to use it never comes.
Ah. So, this is absolute guard? Bang!
The terrifying golden radiance faded. Chen Feng's consciousness finally recovered completely as his tightly shut pair of eyes reopened.
Shwa! The golden radiance shone dazzlingly.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 278, What Should I Be Afraid of? Chapter 278, What Should I Be Afraid of? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
In Star City, countless people's gazes were focused in the direction of Qinghe grasslands. Earlier, they had all felt the astonishing power belonging to an absolute guard from that direction. This was something only the few rare talented individuals who had contributed greatly to the association possessed.
However, Ho Liang was shocked. Why is it his power? The power of an absolute guard was not fixed. It was indeed an extremely powerful item. However, it was ultimately still dependent on the super expert that produced it.
Ho Liang had never expected that the absolute guard of Chen Feng's had been produced using the power of that person.
Old Zhu sighed. Perhaps, this is what fate intends? Ho Liang shook his head.
Perhaps. He knew that the moment the golden clone descended, the conclusion for that crisis Chen Feng was currently facing would be set in stone. At the Qinghe grassland, Lu Han's eyes gleamed coldly. An astonishing amount of green radiance was being emitted from the diamond on his forehead.
I loathe this power.
He had a gloomy gaze. This golden radiance was giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He concentrated his cold gaze on Chen Feng.
And you still need to die.
The killing intent in his eyes intensified.
So what if Chen Feng had resurrected? So what if his strength increased?
A mere clone like that, even after Chen Feng fused with the clone, in Lu Han's eyes, Chen Feng was still in existence akin to a bug.
Lu Han clenched his fists. If it was my main body that had come in person. That's right, the present Lu Han was a clone as well.
Otherwise, with the strength he possessed as a super expert, he would have ended this battle long ago.
Shwa!
A resplendent green radiance surged out of his hands.
Lu Han's killing intent bloomed.
He could clearly feel that, at most, the power from that golden clone would be on par with his. As of now, Chen Feng had yet to fully fuse with it. Hence, if he were to make his move now, he would definitely be able to kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled coldly.
You truly believe that?
The arrival of the golden clone was somewhat unexpected for him. At his moment of crisis earlier, the only thing he had been able to do was activate his luck aura before placing all his hope on the Absolute Guard. He had never imagined that the Absolute Guard would be so powerful.
Dawn. Dot.
The throbbing golden heart was still burning as it overlapped with Chen Feng's heart before releasing an unimaginably formidable power. This was a power capable of surpassing everything. That instant when he'd merged with the golden clone earlier, he'd felt a familiar power and discovered that the Lu Han before him was similarly an energy clone as well. Despite Lu Han being a clone, though, he was still incomparably powerful. Indeed, he was powerful enough to insta-kill an A-class warrior.
Ultimately, though, this was only a clone.
If this was his main body, Chen Feng would not hesitate.
He would definitely turn around and flee immediately.
Now, though, since they were both clones now that Chen Feng had fused with the golden clone, there was really nothing for him to be afraid of. This was especially true in their current situation, where what he faced was a clone formed of energy.
A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Ah. Shwa.
He took a step forth. The pair of golden wings were emitting a huge amount of golden radiance, painting the whole sky gold.
He reached out and grabbed the empty air.
Next, a shining red sword appeared from the air. That was a sword that Xiaoying had transformed into.
Shwa!
With a golden flicker, Chen Feng flashed forth and collided with Lu Han.
Bang! A terrifying shockwave was created by their collision.
The green radiance in Lu Han's hand was sliced off by the red sword. After slicing off the green radiance, the sword continued slashing forth, leaving a terrifying line of blood on Lu Han's body.
Pooh! Blood splattered, and countless energy particles dissipated. Lu Han's pupils shrunk. This. Once again, he was shocked. He was extremely certain that even that golden clone would not possess such a terrifying item. This was actually a sword capable of devouring energy and ignoring all defenses. He stared at Chen Feng with a shocked expression. What on earth are you? This was already the second time he had been surprised by this bug-like genetic warrior. Due to the blood that was gushing out of this energy-formed clone of his, he was starting to lose his strength. The power of this clone was weakening. Me? Chen Feng smiled calmly before replying, I am your killer. Shwa! Light swirled. Slash! Chen Feng streaked forth, leaving countless afterimages behind. Under the support of the golden wings, Chen Feng was currently as fast as lightning, capable of completely suppressing Lu Han. This. The grassland wolf was stunned. Wu Hui was stunned. The young lady was stunned. Who would have imagined that the present Chen Feng was so terrifying? This was not 100 years in the past. Here, there was no such thing as the power of color. This was also not the young Lu Han of 100 years ago. Instead, this was a true genuine super expert here. This. Pooh. Light swirled around, and blood splattered around in the air. Bang. Bang. A great damage would be inflicted after every single collision. Under the assistance of the golden wings, Chen Feng was astonishingly fast. In this battle between two clones, it was obvious that the clone that had fused with Chen Feng held the advantage. One could also say that Chen Feng, as the owner of Xiaoying, was simply much more powerful in this battle between energy clones. Pooh. After another flash of gold, Lu Han's silhouette, which had been flickering everywhere, stopped moving. This clone of his was already leaking energy from the earlier attack. This single instant where he was unable to dodge in time was seized by Chen Feng, whose attack landed immediately.
With an ice-cold flash of gold, Lu Hun's body was slashed in two. A golden line appeared on his forehead and spread downward in a straight trajectory. Hum. The gold shone brightly. Instantly, Lu Hun's body collapsed. Surprisingly, the body that was split in two rejoined together shortly after. However, the gleam on his forehead had obviously dimmed compared to earlier.
Chen Feng.
Lu Hun stared at the youngster in front of him.
He had been defeated.
Completely defeated in a manner he had never seen coming. His plan had obviously been progressing smoothly. Xiao Fei had obviously been brought here to the future safely as well.
Why would this have been the final result, then?
Furthermore, it was truly unfortunate that his main body was temporarily incapable of leaving where it was.
Are you aware of what you are doing? Lu Hun howled. Chen Feng, when my main body returns. Chen Feng snorted. Hoof. Hum.
While Lu Hun was talking, the golden radiance on Chen Feng's body intensified. The red sword that Xiaoying had transformed into started burning as the golden radiance swirled around its body.
Bang!
At this instant, all the unleashed energy condensed.
Slash! With a resplendent radiance, Lu Hun was blasted away mid-sentence.
Before he could stand back up, a terrifying sharp radiance pierced through his chest.
Pooh! The sound of his chest being penetrated could be clearly heard.
Lu Hun widened his eyes and stared at the red sword that had him stabbed on the ground with an unbelieving expression, unable to believe that he had actually gotten himself nailed onto this Qinghe grassland.
You?
His eyes gleamed coldly.
You have no idea what have you done.
Oh, I am very aware of what I am doing, Chen Feng replied calmly.
Shua!
Light swirled around as he pulled the red sword out.
Bang!
The green radiance shattered.
Lu Hun, dead. Are you insane? The grassland wolf had a horrified expression on its face. Why did you kill him?
Oh God, the moment his clone is killed, his main body will receive the feedback.
That madman will definitely.
Chen Feng glanced at him coldly.
Shall I keep his clone around to celebrate the new year, then? Damn it! The grassland wolf was so nervous its lips felt dry. It was the only one here aware of Lu Hun's horror. His nickname as the Soul Emissary was not for show. Leave, fast. Instinctively, it wanted to take the young lady away.
However, at that moment, a green radiance appeared in the sky. In the sky, a huge pair of eyes suddenly appeared.
The ice-cold gaze of that pair of eyes landed on them, akin to the eyes of the heavens. He was here. After the death of its clone, its main body was about to come. However, Chen Feng checked his luck value. The expected rapid drop of luck value did not appear. In other words, he was not in any danger presently. Why was that? Could it be? You can't come in person.
Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. For something so important, you would have definitely come with your main body if you could truly come. The fact that only a clone was sent here signifies that your main body simply has no way of leaving where you are presently.
With this,
Chen Feng looked at that huge pair of eyes in the sky and continued, "Who are you trying to scare?"
Lu Hun. Lunatic. Lunatic. The grassland wolf felt its scalp go numb. That was the main body of Lu Hun, yet Chen Feng actually dared to provoke him. Lu Hun's indifferent voice traveled toward them from the sky. Indeed, I have no way of leaving presently. However, do you believe that I am helpless just because I can't leave?
At that, Chen Feng increased his vigilance.
Oh. Soul, control.
Suddenly, he recalled the experiences of Go Li.
Shua. Xiaoying started flickering with a red glow. Chen Feng was certain that, the moment this person attempted to invade his consciousness, he would be able to beat this person up so badly even Lu Hun's mother wouldn't recognize him. However, oh! A howl could be heard. The initially bright red pair of eyes of the grassland wolf turned green. Lu Hun had actually gained control over the grassland wolf.
Chen Feng had an ominous feeling.
Not good. Slash. A resplendent radiance started shining. Without hesitation, Chen Feng unleashed his strongest attack. However, outside of his expectations, the grassland wolf was actually charging toward that young lady. It was planning to forcefully kidnap the young lady. This Lu Hun. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think I will let you off so easily? Soul Emissary? Since you can't even leave where you are, what am I afraid of? Shua.
His golden wings started flickering, and once again, he erupted with his limit-surpassing speed. Once again, the sword in his hand started radiating gold. This time, he aimed his slash directly toward that pair of eyes in the sky.
Bang! A terrifying golden explosion appeared in the air.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 279, The Biggest Harvest. Chapter 279, The Biggest Harvest. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! A terrifying golden radiance exploded midair.
The green gaze that was focused on the grassland wolf paused momentarily at this.
Ayo! The wolf regained its consciousness. The grassland wolf started hurling curses at Lu Hun. Screw you, Lu Hun!
It stopped its charge forward and changed its direction.
However, it hadn't stopped moving.
Instead, it was still leaving speedily with the young lady.
Young mistress. I will take you home. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Light swirled around and the grassland wolf disappeared rapidly.
Lu Hun's expression changed greatly. Damn it!
Back then, Xiao Fei had only decided to marry him to thank him for saving her life. Unfortunately, although the current her had indeed traveled here from 100 years in the past, her nature, characteristics, and emotions weren't in a particularly stable state. It would be quite a while before his main body could leave where he was presently at as well.
If during this period of time she was to... Lu Hun was furious. You dare? Shwa! That huge pair of eyes gleamed green as he attempted to once again gain control over the grassland wolf.
However, with a red flash, his attack that was made up of energy was instantly cut off.
Chen Feng! Lu Hun was bursting with rage. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Bye. Xiao!
The glow of the sword in his hand intensified.
Xiao! 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 Next, Xiaoying transformed back into its real body. A boundless red radiance emerged and started shining dazzlingly in the air.
Lu Hun's pair of eyes in the sky that were formed of energy were instantly devoured cleanly by Xiaoying. The sky regained its past sunny appearance. Vaguely, Lu Hun's furious thundering shouts could be heard. Chen Feng curled his lips.
The F***ck you shouting for, that? What was so scary about a guy who couldn't even leave where he was? As for what was going to happen when he was finally able to leave?
When that time came, Chen Feng could always have the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association deal with him. At most, he would have to be more attentive to his luck value in the future.
Chen Feng was extremely calm and collected.
All the radiance interweaving around him vanished. Chen Feng could feel the terrifying power of the golden clone within him disappearing. At that moment, his body had a hollow feeling.
This is the power of Absolute Guard? Chen Feng was shocked.
No wonder so many people were envious of him when he'd obtained it back then.
So this so-called Absolute Guard was so powerful? His strength disappeared, and once again, he dropped back to D class. It's about time I return. Chen Feng muttered.
Next, he lifted the unconscious Wu Hui and shook his head helplessly.
He had initially come here as a boss. Ultimately, though, he'd ended up as a dad. His current feeling was truly unexplainable. He lowered his head. The Wu Hui in his embrace was still unconscious, sleeping like a child. But in fact, he was indeed still a child. Master, no. Wu Hui mumbled in his sleep. Chen Feng's face darkened. Was Wu Hui referring to Chen Feng as his master? Forget it, I can accept it even if he's calling me master, but what on earth is with the master, no coming out of his mouth?
God *nit, outsiders might misunderstand, thinking I have done something forbidden to you.
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Truly. Time to return. Shwa!
Light swirled around as Chen Feng sped away carrying Wu Hui. A rough description of what had happened had already been transmitted over to Ho Liang. It was better for him to leave the follow-up of this incident to the Gene Production Association and Genetic Union. Somewhere high above the sky, in a dusky region surrounded by clouds and mist, was a flickering green radiance. Currently, an incomparably vicious expression was on Lu Hun's face, the Lu Hun who had always appeared calm and collected. He had never imagined that this plan of his would actually conclude in such a manner. Xiao Fei had indeed returned. However, it was in such circumstances that she had returned. His initially perfect plan had altered due to the appearance of a single Chen Feng. Killing intent surged in Lu Hun's eyes. Chen Feng. This guy must die. He couldn't permit anyone else to get intimate with Xiao Fei, even if the present Xiao Fei merely had a favorable opinion toward Chen Feng. That was his wife. The color of his energy might be green, but that did not signify that his hat was green one as well.
Schwa!
Light swirled around as his gloomy voice condensed into a ray of energy and pierced through space.
Keep an eye on him. Wait for my return. It won't be long.
Not long after Chen Feng and the rest left the Qinghe grassland, the people dispatched here by the authorities after Chen Feng's report arrived. They started gathering the data and energy around this area for the preparation of a detailed report.
The appearance of the power of time was sufficient to cause a huge uproar. Time was a power a normal person would not be able to control.
As for that grassland wolf, that mysterious young lady Xiao Fei, and that Lu Hun, all these people seemed to possess a certain mastery or knowledge over the power of time.
That was an extremely terrifying prospect. What alarmed everyone was the fact that all these people seemed to know each other.
Even if there appeared to be some conflict among them presently, this was still an alarming fact.
In other words, there existed such a circle that none knew about, a circle of people that possessed a power capable of surpassing everything, the power to control time itself. Kidnapping someone from 100 years in the past? That was simply too terrifying an idea. Moreover, from what they had seen, the arrival of the young lady from the past did not seem like it had affected the world 100 years ago at all. Was there any power that was affecting all this? Who was it that was plotting this? This was what the Genetic Union wanted to find out. Only after Chen Feng returned to Star City did he breathe out in relief.
He was also a member of the Genetic Union. However, every single time, he would subconsciously head back to Star City. Without him realizing, this place had become a true home to him, despite his conflict with all the other producers during the previous Excellence Award incident. Right as he arrived, that familiar heated atmosphere could be felt.
Bastard Chen Feng, return to me my contribution points.
Protesting against loot boxes, I request transparency in the drop rates of the loot boxes.
Protesting against Chen Feng, follow my lead. Chen Feng lamented endlessly. How much I have missed all this.
The Excellence Award event was still in progress.
Chen Feng shook his head before sending Wu Hui to the infirmary.
After receiving the news of Chen Feng's return, Ho Liang rushed over immediately.
Ho Liang gasped. Damn, you can do it with someone this young? Schwa! Chen Feng glared at him.
This guy here was truly old, yet he did not act his age.
Cough, cough.
Ho Liang coughed before continuing. I have received the rough description of what happened.
However, I'm afraid you will need to report it one more time in more detail. Chen Feng appeared confused. I have to report this even though this was not a mission for the Gene Production Association?
Ho Liang appeared excited.
Of course. This is what I fought for. For such an incident, if you make an official report on it, you will be able to earn a huge amount of contribution points. Don't you want the reward? At that, Chen Feng was enticed.
The rewards of the Gene Production Association had never disappointed him. Soon, under Ho Liang's arrangements, Chen Feng filed a top-secret report.
His report contained the information on the mysterious young lady and Lu Hun.
As for Go Li, after hesitating, Chen Feng had decided to not tell them about him.
It was improper for him to be the one to say it.
If the Genetic Union decided to not accept their explanation and instead decided to expose their hiding place, it would result in a big mess.
Soon, the Qinghe grassland incident calmed down. The battle over the Excellence Award was reaching the end as well.
After checking the rankings, Chen Feng found that his current points were already far above Lan Jingling's. Hence, he did not need to worry about it at all. If so, it was time for him to focus on his breakthrough.
He couldn't wait to break through.
Due to the time travel and all sorts of other unexpected incidents that had happened, he'd simply had no chance to consume the mysterious gene reagent Wu Yaotian had produced before the gene reagent had lost all the energy stored within. Fortunately, after spending some time with it and with the help of his luck aura, Chen Feng managed to deduce the formula required to produce this gene reagent. This was the true gain he had from this whole mission, the formula for a gene reagent capable of breaking through the D-class limit. With the formula in his possession, he would be able to produce it for himself. Not only him, even Wu Hui would be able to enter C-class with it as well. He believed that, when this gene reagent was finally produced, it would cause a huge uproar. It would even reach the point where the overall strength of mankind in this world was pushed one step forward. This was something that would, in the truest sense, alter the world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 280, New Formula. Chapter 280, New Formula. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At Star City, Chen Feng was researching the new formula.
He already had the rough draft for the formula, but there were still a lot of problems with it that he had yet to solve.
For example, the problem where this gene reagent could only be produced in a unique environment.
A gene reagent with a 100% probability of breakthrough was in itself something that was not supposed to exist in this world. This brand new gene reagent was something only able to be produced in an environment where time was slowed down.
But now, the boulder formation no longer existed.
Young lady Xiao Fei had returned back to her home as well. As for Chen Feng himself, he did not have any methods of controlling time.
Chen Feng's head ached. This is going to be troublesome.
Just like that, his research on this new formula became stuck. Chen Feng tried countless times to solve the problem, but he gained nothing from further research.
He simply couldn't find any substitute for the boulder formation. Chen Feng muttered, "Time."
Based on Wu Hui's introduction, this formula had been created by his father several years ago. However, Wu Yaotian had been stuck at one particular step for a very long time and had ultimately chosen the method of slowing down time to complete this formula.
Wait.
Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something.
Why was he stubbornly getting stuck on this problem of time?
The only thing he'd seen was the solution Wu Yaotian had devised to solve the specific problem that he had been stuck on.
If so, what exactly was the initial problem Wu Yaotian had encountered? Chen Feng contemplated. The reason Wu Yaotian slowed down time was to solve a certain crucial problem.
Hence, there is simply no need for me to stubbornly try solving this issue of time.
If I can find his research documents and discover the initial problem he encountered, that will be sufficient. Schwa. He started searching for the research documents of Wu Yaotian.
Shortly after, he found the problem that had stumped Wu Yaotian back then.
Problem code, XT126.
Problem description: at the 32nd step of production, a total of 76 materials need to perfectly react with each other. When under catalyst, the particles making up all the materials become extremely lively and tremble without stop, causing the reaction and fusion process to fail.
Under normal circumstances, this is a production that can never be completed.
Experiment 1, using temperature reduction methods to reduce the speed at which the particles trembled, failed. Experiment 2, using space-binding methods to reduce the speed at which the particles trembled, failed.
Experiment 3. Experiment 74. Experiment 208. Experiment 300.
A total of 300 experiments had been conducted, and all of them had failed. Every single one of them had failed. Wu Yaotian had been extremely serious in every single one of these experiments. He had been a top-notch producer in the truest sense. He had attempted almost every means possible to him. Finally, he had been forced to alter the formula and had chosen to use a unique method to produce this gene reagent. His chosen method had been time control, in spite of the high price he had to pay. As a result of using such a production method, the completed gene reagent became something extremely unstable. As such, the production had only been able to be completed at that unique environment where time was slowed down. Moreover, even after successfully producing it, one had to consume it under such unique environment for the gene reagent to work. Otherwise, once the produced gene reagent left the unique environment, it would spoil. In a sense, this wasn't too perfect a formula. To be accurate, this was a formula that had been altered as a compromise for the problem that Wu Yaotian hadn't been able to solve otherwise. Fortunately, he had been successful in his production. After several years of meticulous study, combined with his own understanding of genetic abilities, he had ultimately created this miraculous feat.
Chen Feng finished studying the data seriously. After finishing, he was somewhat excited. So that's what happened. So the core problem is still the gene reaction process.
Under the catalyst effect, the particles of the materials would start trembling rapidly. As such, a unique environment where time was slowed was required to slow down all the rapidly moving particles. Only with this could the particles be controlled properly, allowing the reaction process to complete successfully.
This was indeed quite a hard issue to solve. However, as far as Chen Feng was concerned, this did not even constitute a problem. Gene reaction? Particles? Moving too rapidly? Chen Feng became excited. Let me give it a try.
He directly gave up on Wu Yaotian's final formula and instead chose to use the initial formula that Wu Yaotian had given up on back then, as Wu Yaotian had believed it to be a formula that could never be produced successfully. That discarded formula with 76 types of different materials.
Chen Feng's emotions surged. Come.
Regardless of what problem it was, as long as it was something that could be affected by probability, it would cease to be a problem for him.
Schwa. Luck aura, activated.
To solve the problem regarding the gene reaction and the duration of the reaction process, 10 luck value was deducted.
Next, the gene reaction process began.
After a long time, the violet-looking gene reagent started condensing midair before ultimately turning into a drop of ice blue liquid.
This is, Chen Feng was in ecstasy. Success! Finally, I'm successful. Gene scan. Name, unknown, new formula. Difficulty, 5 stars. Class, D. Function, forcefully increasing the user's spiritual energy by 1 point. Also applicable when breaking through one's limit, the effect will be weakened when used by those above C class. A new formula was thus birthed. That was not all. As this gene reagent of Chen Feng's had been successfully produced in a normal environment, this gene reagent would remain stable in normal environments. He observed it for a whole 5 minutes and noted that nothing happened to the gene reagent. This gene reagent produced by Chen Feng was much more powerful than what Wu Yaotian had completed. Chen Feng had initially intended to enter his hyperdimensional mode to reconstruct and further perfect the formula. However, the feedback he'd received from his luck aura was thus, 10,000 luck value required. This had shocked him immensely. That was simply too terrifying a number, and not something he would be able to attempt presently. Chen Feng contemplated. Seems like I can give it a try in the future, when I come across more spirit seawood. For performing such a feat where a huge amount of luck value would be required, it would only be something worth performing when he was in a situation where there was a huge amount of luck value overflowing out of him, like when he had absorbed the spirit seawood previously. He was unsure if such a thing would ever happen to him again, though. As for now. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Time to break through. Gulp. The gene reagent was consumed. Noiselessly, that ice blue drop of liquid started fusing with Chen Feng's body. Bang! A terrifying power erupted from within his body. His spiritual energy that had previously been stuck at the limit of D class increased by 1 point, piercing through the limit, bringing him into C class. Instantly, his spiritual energy transformed. This was a qualitative change of his spiritual energy after entering a new class. He had entered C class smoothly. Chen Feng was shocked. I have truly broken through with it. As one's strength increased, there would be a point where it was simply impossible for gene reagents to help with breakthroughs. After all, every single breakthrough was in essence an act of violence. Even for those who had broken through using gene reagents, what they had done was essentially still using the gene reagent to create a huge impact to break through their limit, bringing them into the new class. To perform this feat, a power that was tenfold or even 100-fold one's own power would be required. Hence, it was a feat nearly impossible for gene reagents. Back then, Chen Feng had only been able to create a miracle while in F class by creating the golden ant gene reagent, as that gene reagent itself was a unique existence. For higher levels, this was simply an impossible feat. E class, D class, all the breakthroughs for higher classes required a much higher amount of power, a power that was perhaps 100-fold or even much higher than the power of the golden ant gene reagent. As such, this was something impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish. Along with one's increase in strength, gradually, the difficulty would increase while the usage of gene reagents became impossible. But now, without any limit-surpassing training sessions, without any life-and-death crisis, a single drop of ice blue liquid had helped him break through his limit. This was a miracle created by Wu Yaotian. Schwa! Once again, Chen Feng tried urging his spiritual energy on. He could easily feel that his perception was now even sharper than before, and his spiritual energy was much more powerful. This was the qualitative change of his spiritual energy after the breakthrough. Only 1 point had increased, but it was much more powerful now. This was what C class represented. Very good. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. The apocalypse-like Star City battle was approaching. Only by increasing his strength without stop could he protect himself. As such, he would not give up on any single resource he could get. Producer Excellence Award. Mission rewards. Everything he could obtain, he would. Now, with the appearance of this new formula, it would be able to push Chen Feng to a new height, giving him more resources, fame, and strength. It's time for my next step, then, Chen Feng muttered. Now that he had broken through, he should focus on gene fusion. Only after fusing with a fusion gene reagent and obtaining his 4th genetic ability would he become a true C class. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Which gene should I fuse with? First ability, Wind Blade. Wind Blade would be able to erupt in power at any time with the help of his luck value. Second ability, Myriad Illusions. An ability whose strength was demonstrated when used together with luck value and wind blades. Third ability, Energy Equipment. The core determiner of his energy equipment's strength was the amount and attribute of his wind blades.
The unlimited wind blades he unleashed would provide him with an energy supply far exceeding what a person at his class normally possessed. All these were the basis for Chen Feng's ability to challenge those of a higher class than him. Every single one of his abilities had only been selected after careful consideration, in order to increase his strength. If so, his fourth ability. Clang! Suddenly, the door to his laboratory opened. Wu Hui charged into the laboratory while gasping for breath and said, "And not good.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 281, To Reduce or Not to Reduce. Chapter 281, To Reduce or Not to Reduce. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. What happened? Could it be that the Star City battle had been brought forward? Wu Hui was anxious. They are canceling your qualifications to compete in the Excellence Award. Producer Excellence Award?
Chen Feng regained his calm and proceeded to pour a cup of tea for Wu Hui.
Don't be in a rush. Calm down and talk slowly. You can be considered as someone who has been in a major situation before. Why the heck are you being all anxious over this small incident?
Wu Hui felt ashamed.
All right.
After regaining his calm, he continued talking.
Senior Ho Liang told me to inform you that headquarters has received a huge amount of complaints. What's the point of those? Chen Feng was curious. What a joke.
If complaining was truly effective, that company called Tencent in his previous life on Earth would have been shut down long ago. Chen Feng was a member of the Genetic Union and also a genius that had made outstanding contributions to them.
Who dared to seek trouble with him? A normal producer wouldn't be able to touch him.
Someone capable of making Ho Liang say these words.
Did something else happen? Chen Feng asked knowingly. MHM.
Wu Hui whispered, based on the latest news, there was one particular producer who committed suicide after failing to obtain what he wanted from the loot box.
Chen Feng was stupefied. Suicide? Was this a joke? Even in his previous life, such thing had never happened. These people were all genetic warriors come producers, why were them so emotionally weak?
Furthermore, Wu Hui continued with a blank expression, a lot of producers started using some special methods to obtain contribution points. When they were caught, they said the reason they had done so was in order to obtain contribution points to buy those loot boxes. On top of that, there's a particular 16-year-old female producer that went through a transaction to perform a deed that should not be mentioned just to get contribution points to purchase a loot box with. Wu Hui finished with a flushed face.
Chen Feng blanked. What was going on? In this era, as a genetic warrior, shouldn't these people be quite formidable when it came to mental strength? Even in his previous life, things hadn't been so severe when loot boxes had been introduced. How had this happened in this world? Wu Hui finished saying what Ho Liang told him to say seriously. Senior Ho Liang said that the repercussions are extremely severe. Hence, things might change. Change.
Suddenly, Chen Feng came to a realization. He was sure that there had to be someone pulling the strings here.
Was it Lan Jingling, the second place holder? Or...
Chen Feng checked the rankings and found with astonishment that, after a while of not paying attention to it, the second place holder had already changed. The producer called Yu Feng that had initially been at third place had overtaken her and grabbed the second place in a short few days.
Moreover, his points were also quite far above Lan Jingling's points. Indeed, TSK. Can't these guys stop looking for trouble for once? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy.
After thinking about it, Chen Feng turned on his communication tool.
A big and simple-minded looking head appeared on his screen. Yo, Chen Feng.
It has been a while, Lan Xing, Chen Feng said with a smile.
How have you been recently?
Not bad, Lan Xing said while smiling. Sister already gave up on fighting for first place. I can see that your popularity is truly high above hers.
Ha ha.
But then again, you need to be careful for now.
I heard that they are planning to do something again, but... Oh? Chen Feng was amazed. You know of it? Naturally.
Lan Xing curled his lips. That crafty old man called Yu Feng has been coming over to my sister's place so frequently. If it wasn't out of respect for his old age, I would have beaten him to death long ago.
Chen Feng. All right, got it.
By the time he ended the call, Chen Feng already had a guess as to what had happened.
Frequently.
It seemed like their agreement from before was going to be implemented now. In the beginning, Lan Jingling had obtained some research paper from Yu Feng in order to surpass Chen Feng. She had to have paid a huge price for that. Now, when Lan Jingling had finally given up on the first place, Yu Feng was taking the opportunity to make his move. Research paper. Yu Feng had also obtained some imperfect research paper of Lan Jingling's before combining the paper with his own paper to put out a brand new research paper for sale.
Finally, he'd surpassed Lan Jingling's points.
As far as Lan Jingling was concerned, there wasn't really much difference between second or third place. It was at this instant that Yu Feng had made his move. When it came to contribution points, it was simply impossible for them to surpass Chen Feng. Chen Feng's current contribution points were more than tenfold higher than the contribution points of both of them combined. Hence, there was simply no suspense in the race. This was the reason Yu Feng had decided to use such a sinister way to get Chen Feng out of the way, by creating trouble using various methods. The RNG nature of the loot boxes was already something widely criticized. With the inclusion of Yu Feng causing trouble everywhere, countless people started to go with the flow. That's right, a vast majority of the protesters were merely going along with the flow in an attempt to secure some benefits for themselves. They believed that it might be probable for Chen Feng to reduce the price to please them after the ruckus. This was what a lot of people believed. Subsequently, the whole incident had gone out of control. Finally, it had led to Ho Liang calling Wu Hui over in a rush to inform Chen Feng about this so that he could find a solution.
Chen Feng sneered. They are thinking of making me submit to them?
He was aware that there were quite a number of people waiting to see him make a spectacle out of himself.
Price reduction?
Sure. At this point, reducing the price wouldn't have any effect on him anyway.
His current contribution points were already unsurpassable.
He only needed to cancel the loot box method of selling his research paper, changing it to a regular sales method.
He shall be selling it at the original price of 588 contribution points.
Everyone should be satisfied with that, then.
Hence, as long as Chen Feng reduced the price, the whole incident would be solved perfectly. However, was it truly so simple? Chen Feng made up his mind. I absolutely can't reduce the price. Wu Hui was at loss.
Why? Because that is what Yu Feng was aiming for, Chen Feng said calmly.
What a sinister trap.
If he refused to reduce the price, he might be disqualified from participating in the Excellence Award evaluation due to all sorts of complaints and the negative effects brought forth by his loot boxes. However, if he reduced the price, he would be done for as well.
Was price reduction something so simple to implement?
Chen Feng was sure that, the moment he reduced the price, a huge amount of people would start a ruckus as well. For example, those who had previously invested a huge amount of resources to buy his loot boxes. These people had wasted several tens of thousands of contribution points previously, and now, the others only needed several hundred points to buy the research paper? Who wouldn't be furious at this? How many days had it been? Just looking at how far Chen Feng had surpassed Lan Jingling and Yu Feng by was sufficient to demonstrate the amount of contribution points the others had spent on his loot boxes.
Wanting him to reduce the price now? Who were they trying to trick?
If Chen Feng truly reduced the price, that would be the end of him.
What should we do then? Wu Hui was horrified.
This world of adults felt incomparably terrifying for him.
That's simple. An ice-cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He wants to force my hand, right? Well, I will grant his wish, then. Currently, somewhere in Star City. I have now repaid what I owe you.
Lan Jingling had handed over the incomplete research papers that she owed Yu Feng from when he'd given her his research paper back then. Yu Feng merely needed to slightly alter these research papers and they would all be ready for sale.
Yu Feng's face appeared to be glowing. All right.
After Lan Jingling and Chen Feng had fought with each other, he merely needed to step in at the last minute to reap the rewards.
How was it possible for him to not be overjoyed? With his new research papers, he would absolutely be victorious.
Lan Jingling shook her head as she advised, Chen Feng is not as simple as you think. I advise you to stick with competing fairly using regular methods. Yu Feng merely laughed as a response.
He was already at this age.
If he still refused to fight for it, he would probably be too old to fight over any rewards after a few years. Hence, this year's Excellence Award was something he had to obtain. Besides that, there was also the trap he had prepared for Chen Feng.
Yu Feng sneered.
Only after he has reduced the price will he be in the true trap prepared for him. It was at this instant that Lan Xing charged into the room in a rush.
Sister, something happened. Lan Jingling frowned. What happened?
Lan Xing finished his words instantly, Chen Feng.
Chen Feng declared that his loot box will stop selling. What? The expressions of Yu Feng and Lan Jingling changed instantly.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 282, Newly Appointed Excellent Producer. Chapter 282, Newly Appointed Excellent Producer. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Stopped selling.
Chen Feng's research paper had stopped its sale.
Bang!
The whole world was shaken by this news. Regardless of the amount of criticisms and complaints this research paper had received, all these only served to prove how popular this research paper of Chen Feng's was. This was a truly phenomenal research paper, something nothing could compare to.
However, stopped selling? It had been directly stopped?
This news was dropped like a bombshell on those who had yet to get what they wanted from the loot box.
Schwa! Countless people turned their screens on.
At the page where Chen Feng's loot box had been sold previously, only these words were left. Due to the series of negative incidents that happened recently, this research paper has received countless complaints by producers. After taking into consideration the negative effect this research paper has had on society, it is hereby announced that this research paper will stop selling.
Everyone was dumbstruck.
As for those who had joined in on the complaints previously, they were all bewildered.
God knew this would happen.
Truly, they had only wanted Chen Feng to reduce the price.
Even Yu Feng was stunned.
Based on his plan, if Chen Feng had reduced his price, those who had bought a lot of his loot boxes would definitely start creating a ruckus. He had never expected that Chen Feng would directly stop selling.
This. Which idiot complained about this? Yeah. Come out here. I only joined everyone yesterday, and up till now, I only had the chance to buy 10 loot boxes so far. Same here, I have only gotten a single SSR teardrop.
Everyone started discussing without stop. This was especially true for those who had spent a lot buying the loot boxes and were expecting their investment to be returned soon after obtaining what they wanted from the loot boxes. They were all incomparably furious. The spear that had initially been aimed at Chen Feng was now pointed toward those complainers. Once again, Chen Feng became a trending topic, trending through the world. Countless complaints were launched toward the headquarters of the Gene Production Association. This time, it was a truly huge amount of complaints, much higher than the previous wave of complaints. As for the contents of these new complaints, they were all complaining about those who had complained against Chen Feng the previous time. Even the Gene Production Association could not escape the fate of being complained about.
Everyone was stunned.
Those who had prepared to teach Chen Feng a lesson were collapsing emotionally.
He still had this trick up his sleeve?
At every single branch of the Gene Production Association were a huge amount of complainers. The public image of Chen Feng that had initially reached rock bottom had, at this moment, started making a comeback.
Countless people were hoping for Chen Feng to start selling again. Please start selling again. I won't mind even if the price is increased. The only thing I want is a single SR teardrop. Countless producers started flaming online. Not everyone would be aiming for SSR teardrop or a complete collection of all drops.
An absolute majority of them only required some SR teardrops, which in all honesty weren't particularly hard to obtain.
Countless requests for the sale to be reinstated were sent to the headquarters.
Toward all this, the association felt helpless as well. Just earlier, they had all been discussing ways to deal with Chen Feng and ways to withdraw his qualification to compete for the Excellence Award.
Now, in the blink of an eye, they had to instead beg Chen Feng to continue selling instead? This. At a certain location. Isn't this a good thing for you? A person said to Yu Feng.
Chen Feng had stopped selling. Regardless of how huge an uproar it caused, this would settle down with time. This also signified that he would no longer be able to increase his contribution points.
This would be Yu Feng's opportunity. If he started selling his research papers crazily, he might be able to overtake Chen Feng.
Perhaps.
Yu Feng was tempted. However, just as he raised his head to look at the rankings, his heart chilled. The Chen Feng's current contribution points were tenfold his own.
Even if Chen Feng stopped gaining contribution points, it would still be impossible for Yu Feng to overtake him. Yu Feng felt bitter.
How did this happen? Hence, the only way up for him to defeat Chen Feng was still to disqualify him? But how was he supposed to accomplish that now? Chen Feng's identity was too unique.
Previously, he had been planning to use public opinion to force Chen Feng a step back, but now, Chen Feng had unexpectedly stopped selling, and public opinion was now skewed in Chen Feng's favor. Even if he wanted to disqualify Chen Feng, it was no longer possible.
Yu Feng's heart chilled. It's over.
After scheming for so long, a simple stop of sale by Chen Feng had spoiled all his schemes. Chen Feng had not only gained the public praise, toward the end, he would ultimately still obtain the Excellence Award. Someone beside him suddenly said, there might still be some methods.
Yu Feng's eyes shone.
Oh?
That person whispered, there's an extremely simple method.
It will depend on whether you, old man, are daring enough to do it.
What method is it? Conversion. Conversion? Yu Feng's heart thumped. That's right. That person beamed. Contribution points are indeed something that can't be sold.
However, the conversion between contribution points and cash is something that has always been happening at the black market.
If purchasing research papers were used as the cover, it would be even easier to do. Black market. Yu Feng's heart trembled.
That was a domain the association was extremely prejudiced against.
He was extremely aware of how scary this thing he was planning to do was.
However, this was also the only method in which he could surpass Chen Feng's contribution points.
Moreover, he was aware that a huge price would have to be paid to surpass Chen Feng. Perhaps his savings over several decades would all be exhausted for this.
If he was able to obtain the Excellence Award.
If he was able to become part of the management of the association.
If his words started carrying a certain weight to them. At that time, if he were to start erasing any trace of what he had done secretly, no problem should arise.
Yu Feng contemplated before finally deciding to do it.
I don't know anyone from the black market, Yu Feng said.
I know some, he. As long as I'm promised a commission of 10%, I will deal with everything for you. That person laughed happily.
Next, the transaction started progressing secretly. The next day, on the rankings, Yu Feng's contribution points started increasing rapidly. His score that had initially been far below Chen Feng started pressing in. Moreover, under their intentional control, Yu Feng's score was pressing forth at a steady pace with no sudden burst in the speed it was increasing at. Evidently, these people were all professionals at this. Currently, countless people were still creating a ruckus over Chen Feng's stop of sale. None of them had noticed Yu Feng's score that had increased.
1 day.
2 days. Just as they reached the last day of the Excellence Award evaluation period, the initially first-place Chen Feng was overtaken.
Once again, an uproar was created at Star City. Chen Feng was in second place? Yu Feng was in first place? Everyone was shaken.
Only now did they realize that Yu Feng had quietly charged forth to grab first place without anyone noticing. But his score.
Aren't his contribution points somewhat high? He has recently released several tens of research papers. Perhaps those were related to his gain in contribution points? Everyone started guessing.
Yu Feng obtaining first place was a major event. At the very least, it was major for the residents of Star City. It was said that, on that day itself, a countless amount of people went forth and started gifting Yu Feng with presents, wishing that he would take great care of them in the future, etc. As for Yu Feng, he had an extremely rosy expression on his face.
This was worth it.
After today, he would be the recipient of the Excellence Award. All those people such as Lan Jingling,
Chen Feng. After competing against each other for so long, hadn't Yu Feng still become the one who reaped the profit in the end?
As such, when doing something, it was important to use one's brain.
Yu Feng was feeling joyful and content.
However, at 10 sharp that night, 2 hours before the end of the evaluation period, Chen Feng released a new announcement. Recently, a huge amount of complaints requesting for the sale to be reinstated have been received.
Due to this research paper will temporarily start selling again.
To thank everyone for their support all these while, a 24-hour limited promotion will begin.
Bang!
Right after this announcement, it caused a huge uproar.
It was reinstated. Everyone was going crazy.
When Yu Feng received this news, his eyes darkened, and he almost fainted then and there.
It's over. This was the only thought in his mind.
He had initially believed that Chen Feng had decided to stop his sale after the severe pressure he was receiving, but now that he looked at it, Chen Feng wasn't even the least bothered with the pressure previously exerted on him, still selling whenever he wished.
As for the contribution points,
Yu Feng watched on with desperation as the contribution points he'd obtained using 10 whole days were overtaken by Chen Feng in a mere 10 minutes. They were simply players of two different leagues. The supporters of Chen Feng's loot box that had been holding it in for so long were all going crazy. As they were afraid that Chen Feng would suddenly stop selling again, coupled with the fact that there was now a limited promotion going on, they started purchasing crazily.
Everyone was going crazy.
At 12 sharp, the evaluation period ended. Everything on the rankings vanished, leaving a single name behind, Chen Feng.
The newly anointed excellent producer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 283, Celestial Defense System. Chapter 283, Celestial Defense System. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Excellent producer. This was an extremely unique identity. From now onward, Chen Feng would be shedding his identity as a commoner and would become part of the association's management.
MHM. At the very least, he would have a vote and right to make his suggestions regarding various strategic decisions of the organization. This was the most important benefit of having this Excellence Award. Due to his young age, Chen Feng had also become the youngest excellent producer in history.
Success.
Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Now he would at least have some sort of influence when it came to pushing the association's agenda toward certain events, such as the upcoming Star City battle. That apocalypse-like scene had been replaying in Chen Feng's brain without stop. The scene where the whole Star City was destroyed had caused his heart to thump furiously countless times. Chen Feng muttered, even if Senior Ho Liang has said that the association has already made some preparations, still, but those who had never witnessed what he had seen would never be able to imagine how severe the situation was. The only thing the association could do was increase their vigilance and prepare some defensive measures. A method truly capable of resisting against that calamity did not yet exist.
An example would be the defensive system of Star City.
Chen Feng had found a defensive system that was a huge energy barrier imitating the appearance of a celestial body that would envelope the whole of Star City. A defensive barrier possessing the ability to defend against and counterattack against all sorts of abilities, an existence said to possess the topmost defense. Chen Feng contemplated as he studied the details regarding Star City's defense. The next day, as the Star City conference was starting, the whole of Star City started bustling with noise. Only when something involved a strategic decision of great importance would the upper levels of Star City hold a conference to discuss it. This time around, the topic of their discussion was the loot box. Since Chen Feng was now already the recipient of the Producer Excellence Award, they were hoping that he would be able to somewhat reduce the price.
Countless people were looking forward to this.
The conference started at 10 sharp. Chen Feng had arrived early in the morning as well. The so-called Star City Conference was in actuality a gathering of everyone qualified to vote for strategic decisions before they started voting for or against the discussed strategic decisions. Finally, the decision would be made after the voting.
All the members of the management and excellent producers would be eligible to participate in this.
However, none of the excellent producers awarded during the previous years were here. For these people, unless there was something that interested them in the conference, they would simply not attend. Hence, although there was a huge number of people eligible for voting, the final number of voters would be around 20 or 30 people.
Naturally, for this affair concerning Chen Feng's loot box, none of them were eligible to vote for it.
This was something that could only be decided by Chen Feng himself. As such, they could only discuss it, rather than calling for a vote on it.
Before long, the vice president and the rest entered the conference hall.
Next, the conference officially began.
Everyone first proceeded to welcome Chen Feng's inclusion into the ranks of excellent producers before moving on with the hot loot box incident. Schwa! Almost everyone's gaze landed on Chen Feng.
All right, just reduce the price then, Chen Feng said indifferently.
He wasn't particularly interested in the contribution points anyway.
It was only something he had accumulated to obtain the Excellence Award. However, even if the price was reduced, he had to ascertain that it was done in a way that the old customers of his were not disheartened by the price reduction. I will do it step by step, Chen Feng muttered.
Right now, it's still the 20% promotion period.
After several days, I will permanently maintain the price at 20% promotion.
After a while, the price reduction will be 50%. Followed by 70%, then 90%, to achieve the price reduction goal. With this, the benefits of both his old and new customers would be protected. Good. Everyone was overjoyed at this. Many thanks.
Now they found Chen Feng much more pleasing to their eyes. Chen Feng smiled bashfully. Soon they started discussing other strategic decisions.
Everyone started voting.
As for Chen Feng, he abstained from voting most of the time.
The conference reached the end quickly.
However, just as the conference was about to end, Chen Feng stood up suddenly.
Chen Feng slowly said, I have a proposal.
What? Everyone widened their eyes.
Proposal? What was he thinking of doing? Chen Feng.
Ho Liang pulled Chen Feng down immediately.
Had this child gone crazy? That's right.
Although every participant of this conference had a right to propose something for everyone else to vote on, under normal circumstances, only the upper management, such as the vice president, would be the ones doing the proposing. It was quite rare for someone else to propose something. After all, the others did not possess the authority the higher management possessed. Hence, even after the proposal, it couldn't be said for sure that anyone else would agree with what was proposed. In the beginning, everyone would be making their respective proposals in excitement. However, after finding out that their proposals would always be rejected, as they were unable to obtain majority support, they would only give up on proposing. Unexpectedly, on his first day as an excellent producer, Feng had decided to use this right of proposal. This guy was truly brave. Oh? The vice president looked at Feng unhurriedly with an indescribable expression on his face. Well, let's hear it, then. As everyone heard his words, they wiped their sweat. The president was in seclusion all year round. As such, the authority of Star City was normally in the hands of the vice president. After all these years, a vast majority of the management were comprised of his supporters. Proposal? Without obtaining his approval, no proposals would be approved. This was, after all, a sort of provocation toward the authority of the vice president. After all, back when the conference had first started, its purpose had been to keep the power of the president in check. This was the true purpose of the existence of this conference. However, as time had passed, it had become how it was currently. Although there were a huge amount of excellent producers, they were generally apathetic people who were not bothered with affairs that did not affect them. As such, the conference had completely failed to keep the balance of power in check. At the very most, these excellent producers would only vote occasionally to affect some minor decisions. Feng proposed his idea. I hope that Star City will be able to deploy the celestial defense system as soon as possible. Schwa! Light swirled. He started explaining. Using various information he had, some of which was bogus, some genuine, he started talking about various terrifying scenarios that might happen during the upcoming attack against Star City by the mysterious organization. In conclusion, I hope that we can deploy the celestial defense system as soon as possible, Feng said calmly. Celestial defense system, That thing, if what Feng said was true and the mysterious organization indeed possessed some methods of attack specifically designed for Star City, it was quite a reliable idea to have the celestial defense system installed. Moreover, even without any crisis, there wouldn't be any disadvantages to upgrading their defense system anyway. I find this to be acceptable. Feasible. Surprisingly, his idea is quite acceptable. Everyone started discussing. Right at this instant, the vice president started talking slowly. I have 2 questions. Feng looked at him. Please say what you have in mind. First, how is this mysterious organization capable of possessing the power to destroy Star City? An organization that has been suppressed by us to the point where they can only hide everywhere like a rat, what is there to be afraid of? Second, activation of the celestial defense system requires the cooperation of the genetic union as well. A huge amount of manpower and resources, and funds in the billions, are required. Where should this money come from, then? The reserve fund of Star City? If we were to use up the reserve fund, the progress of development in gene production at Star City will have at least a 200% reduction in speed. The vice president finished his words indifferently. Everyone else sunk into silence. Only 2 points of his had negated almost everything Feng had suggested. The basis of Feng's argument was the threat posed by the mysterious organization. However, at his very first sentence, the vice president had this threat negated. As for all the things he'd said subsequently, such as funds and the like, none of those were important. In short, the vice president was totally against this idea. The others exchanged glances and made their decision shortly after. Soon, some of them started speaking out. I reject this proposal. I reject this proposal as well. However, as this was something Feng had proposed toward the end of the conference, a long time was required for everyone to discuss this. As such, the final voting was delayed. The vice president announced the end of today's conference. Since the discussion has yet to end, we will continue tomorrow. Soon, everyone left. What had happened during the conference was spread to the public, causing a huge sensation. Had Feng gone crazy? This was the first thought everyone had. Ho Liang shook his head helplessly. See? No worries. Feng merely smiled at this bureaucracy. The only reason he had made his proposal at the end of the conference was so that the final vote could be delayed. As for tomorrow? He. Feng smiled profoundly. Don't worry, there will be people agreeing with my proposal. Ho Liang smiled bitterly. How is that possible? He had been here for several decades. As such, he had a deeper understanding of how things were done around here compared to Feng. Out of all the people from the management eligible for voting, 80% of them were from the vice president's faction. As for the rest, they might not necessarily support Chen Feng either. Hence, Chen Feng simply had zero hope of succeeding in his proposal. Picture the situation: if Chen Feng's proposal was approved, what would happen if the others decided to start making their own proposals as well? Or perhaps, one day, someone might decide to do away with the vice president's post? This was the main reason the vice president would not relinquish his grasp of power on the conference. He would not hand over the power capable of deciding his fate to some excellent producer. The only right those excellent producers needed to have was the right to vote. That would be sufficient. This was the vice president's bottom line. The night passed quietly. Chen Feng's proposal had also caused quite an incident. Everyone was thinking that Chen Feng was akin to a newborn calf that was unaware of the tiger's horror. Or perhaps he was simply unaware of the unwritten rules around here. He is, after all, too young. True. Well, he will wake up from his illusion tomorrow. As a genius, he indeed needs more life experience. Everyone discussed calmly. The next day, the conference reopened to continue the discussion. However, shocking everyone present, just as the conference started, they discovered that there were around 40 to 50 excellent producers present in this conference. Their amount was so huge the conference hall couldn't fit them all. What happened? The vice president had an ominous feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Everything is Changing. Chapter 284, Everything is Changing. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Star City conference, the discussion of a certain proposal was progressing. The conference hall that had always been rather empty was currently filled with numerous people. There were even some who were standing due to a shortage of seats. Everyone else, the vice president included, was bewildered. They had never imagined a day would come where this room would be filled to the point that people needed to stand because of a shortage of seats. Should we change into a bigger hall? Proposed the vice president. Nope. I'm fine standing. An old producer smiled as he said, let's get this started. After it's over, I will be going back. Vice President. Why the heck are all these old men here sticking their nose into this conference? Why had these people appeared here? No one knew the answer. The vice president had a faint feeling that this was related to Chen Feng. Unfortunately, though, he did not have the guts to chase these people away. Apart from that weirdo Chen Feng, anyone else capable of receiving the Excellence Award would be a person of a terrifying identity. Regardless of their production level or background, all were top-notch. None of this was something a vice president like him could shake. Then, let's begin the conference. The vice president inhaled deeply before continuing. Pertaining to the deployment of the Celestial Defense System at Star City, I believe everyone has already made up their mind on this. Now, let us start voting. Those agreeing with the deployment of the Celestial Defense System. Just as the vice president started talking. I agree. I agree. Schwa. 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 A huge bunch of hands were raised as a sign of agreement. 10. 20. 30. As for the producers standing around due to seat shortage, almost every single one of them had their hands raised as well. As for the other excellent producers that were only here as spectators, they raised their hand to join in the crowd without hesitation as well when they witnessed the scene. Finally, a total of 40 votes were accumulated in favor of deployment. The vice president's eyes darkened. It passed. The proposal was passed just like that. He looked at himself and the 20-odd people in his faction, and his heart chilled. He had actually been defeated by an excellent producer like Chen Feng. Nobody was aware of the reason these excellent producers had agreed with Chen Feng's proposal. One had to know that, in every year's Excellence Award, every single recipient of the award was the one with the highest contribution points. These were the people who had depended on their accumulation and background to fight over the top position. As such, these excellent producers here were all unrelated to each other. Some were even those of opposing factions. If so, how had they reached this agreement? It was totally unknown. An old producer impatiently asked the vice president, is it done? Yes, it's done. The vice president smiled bitterly as he announced, the proposal for the deployment of the Celestial Defense System has been approved. It will be carried out starting from today. Perhaps. Chen Feng made up some crisis to persuade these excellent producers? The vice president guessed. These old producers were all people who had reached great heights, had large families, and led businesses. As such, all of them were extremely afraid of the prospect of death. If Chen Feng was able to describe the crisis in an extremely horrifying way, it was quite probable they would be persuaded. Hence, these old men had all decided to come here for a vote. Meichem, this is most probably what happened, the vice president thought to himself. However, right at this instant, after he agreed with the implementation of Chen Feng's proposal, all the excellent producers started leaving.
Instantly, the conference hall appeared empty once again.
The vice president's expression darkened. Evidently, all of them had only been here to vote for Chen Feng's proposal, only here to support Chen Feng. They had not even bothered to give the vice president face and pretend to stay an extra minute here after the vote was done. The vice president was ashen-faced.
This is too excessive. The vice president looked toward Chen Feng.
As for the history's youngest excellent producer, Chen Feng, he merely smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control.
The vice president narrowed his eyes. This guy. Soon, the conference ended.
The news of the celestial defense system passing the vote had all of Star City shocked.
It passed? How is that possible? How is that not possible?
I heard that almost half the current existing excellent producers left their seclusion to give Chen Feng a vote of support.
God, Chen Feng commands such a level of support? How powerful.
Is this a form of protest by those old producers? Oof. If the vice president persists in his ways, perhaps in the next conference, he might even get the vice president post removed altogether.
That's very probable.
Everyone started discussing without stop. They felt that everything had suddenly changed. The vice president's sole monopoly on power had been defeated by Chen Feng just like that.
This was truly too terrifying. A mere excellent producer actually possessed such a capability. Countless people shivered at this thought. The capability demonstrated by Chen Feng was simply too dreadful.
Among them, what shocked everyone the most and piqued their curiosity the most was the method Chen Feng had employed to have all these excellent producers vote in his favor. One had to know that these were a group of people from different factions, some of them from factions opposing each other.
This was what everyone knew.
On that very day, countless people started visiting those old producers in hopes of getting a clue.
None of them managed to obtain any information.
It wasn't long before there was no longer any need for them to try to find that out, though. On the next day, as rumors were still flying everywhere as everyone tried guessing the reason, a single announcement shocked everyone. The latest gene reagent created by Chen Feng had been certified and was about to be released for sale soon.
The name of the gene reagent, Heaven-Dazzling Gene Reagent. Gene reagent? It's not a research paper? He can even sell this thing?
Oh, I heard that Chen Feng actually has his own shop.
Is that so? Everyone was confused. Only a gene reagent?
One had to know that if it was a research paper he had released, it would have been something everyone could study. As for an item like a gene reagent, it was something a majority of the people might not even require, especially for the members of the Gene Production Association.
What a joke! Were there any gene reagents the Gene Production Association was incapable of producing? Was there a need for them to purchase any gene reagents?
Moreover, gene producers rarely get involved in combat situations.
As such, what was the use of those gene reagents for them?
Besides, the Gene Production Association was essentially an association that focused on the sale of gene reagents instead of the purchase of gene reagents. As such, they have no need for any gene reagents.
What was so special about the gene reagent Chen Feng was selling?
However, these thoughts only remained in their heads for one single hour. When they obtained the details regarding Chen Feng's gene reagent from the certification center, the whole world stirred.
Name, Heaven-Dazzling Gene Reagent. Difficulty, 5 stars. Class, D. Function, forcefully increases spiritual energy by 1 point. Also applicable when breaking through one's limit, the effect will be weakened when used by those above C class. This. God! How could such a thing exist? Countless people were shocked. Limit breakthrough. For C class. Such a thing actually existed in this world. For producers, what was the hardest feat for them? Breaking through.
Not only did they need to spend a huge amount of time studying gene production, they also needed to spare some time to increase their strength as well. However, as gene producers were generally without combat power, strength increase was an extremely difficult feat for them. Even more so for limit breakthrough. Such a gene reagent was something whose existence was almost impossible. There were a huge amount of producers that were stuck as advanced level producers for their whole lives because they were limited by their class, yet now Chen Feng had casually tossed out a gene reagent that, interestingly, happened to be a gene reagent capable of breaking one through into C class, the minimum class an advanced producer required to become a master producer.
What did this signify?
This signified that those who had been stuck as advanced-level producers for many years could now take this leap forward to become a true master producer. From then on, their identity would be different. From then on, their strength would increase. An upgrade from advanced producer to master producer was a transformation in the truest sense.
Such an item. Everyone's heart trembled.
The significance of this thing here was far higher to the Gene Production Association compared to those warriors at the Genetic Union. It was very probable that this single gene reagent of Chen Feng's would bring about a huge upgrade to the strength of the Gene Production Association as a whole.
Everything is going to change. This was what everyone thought.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 285, The Fourth Gene. Chapter 285, The Fourth Gene. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
The next day, at the strongest gene shop in the virtual community, the small shop that had been gradually forgotten by the masses officially began selling the heaven-dazzling gene reagent. The sale was limited to 3 per day. This was the result of Chen Feng's consideration after passing the certification for this gene reagent. 3 gene reagents per day might be able to somewhat satisfy the market demand, but surprising everyone, all 3 sets of this gene reagent were sold at an extremely expensive price. The price sensationalized the whole world.
This is crazy. This price. It went over 10 million just like that? Everyone was bewildered.
They had never imagined that a gene reagent could reach such a price. However, even at this price, the demand still wildly exceeded the supply for this gene reagent. It was said that all 3 gene reagents released on that day were purchased by some resellers. Chen Feng and the heaven-dazzling gene reagent became the 2 terms that were trending worldwide. The wave that was Chen Feng's name, which had calmed since the competition back then, was once again raging, his name becoming known worldwide. However, at this moment where his name seemed to be all the rage, Chen Feng was hiding in seclusion.
He had no other choice.
The amount of gene reagents he owed others were truly too high in amount.
For example, those old brothers that had voted for his proposal at the conference.
Although these people had no use for this gene reagent, it was different for their descendants. That was also the reason they all had come out and voted for Chen Feng's proposal. After 7 whole days in seclusion, Chen Feng finally managed to produce enough of this gene reagent to pay his debts. As of now, the legend of the heaven-dazzling gene reagent started spreading.
Along with that, Wu Yaotian became a figure of legends among the masses. Wu Hui was extremely grateful for this.
He was aware that this was a gift to him by Chen Feng.
Wu Hui clenched his fists. Master.
Surprising everyone, at this moment, an odd piece of news started spreading. It was actually the objection of the Wu family that believed that Chen Feng had stolen Wu Yaotian's formula.
Wu Hui was at a loss. Wu family? What Wu family?
When further investigation was done on this, they found with astonishment that these were the relatives of Wu Hui, the bunch of people that had previously bullied Wu Hui terribly.
This bunch of people had appeared. These guys.
Wu Hui's killing intent surged. These were the same bunch of people that had been causing a disturbance at their family the first instant his father had perished.
You feel like killing someone? Chen Feng asked toyingly.
Wu Hui's gaze was sharp.
Yes.
Chen Feng smiled calmly.
Go, then.
However, before that, there is something that you need to do.
Wu Hui raised his head blankly.
A sinister smile appeared on Chen Feng's face.
Something that should have been done long ago.
He was simply filled with anticipation for that thing. The next day, just as the Wu family's relatives were raising their objections, outside of everyone's expectations, a video was released. It was released at the Combat Forum and had an astonishing title.
Wu Hui, son of Wu Yaotian, the genius youngster, a true demonic murderer. What? Everyone opened the video with curiosity. What they saw was a seemingly ordinary recording of a battle.
However, the instant the video started playing, the intense killing intent from the recorded scene felt like it was leaking out of the video itself.
That intense killing intent seemingly condensed in the sky, akin to the arrival of an apocalypse. An ice-cold voice echoed, "Cosmic manifestation, first form." The air trembled.
From the horizon, a pitch-black aura gleamed without stop before a terrifying black sword appeared, seemingly piercing through the horizon to descend upon this world from the heavens.
Bang!
The viewers were almost shaken out of the video they were watching.
I am Wu Hui. I once killed an A-class. This is the first form. Cosmic manifestation, second form, demonic Azura hatchet.
I have a hatchet originating from the Azura domain. Accompanying this hatchet is the power to corrode the universe and the might to crush mountains. Every single slash with this hatchet disintegrates space itself. The instant this demonic Azura hatchet is unleashed, it will not return without first tasting blood. The indifferent voice echoed. Every single time Wu Hui moved, heaven and earth trembled. Second form. Third form. Every single time he attacked, rivers of blood were created. Those formidable B-class genetic warriors were killed by him. Shwa! Light swirled around as the video finally ended. The bone-piercing chill startled all the viewers awake. It was also at this instant that they discovered that their backs were already drenched with sweat as of an unknown point in time. Only now did the masses realize that the strongest person in the Wu family was not Wu Yaotian, rather, it was Wu Hui. The most eye-catching genius of the Wu family was actually this youth. He's only 14 years old. Killing an A-class at 14 years old? Everyone exclaimed in admiration. That scene with rivers of blood was etched into their brains. Along with the sale of the heaven-dazzling gene reagent, as the popularity of Wu Yaotian peaked, Wu Hui's appearance created an even bigger uproar. Henceforth, Wu Hui the demonic king was known worldwide. Under Chen Feng's intentional dissemination, the video of Wu Hui's battle spread far and wide. Almost everyone formed their impression of him. Wu Hui is very powerful. Extremely powerful, at least an A-class combatant. Wu Hui was extremely nervous. Master. Go. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Now everyone has a preformed impression of you. You can go back without worry now. Wu family, he. Wu Hui was grateful. Yes. Chen Feng reminded him, remember. Don't tell anyone the truth of your ability. As long as no one knows about it, you are undefeatable. Alright, remember to record more of your battles. The recordings of those scenes with a terrifying atmosphere can be used to create a virtual video to remind everyone of your strength. Only with this can you become even stronger. Alright. Wu Hui left. With the return of this youngster enveloped in the demonic aura of a genius, those clowns at the Wu family would most probably be huddled together while they trembled in fear. Chen Feng stretched lazily. Finally, I'm done with the busy tasks. The celestial defense system was already deployed and would be ready in a month. At that time, Star City would finally possess a certain degree of defensive power. Chen Feng did not need to worry about any sudden attacks that would directly destroy Star City anymore. Wu Hui's affair was settled as well. Next, he could finally proceed with his personal affairs. Gene fusion. Chen Feng concentrated his gaze on the C-class gene reagents list. With his current status, 80% of the database of Star City was available to him. He could easily obtain all the information pertaining to C-class fusion gene reagents. Wind blade, myriad illusions, energy equipment. What should the fourth ability be? Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Due to the existence of his unlimited wind blades, his energy equipment was extremely formidable. He was currently well equipped for both defense and offense. Apart from that, he also possessed a capability to skip classes and battle those of higher classes to a certain degree. Based on the difference of their attributes, for him to battle someone of a higher class, the minimum requirement was that the opponent's power not exceed his power by tenfold. The tenfold here did not refer to merely 10 times his attributes. Rather, it was tenfold his power. For example, if his opponent were using an ability that multiplied his combat power by 2, Chen Feng would require a combat power equivalent to a C-class's power multiplied by 20 in order to contend against this opponent. Chen Feng analyzed. The amplification effect of energy equipment is 500%. If I use unlimited wind blades as the energy supply, I might be able to amplify my power by tenfold. If myriad illusionary wind blade are used to obtain a property that my opponent is weak against, I might be able to double the effect of my power. Based on this calculation, he might have a chance of victory against someone who had newly advanced into B class. Naturally, this would be limited to a B class without any genetic abilities with a power amplification of more than 200%. As for a veteran B class, he could casually use some genetic abilities with an amplification of 300% or 500% or some random secret art, and Chen Feng would be directly defeated. Skipping classes was simply a feat that would be harder the higher a person's class was. Chen Feng rubbed his head. I am still too weak. His plan to charge into a class before the Star City battle was somewhat unreliable. Moreover, it was quite probable that the A class that he reached in a rush might not be too formidable combat power-wise due to the haste in his advancement. If that were the case, things would be worse for him. Hence, after thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to put his focus on increasing his actual combat power to a class rather than actually reaching a class. This seemed to be a more rational path for him to take. However, a casual attack by an A class would be 100-fold stronger than a regular C class. A regular genetic ability wouldn't help if he wanted to reach such a level. He did not possess a unique bloodline like what Wu Hui possessed. How should he increase his combat power, then? What was the genetic ability capable of this? Chen Feng started speed reading the data of countless gene reagents.
Wind? Fire? Water? Lighting?
All these properties were capable of bringing a formidable combat power to his energy equipment. However, after contemplation, Chen Feng rejected all these, as these were properties that Myriad Illusions would be able to provide him anyway. When Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade was used to assemble energy equipment, the energy equipment would be of the most optimal property to face the opponent he was facing. That was also the strongest aspect of his energy equipment and the basis of Chen Feng's combat power.
Filter all property-based amplification genetic abilities. Schwa.
80% of the list Chen Feng was reading disappeared.
Chen Feng raised his head and focused on the remaining abilities on the list. Gravity. Space.
What remained were some formidable and rare abilities.
Naturally, due to the unique usage of these abilities, the combat power of these abilities was somewhat weak compared to a regular property-based ability.
There was a gap of at least threefold in combat power.
For example, the gravity-controlling ability.
When this ability was used by itself, it would only be able to weakly affect gravity. Only when this ability was used as the core with other complementing genetic abilities to form a secret art would it unleash its true power. For a person like Chen Feng who would not be able to use any proper secret arts due to his existing genetic abilities, such genetic abilities weren't particularly useful.
Increasing combat power. Challenging those of higher classes.
Chen Feng skimmed through the list speedily.
However, he could not find any genetic abilities he was satisfied with.
A vast majority of these abilities required some complementing genetic abilities to unleash their true power. Suddenly, he blanked.
Wait. To defeat the enemy, increasing his combat power was not the only way to go about it. If he was able to weaken his enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Nethergaze. Chapter 286, Nethergaze. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Schwa.
Once again, Chen Feng concentrated on the data of the C-class fusion gene reagents. Soon, he locked onto a particular gene reagent.
Death Lion Gene Reagent. Class, C. Difficulty, 4 stars. Type, Fusion Gene Reagent. Effect, obtain the Nethergaze genetic ability.
Function, activates the eye of the netherworld to analyze the rules of the opponent's energy and seek the opponent's fatal weak point.
If the opponent's weak point is successfully hit, the user's power will be amplified tenfold.
Depending on the gap between the strength of the user and the opponent, the time taken for the analysis will differ.
Secret art combination, not yet discovered. Nethergaze. An extremely powerful genetic ability.
This was a different type of ability than Wind Blade, Myriad Illusions, and Energy Equipment, which were all energy-based attacking abilities. Nethergaze was a pure support genetic ability that was able to help one unleash an extremely formidable combat power. An amplifier of tenfold signified that this ability alone would enable one to challenge an opponent one class higher than the user.
This was an extremely powerful support ability. However, the amount of users of this ability was quite low in amount.
The reason for this was quite simple: this was an ability without any secret art combinations.
The Death Lion gene reagent did not work well with other gene reagents. In other words, the moment one fused with this genetic ability, they would obtain a lone independent genetic ability that would not work together with one's other genetic abilities. One would lose the chance to obtain countless secret arts of one's class. This would result in the user of this genetic ability having a secret art that would forever be 1 star lower than the secret arts of others. For example, at a class where everyone else would possess a 4-star secret art, a user of Nethergaze would only have a 3-star secret art. When others were using 5-star secret arts, the user would only possess a 4-star secret art. This would create a disparity between them.
The difference between secret arts with a 1-star difference was as wide as the ocean. Hence, despite how powerful this ability was, the number of users of this ability was extremely low in amount. A vast majority of people were not willing to waste one of their genetic ability slots to obtain a pure support genetic ability that would only work by itself. However, for Chen Feng, this was the best ability for him, as he was a person who did not require any sort of secret art or gene armament.
Fatal weak point.
Chen Feng focused on this ability's description. Before fusing with this ability, he wanted to see the ability's actual effect and find out more about the difference in analysis time depending on the gap in strength between the two parties.
Schwa.
Chen Feng started studying the internal database of Star City.
Schwa. Schwa. Countless data appeared on his screen without stop.
This was a special benefit for the Excellence Award holders.
One after another, reports pertaining to this ability appeared. Schwa. Chen Feng opened these reports.
Light swirled around him as Chen Feng entered the virtual video. This was the basic requirement for one who was testing a genetic ability. During the initial test, it would be automatically recorded to help with data gathering in future tests. In the video, a C-class middle-aged man appeared. In front of him was a C-class android.
Bang!
The battle started. It could be clearly seen that the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage in this battle. Facing an android with off-the-charts combat power, he was simply powerless.
Right at that instant.
The middle-aged man's eyes started glowing a bizarre tint of green.
Nether gaze activated. Schwa.
The whole world seemingly turned ash-green in color. Before his eyes was the android whose body was enveloped by a dazzling radiance, which represented the android's energy. Apart from that, numerous odd lines that were seemingly related to the android could be seen on its body as well.
Amidst the dazzling radiance, the middle-aged man continued the battle. His eyes glowed with a bizarre ash-green glow and locked onto the android. From the middle-aged man's point of view, a bizarre ash-green crosshair was locked onto the android.
The crosshair was formed of 3 different halos and could be seen rotating without stop while the android was locked onto.
Finally, the android's fatal weak point was locked onto. Schwa.
The radiance of the ash-green crosshair intensified.
Now. Bang!
The middle-aged man that had been at a disadvantage all along suddenly erupted and aimed straight at the android's chest. Toward the initially incomparably solid chest of the android, he unleashed his strongest attack.
Bang!
The terrifying attack erupted in power, and the android started defending itself in a well-practiced manner. Based on the data it had gathered regarding this opponent during the battle, such an attack would not be able to penetrate its defenses.
However, bang!
That terrifying attack actually ignored everything and, with tenfold power and eruption, bombarded straight toward the android. The middle-aged man that had initially been somewhat weaker than the android had erupted with an extremely powerful attack, unleashing a power that could even challenge those of a higher class and insta-killed the android.
Schwa. The battle ended. The scene before Chen Feng returned to reality. Chen Feng was shaken. This is the so-called fatal weak point?
He was sure that, when the android had been locked onto by the ability, all the defensive abilities of the android had still been working normally.
However, that attack had still worked against the android. This signified that this ability was not a pure physical attack. Rather, it was an ability that existed outside of the rules, an ability capable of ignoring the rules of nature and ignoring defenses, an extremely terrifying ability. Naturally, the time required for lockdown and analysis was somewhat long. Chen Feng played a different video. How about the others? This time, it was the same C-class middle-aged man against a B-class opponent. The time taken for the analysis to complete increased greatly. 3 whole minutes were required for the analysis to be completed. After the analysis was done, the middle-aged man erupted with a single powerful attack and injured the B-class enemy. That's right, he only successfully injured the enemy. Next, he was defeated by the enemy. Chen Feng. Due to the fact that this middle-aged man had fused with this genetic ability, his combat power was already comparatively weaker than other C-class warriors, and he still needed to struggle for 3 whole minutes against a B-class before his analysis was completed? If this wasn't a test, he would have probably been killed by his enemy. Apart from that, even if the analysis was completed and tenfold power was unleashed. Machem, so what? Therefore, the test concluded that it was a nearly impossible feat for one to use this ability to challenge a person of a higher class. The test result is still trustable, Chen Feng muttered. After he finished studying the data, he was even more resolute in his decision to choose Nethergaze as his ability. The only reason for this was because this ability was simply too compatible with him. Issues such as weak combat power among those in the same class were non-existent factors for him. He was sure that he had zero fear against any enemy that was in the same class as him. The only foes he had a problem dealing with presently were those enemies that were way more powerful than him. For this specific issue, Nethergaze would be able to help him accomplish what he wanted. He was sure that, with his strength, he would not even require a full 3 minutes to complete the lockdown.
Furthermore, this set of data he'd read was only applicable for a regular version of this ability.
If the gene reagent was mutated. Chen Feng's eyes started shining.
He had been saving his luck value for quite a while.
This was what he had been waiting for. Schwa.
He took out all the data pertaining to the Death Lion gene reagent. Death Lion gene reagent is a gene reagent produced from the genes of a terrifying C-class mutated beast called a Death Lion. This is beast that resides at a unique location known as the Nether Capital, which also happens to be a forbidden area.
Forbidden area? Chen Feng's heart leaped as he continued reading. Nether Capital used to be an extremely popular city.
One day, an unforeseen event happened and every single lifeform there was killed in a single night, turning the city into a ghost town.
Recommended Explorers class? Rate of exploration, 5%. Description: an A-class genetic warrior and a huge amount of B-class genetic warriors were deployed here by the Genetic Union in the past. However, due to the permanent corrosive damage dealt to their body when they stepped into this area, only 5% of the area was explored before those genetic warriors left hastily. From then onward, this became a forbidden area none dared to enter. With the passing of time, some unique mutated beasts possessing bizarre genetic abilities were birthed here. Occasionally, some of these beasts would wander out of this area, giving people the chance to capture them. One such mutated beast is the Death Lion. In conclusion, there's no need to enter. I only need to wander outside this area and there will be a chance of me capturing a Death Lion?
Chen Feng was tempted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 287, have you seen those? Chapter 287, have you seen those? Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Nether Capital.
This was quite a peculiar place. When Chen Feng reached the area near this place on an iron cloud, what entered his sight was a city enveloped by dark clouds.
With the dark smog obscuring the city, nothing could be seen clearly.
This was the so-called Nether Capital.
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This feeling. The
nearer he got to Nether Capital, the more intense that bizarre chill he was feeling became. That sinister feeling where his back chilled caused him to shudder uncontrollably. Pervading this place was a certain mysterious power. Such a power capable of causing A-class warriors to retreat was definitely not simple.
Schwa. His luck aura surveillance system was fully activated.
Based on the information he had read, there would be 1 or 2 Death Lions wandering out here every time a certain interval of time had passed. They would wander around outside of the Nether Capital for a short period of time before returning back to where they came from. This window of time where Death Lions would wander out was what Chen Feng was waiting for. Surprisingly, though, even after 2 full days of waiting here, Chen Feng had yet to see any life forms appearing.
Something is not right.
Chen Feng started flipping through the data he had. In the past, the frequency of the Death Lion's appearance was 8 hours per appearance at maximum.
Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Something must have happened.
If a Death Lion never appear, he would most probably be forced to enter the Nether Capital for real. However, this city in front of him was different from the Ice River or the Frozen Sea he had been to previously. At those places, the option to try evading any danger he encountered was available. But here, it was too dangerous. The only reason the Frozen Sea had remained an untamed region in the past was due to the unique seawater there. As long as he avoided the seawater, that place in itself wasn't a particularly dangerous place. But here, this was truly a dangerous place.
A ghost town enveloped by a sinister aura? Nobody would be able to predict what was going to happen in there.
Chen Feng started approaching the Nether Capital cautiously. Let's just go take a look first. Just as he was around 5 kilometers away from the Nether Capital, the temperature around him dropped to the freezing point. The visibility dropped without stop as well, and a sense of chill enveloped him. Chen Feng started releasing some energy to defend himself against this. A huge amount of bizarre energy is contained within the air around here. The energy in the air here is also somewhat corrosive in nature.
As for other characteristics of the energy, they are currently unknown.
Chen Feng started analyzing the energy contained in the air around him based on the damage the energy was doing to the defensive layer of energy he had released. The nearer he got to the Nether Capital, the faster his energy was exhausted. Fortunately, Chen Feng was already a C-class warrior now. As such a level of exhaustion was still acceptable for him.
Chen Feng pondered. Before truly entering the Nether Capital, I should be able to maintain a balance between energy exhaustion and regeneration. However, when he was 1 kilometer away from the Nether Capital, his luck aura, alarm triggered. Danger!
Chen Feng retreated without hesitation.
Schwa! He retreated rapidly.
In the darkness, two pitch-black silhouettes flashed past.
At this instant, intense killing intent could be felt. B-class. Both of the silhouettes were B-class. This confirmed that mutated beasts indeed existed here.
Chen Feng retreated without stop for a distance of 1 kilometer. He only stopped when his luck aura alarm stopped blazing.
Chen Feng frowned. They actually chased after me for such a long distance.
With his current strength, the most he could accomplish was maintain a balance between energy exhaustion and energy recovery to defend against the corrosive energy lingering in the air around him. In other words, he would not be able to regenerate any other excess energy usage. The moment he started battling a mutated beast here, things would look grim for him.
Chen Feng planned.
Seems like I have to prepare some recovery gene reagents. After this single trip, he gained a rough understanding of this place. Even if he was only here to capture a single death lion, he would still have to prepare a huge amount of recovery gene reagents. Even with that, he would most probably fail to achieve his objective alone.
Granted, the death lion was merely a C-class mutated beast.
However, there was a possibility that a B-class mutated beast might be wandering around this place at any given moment. For example, the two black silhouettes that had been chasing after him earlier.
Chen Feng rubbed his somewhat aching head. It is still too difficult for me to deal with B-class presently.
His initial plan had been to sneak in quietly and focus on killing a single death lion noiselessly before leaving after extracting the blood essence of the death lion, but now it seemed that this plan would not work.
Chen Feng thought about it. I have to get some help. It was too dangerous to hire outsiders for this.
This was especially true for the present him with his unique identity. The people who were waiting for an opportunity to kidnap him would probably be quite high in amount. Since that was the case, he could only look for some trustworthy people for help, then. Besides that, the bizarre environment of this place was also something a vast majority of people couldn't deal with anyway.
Schwa.
Chen Feng released a mission that was only limited to those in his contacts list. Target, Nether Capital.
Mission, obtaining the blood essence of a death lion. Reward, heaven-dazzling gene reagent. Description, the environment here is somewhat unique, as the air contains a corrosive energy. Please consider this carefully before accepting. Ding. Ding.
Shortly after, Chen Feng started receiving feedback for his issued mission. Chen Feng was astonished to find that the person who had accepted his mission was Su Fei.
Chen Feng was confused. This guy. Schwa. A screen popped out. Do you not know how valuable a single heaven-dazzling gene reagent is nowadays? A mere death lion, isn't it something I can capture with a wave of my hand?
After obtaining the heaven-dazzling gene reagent, even if I'm not using it myself, I can still sell it off. Su Fei proudly continued, with my current body that can resist even the seawater of the frozen sea, mere corrosive energy in the air is nothing to me.
Chen Feng was startled as he realized that.
True. He had almost forgotten that this guy's body had been reconstructed previously.
An environment that was hard to deal with for others would pose no difficulty to Su Fei.
This was a guy with a built-in aura of immunity. Perhaps he could truly help in this mission.
All right. Chen Feng approved Su Fei's application. As for the second applicant, Wang Chun? Chen Feng was dumbstruck. This guy wanted to join as well? The hell?
He was looking for helpers. Not looking for some bosses to join his mission. Granted, Wang Chun's character was something Chen Feng approved of. His strength wasn't too shabby either. However, with this guy around, Chen Feng would always have the feeling that the roles were swapped, with him becoming the bodyguard instead. This guy's combat power wasn't particularly dependable, as far as Chen Feng was concerned.
Wang Chun's wan-looking face appeared on his screen. It has been a while.
The current Wang Chun was giving off the feeling of a person who'd had all his energy sucked out of him. Chen Feng looked at him with a knowing look.
Have you been? Had this guy activated the harem function of his Crystal Palace ability? How many days had it been since Chen Feng had last seen him?
Wang Chun was already exhausted to such an extent. Seemed like the Xinwei siblings possessed quite a formidable combat power.
Cough cough. Wang Chun coughed before replying with a pale complexion. The main reason for this is the appearance of a third person. Oh? Chen Feng's heart thumped. Third person. Apart from the Xinwei siblings, a third person had appeared?
At a place with an environment like the Nether Capital, she would be like a fish back in water. Her combat power will reach peak B class there. Wang Chun sighed with a bitter smile on his face.
If you are truly only hunting for a death lion and you are agreeable with us joining, can you give me the reward in advance? All right, Chen Feng agreed. Wang Chun's third summon? He was somewhat looking forward to meeting her. If she was truly as powerful as Wang Chun's description, this trip of his might be easier. As they needed time to prepare for the trip to the Nether capital, Chen Feng set the mission date to 3 days later. During the 3 days, Chen Feng produced numerous recovery gene reagents as preparation for the trip. As for the heaven-dazzling gene reagents, he had already sent them over to Su Fei and Wang Chun so they could increase their combat power before setting off on the mission. As long as they prepared sufficiently, this mission should be quite simple. After 3 days, they gathered near the Nether capital. After a period of time of not seeing Su Fei, it seemed like some short hairs were sprouting out of Su Fei's bald head once again. From its appearance, he would most probably regain his hair after a period of time. Chen Feng smiled. Your hair is growing quite fast, eh? Su Fei laughed proudly. He. Soon, Wang Chun, with the appearance of a person completely exhausted of energy, appeared with the Xinwei siblings. Next, Su Fei and Wang Chun's group were formally introduced to each other. Comics are truly powerful. Su Fei lamented. No wonder he found the girls familiar when he saw them. Su Fei exclaimed in admiration, if you girls are from the Crystal Palace. I think it is a comic I have seen before as well. You girls are super popular. Shinny smiled happily. Thanks. Su Fei was curious. You girls have actually read your own comic as well? Naturally. Shinny smiled embarrassingly before continuing, that was quite a peculiar experience. Oh. Actually, I have a question. With an inquisitive expression on his face, Su Fei asked, have you girls seen any of your adult fan fictions? Schwa. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Demonic Girl. Chapter 288, Demonic Girl. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! A violent clump of flame was ignited. Accompanied by a miserable shout, that little amount of newly grown hair on Su Fei's head was burned clean and once again. His head became the shiny bald head it had been in the past. Xinwei snorted before stopped her flame. Poof! Chen Feng. Wang Chun. They stared at Su Fei, sympathy in their eyes. Fanfiction was usually something resulting from some comic, and a huge amount of the content was XXX rated. Wasn't Su Fei courting death by asking this question? Clean those up for me when we return. Xinwei stared at Wang Chun coldly and continued, anyone who still dares to wantonly draw such fanfiction, kill without mercy. Wang Chun wiped his cold sweat. Yes. My hair. Su Fei did not even have the tears to cry. He had truly only been curious, that was why he had asked that question. Just as he was feeling all gloomy, an intoxicating and alluring voice drifted into his ears. Ah, young brother, have you seen my fan fiction? I'm referring to those embarrassing fan fictions, yo. The soft voice echoed by his ears. Su Fei raised his head abruptly. Before him, an astonishingly beautiful young lady appeared. Her beauty was absolutely not below the Xinwei siblings. What caused one's blood to pump was the pitifully little amount of clothing she wore. On her body, there were only several pieces of clothes, which were only sufficient to cover the important parts of her body. That alluring odor she had, and that intoxicating expression on her face. Her body started pressing near to Su Fei, to the point that her body was almost pasted to Su Fei's body. However, for an unknown reason, Su Fei's body chilled. This feeling, this tone of voice. Su Fei was startled. It's you! The demonic girl, Ming Yu. A supervillain in the Crystal Palace. Schwa! All the pores on Su Fei's body shuddered as he retreated rapidly and alarmingly stared at her. Keh, how boring. Ming Yu curled her lips before settling her body down. Only now did Su Fei notice that, since an unknown point of time, the Xinwei siblings had been fully armed and was staring at her on full alert. That was quite reasonable, since in the comic, they were archenemies. Xinwei sneered. Why have you come out again? Teehee, why can't I come out? Ming Yu beamed as she rested her right hand on Wang Chun's body. Am I right, my little master? Wang Chun started perspiring. Ming Yu. Chen Feng contemplated. Was this the third character summoned by Wang Chun? Wait. From what Chen Feng remembered, shouldn't the character summoned be a person he was thinking of summoning in his heart? He had originally believed that Wang Chun would continue summoning the girls of the Shen family. Surprisingly, this brother here had quite a huge capacity for love and had directly summoned the supervillain of the comic. Moreover, out of all the villains, this demonic girl was the person he had summoned.
Chen Feng remembered that, in the comic, this chick here was an omnipotent existence, capable of destroying everything.
Chen Feng gave Wang Chun a thumbs up. You are a true man. It was an accident, an accident. Wang Chun had a bitter expression on his face.
When he had been performing his summoning, he had been planning to summon the other member of the Xinwei siblings. For an unknown reason, he had ended up summoning Mingyu instead. Moreover, he had never expected the summon to be successful.
She was a supervillain.
Her combat power surpassed everything in the comic. A character at such a level wasn't something he should have been able to summon with his present strength. Surprisingly, the thought of summoning her had only drifted past his brain briefly, and behold, the summon had succeeded. Even if her actual power here in the real world was limited due to Wang Chun's strength, she was still extremely powerful. Because of this, he had gotten the silent treatment from the Xinwei siblings for several days. He no longer had the courage to keep them inside the comic either. Every single day, they were released outside and were served like queens with good food and drinks.
Who knew that? That was because our hearts are truly interlinked together, yo. Mingyu embraced Wang Chun and continued happily, although theoretically, he isn't supposed to be able to summon me. If I am agreeable to being summoned out here, a small ounce of effort on his part is sufficient for me to be summoned. Am I right, my beloved little master? Mingyu stared at Wang Chun while beaming.
Wang Chun was ashen-faced. The Xinwei siblings merely snorted at that.
Humph.
They were mortal enemies in the comic. For them to not erupt in a battle right here, they were already giving Wang Chun sufficient face.
Wang Chun smiled bitterly. What is it that you want, exactly? What I want is very simple. In a cheerful manner, Mingyu continued, find the author of this comic and get him to draw more underlings for me in the comic. On top of that, I want the women of the Chen family to all be locked in a cage and drowned, to be gang raped to the point even their souls will eternally be unable to reincarnate. Wang Chun. Chen Feng. Su Fei. Damn, this chick is quite vicious.
Chen Feng and Su Fei exchanged glances before looking at Wang Chun with sympathy. There were indeed times where a harem was not such a fun thing to have. Su Fei rubbed his bald head and suddenly felt that his fate of being bald once again wasn't that pitiful after all.
Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Big sister, this is not possible.
The moment I decided to use this comic as my core genetic ability, this version of the comic I used became independent from the rest of the comics in circulation. In other words, from that moment onward, the world in my copy of the comic has developed independently and is no longer be related to the author. This is my very own world, and it is also your very own world. The moment my ability activated, everything online, everything written were drawn by the author, everything else no longer affected all of you, Wang Chun stated honestly.
Mingyu stretched lazily. I will believe you for now. Oh, yeah. I have a question. How did you come out here? Wang Chun asked cautiously.
As their master, the only authority he had was to decide if he wanted to have a character summoned out into this world. This was also the only advantage he held over them. Surprisingly, Mingyu was able to appear here directly without being summoned. He swore that he truly hadn't thought of anything improper earlier when she'd gotten out here.
That was genuinely the truth. It's very simple. Mingyu looked in the Nether capital's direction. There. I felt a familiar power.
There, something seems to be calling for me, Mingyu muttered.
Hiss. Everyone else's heart throbbed violently. Nether capital? Calling?
Mingyu was the tyrant of the Nether world of the world in the comic. What on earth had happened here at this Nether capital such that even Mingyu could feel that source of power? As they thought of the disappearing death lions and the irregular smog that had appeared here recently, something seemed to be happening at this Nether capital, hidden in the darkness.
Su Fei looked at Chen Feng. Should we cancel this mission?
He was immune to any corrosive energy, and Wang Chun had the protection of Mingyu and was even more powerful here. When they thought about it, among the three of them, in this place, Chen Feng would be the weakest. Such a circumstance that had appeared due to the unique environment here was something they couldn't do anything about.
Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. We will still be going. The Death Lion gene reagent was something he had to obtain.
All this while, he had faced way too many dangers.
How could a mere Nether capital force him to stop? Xinwei stepped forth. Let me protect him. Shua.
Her flame started surging. A trace of a unique power was contained in the faint glimmer of the flame summoned by Xinwei. This was the power of justice unique to Xinwei, a mysterious power originating from a different world.
Hum.
The flame intensified and dispersed all the corrosive energy around them. If we are only going to step into the 5% explored by the seniors before us, there shouldn't be any problems, since we have the map provided by the Genetic Union. We should be able to find those death lions there as well, Chen Feng analyzed.
Wang Chun urged him on. If there's no problems, let's depart quickly, then. He couldn't continue this way. He was truly going crazy. All right.
Chen Feng glanced at Mingyu before they set off with Nether Capital as their destination.
Shwa. Their figures stepped into the sinister smog noiselessly.
Chen Feng and the rest had solemn expressions on their faces. The only exception was Mingyu as she spread her arms, an obviously comfortable expression on her face as she stepped into the smog.
This feeling, how familiar.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289, The Forbidden Skill of Immortality. Chapter 289, The Forbidden Skill of Immortality. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Nether Capital.
This was a mysterious place. With Xinhui's protection, they were able to easily enter the Nether Capital. The air filled with corrosive energy was kept away from them by Xinhui's aura.
The smog seemed to cover everything. Chen Feng cautiously traveled forth in accordance to his map.
This was the map sketched by the Genetic Union when they had first come here.
Only 5% of this area was shown on the map.
They pressed forth cautiously as their progress increased.
1%. 2%.
Finally, they stopped when they had explored 4.8% of the area.
Chen Feng's heart leaped furiously. Something doesn't seem right.
That was because, up till now, they had yet to see a single mutated beast.
This was the most terrifying aspect of their current exploration.
Where were the mutated beasts he had encountered when he'd first come here several days before?
Where were the 2 B-class mutated beasts from before? Where were the promised death lions?
No mutated beasts could be found even when they were reaching the limit of the 5% explored area.
Shwa.
They continued traveling until, finally, all the 5% area had been explored by them. Here, they finally found out the reason the Genetic Union had stopped their exploration at this point in the past.
That was because the dividing line for the region outside the explored 5% was a city. Before their eyes, amidst the boundless smog, was a genuine city. Nether Capital. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Indeed.
Although where they were currently at was also called the Nether Capital, they were actually at the outer layer of the actual city called the Nether Capital.
Only now had they reached the actual city. Nether Capital, the ghost town in the legends.
A sinister aura started spreading. This city in front of them started giving them a terrifying feeling that caused their backs to chill.
Chen Feng decided without hesitation. Retreat. He was extremely clear on his target and risk appetite. He had initially believed that hunting for death lions would be a low-risk endeavor.
That was the only reason he had decided to come with some of his friends. But now that the degree of danger here had far surpassed his imagination, there was no need for him to take extra risks. The most proper way for him to go about accomplishing his goal was to return and hire some formidable A-class experts. As far as he was concerned, the danger of being betrayed by any unknown A-class experts he hired was already surpassed by the danger this Nether Capital could potentially pose them.
Shwa. They retreated rapidly. However, right at this moment, a terrifying explosion resounded. Bang! Distantly, a loud explosion could be heard. Due to the thick smog, they could not see what was happening.
However, a certain dim radiance that they could see amidst the thick smog had seemingly been stepped on and killed. Everyone could clearly see a huge footprint with the size of 100 square meters left on the ground. A certain terrifying and gigantic life form seemed to have stepped there.
Bang! Bang!
Accompanied by thundering sounds, footprints started appearing on the ground, seemingly traveling in their direction.
They could not see anything.
However, the huge footprints left on the ground with a dim glow could still be seen.
Enemy attack. Toward their direction. They gulped. Damn it.
They had obviously explored all of the 5% area indicated in their map and no mutated beasts had been found.
What was this thing that had suddenly appeared here?
Wan Chun looked at the beautiful young lady beside him.
Shun Yi. Xin Yi's eyes started glowing. Shwa.
The smog covering everything seemed to vanish at this instant. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the life form leaving the gigantic footprints on the ground was a huge skeleton with a height of several tens of meters.
Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air.
Hiss. It was actually a gigantic skeleton beast.
Wang Chun saw a familiar-looking thing. Look at his body. Death lion. Chen Feng's heart leaped. That huge skeleton seemed to be something formed of countless sets of bones.
On its body were countless corpses with no flesh remaining.
No wonder they hadn't seen any mutated beasts.
All of them had been killed by this damnable skeleton here.
Shwa!
Xin Yi's body swayed, and the smog surged forth, covering everything once again. Xin Yi felt somewhat regretful.
That's the most we can see. Bang! Bang! The loud sound of footsteps could still be heard.
Amidst the smog that covered everything, those footprints with a faint glow could be clearly seen. The footprints were nearing them. Despite the huge distance between them and the gigantic skeleton, they were still able to guess the strength of that beast.
A class. To be accurate, its strength was at least a class.
A huge skeleton beast formed through countless corpses of B-class mutated beasts was not something they could contend against.
Bang!
The huge footprints continued nearing them. They exchanged glances and decided that the only thing they could do was turn around and travel in a different direction, stepping into the city enveloped by smog.
However, they did not travel too far into the city.
Rather, they lingered around the entrance.
Bang! Bang!
They watched on as that huge mutated beast neared them.
However, right as the beast neared the city, it started hesitating. After a while, shocking all of them, it turned around and left.
It left, Wang Chun muttered. No trace of joy could be heard from his voice, though.
Capable of scaring away such a beast, this place.
Chen Feng intended to leave here as fast as he could.
Let's go. However. Clang.
Accompanied by a loud sound, the entrance closed, sealing the nether capital.
Wang Chun's eyes gleamed coldly. We can't leave anymore. Seems like somebody wants us to be in here. Chen Feng thought knowingly.
The death of the Death Lions, the appearance of the gigantic skeleton beast, the closure of the city's entrance, all of this seemed to signify that there were indeed some life forms in this city.
Somewhere here was definitely an intelligent life form.
However, they had no idea what the intention of this life form was.
Be extra careful, Chen Feng said. Wang Chun and Su Fei nodded. Understood.
The Xinwei siblings were highly vigilant as well. Only Lady Ningyu was behaving differently, as if she was taking a casual stroll here. Chen Feng scanned past the structures inside the city.
These constructions.
An ancient gate built with a simple architecture. The streets, the tavern, everything in this city seemed ancient. The destruction of this city should have taken place several hundred years ago. Only that could explain the architecture here in this city that still preserved the style of ancient times, free of any traces of the genetic era. At the entrance were numerous carts lacking the horses that were supposed to be pulling them. Chen Feng stepped forth and rubbed one of them. His expected scene of these carts crumbling apart into ashes did not appear. This did not seem in line with what should have happened with the passage of time. Not only that, these carts were all still in good condition, retaining the simplicity of the ancient era's design. This did not only apply to these carts. Everything in this city that Chen Feng could see was still in good condition. This was simply unlike a city that had been abandoned for several centuries. Everything in this city seemed to have been fixed in time since the incident where everyone here died. There's some death aura, Xin Yi said suddenly. Chen Feng looked at her. What? Death aura, a unique aura that also exists in my world. I don't know what it is called here in this world. It's also something that is quite difficult to describe. It's a power capable of reviving the dead, Xin Yi said.
Could it be? Chen Feng and Su Fei exchanged glances. The necromancy mentioned in the legends?
As the genetic era had descended, as the people's strength had increased, a lot of researches of eternal life had started cropping up. All sorts of gene fusions and peculiar genetic abilities had appeared due to that.
Among these abilities, necromancy was one of them, also the one rumored to be most likely to help one achieve immortality.
This was an ability formed from the combination of several powerful genetic abilities that had zero combat power. The people that chose this path were destined to have no combat power. Only when they reached the peak of their chosen path would they be able to fuse all their chosen genetic abilities to create a super powerful secret art known as necromancy. This was an ability capable of preserving everything in its original appearance, such as a human's appearance, their bodily functions, and even the appearance of matter itself. For unknown reasons, the research on necromancy had suddenly been announced as a failure one day. Everyone in the research laboratory had been killed and their research materials had vanished. From then on, necromancy had become something that only existed in legends. Here, as Chen Feng looked at everything in this city that still had its original appearance, shock flickered in his eyes.
Could it be that the legendary power of necromancy had actually been successfully researched? Schwa. They exchanged glances, disbelief apparent in their eyes. If that was the case, something major was probably going to happen, but just as they were in the midst of bewilderment, abruptly, faint footsteps could be heard. Their expressions changed greatly and they were immediately on full alert as their killing intent surged. Creak. The door of a building beside them opened suddenly. A young man with the appearance of a 20-year-old walked out of the building and looked at Chen Feng's group with amazement. Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, aye? From how you all are dressed, you are all probably from the western regions? What? Chen Feng blanked. At this moment, accompanied by numerous footsteps, countless people appeared and flooded this city. They started going about their daily life. Market, butcher, tavern, the whole city had seemingly come alive at this instant. What they witnessed was a bustling city. The ghost town they had seen earlier felt like a dream. Here, as they stared at this city that had come alive, their bodies chilled. What on earth was happening in this city, this so-called nether capital? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, Safe Haven. Chapter 290, Safe Haven. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. The tavern waiter appeared excited. Ha, dear customers, you are all too early. From how you are all dressed, you all aren't locals, right? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded as he feigned a casual expression on his face before asking, it seems like I wasn't able to see anyone in this city earlier? Sigh, it's the night curfew. The waiter curled his lips. Apparently there were some escaped convicts. The authorities are still on the hunt for them. Oh. Chen Feng put on the expression of someone who had learned something new, pretending to accept this explanation. Please be seated. The waiter arranged a table for Chen Feng's group. After taking their orders and some idle chat, the waiter left, leaving Chen Feng's group that was exchanging glances with each other behind. Regardless of this tavern or this whole city, everything here was too bizarre. Chen Feng looked at Shen Yi. Is this an illusion? Nope. Shen Yi's eyes were glowing. She could easily see through all illusions. Everything here seemed incomparably real and did not appear like an illusion at all. Everything they were witnessing was real. The whole city and the residents here were real. Perhaps this is an independent place that exists beyond the influence of the outside world? Wang Chun said with astonishment. In this world, such a place truly existed? Perhaps due to the chaos and disorder back then, these people had escaped and come here. Subsequently, they had gotten some super expert to set up some array to cut off all contact with the outside world and create such a safe haven here? This was possible, right? But then, several centuries had passed. This place shouldn't have maintained its original appearance from back then, right? There was also the death aura that Shen Yi had mentioned previously. This whole city seemed to be enveloped in mystery. Let's take a stroll around, Chen Feng proposed. All right, everyone agreed. They left the tavern and walked toward the street. The streets that had appeared lifeless now had a flourishing appearance. At this instant, they almost felt like they had returned to ancient times. Everywhere, there were people buying and selling, some of them haggling over the price, while some started fighting due to disagreement. The whole city appeared alive. All this is real. Shen Yi was certain. Everyone else nodded. None of this was fake. Let's try interacting more with the people here, Chen Feng suggested. All right. They tried interacting with the people here. If everything here was truly fake or a setup, it would be impossible for the interactions between these residents and Chen Feng's group to hide it flawlessly. However, when they tried interacting with the people here, no problems could be found. This was not some setup by an artificial intelligence. All of this was real. It reached a point where, after they asked a bunch of nonsensical questions, they were reported to the authorities. Next, the authorities dispatched someone over to arrest them. They were only able to go free thanks to Su Fei. Nice to meet you, great master. These people here appeared rather respectful of the bald Su Fei and the faint traces of scars on his head that resembled a monk. That was not all, there were some who took the initiative to look for Su Fei, hoping that he would help them with their eye-opening ceremony. Everything here is real. Even Shen Wei ultimately believed that everything here was real. This was because she had earlier gotten into a fight and the injury that she had received was real. If all this had been fake, the only method of implementing it to such perfection was to use illusions. However, the existence of an illusion capable of fooling all of them, including the Shen Yi from a different world, was impossible.
Feng had even used his luck aura to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was the Nether capital, the actual Nether capital concealed within the thick smog surrounding it. No one had ever expected that hidden within this thick smog was an independent city that still retained its looks from ancient times.
These people have been staying here for several centuries? Feng contemplated.
Suddenly, he looked toward the end of the street. Some merchants on their carts were trying to leave the city. However, they were stopped by the soldiers stationed there.
Nobody is allowed to leave?
Feng asked a passerby near him. The person shook his head as he explained, not for a few days. These few days, there were some escaped convicts.
The authority is hunting for them.
As such, only entry into the city is permitted.
Moreover, a night curfew has also been implemented. Feng contemplated, if so, all these people will be allowed to leave on normal days?
Naturally, the person answered with an odd expression.
Many thanks.
They bid the people their farewell before leaving, their brains working overtime.
So the people here were allowed to leave the city normally?
But out there was a huge skeleton beast.
Besides that, what was the point of leaving and going out there where everything was dead? That huge skeleton beast seems to be something that only appeared recently. Wang Chun said suddenly. The death lions only started disappearing recently as well. That is the only reason we actually got into this city.
Under normal circumstances, there simply would have been no need for us to venture into the smog to reach the city.
As for the merchants that are allowed to leave this city on other days, is it possible that more than one city exists here? Wang Chun finished with a solemn expression. You mean?
Everyone's heart throbbed furiously.
More than one city?
In other words, a second or even a third city might exist here. As for those merchants, they were in charge of the commercial trade between these cities to ensure the smooth operation of these cities. Apart from that, those merchants might be the true guardians of this place. If this is something put in place by some super expert back then, it is possible that they left behind descendants that will also be in charge of maintaining the hermit nature of the cities around here, Wang Chun stated calmly.
Everyone sank into contemplation. If this was the truth, then everything would be explainable.
A few hundred years ago, a calamity had befallen the Nether capital. Next, an expert had appeared and established this independently existing series of cities as safe havens. An array had been set up to stop outsiders from coming here, and the power of necromancy had been used to preserve everything here in good condition. On top of that, the truth had been concealed from the residents here to allow them to maintain their simple lifestyles. The descendants of that expert had continued guarding this place in the dark. Only until recently, though, due to the appearance of that huge skeleton beast.
Hunting escaped convicts was being used as an excuse to place a temporary lockdown on the Nether capital.
If that is the case, we only need to wait for the huge skeleton beast to disappear, and all will be fine.
Su Fei's eyes shone. Their mission was only to capture a single death lion.
As long as the giant skeleton beast disappeared and everything went back to how it had been, there would no longer be any problems.
Their mission did not seem to conflict with the intention of this city's establishment.
As for what had happened here in the past, they had no interest in finding out. Anything pertaining to the setup of an eternally existing array would touch on a subject of research that was forbidden. With their present strength, if they were to get involved in such things, it was very probable they would die horribly. Since the Nether capital was on lockdown and they had no way of leaving, they could only settle down and wait quietly. However, due to Su Fei's identity as a senior monk in the eyes of the residents here, they enjoyed free food and drinks from the residents. The only thing the residents here would ask in return was that Su Fei assist with some eye-opening ceremonies.
Soon, night arrived.
The whole city recovered its dead atmosphere.
It was scarily silent.
Feng's group was feeling extremely stifled in their windowless room in the tavern. As such, they decided to take a stroll through the streets.
There was nobody out at night anyway.
As for the so-called escaped convicts, none of them could be seen. The night curfew was probably implemented due to the smog here being too thick at night.
It might end up hurting the residents here.
As such, the guardians of this place created some random excuse to implement the curfew. However, the smog here has no effect on us, Shenwei said.
MHM. Everyone nodded.
Since that was the case, they might as well start training out here. Their plan was quite simple. When everything returned to how it had been, they would proceed to hunt a death lion before leaving in secret. This would not affect the stability of this place.
The night passed quietly.
The sky brightened gradually, and the city started coming alive again.
Feng's group proceeded to return to the tavern. At the entrance, the waiter that was coming out of the tavern looked at them in astonishment and said, "Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, aye? From how you all are dressed, You are all probably from the western regions? As Chen Feng's group looked at the waiter's expression, which did not seem to recognize them, their bodies chilled.
This place. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 291, A Small Damage. Chapter 291, A Small Damage. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Smog was everywhere.
At the outer layer of the nether capital, a group of silhouettes were quietly hiding somewhere.
Is the captain not back yet? Soon. Try urging him. All right. This is a mission issued by the leader himself. We must not allow anything to go wrong. Understood. But then, does necromancy truly exist? Shoo.
The one leading them glared at him. It is not our place to discuss about this.
All right.
At that, they shut their mouths in fear.
Schwa.
Once again, they concealed themselves. Around them, a terrifying aura started spreading, akin to a huge beast that was about to wake up. Only their bright eyes could be seen clearly, pairs of eyes that were glimmering amidst the darkness.
Distantly, the nether capital, enveloped in smog, appeared even more unclear now.
Soon, a silhouette appeared. After they reorganized their group, they stepped into the smog-filled area.
Howl. The air trembled.
The huge skeleton beast stepped out of the darkness.
Undead life form?
A trace of joy appeared on their faces. If even such a life form from the legends had appeared here, it was quite probable that necromancy would truly appear here. The style of construction here appeared to be from a somewhat different era, though.
Go! Deal with him, dot.
He might have the thing we need on his body, the captain ordered coldly.
All right. Everyone else followed the command. Schwa. Schwa. A terrifying power bloomed within the darkness.
At this instant, these people, whose existences were nearly untraceable, unleashed an extremely formidable power.
Even the weakest among them was B-class. Bang! Bang!
The huge skeleton beast howled. Its bones were crushed and started glimmering amidst the darkness.
Howl. An astonishingly large death aura bloomed. Next, a huge battle broke out.
As of now, within the nether capital, Chen Feng and the rest had only found out about the secret of this city. The waiter that they had clearly interacted with yesterday had actually completely forgotten about them today. As for his dialogue, it was exactly the same as what he had said yesterday.
Perhaps, he can't remember us because he has too many customers? Su Fei guessed. Chen Feng shook his head. That's not possible.
It might be possible for him to forget about others, but as for us, the way we are dressed and the way we behave are completely different from the others around here. It is simply impossible for him to not recognize us. Besides that, his gaze when looking at us appeared incredibly unfamiliar, Chen Feng analyzed calmly.
Wang Chun was alarmed. What on earth is going on here?
We will find out after taking a walk around, Chen Feng said.
It is possible that this waiter is the problematic one. MHM. Everyone agreed.
Soon, they reached the street. They tried doing the same thing they had done yesterday, and they found that everyone here had truly forgotten about them, regardless of what the person's profession was.
This was simply not the problem of that waiter alone. Rather, nobody in this city knew them from yesterday. Memory erased? This thought surfaced in Chen Feng's brain. Could it be that every single resident of this city had had their memory erased while sleeping at night? Or perhaps, for some reason, they were unable to keep any memories regarding outsiders?
This was possible as well. But this train of thought only lasted 1 whole minute. Once again, Chen Feng saw the familiar carts trying to leave the city. Once again, he saw the quarrel at the market. At this moment, he had a faint idea of what had actually happened here. The memories of the residents here hadn't been cleared.
Rather, they were reliving the same day.
To verify his guess, Chen Feng took the same route they had taken yesterday, and he found that everything that had happened yesterday happened today as well. For example, the quarrel between Auntie Wang and Auntie Zhang due to a cucumber at the market. For example, the tofu shop boss that was beaten in the street by his jealous wife. All these incidents were reenacted.
Everything was exactly the same as yesterday.
If they had only had their memories cleared to forget about Chen Feng's group, how was it possible for them to redo the same thing they had done yesterday?
This place. Su Fei pointed somewhere. Look.
There, the carts were still stopped when they tried to leave the city. In a certain tavern, the chairs that had been broken after a fight broke out yesterday were in perfect condition today.
This was simply not something that could be accomplished by clearing the memories of the people here.
Everything here seemed to have been changed back to its original condition after a single night.
This is a repeat. Finally, Chen Feng was sure. Here, every single day, the same thing would happen over and over again. Perhaps all this is only a coincidence? Su Fei said.
We will know tonight, Chen Feng said calmly.
All right.
Late at night, the night curfew began.
Once again, the world sunk into silence.
Chen Feng's group had intentionally damaged some chairs. They had even slaughtered all the pigs the butcher was rearing at his house. Next, they waited for the next day to appear.
The next day, once again, the city woke up.
All the damage done by Chen Feng's group was noiselessly restored. The butcher's shop was business as usual, all his pigs still waiting to be slaughtered. The pigs were still alive.
How is this possible? Su Fei inhaled a mouthful of cold air.
The pigs were all still alive.
How was that possible?
They had slaughtered these pigs with their own hands.
For example,
that pig with flowery marks on its body that was obviously different in appearance than the other pigs. He had slaughtered that pig himself yesterday, yet today, this pig was still alive.
Chen Feng's guess was indeed correct. This was a repeat. Not only the items here, even the life forms here have all been restored? Wang Chun was astonished. What about a human? That's right. If even a pig could be restored, for a human.
Chen Feng smiled coldly.
Let's try.
After asking around, they found someone who had a notorious reputation yet the authorities had no way of dealing with. After chattering casually with him for a short while, they killed him directly. The next day, when the city once again reawakened, that notorious rogue could be seen alive and well. On top of that, he had totally forgotten about Chen Feng's group.
We are trapped, Wang Chun realized suddenly. They were all trapped in this world where every day was a repeat. A never-ending repeat.
The scariest part of this was the fact that they had no way of solving this.
Illusion? Array? This was none of those.
Everything here was real. They were things that truly existed. This was what horrified Chen Feng's group. Subsequently, they tried all sorts of methods.
However, none of their methods worked.
They killed, destroyed property, and even caused chaos at the government office by killing the employees there. The next day, everything was still restored perfectly as if nothing had happened.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
Every single method they believed would be able to solve this was insufficient.
They were going crazy. What damned place is this?
Mingyu was all smiles as she looked at Wang Chun.
Tee hee. I can give you a hand, yo. Wang Chun looked at her doubtfully. You have a solution? I have an idea. I want to test it out. After thinking for a bit, Mingyu continued, however, you are, after all, my master. Without your approval, I can't do it. Hence, I'm here to apply for your approval. Wang Chun was on alert. What idea?
Mingyu's coy voice echoed in his ears.
A small test, destroying something to see if it will be restored. Wang Chun exchanged glances with Chen Feng before nodding.
They had tried using abilities with all sorts of properties to damage the things here. None of them had worked.
Since that was the case, they might as well allow Mingyu to try it out. Thereupon, Wang Chun temporarily removed the restriction on Mingyu.
Next, Mingyu bounced out in a vivacious manner.
Su Fei was somewhat anxious. There shouldn't be any problems with this, right? In the comic, this demonic girl was not a person to be underestimated. It should be fine, right? Wang Chun said uncertainly. After all, my strength is still too weak.
As such, she is limited and won't be able to unleash too much of her power anyway.
Suddenly. Bang! A loud sound could be heard. What happened?
They were all startled. When they raised their heads to look in the direction of the sound, they found, to their horror, that the whole world had instantly sunk into darkness, and a terrifying power was emerging out of the dark clouds.
Bang! Bang! Endless dark lightning started descending, akin to a sight from the apocalypse. Bang! Bang! Dot. Unending mournful screams could be heard as the whole world sunk into darkness. The F***CK? Wang Chun stared blankly at that single enchanting silhouette standing amidst the darkness.
On Mingyu's face, a smile slowly appeared as endless lightning descended without stop around her.
Bang! Bang!
They were all dumbstruck.
Massacre. This woman here was actually slaughtering everyone in the city.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 292, Mysterious Location. Chapter 292, Mysterious Location. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. Su Fei muttered, "She's a lunatic." He was incredibly thankful that he had not provoked this demonic girl in any way. The heck? She had actually massacred one whole city without a second thought? Were all the villain bosses in comics so insane? Ming Yu. Wang Chun was furious.
He had never expected that the so-called small damage she had mentioned was the massacre of the whole city. Chen Feng dragged him back and said, "Calm down.
Let her be. But she's slaughtering everyone in the city."
Wang Chun was in a heavy mood, with the heavy mood further compounded by the sight of countless deaths before him and the sight of these people crawling over to him begging for help. "They won't die for real anyway," Chen Feng said calmly.
"Have you forgotten about the scoundrel we killed 2 days ago?" Wang Chun was startled awake. "You mean?
I want to see the result from this as well." With a sharp gaze, Chen Feng continued, "The killed people can be restored.
The damaged items can be restored. What about the destruction of the entire city? Can it be restored as well? Or perhaps there will be some guardian appearing next? I'm truly filled with anticipation." Bang! Bang!
The terrifying apocalypse-like scene continued.
Ming Yu's voice echoed everywhere amidst the thunderous lightning. "Ha ha ha, where are you running?
Little brother here, come, let this big sister here kill you.
Finally, the whole city was reduced to ruins, not a single intact item remaining.
Not a single living being remained either.
Dead. All dead. Tee-hee. Test completed.
Cheerfully, Ming Yu ran back toward them. Everyone's gaze was filled with horror when they looked at her.
Wasn't this woman here too dreadful? Even if these people would be able to be restored, the way in which she had slaughtered them all. Humph. Xin Wei snorted.
If this wasn't the Nether capital, she would have stopped Ming Yu long ago.
Demoness, Xin Yi muttered.
Ming Yu winked before accepting this nickname given to her by Xin Yi.
"Why, thank you."
Ming Yu shifted her gaze to Su Fei, who was staring at her blankly.
"This young brother here, why are you looking at me? Do you want to do something intimate with me?" Hiss. Su Fei shivered before hiding himself behind Chen Feng. What joke was this?
If he were to encounter such a demonic girl in the future, he would definitely run as far as he could.
Wang Chun smiled bitterly. "You are truly..."
With such a summon that was completely out of control, he had no idea if he should cry or laugh about it.
"All right," Chen Feng said indifferently. "Since the test is already done, the only thing left to do is wait for the results." "All right." Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do for now.
The next day, the moment the first sunlight appeared, light swirled around the whole city, and at that moment, the city started waking up. The door near them once again opened, and a familiar voice could be heard.
"Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, From how you all are dressed, you are all probably from the western regions?" The waiter.
Their hearts chilled.
Indeed, him again.
Su Fei felt helpless.
Once again, it has repeated. Even slaughtering the whole city won't change anything? Wang Chun smiled bitterly. They had always believed that the key to solving this issue was a certain person or item in this city. Surprisingly, even after Ming Yu destroyed everything here, the day had still repeated. It was probable that some mysterious power lingered around this area. Was it the so-called death aura? The aura of justice possessed by Xin Wei was ineffective against this death aura.
Even Ming Yu's mysterious power was ineffective against it.
Will we be trapped here forever?
They were horrified at this prospect. They could imagine what the consequences of them failing to solve this problem would be.
Chen Feng shook his head. "We won't.
This is just something caused by a certain power existing here.
As long as..." Mid-sentence, Chen Feng's expression abruptly changed.
That was because his luck aura's alarm system had triggered.
Alarm? Someone else is here. The direction is... Schwa. Chen Feng looked toward the direction. It was actually outside the city.
Chen Feng was astonished.
Someone is coming. Outsiders? Wang Chun and the rest were shocked as well. Apart from them, there were other outsiders coming here as well? Were these people here to hunt for mutated beasts such as the Death Lion as well?
Let's hide first, Chen Feng decided without any hesitation.
Schwa. Noiselessly, they concealed themselves. Distantly, the tightly shut city gate opened and a group of people stepped into the city. From the way they were dressed, Chen Feng's heart thumped. They're from the mysterious organization. Could this city be a base of the mysterious organization? However, just as this idea surfaced in their brains, they noticed that all the newcomers were staring at this ancient-looking city with confused expressions. Nope, Shen Yi judged. They look lost as well. That's good, then, Chen Feng answered. Chen Feng's group was too small. As such, they lacked the manpower to solve this. If it was these newcomers from the mysterious organization, though, they might be able to solve this repeating problem. After all, from the aura they were emitting, even the weakest among them was at B class. These people were definitely core members of the mysterious organization. They might have a way out of this, Chen Feng guessed. We won't be able to defeat them, Su Fei shrugged. If these were some regular B-class warriors, Chen Feng's group would still be able to handle them. There were numerous methods available, such as assassinating them one by one in the dark, but now, with two A-classes among their ranks, a single one of these two was sufficient to deal with all of them. This was simply an opponent in a different league. Chen Feng had a profound smile on his face. Who says that we need to fight them? They are unaware that we are here. Wang Chun's eyes shone. You mean? Chen Feng smiled calmly. That's right. His plan was quite simple. If this city was treated as a game where everything would be automatically restored every day, these residents would be the NPCs of this game. As for them, they would be the players of this game. Both them and the people from the mysterious organization were the same. However, as the group that was here first, they possessed an advantage over those people. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. From now onwards, call me NPC Chen. Schwa. Within a small, shabby-looking house that was uninhabited, they changed into something that was similar in style to what the residents here were wearing, perfectly blending with this city. Currently, the newcomers from the mysterious organization had finally entered the city. This was a group of 12. They stepped into the tavern in an orderly fashion. These few lords here, are you only stopping for a meal or are you staying over in our rooms? The waiter could seemingly sense that these people were those he shouldn't provoke. As such, he was extremely respectful toward them, giving them the premium treatment. Toward their questions, he tried his best to answer as well. However, they were not able to get much information from him. Nether capital? Night curfew? Escaped convicts? All the information they gathered was the same as what Chen Feng's group had gathered previously. They seemed to be able to feel an unusual power lingering here as well. As such, they did not dare to act recklessly. At such a forbidden area that the outside world was unaware of, even A-class experts needed to be on alert at all times. Thereupon, the day passed peacefully. The next day, they finally witnessed the mysterious power of restoration this city seemed to possess. However, instead of being alarmed, they were all overjoyed. For all items and living beings to be restored, the moment they noticed that even the killed people would be restored, some guesses surfaced in their brains. The captain's gaze was sharp. Necromancy indeed exists for real. The deputy captain beside him smiled coldly. Seems like the only thing we need to do is capture the one pulling the strings here. Since the target of their mission had now been ascertained, the only thing left to do was act on it. However, even if they wanted to act on it, they needed to know where to start. Unfortunately, after using all sorts of methods, they still failed to solve this. They even tried slaughtering the whole city as well. The captain frowned. Seems like we have to do this slowly, then. They started aimlessly wandering the streets. After several days of testing all sorts of methods, almost everyone in this city had been killed by them at least once. As such, they no longer cared about what the residents here thought of them. Unexpectedly, when they were passing by a shabby-looking building, they heard something. The tale of all lands under the heaven. Your story, my story, and the story of all living beings under the heaven. I am half immortal Chen. Are you all interested in having your fortunes told? Creak. The shabby-looking door opened. A young man with a long beard walked out of the building. From what I see, with your dark foreheads and your lifeless eyes, it is quite apparent that you all are about to face a bloody calamity in the coming days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Master Seer. Chapter 293, Master Seer. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. A fortune teller? They blanked momentarily. They had never imagined that there would be a fortune teller residing in this corner of the city.
A few days earlier, when they had massacred the whole city with a large-scale attack, none of them had noticed this spot.
Fortune-telling. Their interest was piqued. If this fortune-teller here was somewhat capable, they might even get some clues here. Yes. The fortune-teller did not appear too old. If it wasn't for that huge bushy beard he had, he would most certainly have had too tender an appearance. From his current looks, it was quite apparent that this was a newbie who had just stepped foot into society. "Tell us, then, what blood calamity is it that we will be encountering?" the captain said with a smile. The fortune-teller started picking his fingers as he read their fortune. "Let me see. Meshem, if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid you all will not be able to live for more than 3 days. 3 days? They laughed. How many repeating days had they already experienced here at Nether Capital?
If that's so, this mister here should read his own fortune to see if he is going to encounter a bloody calamity. A few days ago, when they massacred the whole city, this guy here had probably been killed as well. If he was truly a capable fortune-teller, wouldn't he have been able to see that coming as well? Me? The fortune-teller shook his head. Naturally, there is no calamity. Us, the citizens of the Nether Capital, have an aura of blessing lingering about us. Even if our bodies are killed, our souls will be preserved before stepping into the wheel of reincarnation. Schwa. Instantly, their expressions changed. Soul preservation, stepping into the wheel of reincarnation. This fortune-teller was evidently not a simple person. "Please give us your guidance, mister." "Not a problem, not a problem." The fortune-teller smiled and continued, "Let me take a look, MHME. What's up?" they asked anxiously. "Your heads." The fortune-teller shook his head as an odd expression appeared on his face, are actually enveloped by a green aura. They were at a loss. Green aura? The fortune-teller nodded. Yes. Normally, this would only appear when one is betrayed by one's wife. One's head will be shining with a green luster, akin to a grassland on one's head. One. The group. One of them raged. "What are you saying? Please calm down." The fortune-teller shook his head and continued, "That is also the reason I have an odd feeling. From your looks, I'm afraid you guys don't even have any wives, right? Even if you wanted to be green, there wouldn't be any chances anyway." The group. These sharp words pierced straight into their hearts. What F** King fortune-teller was this bastard? Let me take a look. The fortune-tellers started reading their fortunes attentively. Ah, so that is the case. I'm afraid the bloody calamity has been lingering about you all for quite a while. However, thanks to this green aura on your head, you all have survived till now. If you guys are without a wife, MHM? Perhaps there is a certain lord high above that is protecting you all with a green aura, the fortune-teller guessed. What trashy fortune-teller is this? They were completely confused. Green aura? High above? Right at this moment, they prepared to make a move against this fortune-teller. Stop. The captain and the deputy captain that were both A-class genetic warriors stopped them. Next, with solemn expressions, they walked toward the fortune-teller. Mister, please give us your guidance. Their team members were totally confused. Only the captain and deputy captain were aware of what the so-called green aura represented. That was Senior Soul. Enveloped by a green aura. Although the fortune-teller was extremely vague in the things he had said, the occasional information he had released was something only the important members of their group were aware of. This fortune-teller here was most probably the real deal. Hidden within this repeating city was actually such an existence. That was truly inconceivable. The fortune-teller smiled bashfully. Not a problem, not a problem. However, my expenses. The expressions of the captain and the rest stiffened. Only now did they recall that they were penniless here in this city. Shall I go and steal some money? One of their members suggested. Fortune-teller. The fortune-teller smiled as he told them, that is not what I meant. When I tell a fortune, I do not accept any money as payment. The only thing I accept is information. The captain felt somewhat doubtful. Information? That's right. Although I am a mere fortune-teller, I am extremely interested in all news under the heavens. Throughout the whole pugilistic world, there is almost nothing that I do not know of. Things such as the assassination of the Blood Rain Pavilion leader's brother by the leader himself or the scandal of the Brute River Mansion's leader with his master's wife, I know of them all. Where do you think I gain all this information? Naturally, I gain it from trades, the fortune-teller said profoundly. They sunk into silence. Only now did they realize that this fortune-teller was also peddling for information, obtaining top-secret information from others before selling it at a high price to those in need.
What do you want to know about? The captain asked.
Looking at the way you are all dressed, you are all probably members of a mysterious organization. Supposedly, there is not a single organization in this pugilistic world that I do not know of, yet I have yet to encounter an organization whose members are dressed like you. Hence, which organization are you all from? The fortune teller asked. Mysterious organization, the captain said indifferently. The fortune teller appeared displeased.
Is this how you go about your transactions? We are truly from mysterious organization.
The captain had a faint smile on his face. The rest of his team members had smiling expressions on their faces as well. They truly couldn't do anything about that, as their organization's name was truly Mysterious Organization.
Humph. Let me take a look. The fortune teller sneered. However, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. He pointed midair and put on an expression as if he was listening to something from the empty air before turning around and looking at them in amazement. You are actually not lying to me. The fortune teller appeared at a loss. Weird. Mysterious organization. I have never heard of this faction. A new organization?
As for the expressions of the captain and the rest, they became solemn. They had been telling half-lies to tease this fortune teller all along. Unexpectedly, he was truly capable of confirming their words. I am capable of telling the authenticity of any given information, the fortune teller said indifferently.
The group had expressions of amazement. Such an ability. Fine, let us continue, then, the fortune teller stated calmly. Use the information of your organization to trade for the solution you are all looking for. Since a new organization has appeared in the world, I must know about it. One of them snorted. Poof. What joke was this? All the core members of this organization would never betray the organization. A mere fortune teller like this. However, just as he took a single step forth, he was held back by the captain. Tell him, the deputy captain said. Ah. Everyone else had a dumbstruck expression. Brother. Only this much and you are betraying the organization already? He won't remember it anyway, the captain whispered. Only at that was everyone startled awake. True, this was the Nether capital. Every single person here had been killed by them before. Every single person here would forget everything the next day. This fortune teller here was indeed quite capable, but regardless of how much he found out today, it would be pointless. Moreover, the world from several centuries ago wouldn't be related to their current era anyway. Hence, so what if he was to find out about their organization? This is the information. The captain told him the mysterious organization's information honestly. As for the fortune teller, he appeared shocked for a long time. The so-called A-class in your organization should be equivalent to a grandmaster, right?
Machem, yes, it is somewhat similar to the gold-plated assassins of the Assassin's Guild.
However, your organization is actually an organization with so many members at such a level?
The fortune teller had a solemn expression.
Why has such an organization appeared in the world?
As for the group, they all had faint smiles on their faces. It would truly be weird if this fortune teller here actually knew of them. Then, please dispel our doubts, mister, the captain said calmly.
Not a problem.
The fortune teller recovered from his shock and continued, to solve this dilemma you are all facing, it is quite simple. Although I am not aware of the actual crisis you all will be facing, from the heavens, I had a faint glimpse of the word memory. They sunk into contemplation.
Memory. Oh, right.
The fortune teller seemed to recall something else and added, even if you all are fated to be single for your whole lives, I advise you all to be on alert anyway. This green aura on your head is truly quite bizarre. It signifies fortune, yet at the same time, it signifies calamity as well.
The fortune teller shook his head, seemingly confused. Everyone. Soon, they left the fortune teller.
Some of them were still confused after leaving, not knowing what to do with the word memory they had obtained from this fortune teller.
Memory.
The deputy captain contemplated.
Could it be? The captain nodded. That's right. Make our preparations today. Early tomorrow morning, we can implement the new plan. As for that fortune teller, forget about him. He will forget everything tomorrow anyway. Don't seek any unnecessary trouble.
They nodded as a response.
Understood.
Unbeknownst to them, at this time, in that shabby-looking house, several people walked out of a room.
These people were Wang Chun and the rest.
However, they all had extremely solemn expressions on their faces currently. The information given by the captain earlier was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The mysterious organization was much more terrifying than all their previous guesses.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 294, Blabbering Villains. Chapter 294, Blabbering Villains. Translator, limest editor, Tenish.
Within the shabby building in the Nether capital, everyone present had a solemn expression. Based on what the captain had told them, the mysterious organization had been established by the mysterious leader, his close confidants, and 12 other top-notch A-class super experts.
These people were the pillars of support of this organization.
Apart from this, they had 76 A-class experts in their ranks. Every pair A-class experts worked together to lead a number of B-class genetic warriors, forming a squad.
All sorts of missions would be performed by these squads, such as killing their enemies, A-class warriors included.
It was also extremely rare for them to fail their missions. This organization had always been concealed in the dark. Subsequently, based on their guesses, factors such as Wang Yao's appearance and the incidents involving Feng had caused the number of members in the organization to drop greatly. Out of their 12 top-notch A-class experts, only 10 remained. Out of the other 76 A-class experts, only 56 remained. As for B-class warriors, the losses were even higher. As for the missions these squads were involved in, they had all failed, resulting in a great reduction of the organization's power. Despite all that, they still remained one of the top factions in the whole world. With 10 PK-class experts, 56 A-class experts, and numerous B-class warriors, even the thought of this number was sufficient to plant horror in one's heart. Facing the fortune teller that was supposed to be an NPC, it wasn't too hard to get the captain to leak information pertaining to the mysterious organization.
This information.
They all shivered in fear.
They could imagine the kind of uproar it would cause when this was transmitted back to the genetic union. Moreover, this was merely what this captain knew. What about information this captain was not aware of? For example, the identity of that mysterious leader and his close confidants?
The threat posed by the mysterious organization was much graver than they had imagined.
At least we can spoil this current mission of theirs.
Feng took off the fake beard he had on his face. With the high amount of genetic abilities in his myriad illusions, it wasn't too hard for him to disguise himself as a fortune teller.
Su Fei gasped in admiration. Are these guys so easy to trick? How is that possible? Feng laughed.
The only reason they believed what I told them so easily is because the clue I gave them hints at an actual plan they could try implementing.
Memory? Wang Chun contemplated. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. That's right. Memory.
They had indeed done a lot of tests previously. However, there were still quite a number of tests that they had yet to try. This test with the memory keyword was one of their untested plans. Feng had thought of this plan, yet he had not been able to implement it. To be more accurate, he could not bear the possible repercussions of implementing this plan. As such, this task would be handed over to the mysterious organization.
After all, the night passed quietly.
In the Nether capital, within an ordinary-looking house, a little girl was playing around happily. She was molding the figurine of a certain life form using mud, having a lot of fun. The little girl was excited. Father, look, I molded another little animal.
A middle-aged man beside her smiled as he asked, "Oh, what is this?"
The little girl slanted her head as she thought before saying, lion.
This must be a lion. Ha!
The middle-aged man burst out in laughter.
Have you seen an actual lion before? No.
The little girl appeared somewhat sad. However, she regained her high spirit shortly after.
This is most certainly what a lion looks like. This is my rendition of a lion. Fine.
Your very own lion, said the middle-aged man lovingly.
What about this one? Embarrassed, the little girl said, that's a tiger.
The tiger she had molded indeed looked quite odd. If you say it is, then yes, it is a tiger, the middle-aged man replied with a smile.
Father, when I recover from my illness, can you take me out to play around?
Sure.
Father, can you preserve these animals I molded for me? I am going to make a huge amount of animals in the future.
Sure.
Father, can you name these animals I made? They are exclusively mine.
Sure.
What should I name them, then? Let's call that lion a death lion.
The little girl's voice gradually grew softer.
You, Father, that is quite an unpleasant name, but since it's a name Father gave, then Death Lion it shall be called. How about that tiger over there? Father, I am somewhat tired. Mei Chen, let's take a rest then. A loving expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Soon, as the night descended, their silhouettes disappeared amidst the darkness of the night. On the next day, after the sun rose, the members of the mysterious organization, who were already done with their preparations, ready to make their move. The moment the city sprung awake, the moment that familiar dialogue of the waiter was heard, a terrifying beam of light bloomed from the hand of one of them. The beam swirled around. Memory, recover. Bang! The terrifying radiance instantly covered every nook of the city. Ah! Countless people were twitching on the ground, blood flowing out of their 7 apertures. However, the members of this group merely watched on coldly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The residents there woke up while twitching. Life seemed to seep into their previously turbid eyes. Their memories of the repeated days, all of them, resurfaced at this instant. How? The waiter grabbed his head with an unbelieving expression. For several centuries, he had been doing the same thing every single day. The butcher. The vegetable peddler. The Harmony restaurant owner. Everywhere in this city, everyone was awoken at this instant. All their erased memories throughout the centuries had resurfaced. Those memories that had been locked in the depths of their souls were something that couldn't be completely erased. Since their souls had not been destroyed, how was it possible for their memories to be truly gone? Everything was awoken. Everyone in the Nether capital looked at themselves blankly. Only after a while did they accept this. However, in these short few seconds where they were blanking out, their 7 apertures were bleeding without stop. Not one of them was able to bear the backlash caused by the emergence of several centuries' worth of memories. Next, they died instantly. Everyone in the city died after reawakening their memories. Similar with the previous massacres, this was still a massacre, the only difference being the method in which the massacre was carried out. This time, they were killed by the re-emergence of their memories, they were killed by pure mental shock. As all this was happening, a certain pair of eyes was shining brightly. Found it! A ray of light took a detour around every single citizen of this city and locked onto a single person. Target found. During the calamity where everyone was killed by the mental shock that resulted from the re-emergence of their memories, there was a single person that was not affected by the mental shock, the only person immune to it. That was a middle-aged man in an ordinary-looking house. That's right. The purpose of this massacre, all of this was only to figure out who the actual enemy was. When the residents of this city were killed through direct attacks, that person would be able to fake his death. However, such an attack where everyone's memories re-emerged, such a memory shock was something that one couldn't replicate by merely faking their death. As such, that single person who was unaffected was akin to a bright lamp in a dark night. This was the so-called memory plan. An extremely straightforward yet effective plan. The captain erupted instantly. It's you! Bang! Bang! One after another, terrifying attacks erupted. Everyone in the group made their move with the middle-aged man as their target. Kill! The ice-cold attacks bloomed. However, just as all the attacks were about to reach the middle-aged man, his incredibly ordinary-looking eyes gleamed with a cold killing intent. You are all getting too excessive. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. All the attacks launched at him were instantly demolished. Every single person of the squad was instantly flung away, blood spurting out of their mouths without stop. This is... Everyone was shocked. PK class. This middle-aged man was actually a PK class warrior. All of you deserve death. The killing intent of the middle-aged man surged. A great battle was about to erupt at any moment. Senior, please wait, the captain said suddenly. This time, we are here to propose a transaction. What? The middle-aged man paused. As for Chen Feng's group that was hiding somewhere in the city, their hearts throbbed. Dang, what was going on now? This seemed to be deviating from their plan. Wouldn't it be fine if they were to directly erupt into a battle and kill each other off? Why the heck had they started talking? What was the F***king point of these villains having so many dialogues? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. It's going to get somewhat troublesome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Forbidden Art? Chapter 295, Forbidden Art? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At the Nether capital, Chen Feng's scalp was feeling somewhat numb. His initial plan of benefiting from the conflict between the other two parties had gone somewhat awry. He was aware that villains would normally have a lot to say,
but he had never expected that these two villains of different factions here would actually start talking to each other.
Damn! This wasn't logical. Shouldn't they have started fighting like mortal enemies the moment they met?
Why are you here? The middle-aged man asked coldly.
We are only seeking a certain ability.
We have no intention of hurting anyone, the captain said solemnly. If this senior here is willing to hand over the art of necromancy to us, we are willing to purchase it with a high price. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. You killed my child.
Won't she be restored tomorrow?
With a smile, the captain continued, if our transaction is successful, we will be sure to guard this place forever against further disturbances.
Would Senior be satisfied with this arrangement?
The middle-aged man was somewhat tempted.
Distantly, Su Fei cautiously asked Chen Feng, is this part of your plan as well? Chen Feng's face darkened. These two villains seemed to be getting along well.
They would probably reach an agreement before long to complete a transaction related to necromancy or something. At that point, Chen Feng's group would be in grave trouble.
Shin Yi proposed, retreat? Perhaps we can hide ourselves as we wait for their transaction to conclude?
Chen Feng rejected that firmly.
That won't work.
Although the mysterious organization was unaware that Chen Feng's group was here, the middle-aged man was aware of them. As of now, the middle-aged man was still unsure of the relationship between Chen Feng's group and the group from the organization. He might assume that they were from the same side and had just arrived here in different waves. However, if their transaction were to conclude, he would most definitely be aware of who the actual party pulling tricks in the dark was.
Wang Chan smiled bitterly. What should we do, then? How would it be so simple for them to reap the benefit of the clash of others? Let me think. Chen Feng muttered. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them.
That middle-aged man was a PK class.
As for the group from the organization, there were 2 A-class warriors and a whole bunch of B-class warriors. Either of these two would be capable of crushing them at any time, and now it was even possible that they would join hands. This was quite a grave problem for Chen Feng's group. It was simply impossible for a perfect art of necromancy to exist. From what they had seen here, they had indeed observed some problems with it. The group from the mysterious organization was definitely aware of this as well. However, their mission was only to gather some new information to assist their research on this topic. As such, those issues didn't matter when it came to doing business with this middle-aged man. I must think of something. Chen Feng contemplated. The only thing they could do was to spoil the trade. However, how should they go about doing that?
That captain was evidently an intelligent person, since he had decided to come clean the moment they had met the middle-aged man. Moreover, he had also announced his identity and the horror of the organization he represented as a form of deterrence to help him reach an agreement easier.
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. We can only make our move on that middle-aged man, then. Middle-aged man, and that little girl.
Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something.
Ming Yu, do you have any necromancy-related abilities? Shua. Ming Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed.
Wang Chan and the rest widened their eyes.
That's right. Ming Yu.
As the strongest villain boss in the comic, despite her strength being restricted in this world, she was still someone who possessed all death-related abilities in the comic.
Since she was familiar with the power lingering here, perhaps she would be able to unleash a true power of necromancy here?
However, Ming Yu shook her head as a response.
That's not possible. Necromancy itself is an ability whose existence is impossible.
It is simply impossible for an ability promising immortality to exist in the world. Even in the world we came from, such a power did not exist. The rules governing the world would ensure a balance of nature.
As life is created, some life must end as well.
Abruptly, Chen Feng and the rest were alarmed. This was because something had suddenly popped into their minds: sacrifice. Every time a unique ability that could prolong one's life or grant one immortality was used, a countless amount of lives had to be offered as a sacrifice. If what Ming Yu said was correct, all of this was simply unrelated to necromancy. Rather, it was a plundering of the lives of others for one's own benefit.
Here, in this city.
Chen Feng's brain started working rapidly.
This was merely a small ancient city with a population of 2,200.
Every single one of them would be active for around 12 hours per day. On average, for every single day that this city was restored, the cost to power that would be around 1,100 days worth of life, which would roughly equate to 3 years worth of life. In this genetic era, the quality of a human's body was higher than the past. As such, the average lifespan of the people of this era was 120 years. In other words, if a young man of around 30 years old was killed, his remaining lifespan of around 90 years would be sufficient to support this city's operation for around 1 month. As for the explorers that would usually operate around the Nether capital, a vast majority of them were in their 30s. If so, only 12 people needed to be killed per year to sustain this city's operation. For 10 years, only 120 people needed to be killed.
100 years. Several hundred years. As it accumulated, this became a horrifying figure. Su Fei recalled something.
The origin of the name Nether Capital seems to be from that single massacre that had happened here in the past. It was rumored that when this city initially became popular, it was also due to the spread of a certain unknown aura around here. With the Nether Capital as the center, everyone around this city was killed. After a long time, the smog remained in the air and countless explorers died after coming here. Only after that did this place become known as Nether Capital. Su Fei finished with a solemn expression. Right at this instant, the Shini that had her head lowered for an unknown reason suddenly started talking. I have successfully analyzed the smog in the air.
Within is some sort of life-absorbing power. This is not a death aura.
Rather, it is some unknown power. The reason the A-class expert from the Genetic Union left after a short exploration in the past is most probably because his life force was being absorbed instead of this place being actually dangerous, Shini finished solemnly.
At that, the hearts of everyone else chilled. Life force, smog. If an ordinary person were to come here, that would be akin to suicide. The wandering death lions out there and the countless amounts of B-class beasts were all equally horrifying.
Only A-class experts were qualified to explore this place. However, A-class warriors were sharp enough to sense that their life force was being absorbed here. As such, none of them were willing to penetrate deeper into this place. That was the reason no one had ever discovered the truth behind this city. If all this was correct, this was simply not some safe haven. Rather, this was a life-prolonging city built upon countless corpses. If the mysterious organization was able to get their hands on this method. Their expressions changed at the thought of this. The middle-aged man might be hateful, but he was ultimately a single person. As such, he would not be able to accomplish much apart from prolonging his life here. However, if such a sinister power were to fall into the hands of the mysterious organization, Feng was certain that a huge amount of people would be used by them as test subjects. This was definitely sufficient to threaten the world. Their hearts chilled. These guys. For something like this, the more they found out, the more horrified they became.
Feng's head ached. Hence, this is another world threat level incident? Bro, I only came here to hunt some death lions. Hello? What I want is truly something very simple. A single C-class death lion or some peak C or B-class death lion leader is what I needed most. I only need a single drop of their blood for my gene reagent. Why am I encountering such incidents again?
Feng noticed that when he wasn't using his luck aura, his luck was obviously quite bad, as he would always find his way into all sorts of unexpected incidents.
Was this luck aura he had fake? However, could he ignore this now that he had stumbled upon it? Such a forbidden art was too sinister.
Feng would hate to see large-scale funerals and slaughtering worldwide in the future. At any moment, someone close to him might be slaughtered for this as well.
Moreover, they only knew about a part of what was going on here. Why had the Death Lions disappeared? Why had Nether City suddenly opened to outsiders? What happened that led to all this? For a city that had been repeating the same day for several centuries, every single day should have been the same. Such a change in behavior shouldn't have happened. Could it be that this middle-aged man was planning something?
This was what Feng's group was worried about. There was absolutely some big problem lingering here at this place. Instinctively, they all looked at Feng for an answer.
What should we do? After all, Feng was the one who had issued this mission.
Coupled with his battle history where he had never failed, in times like this, it was normal for them to look at him for options. Feng stared ahead as his eyes gleamed coldly.
What else can we do?
Ahead of them, the negotiations seemed to have reached the most crucial point. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 296, Nether Capital's Battle. Chapter 296, Nether Capital's Battle. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the Nether Capital, the sky was still enveloped by smog. At this place littered with corpses, two experts were making their transaction without a care in the world.
These two can really talk a lot.
Feng berated with a powerless feeling. He was aware that villains would normally have a lot to say. However, he had never expected it to reach this extent.
These two weren't purely talking about some nonsensical things, though.
It was obvious that the captain there was very seriously trying to reach an agreement. As for the guy in front of him, hidden behind his seemingly serious manner of negotiating was some hidden agenda. Perhaps Chen Feng's group hid themselves quietly. After a long time, those two seemed to conclude their agreement. Multiple mysterious-looking yet powerful halos radiated around them, seemingly some sort of binding ability to ensure that both sides would adhere to what they had agreed to. Since that's the case, please to impart the forbidden art to us, senior, the captain said seriously. The middle-aged man nodded. All right. However, right at this instant, several black silhouettes charged out suddenly. Bang! Followed by a bright explosion, one familiar silhouette after another appeared. On them were the pitch-black uniforms that were actually the same as what the members of the mysterious organization wore. Who? Instantly, everyone else there was alarmed. The modified voice of Chen Feng drifted out from the mask he was wearing. Senior Soul has an order for us. This person here has some hidden agenda. Kill without mercy. Senior Soul? The captain blanked momentarily at that. Other than them, Senior Soul had actually sent someone else here as well? How was that possible? He looked at the newly appeared group doubtfully. Chen Feng merely glanced at him coldly. Idiot. His whole body was hidden by the black attire he was wearing, leaving only that pair of cold-looking eyes exposed. Originally, it was believed that this person had the art of necromancy mastered. However, after some investigation, we noted that what this person knows is a fake necromancy art, something our organization has already been using for a long time. This semi-completed art is something our organization mastered long ago. Chen Feng coldly continued, a repeat on a daily basis where human sacrifices are required, such a method of rebirth, what's the point? Is this guy not afraid of our retaliation for trading with us using such a useless art? Obviously, he is. Hence, from the start, he never intended to let us leave here alive. Senior Soul sent us here to rescue you all. The organization has already lost a huge amount of classes. As such, we can't afford to lose more. Schwa. The expressions of the middle-aged man and the captain changed greatly. Is that so? The captain had a bad feeling. This guy truly sounded convincing. A lot of things he mentioned were correct as well. All this coupled with the middle-aged man's current expression made him realize that he might have truly been taken for a ride this time. The captain glared at the middle-aged man. You dare to fool me? So you guys are together? How smart. However, the middle-aged man shook his head in a regretful manner. It's too late. What? Everyone else blanked. This was especially true for the squad from the mysterious organization. What did he mean when he said that they were together? Bang! A terrifying aura bloomed from the middle-aged man's body. Originally, I had only planned to use this after you guys left. Fine, I might as well show you pathetic fellows what true power looks like. Ha ha ha. He. A cold killing intent bloomed. The middle-aged man erupted fully with his true strength. Careful. Everyone in the mysterious organization's squad had a solemn expression. As of now, none of them could be bothered about the together the middle-aged man had mentioned previously. This middle-aged man had a knack of speaking nonsense anyway. Who knew which of his words could be trusted? Furthermore, bang! A terrifying pressure descended. Everyone could feel a powerful pressure, a super powerful pressure belonging to a PK class. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. Bang! Instantly, the sky above the nether capital was ripped apart. In the sky enveloped by smog, a boundless radiance appeared before ripping the sky apart, creating a long tunnel through the sky. When everyone looked at the torn sky, their expressions changed greatly. In there was a flourishing metropolis. Different from the desolate nether capital, that city in the sky was a modernized city of their current genetic era. In this era, even if it was a mere small city, there would be at least several 100,000 inhabitants per city. The city was filled with life. That middle-aged man's target was actually these people, the inhabitants of this city. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. He is going to slaughter the city. Slaughtering a whole city. This was something extremely terrifying to hear. Granted, Ming Yu and the squad from the mysterious organization had done the same thing here before. However, all of them were aware that everyone in the nether capital would be restored. They had only been trying to get out of this trap they had fallen into. As for this middle-aged man, he was using these people as a human sacrifice. He is going to use the whole city as human sacrifices to sustain the nether capital. Everyone's heart chilled. That was one whole city there, with several 100,000 inhabitants.
This guy. That's the sealed city.
Everyone in the squad paled, as that city was the branch of the mysterious organization they were attached to. As their branch was near this area, almost all the missions in this area were handled by them. Unfortunately for them, due to the limited strength the middle-aged man possessed, the nearest metropolis his power could reach was only this sealed city. This was purely coincidence and also his only choice at the same time.
This lunatic.
The captain started hurling abuses. Even if they had taken a countless amount of lives, they had never truly slaughtered a whole city. He hadn't felt anything when killing the residents of Nether Capital that would never truly die.
As far as they were concerned, these people here were all NPCs.
As such, they had no feelings when killing these people. But when it came to the city they resided in, those several 100,000 residents.
Bang! In the sky, that dazzling radiance was even brighter now.
An extremely terrifying super ability was condensing in the middle-aged man's hand. He was at peak A class.
Hence, how powerful would this secret art be that even this kind of peak expert would require a buildup of energy to launch it?
This thought alone caused everyone to shiver.
What should we do?
Their expressions were unsightly.
Stop it? They wouldn't be able to stop him.
Even if they were all A-class warriors, with their side having 2 A-class warriors, they would still fail to stop him. With the disparity between their strength, they would not be able to defeat this middle-aged man. Furthermore, they were currently facing an old freak that had been alive for several centuries. Yes, they were in a class as well, but the only thing they had in common were their attributes. As for their combat power, they might be able to unleash an A-class attack with an amplifier of 10 times the power. As for this middle-aged man, he would be able to unleash an A-class attack with an amplifier of at least 100 times. The horror of a person who had been in a class for several centuries was something none could imagine. None of them could know how thick his foundations truly were.
Right at this moment. The power started condensing in the air.
In front of the middle-aged man, an illusory dragon appeared. Everyone could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within this dragon. Without a doubt, if the dragon was released, everyone in the sealed city would definitely perish. Take this chance to kill him, the captain ordered. Since the middle-aged man needed to condense his power to form this secret art, now would be the perfect chance to kill him.
Shwa!
Lights swirled around.
Everyone unleashed their killing moves.
However, shocking everyone there, right as their attacks touched the swirling radiance in the air, their attacks were instantly dissolved before being devoured and transforming into a part of the middle-aged man's power. All along, the middle-aged man hadn't moved. He had merely stood there and looked at them with contempt.
Damn it! Everyone's expression became unsightly. Their attacks had instead become the energy supply of their enemy?
That was too hateful. We're finished. Their hearts chilled. Facing absolute strength, there was nothing they could do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 297, Celestial Shift. Chapter 297, Celestial Shift. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Secret Art, A.
Feng narrowed his eyes. Immediately, he looked at the squad from the mysterious organization.
There should be someone among you with a space-related ability, right? Nowadays, a regular squad would normally have some space-related capabilities.
Regardless of whether it was used to break out of traps or kill their enemies, space-related abilities were beneficial to have.
Moreover, the most complete of all squads would normally have all sorts of different abilities to help them deal with a large amount of different scenarios.
The captain nodded.
Yes. How about Space Diminishing Slash? Feng asked indifferently.
Space Diminishing Slash was an extremely powerful 5-star secret art and the strongest space-related ability a B-class space warrior could master.
It was also a defining ability for genetic warriors that were focused on space-related abilities. Function moves all sorts of attacks through space. That's right. This is what this ability was capable of.
This secret art required the user to have 5 different abilities fused. As such, the minimum requirement for one to master this secret art was being a B-class warrior. This was an extremely powerful secret art, regardless of whether it was used against physical attacks, penetrating attacks, energy-based attacks, or spiritual attacks. Almost all types of attacks could be moved by Space Diminishing Slash by instantly changing the position of the launched attack to a different position.
Theoretically, as long as sufficient energy was provided, this secret art would be able to relocate every single attack in existence.
Despite the fact that Feng did not have this secret art mastered, he had heard of it long ago.
No.
The deputy captain walked out.
But I know Celestial Shift. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Celestial Shift?
Celestial Shift. A 6-star secret art that was the sequel to Space Diminishing Slash, an extremely powerful A-class secret art capable of both attack and defense. If Space Diminishing Slash was something only capable of relocating attacks, Celestial Shift was able to use the power of space to bounce the launched attack back to the attacker. This was the most terrifying use of this ability. Feng had guessed that they might have had Space Diminishing Slash in their possession. Unexpectedly, they had surprised him more. The member in charge of space-related abilities in this squad happened to also be the deputy captain himself, an A-class warrior that possessed a powerful A-class secret art.
Very good. Feng inhaled. Things will be easier, then. The captain thought of something. Don't tell me you are planning to. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. That's right. Intercepting his attack forcefully. The captain rejected his proposal without hesitation. Impossible. What a joke. Celestial Shift might be powerful, but it was not omnipotent. Against a weaker enemy, Celestial Shift would have a 100% success rate in shifting attacks. However, the flaw of this secret art was quite obvious as well. Against a stronger enemy, the success rate would drop. Against an enemy 10% more powerful, the success rate would drop by 10%. Against an enemy 20% more powerful, the success rate would drop by 20%. As for this enemy they were facing, he was more than 100% stronger than them. This was an old freak in the truest sense. After the deputy captain calculated his success rate, the success rate might be as low as 0.00008%. He had reached this figure even after taking into consideration the complicity and unpredictability of the mysterious power of space. Otherwise, his success rate would have been even lower. However, with such a success rate, it was basically the same as 0%. This was simply a scam-like rate. He was sure that the moment he tried using this secret art he would be killed by the backlash from the power of space. There was no need to doubt this. This was simply a battle between two people in completely different leagues. Feng smiled calmly. How will you know without trying? Impossible. The deputy captain would not do it even if they were to beat him to death. So you guys are going to watch on as he destroys the sealed city? Feng sneered. It doesn't matter to us. We are direct subordinates of Senior Soul anyway. As for you all, he. After losing even your base or operations, do you think the organization will let you off? Oh yeah, after this guy is done absorbing the life force of one whole city, do you have any idea how powerful he will be? Do you believe that you can even survive this encounter? Feng said indifferently. But... The deputy captain shook his head. This will never work. It will definitely work. Feng's indifferent gaze swept past him. Do you truly believe that Senior Soul only sent us here to make up the numbers? The only thing you need to do is activate your secret art. As for the rest, leave it to me. The deputy captain looked at Feng doubtfully. You? He had no faith in Feng, whose strength was merely C-class. That was simply too weak. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a particular lady in their group that was emitting a somewhat terrifying aura from her body, they would have believed that these so-called reinforcements were here to joke around. Ah. Feng smiled calmly. Have you heard of Spirit Sea Wood? Schwa. The expressions of the captain and the deputy captain changed greatly. Spirit Sea Wood. Could it be? Their gazes became spirited. Do it, Feng said as he looked at that illusory dragon in the sky, which was going to erupt at any moment. We don't have much time remaining. The deputy captain hesitated momentarily before clenching his teeth resolutely. Let's do it. It would be too hard to ensure Celestial Shift's success. It would simply be impossible, even with the assistance of Spirit Sea Wood. However, if I give up on bouncing the attack back to him and use the powered-up version of Space Diminishing Slash instead, it might work. Set the nearby mountain range as your target, then, Feng said. The deputy captain inhaled deeply. All right. He proceeded to revise the Celestial Shift into a powered-up version of Space Diminishing Slash and set it to alter the course of this super-powerful peak A-class attack from the sealed city into a nearby mountain range. If it wasn't for the Spirit Sea Wood mentioned by Feng, he wouldn't have even dared to attempt this. However, even with the assistance of Spirit Sea Wood, the deputy captain's eyes gleamed ferociously. I can only give it my all. Come. Bang. A terrifying power erupted from his body. Currently, in the air, the middle-aged man merely glanced at them coldly. He wasn't the least bothered with them. Even if they were similarly in a class,
the disparity between their strengths was too wide.
It's nearly done.
The middle-aged man could feel the increase in strength of the power he was condensing in front of him.
Done. Shwa.
Instantly, the radiance filling the whole sky gathered back into the dragon. The middle-aged man chanted, roaring through the 9 prefectures. With every single word of his, the momentum of his dragon intensified. When he finished chanting, the huge shining dragon solidified, transforming into a gigantic, seemingly alive golden dragon. This was the power of a super-powerful secret art.
Howl.
As the dragon howled, heaven and earth trembled. Next, the dragon charged into the void, aiming toward the sealed city. Currently, the huge pressure unleashed by the dragon could be felt even by Chen Feng's group, which was deep within the nether capital.
How powerful exactly was the secret art unleashed by a PK class? Do it! Chen Feng bellowed.
The deputy captain roared.
The
space diminishing slash that he had prepared in advance erupted.
Shwa.
The space cracked and a mirror-like slit appeared in front of the crack in the air that the middle-aged man had created earlier, blocking the path of the dragon. This was the so-called space diminishing slash. Essentially, it was a tiny slit created in midair. As the middle-aged man saw this, he sneered.
You are seeking your own death. That was indeed true. For a mere new A class like that to dare move against him? Had this guy not seen the disparity in their strength? How idiotic. Currently, the middle-aged man was not the only person thinking that way.
Even the deputy captain felt that he was doing an incredibly idiotic thing.
However, he had no other choices.
At times like this, trusting Chen Feng was the only option available to him.
The deputy captain roared at Chen Feng, "Quick, release the spirit sea wood. Please wait a moment."
Chen Feng had a sharp gaze. He ignored the anxious gazes of the squad and focused on the dragon. When it neared the space diminishing slash and was about to touch it, he made his move.
Shwa.
He pointed at the air.
Luck aura, unleash.
1 point of luck value was exhausted.
Low success rate? Less than 1 in a million chance of success?
Unfortunately, before Chen Feng, as long as it was something concerning probability, it was no longer a concern. Only 1 point of luck value was required for him to intercept the super-powerful attack of the PK class.
However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man calmly pointed at the air. Clear. Shwa. The golden dragon roared as the radiance around its body intensified.
Next, the luck aura that Chen Feng had just activated failed the task it had been assigned.
How is this possible? Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Failing?
This was something he had never encountered. This middle-aged man possessed a power capable of contending against luck aura,
No, that could not be true.
Even that green guy had been incapable of such a thing. How was it possible for this guy here to have such a capability?
If so, what was happening? Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood.
Perhaps, this middle-aged man had merely felt something bad and had chosen to simply increase the power of his golden dragon. However, with the transformation of the golden dragon and the increase in its strength, the originally pitiful success rate of space diminishing slash had become even lower than before. One could say that the dragon had become so powerful that their success rate had been reduced to 0%. Only in such situation would his luck aura fail to work.
Right at this moment. Ka!
The golden dragon collided with the space diminishing slash in the air.
Pooh!
Only their aura had collided, yet it was enough to cause the deputy captain to start spurting blood. Their disparity in strength was too great. As such, it was simply impossible for him alone to resist this. The deputy captain's heart chilled.
It's over.
He knew that he shouldn't have trusted the damnable guy that had come to reinforce them.
The bodies of everyone else in his squad chilled as well. If the dragon was successfully launched, would they be able to survive this?
Right at this moment, Chen Feng once again pointed midair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, An earth-shattering battle that can't be described with words. Chapter 298, An earth-shattering battle that can't be described with words. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Shwa.
A bizarre power spread out. When pointing, Chen Feng did it with a casual and simple manner. The enjoyment of putting forth such an act did not last long, however, as an expression of pain appeared on his face shortly after. A total 1,000 of points of luck value were exhausted by that single act of pointing at the air. The second time his luck aura activated, a certain feedback was received by his luck aura. Due to this not being a problem concerning probability, it was not possible for it to succeed with only one luck value. This would only succeed when the mysterious power of space itself was affected by luck aura. In other words, reality needed to be altered this time, resulting in 1,000 points of luck value being exhausted. During this whole month, he had only saved up 1,200 points of luck value. Now, this single move of his had wasted 1,000 points. From this, the terror of a battle at this level was quite apparent. However, the effect of his luck aura was quite clear as well. The moment his luck value dropped, that slit in the air, which had almost been pierced through by the dragon, became as powerful as someone who had used camcitrum oil one. It proceeded to swallow the entirety of that terrifying golden dragon.
Schwa!
At this instant, the golden radiance covering the sky started fading.
The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. The squad was dumbstruck.
Even the deputy captain, who had unleashed the space diminishing slash, was dumbstruck as well.
The heck? It had succeeded? Even he himself couldn't believe it.
That was roaring through the 9 prefectures that the middle-aged man had unleashed there.
That was an incarnation of a dragon.
A long and thick dragon. The huge golden dragon that had been condensed from a countless amount of energy had been swallowed by that tiny little slit in the air.
This. Everyone else blanked for a long time. That was truly too inconceivable.
The whole squad stared at Chen Feng with shock in their eyes, but Chen Feng merely smiled profoundly as a response. Are the methods Senior Soul has at his disposal something people like you can see coming? At
that, everyone was startled awake. Senior Soul.
They were indeed aware that Senior Soul was powerful. However, they had never expected Senior Soul to be so powerful. A random move of his was already capable of erasing a super powerful attack unleashed by a peak A-class old freak that had been alive for several centuries.
What about the power he could personally unleash, then?
They were all filled with reverence.
He was indeed a legendary figure. Currently, seeing the giant dragon's disappearance, the middle-aged man was furious.
The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly.
Space diminishing slash, hee. The space diminishing slash is only capable of swallowing it. Do you think that I will not be able to control it just because you swallowed it? Condense. Bang. Space cracked.
A terrifying radiance flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was unleashing an ability no one knew about or had ever seen. None of them knew the true amount of horrifying secret arts mastered by this old freak who was several centuries old. The effect of what he had just done was extremely astonishing. The swallowed golden dragon was actually slowly crawling out of the crack in space. It had forcefully pierced through space itself.
Everyone was horrified. What a terrifying power. This was not some secret art. Rather, this was pure brute force. He had used his super powerful strength to slowly pull that golden dragon out of the slit in the air. This was too horrifying a scene. The deputy captain's eyes gleamed viciously. Trying to escape? If his space diminishing slash had failed to even work, he wouldn't have been able to do much, but now that his space diminishing slash had succeeded in swallowing the dragon, the space within his space diminishing slash contained a power strong enough to swallow this dragon up. He could clearly feel the terrifying amount of energy currently stored within his space diminishing slash. Return, the deputy captain howled. A huge suction power appeared from the inside the space diminishing slash, sucking that golden dragon back in. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Humph. Once again, he unleashed a formidable power to forcefully pull the huge dragon back out. Thereupon, in the sky above the nether capital, a scene where a thick and solid gigantic golden dragon was being inserted and pulled out of a clean-looking slit could be seen. Occasionally, some golden radiance splashed around the slit as well. Chen Feng sunk into silence. Wang Chun sunk into silence. The squad was not making any noise either. As for Xin Yi and the other girls, they couldn't continue watching. This current scene. This feels somewhat. After studying it for a bit, Su Fei had an odd expression on his face. This looks like. Schwa. Several vicious glares landed on him. Mingyu made a scissor sign with her hand. Immediately, Su Fei shut his mouth in fear. However, that odd expression remained in his eyes. But it really looks so similar to that. The middle-aged man snorted before pulling the dragon out. Humph. The deputy captain clenched his teeth and swallowed the dragon back in. Ha! Chen Feng was collapsing. Bro, isn't this supposed to be a battle between top experts? You both are supposed to represent the peak of existences in this world. Can't you fight properly instead of simulating this scene of two different sexes?
That scene unfolding midair, accompanied by the sound effects of the two guys gasping for breath, caused one to not be able to even look straight at it anymore. Ultimately, though, the middle-aged man obtained a slight advantage. Under his terrifying control, that huge golden dragon that had been swallowed was slowly being dragged out.
Not good.
The deputy captain had an ominous feeling. He could feel that he was almost losing control. This middle-aged man was too powerful, far exceeding their imagination. The middle-aged man smiled coldly.
That smile appeared so bitingly cold. You all do not know what true power is. Just guide the trajectory and release it.
Feng said suddenly. The deputy captain was already perspiring all over.
I can't lead it somewhere else. Damn it! As the middle-aged man's control over the golden dragon increased, he couldn't even shift the attack to a mountain range nearby anymore. That middle-aged man was simply too terrifying.
Aim it under him, then, Feng said coldly.
The deputy captain was dumbstruck. Under him? Under him? A power at such level, if it was aimed below that middle-aged man, wouldn't they all die?
He was sure that everyone here, his captain included, would not be able to block a power at such a level. That was a super powerful secret art unleashed after a long condensation time by that old freak. Feng merely stared at him coldly.
Just release it. Would I commit suicide?
The deputy captain clenched his teeth.
True.
As he recalled the scene earlier where his space diminishing slash had succeeded, he decided to trust Feng one more time. After clenching his teeth and stamping his feet on the ground, he directly released the dragon toward the nether capital.
He couldn't lead the dragon somewhere further away.
However, the nether capital was right below the dragon and would not pose a problem.
Shwa! A terrifying power was unleashed. Everyone watched on with an unsightly expression. All the warriors in the squad were trembling with fear.
Regardless of whether they were B or A-class warriors, facing such a powerful attack, they were akin to weak insects. This was a large-scale attack. Even the captain of the squad discovered with grief that, apart from trembling and fear, he couldn't do anything. This was the saddest fact of their current predicament. He was in a class, yet he was so helpless. However, right at this moment, the biggest change of expression actually appeared on the previously proud-looking middle-aged man.
Not good. These people are aiming for the nether capital. He was too clear on how powerful he and this attack were. If such an attack were to land on the nether capital, all his hard work throughout these years would be wasted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, finally, the plot caught up. Chapter 299, finally, the plot caught up. Translator, limest editor, Tenish. This absolutely won't do. The middle-aged man's body chilled.
Everything he had done was for the immortality of the nether capital as a whole. The moment the nether capital was destroyed, it would be pointless even if he became unequaled under the heavens.
Without the nether capital and his daughter, what was the point of everything he had done? He yelled.
The radiance around his body intensified, and under his forceful control, the golden dragon, whose trajectory had already changed toward the nether capital, deviated from its path and was aimed toward a nearby mountain range instead.
Bang!
At that instant, the effect of the space diminishing slash vanished as well.
That perfectly straight golden dragon was finally pulled out of the crack in the air.
However, due to the efforts of the deputy captain and the middle-aged man, its only destination was that nearby mountain range that had existed for an unknown period of time.
Bang! The whole sky turned gold. Everyone raised their heads. They could vaguely see that, the moment that golden dragon had escaped the crack in the air, it had transformed into a boundless golden radiance before shooting toward the nearby mountain range. Bang! Bang! Gold radiance bloomed.
The world was enveloped in gold. After a long time, when the gold radiance disappeared and everyone could see clearly once again, they couldn't help but inhale mouthfuls of cold air at what they saw.
The entirety of that mountain range was completely gone.
The whole mountain range had been destroyed by the gold radiance. Only now did they realize the horror of that golden dragon. Just the thought of such power caused one to shiver. Alarming everyone was also the fact that beside the middle-aged man was a clumped-up red and blue ball of light that contained a bizarre power and was flickering without stop in the air. From within that ball, a familiar power could be felt.
Shinyi widened her eyes. This is life force. How is that possible? Everyone's expression changed greatly.
Roaring through the 9 prefectures had obviously failed, as it had been led toward the mountain range instead of its original destination. How was it possible for this guy to still have harvested life force?
Unless. They all realized something. That's right. The middle-aged man had a gloomy expression on his face.
This is the life force of the 100,000 mutated beasts residing within that mountain range.
Do you believe that only humans possess life force? He. The sinister laugh alarmed everyone.
Chen Feng was able to calm himself down quickly, though. A mutated beast has a longer lifespan. As such, its life force should be stronger as well.
With 100,000 mutated beasts, the total available life force should be much higher than what's available at Sealed City, right? However, it doesn't seem like you have actually absorbed any of them all these years. I suppose there are a lot of limitations when it comes to absorbing the life force of mutated beasts, right? Chen Feng guessed.
Only at this did the middle-aged man raise his head.
You are very intelligent. That's right. He.
It would be so much better if I had absorbed the life force of humans instead.
Although the life forces of mutated beasts is vigorous, the amount of impurities is much higher as well.
As such, they are very difficult to absorb.
When absorbing a human's life force, I will gain 100% of their life force.
As for mutated beasts, only 1% would be truly absorbed.
The difference is too big. However, 100,000 mutated beasts.
The middle-aged man inhaled deeply and continued, is still better than nothing.
The
radiance of the red and blue ball of light in front of the middle-aged man intensified. Red was the color signifying life force, and blue was the color signifying the impurities of the mutated beasts.
Both colors interweaved constantly as they went out of control in the ball. To absorb a small amount of life force, a huge amount of impurities needed to be cleared. That was the reason absorbing the life force of mutated beasts was such an inefficient task. Schwa.
The middle-aged man stepped into the red and blue ball of light.
Absorption began. Go!
Chen Feng shouted abruptly. The power of that thing he is absorbing is too terrifying, the squad from the mysterious association said in horror.
Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Don't worry.
He just unleashed roaring through the 9 prefectures a little while ago before subsequently altering the course of his secret art with force.
The amount of power he has left presently is quite low.
That is the reason he is being so impatient in absorbing the power contained in that ball despite the amount of impurities. Presently, he is at his weakest state.
The moment he completes his absorption.
Chen Feng said coldly.
Everyone was enlightened.
So that's the case.
Schwa. The squad made their move immediately.
The middle-aged man coldly shouted, "You are all courting death." Even if the power he had now was quite low in amount, his natural rate of regeneration was recovering it without stop. With the strength of these opponents he was facing, it was simply impossible for them to be able to interrupt his absorption. To be accurate, even the speed at which they could damage him was slower than the speed at which he could regenerate his power. Soon, you will all know what true horror is. The middle-aged man proceeded to defend against their attacks while absorbing the power from that ball of light in a casual manner. However, he did not notice that, presently, a sneer had appeared on Chen Feng's face.
Luck aura, activate. Calmly, Chen Feng pointed at the red and blue ball of light.
The middle-aged man that was absorbing the power without stop had a weird feeling. He had only absorbed 1/1000 of the power in the ball, yet he no longer felt any of the power within the ball. As he paid more attention, he noticed that everything he attempted to absorb had turned into impurities.
How is this possible?
The middle-aged man widened his eyes. The power of that ball of light was something uncontrollable. This was something similar in theory to the evolution of genes, something one couldn't control. If not for that, he would have peeled the blue impurities away from the ball before proceeding to absorb all the life force in it. Within that ball of light, 2 different powers of red and blue were interweaving and operating at an extremely high speed, resulting in him not having any sort of control over them despite his strength.
But now, the middle-aged man's lip went dry from the shock. How is this possible? Absorb.
He attempted to absorb without stop, yet only the impurities were absorbed.
Bang!
The squad started attacking furiously as they saw this.
Damn it! The middle-aged man had an unsightly expression.
He knew that this had to be some secret art of his enemy.
However, he couldn't do anything against this.
The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly.
Since that's the case, I will first clear all the impurities before continuing. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
Since someone else was helping him separate the impurities from the life force, he only needed to focus on purely dealing with the impurities. What remained would be pure life force. That was the pure life force of 100,000 mutated beasts, an amount much higher than what he would obtain if he were to slay an entire human city. If he was able to clean all the impurities before starting to absorb the life force, it was possible for him to directly advance to a new level. He was overjoyed. This was potentially a good thing for him. Come, he howled, and the power around him intensified as he started clearing the impurities furiously. Initially, both the red and blue power had been interwoven together, forcing him to slowly control his act of absorbing the life force and dealing with the impurities that resulted in his overall slow absorption speed. Now, though, since he was only absorbing impurities, he did not even need to bother controlling what he was doing. The only thing he needed to do was focus on eliminating the impurities, dealing with all the impurities in one go. The amount of blue in the ball was reducing rapidly. However, the middle-aged man's remaining power was also reducing as well, since he needed to exhaust his power to deal with the blue impurities. He was clear that he only needed to survive this and he would be stronger than before. However, how would Chen Feng allow him this? Go! The squad started attacking furiously. Under his normal condition, nobody here was the middle-aged man's opponent, but after that disaster earlier, he no longer had much power remaining in him. Regardless of how weak that squad from the mysterious organization was, they still had 2 A-class warriors in their ranks, after all. On top of that, there were also a bunch of B-class warriors assisting the 2 A-class warriors. The battle erupted. As for Chen Feng's group, they merely watched on silently. This battle was something triggered by Chen Feng anyway. Now that both sides were killing each other, it would be the best if they ended up killing each other. Even if that did not happen, they would at least damage each other greatly. Or perhaps, one side would be killed completely while the other was crippled. With this, Chen Feng's group would stand a chance against the survivor. The best result would be the death of that middle-aged man and the squad severely damaged. That was what Chen Feng was looking forward to. The scenario where the villains strayed from their original intention due to mere words and started fighting each other for him to reap the final reward had finally happened. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. His luck aura noiselessly activated and started operating, with both sides suffering extreme damage as the aim. Luck aura started working toward this final goal, causing something to happen every now and then. The reduction of luck value was rather slow, as only 1 point would be reduced after a long interval of time. Since the combatants of this battle were too powerful, there was no chance that Chen Feng could actually participate in it. As the battle progressed, without anyone realizing, the bald Su Fei who had always seemed useless disappeared from everyone's line of sight noiselessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Mutation. Chapter 300, Mutation. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! A set of skeletons were blasted apart. Su Fei rubbed his somewhat aching hand. As the smog bubbled up around him, along with the appearance of a certain mysterious power, these corpses that had been dead for an unknown number of years started moving again. He was currently outside the Nether capital, but on the opposite side of where they had come from previously. Here, from the soil, one corpse after another crawled out. These were the human sacrifices used for the continuation of this city throughout the years. Their life force had been used as a sacrifice, and their bodies had been left to rot here. Accompanying the latest round of sacrifices initiated by the middle-aged man, their bodies had come to life. Su Fei contemplated. So that huge skeleton we met previously was also formed of these small skeletons? Under the effect of the mysterious death aura, despite not possessing a consciousness, these corpses had still maintained their basic instincts and deep hatred toward the middle-aged man. Vengeful skeletons? Su Fei was figuring it out. Ka. Dot. The monstrous sounds reverberated through the air. These newly revived skeletons started fighting each other randomly, attacking every moving thing around them. Groups of skeletons started fighting each other. On top of that, those people who seemed to have been in the same group when alive had once again grouped together now. Those who appeared to have been a couple when alive started performing the deed of the two sexes right there on the spot. To satisfy his curiosity, Su Fei took a glance at them, and he had a feeling that he was looking at some mechanical bearing components. That feeling he was getting was truly hard to put into words. However, this situation did not persist for long. Soon, seemingly interrupted by some powerful willpower, the minds of these skeletons joined together into a singular extreme hatred toward a common target, resulting in the end of their fights against each other. Silently, Su Fei concealed himself and observed as the skeleton army swept forth like a locust. On their way, every living mutated beast they encountered was killed. This trajectory.
Su Fei's heart trembled. Chen Feng is not tricking me, right?
Right at this moment, that skeleton army stopped moving. Distantly, numerous howls could be heard. Those death lions hidden around the nether capital had finally appeared. Their numbers were terrifying high.
Death lions. Su Fei's eyes shone. You have finally appeared.
At the nether capital, the battle was still progressing. The squad from the mysterious organization was giving their all with Chen Feng's group assisting from the side. However, they were still unable to contend against that middle-aged man whose strength had been greatly weakened.
Pooh!
A moment of carelessness and Chen Feng was flung away with serious injuries.
Careful! Wang Chun and the rest retreated hastily. The captain frowned. These people were too weak. Even if they were direct subordinates of Senior Soul, even if they possessed certain unique abilities, their combat power was still too weak. Having them join in the battle was akin to lugging baggage around. You guys can just stay there.
Leave this to us, the captain said coldly.
All right.
I have already dispatched someone to notify Senior Soul. He will be here soon, Chen Feng said solemnly. The captain had a solemn expression as well as he said, all right. Chen Feng caught the glimpse of a certain someone from the corner of his eyes. He proceeded to feign an extremely weak appearance before saying to Wang Chun, help me to a nearby room so I can rest.
They entered the room. Within the room, Su Fei was waiting with a huge, unconscious mutated beast. Chen Feng was amazed. The size is quite big. Su Fei was proud. He.
This was the final survivor among that bunch of death lions and also the strongest death lion.
After I knocked it out, I dragged it here. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. That's good then. Pooh. He killed the death lion leader easily and extracted its blood essence.
He had been waiting a long time for this moment. His initial purpose here had only been to obtain a small amount of death lion blood essence.
God only knew why he had ended up drawn into the affairs here.
As of now, they appeared quite safe, since they had pretended to be part of the mysterious organization. In truth, they were in quite a bit of danger regardless of which party was victorious in the battle progressing outside. It was quite probable for all of them to perish here. As such, Chen Feng needed to increase his strength.
Fusion and breakthrough. Schwa.
Chen Feng started his production decisively.
Seal off the aura in here, Wang Chun whispered. Shen Yi nodded. Hum. A bizarre, faint aura flashed into existence.
This was an ability unique to Shen Yi, a sealing ability originating from a different world. This ability had protected Chen Feng's group from being detected by spiritual energy scans countless times before. This was an ability nobody could circumvent. Outside the room, the battle was still progressing. Unknown to any of them, the Chen Feng who had retired due to severe injuries had secretly started gene production.
Chen Feng checked the feedback, 200 luck value. It was enough. Who?
He inhaled deeply and, with a resolute gaze, started his first step, formula improvement.
Schwa.
Light swirled around before his eyes. Instantly, he entered his hyperdimensional mode and started improving the formula. The numerous materials he had produced in advance were taken out of his bag one after another. Gene materials, gene formula. Soon, he exited the hyperdimensional mode. After 100 points of luck value, the formula improvement process had been completed.
This powerful C-class ability had completely transformed under Chen Feng's modification. As for its new effect, he would only find that out after producing it.
Wang Chun was somewhat anxious.
I'm afraid this won't be enough.
Producing a gene reagent right under their enemy's nose was too unbridled a behavior.
Even with Shen Yi sealing off their aura, they couldn't hide this for long. The moment they were discovered,
Shen Yi wrinkled her tiny nose.
I can only keep this up for 10 minutes.
In the past, she would only be required to activate her ability when their enemies were scanning the area. This time, she had to fully maintain it without the slightest bit of slack in her activation.
10 minutes.
Wang Chun muttered. He had no idea why Chen Feng had insisted on producing a gene reagent at a time like this.
However, he had to be quick about it.
Wang Chun was anxious. Currently, Chen Feng had only gotten started on the actual gene production. Countless gene fragments were in front of him as Chen Feng operated speedily with a sharp gaze. He had long ago familiarized himself with the manner in which these gene fragments would swirl around. Due to the existence of his luck aura, the so-called gene production skills had long become a unique trump card of his. Gene search, 1 luck value exhausted, 3 seconds taken.
Gene reaction, 1 luck value exhausted, 3 seconds taken.
Gene fusion, 1 luck value exhausted, 3 seconds taken.
Sealing up, 1 second taken.
In 10 seconds, Chen Feng had completed the whole production. Chen Feng rubbed the bottle of gene reagent in his hand.
Done. Wang Chun stared blankly. Done? Chen Feng nodded. MHM. It has been hard on Lady Shen Yi. Shen Yi. 10 seconds? For this so-called strongest fusion gene reagent in C-class?
They were all aware that Chen Feng was a genius in regard to gene production.
However, such a feat where he produced a gene reagent in 10 seconds, wasn't this too much of a freakish feat?
They were all somewhat dumbstruck by this. Chen Feng merely ignored them and focused his gaze on the fusion gene reagent he was holding. A gene reagent produced using the strongest Death Lion leader, 100 luck value to improve the formula, and a further 3 luck value for a perfect production. How powerful would this gene reagent be?
Schwa. Gene scan. Mutated Death Lion gene reagent. Class, C. Difficulty, 5 stars. Type, fusion gene reagent. Effect, obtain the Nethergaze genetic ability. Function, activate the eye of the netherworld to analyze the rules of the opponent's energy and lock onto the opponent's weak point. The longer the opponent is locked onto, the higher the amplifier the launched attack will have. Depending on the gap between the strength of the user and the opponent, the time taken for the analysis will differ. Secret art combination, not yet discovered. Lockdown? Chen Feng widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the original Nethergaze provided an amplifier of 1000% when attacking the weak point. Now, the amplifier had changed in a way where the longer the time his opponent was locked onto, the higher the amplifier would be? Tenfold? No. After mutation, this limitation no longer existed. It had completely changed into a different ability. Theoretically, if Chen Feng had sufficient energy and time, he would be able to insta-kill anything. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.